Chapter 411. When Mantianshu returned to Mantiangxingja city, it was already completely dark. The moon belonging to their Mantiangxing continent hung in the sky. The moon was dotted with stars, symbolizing the highest masterpiece of their forging continent. What a pity. It was obviously the highest masterpiece of our old era, but the new era has come. Mantianshu's wrinkled old face showed a trace of regret. Soon, he finished dinner with his family, and the younger generations also curiously inquired about the sales meeting in Xinia's city today. And every table expressed their concern for the Shirong god craftsman, and showed admiration in the conversation. This made Mantianshu, the former #1 god craftsman in Jiuzhou, silent. Their family was obviously the strongest forging family in the entire Jiuzhou. After dinner, he passed through the teleportation array. Voila! Soon, a group of people appeared in the room one after another. Divine doctor, divine farmer, divine craftsman. All professions in Jiuzhou appeared here. Almost everyone attended the sale today, or watched from a distance. After a simple greeting, they finally started to talk about business. It's about time to join forces. A cold old man said, "This is a blatant provocation to our status, and overturning our rice bowl." Yes, the divine craftsman, divine doctor, divine alchemist present, which one is not a high-ranking figure? When have we ever suffered such humiliation? Another old man said angrily. This is no longer a humiliation. This is cutting off their roots. Cutting off someone's path is like killing their parents. How can they bear it? Each of those 4 projects took away the rice bowl of an ancient family present. This is a clash of interests. Someone wants to share their cake. Those who are not affected should not be complacent, let alone gloat over others' misfortune. Someone snorted coldly. The day before yesterday, he was able to announce the creation of the eternal divine weapon. Yesterday, he was able to shape the sun and the moon. Today, he took away 4 bowls, and tomorrow, he will take away the bowls of everyone present. Everyone's expression sank. Indeed, that person's wave of attacks was too fierce. It has only been a few months, and he has been testing their bottom line so frequently. I am afraid he is well prepared. Give him another 2 months. Won't he completely ride on everyone's head? A mere Shirong god craftsman is so arrogant. Someone sneered. We should report to the new saint, and let him deal with Shirong. Our families will join forces, and even the saints dare not respond. An old man slowly said, the saint of Xinqiao can't find the other party's footing, otherwise do you really think that person is kind? If you know the location of Shirong, you would have dug up his nest long ago. Everyone's face is gloomy. Now, only the 9-spiked saint, who has mastered the core of the earth veins, can trace his whereabouts. Otherwise, that keyboard warrior is really messing with you and disgusting you on the internet, and you can't find his ID address, so you can't come to check the water meter. Otherwise we can sneak into the tomb of the 9-spiked saint, and tell the outside world the truth, so that that person can give it to someone. Someone showed a fierce look. Be careful. Someone immediately said, are you going to die? That is the most terrifying tomb in human history. Do you dare to go? If you cause a big disaster, you will be a sinner in history. The person who spoke also reacted and knew that he had made a slip of the tongue, and couldn't help but feel scared. Stop making noises. Someone frowned and said, we should compete with each other's skills, and have a fair fight, not play tricks. Yes, stop hiding, we should join forces and research new technologies together. This proposal has been made before. Unfortunately, these non-combat monks have ulterior motives, and are hiding their intentions, unwilling to open their hearts and cooperate. Just like the combat monks, who attacked the Xinqiao saints next door. A ridiculous pile of loose sand. They only attacked twice, opened the door, and saw that things were not going well, and they immediately became cowardly. If these combat monks had joined forces, how could the Xinqiao saints resist alone? But they couldn't trust each other, and were afraid of being stabbed in the back by the other party. Mantianshu, the first master craftsman in Jiuzhou, finally spoke. Shirong's speed is too fast. I thought it would take a long time for him to complete it. Let him explore the way, and make mistakes. We, the latecomers, can catch up quickly. Who knows? Everyone was frowning. The other party's speed was too fast. In addition, is the Dooku family still human? The Dooku family was originally recognized as the first professional family, because spiritual farming is the strongest profession. Now, they are still trying to merge spiritual roots and magical powers, completely playing a monopoly. Blacksmithing, alchemy, and studying medicine all need to get the spiritual roots of the Dooku family. Who can bear it? They are afraid of Shirong, and they are even more afraid of the Dooku family. This agricultural association is too wicked. We must work hard. Someone said seriously. But our speed is a bit slow, and the survival rate of the fusion instrument spirit is too low, and it can't be used commercially at all. A divine doctor from Pansy Island spoke. You are all researching your own things. This is an integrated technology. Man Tianqiu said coldly. The cultivators of the other shore are good at eating spiritual roots and soul-related. Your doctors in Pansy are researching the repair of the soul. Everyone kept discussing. This time, the crisis of death was really looming overhead. Everyone began to be completely scared. When everyone was discussing, someone suddenly said, Everyone, don't worry. We have invited a real master. This is a real all-rounder. One person can complete this kind of instrument spirit integration process. They turned their heads to look. They saw a mysterious man in a cloak suddenly appeared in front of everyone and said, I have roughly completed this kind of fusion spiritual route. Everyone, please take a look. Everyone looked closely, and was immediately shocked. It turned out to be an instrument spirit fused from 2 low-grade spiritual roots. Some forces have already made it. It's only been a few months, and they have caught up with the progress. Who are you? Everyone changed color slightly. They are not stupid. This person must have a great plan to show such skills. Heh. The man chuckled. Find me an existing eternal divine weapon to study, I may even have a chance to track down their location. When this was said, everyone's face changed. Give him the yin-yang corpse slashing sword. Someone said coldly. Soon, a yin-yang corpse slashing sword was brought. The weapon spirit was sensitive G can also use it, digging mud in the yard and doing beauty makeup. When sensitive G was brought over, she was still confused. He looked at these people at this time, and felt something was wrong. Weapon spirit, I give you a chance, tell me what you know. Someone said, you can get whatever you want. What are you doing? Humph, you want to die? To deal with our Shirong master craftsman? Sensitive G was stunned for a while, and laughed. Ah! Dare to harass me to put on makeup. You are dead, open your ancestral graves. I will come back. We are natural disasters, never afraid of death. What an arrogant tone. The words of this spirit of the weapon made the whole scene full of curses. A new small force, unknown, but just got the key to the new era by luck? How can you compare with us? You have no foundation, no resources, and we have cultivated talents for generations. Some people sneered, and some people cursed. The mysterious man in black robes sneered. Wait until I read his memory, and see the knowledge in his mind, and I will know whether it is true or false. Stretching out his hand and pinching it, a ball of invisible flame enveloped the yin-yang corpse slaying sword. Countless knowledge was purified and turned into pure books. The embers are the soul shell formed by an extremely delicate balance cycle, which will collapse instantly once destroyed. Generally, this kind of balance cannot extract information. But his method is very amazing. His magical power can burn the essence and turn it into effective knowledge. Although it will not have memory, the knowledge in it can also have a lot of side information value. Let me see. The man snorted coldly. Wait! Someone stood up and said coldly, you must share information synchronously. Who knows if you will hide anything? That's it. We just happen to have the magical power of information transmission here. Everyone spoke up. The mysterious man sneered. As you wish, but this is your first time to bear it. The knowledge is overloaded, and the sense of substitution is too deep. Don't blame me. Crash. Soon, the entire weapon was crushed by him, and the embers quickly disappeared in his hands. His burning can extract part of the information, but it cannot completely extract all the knowledge of a person and turn it into a book. If it can be completely extracted, it would be too exaggerated. Crash! A huge amount of information appeared in the minds of everyone present. Young woman's whiteness, brick moving guide, eating dirt technique, blacksmithing skills, daddy recognition skills, spiral bed skills, suicide swimming spark beating techniques, 37 techniques for roasting people. All kinds of messy books suddenly flooded into the mind. The huge flow of information made everyone couldn't help but scream. It's all garbage. It's all useless information. What the hell is in this creature's head? The old men next to them were not at a high level, generally at the 3 yuan realm, and they were empty shells that had hardly ever fought. They were just medicine jars piled up with resources. How could they bear such things? What is this? Ah! They screamed miserably. Their brains were overloaded by the flow of garbage information, and they were dizzy. Some of them even fell to the ground, twitching, foaming at the mouth, and talking nonsense, as if they had an epileptic seizure, and fell down. They had been pampered for too long, and suddenly it was as if their throats were strangled by an invisible big hand, and their whole bodies were a little twisted. Everyone was dead silent, lying on the ground in all directions. like stranded salted fish that could only breathe heavily. Their minds were full of those horrible and weird information. They were silent, and their eyes were filled with fear. Boom! Outside, the guards suddenly broke through their door. What happened? Several headmaster guards at the level of the first state of mind rushed in quickly. These people are at the top of Jojo. Although they have no fighting power, if any of them gets into trouble, they will not be able to bear it. What happened? Who attacked you? Several headmasters were stunned, thinking it was incredible that someone could attack people without their eyes. You go out. Mantianchu broke out in a cold sweat, slowly stood up, and waved his hand. It was that damn Chiron Godsmith who attacked us. The heads of these heads sank in their hearts. That person also had this kind of means of attacking from a distance, attacking their meeting headquarters. This was a slap in their faces. They didn't dare to say much, and after confirming that they were fine, they retreated silently. Everyone, I'm sorry. Chiron, the god of craftsmen, had expected this possibility, and was disgusting us. The black-robed figure looked at the fallen ground with a trace of disdain, took a deep breath, and said, "Do you want to continue?" Everyone was silent, cursing in their hearts. Chiron actually expected us to use this trick from the beginning and dug a big pit. Waiting for us to jump, deliberately implanted some filthy things into this weapon spirit to disgust us crazily. It's better not to come again. After a long time, someone helped himself to a chair and sat down with difficulty, saying awkwardly, "The other party has been prepared and calculated carefully. They are so sincere and disgusting people that they have left this killing move on their weapons to prevent others from spying. I think so too. It's better not to start with the weapon spirit." Someone gasped and took out a few elixirs to take before he recovered. Thinking back to the great fear just now, it felt that their minds were tainted. As scholars from famous families, they read famous works and met scholars. They had never seen such a pornographic and vulgar plot, such crazy technology, and at this moment, they just wanted to pay a lot of money for a brain that had not been tainted. Then will you continue to study? I think there may be secrets in the information of a more advanced ARC series. The black-robed figure said. Everyone was completely silent and kept silent. Obviously, no one wanted to bring up this topic again. The people who were arrogant and wanted to teach Chiron the god a lesson just now began to have psychological trauma in their hearts. Chapter 412. In fact, they have a chance to get effective knowledge. Although the little blacksmith never leaves his house, he is not very clear about his identity information and geographical location. But even if he knows little about the outside world, he can still identify himself with the words Pingchong City and Blood Flower in his mind. However, to burn a book about this from the vast mind, and this book needs 2 words, you need to be very lucky, and in terms of luck, Ningzheng just has it. Strange, why did the luck value suddenly drop by 100 just now? Ningzheng touched his nose and thought in his heart, who is thinking about me? It's probably the murder of some little monk. It's useless. It seems that my wave of sales has completely made some people sit still. Some unruly people have begun to murder me. But it only dropped more than 100. Ningzheng looked down on the other party. In fact, his luck value consumption of 100 offset the possibility of being retrieved by those 2 keywords. 50 luck points for 1 word, very reasonable, isn't it? Even if someone really uses more advanced technology to track him down, Ningzheng doesn't care. Because his luck points will show his impending disaster in advance and give a warning. For example, he can know the destruction of the world in a month and a half so early. This is why Ningzheng has the courage to make those little blacksmiths crazy and walk on the tightrope. His own luck points are the bottom line. He no longer thinks about who is plotting against him, and his sight suddenly shifts. However, the dazzling awakening luck points are almost enough. It takes 300,000 luck points to half awaken the eye. 1 month's salary. Ningzheng thought that there was nothing good to do with this money. The cost performance is a bit low. In addition, there is a complete awakening, which is probably a bigger sum of money. Whether to spend money is a question. Ningzheng touched his chin. After thinking about it, he decided to postpone it until the eye can withstand a greater emotional impact and the cost is less. You can start to break through the next realm. He closed his eyes slightly and sat cross-legged in the room. Recently, every day, the owner Eugene went to help absorb the essence of the sun and the moon, and after returning, he pulled out his 3 flowers to absorb, and his cultivation was almost full. Even, he was too lazy to add luck points. Ningzheng, who was extremely confident, began to impact the last realm of the 3-yuan realm in his brain. Walala. The soul power in the brain was like dense roots, constantly surging in the body, and the 3 flowers on the top of the head were shaking, and the last petal quickly filled up. Half an hour later. Xinyuan realm, completed. One day later, Man Tianqiu, who had recovered from his shock, took a deep breath and came to Xenia's city. In the future, I will stay here for a while. I want to apply to join the weapon repair project, and I should be able to occupy a certain dominant position. He finally came. Let Xini Baishan mock him. It is most important to keep up with the times and prevent the family from being destroyed. He is not afraid that others will not hire him, because one of the specialties of blacksmiths is to cast artificial organs. He is also good at it. He took a deep breath. I didn't expect that Shirong Godsmith to be so insidious behind my back and tarnish my eyes. Whenever I think back, I feel unclean. This world has simple folk customs, a flourishing scholar age, and etiquette, similar to the customs of ancient times. Where have I seen such flowery things? So perverted. That Shirong master craftsman, who is so upright on the surface, is so dishonest behind the scenes, using this trap to stuff these disgusting knowledge into their heads and deliberately pollute their minds. Let their Tao hearts be hurt. The three flowers of Minwu are shaking a little, and I almost don't know who I am. This person is really not a good person. He walked around. Because he came in a hurry yesterday, he didn't see the scenery of Ximen. Now take a closer look and find that the people here are comfortable, there are many tourists, and there are also shops selling wine and beauty surgery in the distance, and the business is booming. Cultivators from all continents in Kyushu come here to visit. Even buying houses and purchasing real estate, the housing prices have skyrocketed a lot. This Xenia's city has absorbed thousands of cities in Jiuzhou. I thought the economy was paralyzed. I didn't expect that it would not make money from Xenia's local resources, but from our other continent's resources, and deceive us to consume? This Xenia's city, the resources provided by tourists recently, are estimated to be able to make up for most of the losses of thousands of cities. Man Tianqiu's face was not very good. Too wicked. Thinking in his heart, he slowly walked to the entrance of Shirong Academy, and saw a group of people selling a kind of mount magic weapon. Because flying is not allowed in the city, it is reasonable. It's just that they are shouting and selling like a competition. Look at my cloud magic weapon. A young man sat in front of the stall, pointing at the somersault cloud. Go find the treasure of Ximen, it will definitely put you ahead. Someone pointed at a mechanical sports car. Look at my magic weapon, this streamlined shape, this tail wing. Man Tianqiu frowned again. What is this? Shirong Godsmith. This person always does something unpredictable. Have these blacksmith students in the academy begun to experience the test? Now, are they competing in magic weapons? They watched the sports cars, carriages, and somersault clouds being sold, and they were a little dazed. The style of this scale gate seemed a little different, and was changing rapidly. He stated his identity, and was soon allowed into the reception room by the guard. He came to Shirong Academy to go deep into the enemy camp, better understand their trump cards, steal various secrets, and learn from them, walk their way, and leave them with no way to go. Walk their way, and then use our richer background, resources, and talents to defeat them. Welcome, welcome. Soon, the sword fairy came from the gate with bright eyes. It seems that his own artificial body and weapon repair will be put on the agenda. My own PPT presentation has attracted a lot of big guys to help me with work, no matter if they are good or bad, stealing technology, or have ulterior motives. Anyway, they don't force it, just use free labor. They, Shirong College, must have several projects at the same time. No matter how many spies there are, master the core technology, don't panic. The leaks who can work are good leaks. This is the research center of human civilization, holding the banner of the development of Jiuzhou, and they can do a lot of things in Ximen City. They have already thought of the slogan, Ximen City, an advanced city of mankind, a beacon of civilization, leading the progress of the world. In just one day, the Sword Fairy received several visitors who were preparing to participate in the weapon repair project, which increased the teaching staff of the academy. This academy finally has a serious appearance. Sword Casting Villa. One by one, the exquisitely packaged flesh and blood bags were quickly transmitted. A group of young blacksmiths happily came from the teleportation array, pulling a cart full of synthetic material flesh and blood bags, and ran wildly into the villa. Look! Here they come, the big guys are delivering supplies, come to draw cards. Their synthetic materials are very high-end at first glance. The medical fairy held a corpse-colored mushroom cigarette in her mouth, puffing and puffing. In the future, we will be a foundry here, taking orders from customers, OEM, and then shipping. She doesn't smoke in real life, but she enjoys it in the game. Speaking of which, they are all the flesh and blood of various advanced creatures, and it seems that there are also descendants of the blood of divine beasts. The fairy ant poked with her finger to feel the blood concentration. Su Yunyang said, It's a pity that there are not many. It's not like we got 2 big corpses back to make meat tanks, and 2 divine beasts to use at will. They were still very excited. The big guys provided the materials, and we secretly intercepted a little bit. Isn't it normal? The benefits of race are obvious. Now, their Qilin boy and Turtle boy are born with the great perfection of the 5-body realm. Even some young cultivators have trained the first internal organ and broke through to the 4-organ realm. They have achieved a small goal, surpassing Zhang Huaping. This made many people laugh very proudly. Before, she looked at us as minions, and today she looks at me again. Aunt Xian also interrupted and laughed. Her mouth was crooked with joy. Stop arguing, we should get to work. Zhang Huaping has already gone to the state capital, and will not come to the villa anymore. We won't see you anymore. Yi Quanxiu complained. Everyone chatted and started working. Clang! The alchemy room began to project, giving the customers on the other side real-time supervision to ensure fairness. Click. Soon, the recording shook for a while, and soon it was adjusted. The live broadcast of card drawing begins. Hee, we want to let the family members in the live broadcast room taste the pain of card drawing. I lost all my magic money before, now I want to see them lose everything. Stop arguing, hurry up, etiquette lady, Ximen Royal Casino is officially online. Ha! I want to make them poor and have nothing. You can't be so ruthless, how can you make people have nothing? At least let them still have a disease. Shirong College. Agricultural College, Veterinary Agriculture Branch. This newly established discipline is undoubtedly the department with the largest population after the Forging College. It's finally started. Synthesis. A group of newly recruited animal farming instructors and students were all watching the projection screen opposite. It was an alchemy room with a furnace placed in the center. The leader was Dukuhong. Today would be their first time using the legendary immortal tool. Yin Yang Creation Furnace Dukuhong was here to support the scene. The entire agricultural college was full of people. The entrance was crowded with people, and even the walls were covered with people, all watching. What's going on? Is it the first appearance after the sale? I'm looking forward to it. A girl looked sharp. I heard that behind Dukuhong and others, there is already a Shinong who is proficient in monster breeding and calculating the data. With his knowledge and technology, I'm afraid that after a few experiments, an unprecedented monster will appear. An elder held his beard and said, if you ask me, the number of races in Jiuzhou will increase 100 times from now on. Fat pigs are bigger than elephants. Spiritual herbs are taller than buildings. If they are that big, how can mortals grow spiritual roots? Open the gate to immortality? Someone was curious. You don't understand. At that time, there were ways to use them at that time. The old man said, our great Shirong craftsman will find a way for us to grow spiritual roots as big as a building. Someone was also looking forward to it. Do you still remember that Jiaoyu? The ancestor dragon. The body was stitched together to become a dragon. Now, if the technology is superb, can we use various powerful bloodlines in this furnace to synthesize an ancestor dragon? It's really possible. More than one person shouted. That's the ancestral dragon. If they synthesize it, their family will have the ancestor of such a mythical beast. Wouldn't that make them rich? This forging furnace, even if they have to spend all their money, they have to synthesize it. If they try, they will be able to soar to the sky. They are now full of expectations for Ximen's city. The chance of an Easter egg, the chance of a synthesis furnace, if they bet on one, their family will be able to soar to the sky. This is why Ximen has a constant stream of customers. Ximen Royal Casino is officially online, tricking a lot of people to come here to try their luck. Just when everyone was looking forward to it. 2 very beautifully dressed etiquette ladies came out, carrying a plate of synthetic materials, walked a cat step, smiled, turned a few circles, and came to the forging furnace. Then they gently put the materials in. Voila! A golden light emerged, and the fairy air curled. Various mysterious phantom patterns continued to emerge, and complex and mysterious Martian texts emerged one by one. And a golden text flashed in it. If you want to know the power of creation, you must look at the Yin Yang Creation Furnace. With a blinding golden flash, a miraculous shadow of dragons and phoenixes could be vaguely seen, and an egg with mysterious patterns appeared in front of him. Is this the power of the immortal weapon? Everyone saw it for the first time and was shocked. This scene was too cool. This is not a furnace for refining beasts, but a giant egg of chaos that the gods are evolving. Hongming created the world and created all things. And Man Tianshou, who had just joined, almost popped his eyes out. This mysterious pattern, handwriting, could it be the legendary ancient immortal characters? He planned to write down these words, and take them back for research. This was a good time to steal the background secretly. Chapter 413. That's not ancient immortal language, that's Martian language. At the sword-casting villa, Ningzheng was reading a book nearby, looking at the special effects performance of the group of blacksmiths in silence. They are seriously ill. They made a card drawing animation, with beautiful ladies helping to draw cards, cutting ribbons, carrying plates, and walking catwalks. In the process, there were also some mysterious text patterns, ancient road maps, and immortal afterimages. A group of people used a bunch of fill lights, projection lights, and flashlight special effects to shine wildly at the yin-yang creation furnace. There is no technology at all, but the sense of ritual is instantly full. Just like their resurrection point, now it is the technology clone warehouse resurrection, and the ancient immortal formation resurrection. The style is very gorgeous and mysterious, giving people a sense of tallness, elegance, and simplicity. And the ancient immortal formation uses this messy Martian language. Their explanation for this is, life should be full of ritual. It's like this in our hometown. Card drawing should be ceremonial, with all kinds of lights, so that the big guys feel that the money is worth it. That is, the card drawing animation should be cool and the posture should be handsome, so that they are willing to spend more 648 and let our villa earn more. We can't do other things, but we must believe in our pretentious skills. Pretend to be mysterious and ancient, shock them hard, so that they dare not act rashly and make crazy imaginations. And with such a cool look, the guests will also feel proud. Even those who are not good at this aspect of animal farming knowledge will come to pretend and enjoy everyone's attention. Everything is for the owner of the villa. Alas! A group of showmen. Ningzheng let out a long breath and put down the book in her hand. These days, her Shirong Academy has officially opened. That sales meeting in Xinia's city was a real hype. The hype was indeed very effective, with a large number of tutors and students pouring in, and various branches were successfully established. Ningzheng also came to the villa every day. While reading the book, she stared at their work. Now, Ningzheng found that managing a small villa is the simplest. The management of a college is really complicated. The enrollment and teacher recruitment of each department can make you dizzy. Especially for each department, you can't just recruit and be done, you have to formulate the research direction of this department and set projects. Otherwise, wouldn't they be eating for free? Now, we try to make every department have output, and come up with a research prototype. In short, we can't let them be idle, let them create income, make money by themselves, and maintain the operation of Shirong Academy. It's impossible for me to keep paying for nothing, otherwise no amount of money can fill this bottomless pit. For example, the car manufacturing, provided to Shimen for use, improving the traffic environment, is to create income for the college. A power must have a balance of income and expenditure. Fortunately, I met this group of leaks. They have strong management ability, and the first version of the plan for various departments of the huge college is in good shape. Ningzheng stared at the front at this time. Hula la. In the agricultural college, the egg has begun to inject spiritual fluid and slowly hatched. It turned out to be a half-demon, a hybrid of human and some kind of demon bee. Obviously, the first synthesis test of the group of big guys on the opposite side was quite conservative. But at this time, the crowd in the courtyard was in a lively atmosphere. In the courtyard of the agricultural college, students who were leaning on the wall and sticking their heads out of the image cheered. It actually worked. This immortal weapon will become the national treasure of mankind in the future, the source of myths that created all things. In my opinion, it is the mother of myths and the ancestor of all things. Laymen just watch the excitement, while insiders look at the door. This was just the first test. Just throwing a human and a half-monster appeared, which made them see a lot of clues. In the whole courtyard, many powerful animal farmers had their brains buzzing. It's true. It can really force birth and force breeding. Their eyes were full of joy, and in their ecstasy, their brains quickly collided with various new fusion ideas. The running unicorn, the soaring eagle, the deep-sea fish, the swamp crocodile, the shadows collided with each other and turned into a variety of mysterious and more powerful beasts. They saw. The ancient and sacred powerful beasts advanced again and again as they walked, growing edges and corners, divine scales, hoofs, divine eyes. And finally growing and becoming more handsome, and finally turning into fairy beasts. Finally, the entire world of Jiuzhou has become the legendary fairyland, with auspicious fairy beasts in great myths everywhere. Everyone, this fairy weapon has opened up another path. Dukuhong looked at the forging furnace. Her mind was shocked, and she couldn't recover for a long time. The fairy weapon is one way. The fairy method that the human race is studying and developing is one way. In front of you, this fairy beast is one way. Weapons, people, beasts, the three major layouts, Shirong has opened up two of them alone. Is this the pattern of Shirong's divine craftsman? Even though she knew that she was born in this magnificent era and was about to witness unprecedented technological revolutions, Dukuhong was still shocked by the scene in front of her. The age of immortals. The weight of this word can be imagined. She suddenly felt that the master craftsman Shirong had been playing a big game in secret. Whether it was this sale, which subverted other people's industries and destroyed their jobs, or the mysterious ancient immortal text furnace in front of her, which was shining with golden light and melting beast eggs. The other party was making steady arrangements step by step, moving forward, opening up new territories, and overthrowing all non-professional families to re-establish the world order of the new era. Our Duku family is really holding on to a thigh. Holding the trendsetters of two dynasties in a row, Jiosue and Shirong, and temporarily adding a pilgrim, who I don't know if he can stabilize. It's time for our Duku family to take off all the way. She sighed in her heart, and was extremely happy. Sitting on the wind, even a pig can take off. Who would have thought that they were just the weakest and least looked down upon spiritual farmers back then? Spiritual farmers in that era were just like farmers. Planting food and raising livestock were very lowly, and cultivating spiritual herbs was only to supply the high-ranking alchemists for alchemy. It's stable, it's really going to be stable. Dukuhong looked at the forging furnace, and her heart was extremely happy. She couldn't help but whispered, "This thing is extraordinary, and can evolve all kinds of creatures. As long as we manage this animal farming seriously, firmly grasp this creation furnace, integrate more, place more orders, and study more, our Dukuhong family will be passed down as the ancestor of immortal beasts in the distant future and ancient legends. As for Shirong God Craftsman, he will not be the ancestor who created immortal beasts. If this development continues, Shirong God Craftsman will probably become the Taoist ancestor of the origin of all immortals in mythology in the distant future." Chapter 414. Sword Forging Villa. Eggs hatched one by one, and those strange flesh and blood creatures, such as those genetically mutated deformed infants, were particularly terrifying. Earthworms and ants can also give birth. This made some transfer students on the other side of the projection dumbfounded. This is too outrageous. Clang. Some deformed babies that broke out of their shells died suddenly in a short while. And some successful products that barely survived, or would not die for the time being, were uniformly sent back through the teleportation array. A group of people watched crazily, and even took pictures to keep them, ready to sell them outside when the time comes. This first-hand information is quite valuable, and can make a lot of money. On the contrary, Dukuhong and others conducted several experiments and recorded the data, and then hurriedly said, "It's better not to let people watch in the future. We paid for it, but the data was copied by others." The sword fairy looked at the lively courtyard now, and turned her head to look at the onlookers. "It is true, you need a personal patent. Then you can only make it public today and promote it." The sword fairy said, "Move it to a private room tomorrow, and don't worry about us leaking your formula. We won't break the rules. Our villa will not leak your confidential synthesis formula. At most, you can just play with it in the villa. In the future, when others release SSR Golden Legend, you can play with it before it is delivered to the factory." The first hand, landing race, they are the first ancestor of the fairy beast. When the fairy beasts whose goods are passed out can only follow them and eat dust, they can't be regarded as the first ancestor of the fairy beast. Isn't this a kind of minotaur? The efforts of all the big guys are awesome. All the races in the world, and the major holy places are awesome. The name of Green Hat Villa will be changed to Fairy Beast Villa in the future. The 500 blacksmiths in the whole villa will be the 500 ancestors of the fairy beasts in the world. If other people come to our villa and see this fairyland on earth, the ancestral beasts and fairy beasts are forging iron and moving bricks everywhere. The street lights and floors are all fairy tools. This is awesome in an instant. The sword fairy felt that their dream of being the first manor in the world was no longer appropriate. The first manor in the world, the first manor in the history books, no matter how to describe it, it is not an exaggeration. What? This is good looking but useless? Fairy beasts on all fours can't move bricks and forge iron? Moving bricks is such an inconvenient thing. After completing the 9th level of the physical body and the 4 organs, the monster beasts can transform. After the transformation, let them move bricks. The sword fairy touched her chin, feeling that the future prospects are very broad. Now, there are many ways to play with the synthesis function of login race. We do research and development ourselves, and we are the most resistant to plagiarism. At this time, The sword fairy came back to her senses and said with a straight face, "Don't worry, everyone's knowledge is worthy of respect, and every effort cannot be stolen." Dukuhong was very moved. She also hated those plagiarists the most. She looked at the fortune furnace in the image opposite, her eyes full of longing. "We can combine good things in the first batch." "Prepared to combine the beast?" the sword fairy asked curiously. "Of course not. The stronger the bloodline, the stronger the repulsion," Dukuhong said. "Besides, there is also the issue of racial stance. The divine beasts are not easy to mess with. You force breeding, which is a kind of humiliation. This aspect needs to be considered. Now we are preparing to synthesize the lowest type of livestock." Dukuhong briefly talked about her plan: river monsters, zone sheep, she-dogs. These are selected for breeding with advantages. Not only the difficulty is low, but also the effect is good. As a real commercial family, they know how to occupy the market better than anyone else. This kind of foundation type of necessities is the key to occupying the market. So, they produce arcs, defense towers, and even prepare to synthesize low-level edible monsters, all in order to occupy the rigid demand market. We don't have much time left. Dukuhong glanced at the sword fairy and said, "According to our latest gossip, some forces in Jiuzhou have started selling yin-yang magic weapons, although they are only low-grade and low-grade high-grade magic weapons." "Ah?" The sword fairy was shocked. "It's only been a few months, and the research and development is so fast. This is too outrageous. We blacksmiths don't know any skills, but we rely on our weapon spirits to monopolize. Now, everyone else has learned it, then don't we have no advantage at all, and we will be beaten back to our original form. It's worthy of being a supernatural world. The indigenous technology of this world is quite fierce." Dukuhong is actually a little puzzled, even if there are all kinds of heavenly magical powers in soul medicine. The rapid cultivation of monsters, and the magical power of raising beasts to open wisdom, combined together, it shouldn't be so fast. Something we can't guess must have happened. But it's not important anymore. Someone has already appeared to grab the market share. This foreshadows the official appearance of the second force that can make dual spiritual roots. And the second one is starting to catch up. How far will the third one be? The next is a chase. The whole era has entered the era of immortal artifacts. This is like a big explosion. Once it appears, everyone will follow. Okay then. The sword fairy exhaled. "They are not worthy of a business war with us at the moment. Let's wait and see." In fact, Dukuhong was just a reminder. She knew that being able to make a fusion of dual spiritual roots did not mean that she could make an immortal artifact. The definition of an immortal artifact is a heavenly spiritual root plus a heavenly spiritual root. The other party can only make a low-grade spiritual root plus a low-grade spiritual root, and there is still a period of time before it can be made. Every immortal artifact is a product that affects the balance of the world. Look at it now. Eternal sun and moon, yin-yang creation furnace, and the immortal weapon that produces the original spiritual liquid. Which one is not changing the world pattern? Even if it is popularized in the future, every old-fashioned force in the entire Jiuzhou is estimated to be unable to produce a few immortal weapons. At present, the other party has started to sell this yin-yang eternal divine weapon, but it dares not hold a sales meeting. It is obviously cowardly, and is just a small demonstration. But the other party's production capacity is sufficient. I heard that the weapon has begun mass production. It's just that because of the large output, it also takes the brainless weapon spirit route, which is weaker. By the way, Dukuhong suddenly said, "How is your eternal divine body being transformed?" "It's still under construction." The sword fairy said, "It's unrealistic to use immortal weapons. I prepared all the parts, all of which are medium-grade and medium-grade heaven-grade magic weapons. It is not easy to obtain top-grade spiritual roots. The number of heavenly spiritual roots is even rarer, and the previous Jiuzhou treasury could not provide many. We will help design the coordination of spiritual roots." Dukuhong said, "It's a pity that other people have to participate, giving them the opportunity to sneak in and obtain experimental data." While the two were talking, they suddenly received a message. It was the news from Cunning King of this generation, Cunning Yun. When the two came to the meeting room, they saw Cunning Yun had already sat quietly in a chair, reading a book. The whole person felt completely different. It was a kind of powerful spirit, inexplicable feeling, and much more knowledgeable. It was like some of the foundation was supplemented. Cunning Yun looked at a few people and said, "Everyone, His Majesty has already researched the prototype of the immortal spiritual root technique." As soon as these words fell, both of them were surprised. It would be fine if the next door researched the prototype of the immortal weapon. His Majesty is so fierce. He disappeared for more than a week, And he has also developed the immortal root skills belonging to humans? Is he still a human? The gate of the capital. A man in a black robe came to the downtown, outside the city. Those people are really useless. They can't even block the memory of a book. They are ugly. The surroundings are bustling, and various ancient costumes, talismans and magic tools that hide the breath are still being sold. Is this the capital? The man took off his cloak, revealing a green face. If the sword fairy saw this person here, she would be very surprised. Because this person is the ghost book, her previous owner. This is the capital city. An old voice came from a summoning tablet on Guipu's waist. We need to speed up a bit. The last saint of Xian dynasty is very patient and secretly researches. He should have almost figured out the method of the immortal root. The voice was old and hoarse, giving people a gloomy feeling. We don't have much time. We can't let him grow up. His magical power allows him to study at a terrifying speed in this special scene, almost one progress a day. Guipu took a deep breath and said in disbelief, You are talking nonsense. How do you know the progress of that saint? That is the legendary immortal spiritual roots technique, which allows people to develop immortal spiritual roots above heavenly spiritual roots and change the power of the times. He could actually guess the progress of that saint? Although everyone guessed that if dual spiritual roots can be applied to magic tools, it should not be far away for people, and all the forces in the world are studying it. But how can you be sure that the saint of Xinqiao is the first one? Humph, don't I know him well enough? The old voice snorted coldly. He is just a dead man. I have calculated his logic, thinking, and actions too clearly. He has developed a prototype of an immortal way of cultivation today or yesterday. Guipu was a little unconvinced. What is this saint doing? What project is he researching? And the specific research progress? Can you accurately count the days? This is too exaggerated. Chapter 415. Time goes back to a few months ago. Guipu was abandoned in Xinia's city in the team going to Beijing. Because he relied on the blood-sucking of the sword fairy to forcefully break through to the Sanyuan realm in Pingchong City, and Jian Xian attacked him, and forcibly cut off his memory of this aspect. The physical defects were too great, causing his cultivation to almost stop. The early stage of the Sanyuan realm was the limit of his life. He was unwilling, but so what? Then, in the battle of the attack on the team going to Beijing by Xinia's city, he witnessed the horror of the mysterious deputy leader of the Wuxing sect. Just when he was hiding from the war, he accidentally encountered this mysterious summoning card. The summoning card contains turbid air, the elders and villagers in the mouths of blacksmiths, and the most common ring grandfather in the storybook. He called himself Xinshengwa, which means the new flower of the era. This Xinshengwa knows everything about astronomy and geography. Not only did he teach him various spells, and teach him to repair the foundation of the Three Yuan realm. He even guided him to find several secret realms, where there were legendary treasures that he could absorb continuously, and bloom 3 flowers in a row. In just a few months, he had broken through the second phase realm. Of course, he used magic means to forcefully break through the second phase realm, and he only had the realm but no combat power. If there were no accidents, he would only be at the level of entering the second phase realm for the rest of his life. Don't worry. Listen to me, you will be faster than the cultivators, who have reincarnated and recultivated. They practice seriously, and are afraid of damaging their foundation. I will teach you to practice quickly. If your foundation is damaged, you can make up for it later. Before, your 3 flowers were damaged and needed a treasure of the first mind realm level to make up for it. I have found it for you. Now, your foundation of the second phase realm is broken, which is difficult to repair. This is the price of fast cultivation speed. It needs the core of the book of history of years in the hands of the saint, the first artifact of Jiuzhou, to make up for it. Guipu was silent. That is the Jiuzhou treasure that all the forces and cultivators in the world are eager to get. How can I, a small second phase cultivator, snatch it? Repair the foundation of a small cultivator like me? So, I asked you to come to the capital to get his core. Xian Shenghua said lightly. For countless years, he has been hiding in Xinia's city, trying to study the descendants of Xinqiu bloodline, and this Guipu was specially found by him. I thought that he was the first owner of the Yin-Yang Rice Flower sword, and he would explore his memory, and find the true body of Shirong God craftsman. What a pity, he came too late, and his memory had been cut off by Jian Xian. In desperation, he could only help Guipu practice and find other strategies. Just now, he had directed Guipu to look for those antiques, to do them a small favor, to research a competing eternal divine weapon, to fight against Shirong Godsmith, that is, to fight against the last saint. He couldn't let the other party have it that easy. His original intention was to try to burn the yin-yang corpse-slashing sword into a book, to find the whereabouts of Shirong God's myth, and any clues. He still couldn't find it. Instead, those old men were indoctrinated with memories, and their ugly faces were exposed. After failing to find the hiding place of Shirong God's myth twice in a row, he could only give up for the time being and let Gue Pu come to the capital. I haven't been to the capital for a long time. The old voice sounded again from Gue Pu's mind, with endless vicissitudes. In this world today, almost no one can understand this ancient palace of the Xian dynasty era better than me, because I was once one of the owners here. I will take you in, as if walking on flat ground. Okay. Gue Pu took a deep breath. He didn't know who this existence was, but it must be very scary. One of the masters already contained extremely scary meanings. The water in Jiuzhou was too deep, hiding too many terrifying ancient existences. The voice in the summoning card sneered. It's very simple to bypass the flaws of this saint and get the core. Even if you are only a second phase realm, you can make a big difference with a small effort. This is why I asked you to break through to the second phase realm first at all costs. Gue Pu was not stupid, and felt that this mysterious existence had bad intentions. But he had no choice. Fortune is sought in danger. If he practiced by himself, the 3-yuan realm would end in his lifetime. Not long after, several mysterious existences appeared one after another at the city gate. The voice on Gue Pu said with a faint smile, "Dear Taoist friends, you are here." The existences in the tombs nodded slightly. The old voice on the ghost book laughed and said, "Xian Shichen on the throne is just a chess piece of ours. I deliberately dissuaded you from killing him because I wanted to wait for him for a while, and then I would enjoy the fruits of his pioneering work." He talked freely, his voice carrying a strong pressure and appeal, and he said, "It seems that he has studied the method of the immortal root and opened up an era. But those are all his logic, opened up for us. The kingdom he has built, and the future he has opened up will all be taken by us." The voice was full of an indescribable pride. After all, he is a versatile talent with pure blood, and he is most suitable for this era. It would be a pity if he doesn't open up a future. Everyone agreed. It's just a dead man, they are never afraid. Only the idiot Changwuda would fight a dead man head-on. To deal with a dead man, you don't need brute force, you need wisdom. And now, they have calculated the time for that person to open up the immortal root, so that he can complete his mission in history. They started to act. Under the leadership of this inner ghost of the Xian dynasty royal family, they will form the strongest secret realm exploration team in Jiuzhou and sneak into the palace. It's been a long time since we explored the secret realm like this. How can the palace exploration team of others compare with us? The existences spoke lightly. Everyone had ulterior motives, saying that they were waiting for the Xian dynasty saints to open up a new era, and then they would join forces to take over. But they were all ready to kill the Xian dynasty saints, and then secretly seize power to see who has the stronger means. At this time, the Xian Shenghua on the ghost book sneered at the existence of these tombs. Just a group of chess pieces. Most of them are reading materials for the royal family of Xian dynasty. Not only the last saint knows your logic and behavior, and can make predictions. He can also make predictions, and use them as chess pieces. Xian Shichen on the throne would never have thought that there is another existence, who has mastered this background, and is dealing with him. His advantage will be gone. Look, that person is Princess Xian. The old voice on the ghost book came. This person has a gentle personality, and is very soft-hearted. You go and talk to her and sneak into the palace. As long as you enter the palace, I will teach you to avoid patrol posts, various code words, secret passages, and the flaws of hidden masters of this era, and come and go freely. I will let you find the flaw of that saint, and make him crazy. Take advantage of the chaos in the capital, and the saint's madness to take his core. They obviously have a plan. Gue Pu also understood it in his heart, and silently approached Princess Xian under the guidance of that voice. The princess was really kind. After walking around, he not only took them away, but also took away several monks. A group of people walked towards the interior of the capital. Even those ancient tombs nodded slightly, secretly thinking that this suspected remnant of the Xian dynasty royal family was quite capable. They knew each other for a long time. They knew each other for more than 100,000 years, and hid in the dark. Even the rapid collapse of the Jiuzhou dynasty was due to the credit of him, the mastermind behind the scenes. Everyone speculated. Back then, there was internal strife in the Xian dynasty royal family. The mysterious existence in front of him was a saint who was killed by Xian Shichen. He has always been unwilling to give up, calculating the world in the dark, and wanting to restore his own Xian dynasty. After a long while, Princess Xine brought them into a house. Happy construction site copy, officially started. Ghostbook looked at the scene in front of him. Didn't we agree that Princess Xine was very kind? Why did I feel that something was wrong? The existence of the God-inviting tablet also fell silent. The ancient monks in the tombs, The dead maintain the logic of their lives, which will never change. But why is this dead person not the same as before? The dead will not change. It is the living who gave her advice and changed him. The one in the God-inviting tablet quickly saw the clues. There is a living person in command, but don't panic. Let's take a look first. Just treat it as an ordinary secret realm. Don't make these ghosts crazy. The ghosts here are very weak, but if we kill them, we will attract the patrol guards of the capital. With a chain reaction, we will be discovered and our infiltration will fail. Soon, they were taken to move bricks. Moreover, they were taught to build walls and houses, and there was a ghost foreman supervising them. The existence in the summoning card, the more I look at this picture, the more familiar it is. Isn't this the skill of brick moving guide? Even the small details are exactly the same. It's him again, Shirong. The existence in the summoning card was completely angry, and his voice was full of resentment. The ghost is still there. You are there for the meeting, and you are there for the exploration of the capital. I will kill you. Snap. A whip hit him hard. Work, what are you looking at? Guipu's newly bought ancient costume was torn, and his whole body was stiff, silently lowering his head to move bricks. This Shirong master craftsman is indeed mysterious. The existence in the summoning card is comprehensive and has no omissions. The 2 losses he suffered were all caused by the Shirong master craftsman. Yesterday, he was taught the skill of moving bricks. Today, he was immediately asked to go to the construction site. They are too honest. Pa, move bricks for me. Another whip hit, making Guipu shiver all over. Guipu secretly said, Senior, what should we do now? What about our grand plan to enter the capital? What about our plan to attack the saint and steal the imperial seal? Big brother, where is your ability to plan everything? You said that the tomb is full of dead people, and there is also a dead saint on the head. These repetitive logical creatures can be easily played by you. As a result, he is so boastful now, and Shirong stuffed him with a mess of books on moving bricks, and then he was brought by Shirong to move bricks. The voice seemed to have been choking for a long time, and after a while, it gritted its teeth and said, Let's move bricks first. The owners of the ancient tombs next to them, The one present was not at the top of the era, and in his own era, he was a powerful figure in the world, sweeping across the wilderness, and had few rivals. You were the former owner of this place, and the capital treated you like a flat land, but you took us into the city to move bricks? Chapter 416. Xinia's city. Did that saint really develop the method of immortal roots today? Dukuhong was shocked. So powerful? The sword fairy was excited. I'm afraid no one in the whole Jiuzhou could have thought that this Xinqiao saint would develop the prototype of immortal roots so quickly. The original sword fairy thought that she might have joined the national army in 1949, and this Xinqiao saint might not be able to withstand it. Who knew he was so powerful? Immortal weapons and immortal beasts are secondary. The strength of the cultivator itself is the real core. Refer to their owner, the cultivator of the heavenly spiritual root is already so powerful. How exaggerated is the cultivator of the immortal spiritual root? Yes. Zenian smiled and said, he just developed it, and that person is still continuing to study and perfect it. However, he seems very angry. Angry? Why angry? Dukuhong and others frowned slightly. Shouldn't they be happy? Xinian said, because this method is currently very narrow, it can only plant yin and yang spiritual roots, and can only be used by mortals who have not opened spiritual roots. Plant 2 spiritual roots in a row to maintain the balance of yin and yang. Single spiritual roots, like us, who have practiced can no longer be used. Because our single attribute is too strong, and planting another spiritual root will destroy the balance. Everyone was completely silent. The cultivators who have already practiced heavenly spiritual roots can no longer transform into immortal spiritual roots? It can only be used by the younger generation in the future? Sooner or later, the younger generation will kill them. Xinian smiled. In fact, the City royal family back then had already studied the cycle of double spiritual roots and 5 spiritual roots. Ah, the sword fairy looked confused. Xinian did not hide it, and talked about a mysterious past in the royal family. Back then, Xian Shichen killed the saints of other tribes and plundered their books in order to gather their strengths and open up a new method of dual spiritual roots. Unfortunately, that internal struggle led to civil strife in the dynasty, and the people were living in poverty. Later, a series of events occurred, including the rise of the Nine-Spike Saint. Why are dual spiritual roots so important? Why would the Xian dynasty royal family at that time set off such a huge civil war for this? Because the fairy spiritual root is the threshold to step into a higher realm. The five-body realm is a cycle. The four-organs realm is a cycle. The three-yuan realm is a cycle. Each cycle represents a realm. To break through the next realm, the cultivator must establish a new cycle, but humans have thoroughly understood the 6 cycles in the body. There is no cycle in the body anymore. What to do? They thought of the spiritual root. The spiritual root has always been a single spiritual root. If the spiritual roots also circulate, it will be the new 7th cycle in the human body. This cycle will be the next realm. That is, the higher realm above the transformation realm. To put it more simply, only with immortal spiritual roots can one become an immortal. So, based on their conjecture, the royal family of the Xian dynasty had been secretly researching. Xian Shichen already had various research data. In addition, with this immortal weapon as a case, the bottleneck was completely broken in just half a month. Is there no way for cultivators, who have already embarked on the path of cultivation, to complete their spiritual roots? Sword Fairy was curious. Yes. Xian said. After the saint discovered the technique, he immediately discovered that only by becoming a ghost and dying once can the second spiritual root be opened. To die once? The Sword Fairy was stunned. It seems quite reasonable. 1 life, 1 spiritual root. 2 lives, 2 spiritual roots. Dukuhong said, the price is really too heavy. After practicing, the difficulty of a single spiritual root cultivator to complete the fairy spiritual root is more than 100,000 times more difficult. Becoming a ghost, awakening and resurrection, how easy is it? Yes. Xian smiled and said, so, that Majesty is very distressed now. He feels that if he dies, he may not be able to awaken. The Sword Fairy rolled her eyes. Are you telling a cold joke? That Majesty has died a long time ago, and he is still hesitating that it may be difficult to awaken after his death. Xian said, so, your Majesty is trying to study other ways to solve the fairy spiritual root issue. In fact, he is also a beneficiary. It is too difficult for them, a single spiritual root cultivator who has practiced, to complete the fairy spiritual root. He also hoped that his cheap grandfather could find a way for him. By the way, there is one more thing. Xian's expression suddenly became serious. Others have started selling yin-yang magic weapons. I know about this. The Sword Fairy said that she understood that this was a competitor. No, you don't understand. Xian said, we have inside information. The person who researched it is suspected to be from the royal bloodline of our Xian dynasty. He is the one who researched this yin-yang magic weapon. The Sword Fairy keenly felt that this was a family emotional drama of royal bloodline, the kind that is very interesting. Dukuhong asked, is it some remnant of the past, such as the saints of Xian dynasty who were not killed, or their descendants? No. Xian said, how could our saint leave any traces when he did something? If he said he killed the whole family, then he killed the whole family. How fierce was the internal fighting at that time? They were killing like crazy. They brought blood detection instruments to capture people, and hundreds of magical powers took turns to track and detect. There was no blood left at all, and even the dog at home was chopped up. The Sword Fairy nodded. I understand. Kill them all, so as to avoid the protagonist of the story who was wiped out from the family rising again. Even the egg yolks at home are shaken. Almost, this is a very simple and easy to understand truth. Xian said, this is a remnant that is absolutely impossible to appear, but it appeared. Is it possible that it is the descendant of your Xenia's city lineage? Dukuhong asked. Impossible. Xian said, we strictly control the bloodline, and in addition, the descendants of our lineage did not get the family's skills and magical powers at that time. Even I have completed it completely in the past few days. But that person can research the yin-yang magic weapon. He must have a complete skill. He should be a person from the lineage of other Xincha saints, or even an old antique. The Sword Fairy understood. In history, a person who should not exist appeared out of thin air. No, you don't understand. Xian's expression was extremely solemn. If that person has a complete royal background, he will know the dead in every tomb very well, and can control their psychology like your Majesty, and your Majesty himself is a dead man. He said it very generously. Even if the Xincha saints were eavesdropping, they would block the words your Majesty is dead. In the eyes of that mysterious man, they are all dead people. It is only a matter of time before the saints are calculated by him. This is not a lack of wisdom or ability. But it's a dead person, with huge flaws. Your logic is flawed. No matter how smart you were when you were alive, you were still dull. How could you beat a clever living person? Cunning said. Originally, I thought that if we followed this saint, we would almost certainly win. Even if it was a dead person, no one could find the flaws. But now, if that person is really as we guessed, the saint of Xinsha we followed, we will definitely lose. Dukuhong and others' faces changed slightly. Everyone is following that person now. Now tell them that this ship is a bit unreliable, and is going to capsize? You still have to work hard on your own practice. Dukuhong said, if you are strong enough in combat, become the legitimate prince, and ascend the throne directly, you are a living saint, and there will be no such potential crisis. Cunning shook his head. It is not so easy to break through. He is at the peak of the state of mind, but the last threshold is too difficult. Chapter 417. Yinhua inspected the Shirong Academy. The sun was shining brightly overhead, and the flowers and plants were lush on both sides. Occasionally, students walked through the streets here, talking loudly, with their eyes full of the clear stupidity that only students have. From the sky, the entire academy is a standard square, covering an area of more than 600 square kilometers, divided into more than a dozen campuses, with 17 huge peaks, just like a small academy city. Yinhua walked through the office area, followed by 4 heavy guards in black armor, and the students passing by saluted him one after another. At this time in the early morning, the crisp sound of birds kept coming, and it was the time for each student to have morning classes. Suddenly, noisy and abusive voices came from a distance. What's going on? Yinhua stopped and asked a guard next to him. The guard had amazing eyesight and could see clearly what was happening in the distance. It's a few students who are provoking civilian teachers. Students provoking civilian teachers? Yinhua frowned and suddenly asked, has this happened a lot recently? Yes. The guard nodded in embarrassment. Our college is relatively good. If the class at other colleges is solidified, they will form this family group. Generations of family children who study will enter this mutual aid association. Academic cliques? Yinhua took a deep breath and walked over with big strides. Looking at Zhang Huaping and a group of civilian teachers confronting a group of students, the smell of gunpowder was extremely strong. These guys who don't respect teachers, get rid of them all. In our college, the common people and the noble families are equal. Boom. 4 heavy guards in black armor stomped hard on the ground with a suppressed and dull momentum. Everyone, please follow me to handle the withdrawal procedures. The faces of those students changed several times, angry, stiff, incredible. They never thought that they would become enemies with their noble families for a few civilians. They all had one thought in their minds. A small inspector is just a lucky lackey promoted by Shirong Master. How dare he do that? However, Yinhua ignored them and waved his hand. In this academy, the bad atmosphere must be completely suppressed. Don't bring the practices of other academies here. This is an ivory tower for students, just a sacred place to learn knowledge. Zhang Huaping looked at Yinhua in the crowd, her face full of envy. The little guy back then could deal with those noble families, who were high and mighty in her eyes, with a casual word. Yinhua pointed at Zhang Huaping and said, next, you will be responsible for managing the teaching department. If there are still such people who bully others by taking advantage of their power, they will be severely punished. Yes. Zhang Huaping was excited. Yinhua turned and left, and an obscure breath slowly bred. Click. Ning Zheng was sitting on a chair reading a book and looked up. The yin-yang creation furnace in the distance was shining brightly, and a new beast egg was produced. A group of little blacksmiths were cheering. Ning Zheng lowered his head. Huh? The half-awakening of Yinhua reduced the luck value from 300,000 to 200,000. The luck value at his hand now is enough for Yinhua to awaken, but Ning Zheng is not in a hurry. He is a wait-and-see party. Waiting is always a win-win. It is estimated that Yinhua will be able to reduce its price after a while. It is better to give Yinhua a 50% discount, a 70% discount, and then buy it at the bottom. He couldn't help but learn some stock trading techniques from Jiosai Rong. At this time, the words of the sword fairy next door were conveyed to Ning Zheng. The information about the fairy root and even the mysterious black hand made Ning Zheng attach great importance to it. Immortal spiritual roots are related to one's future. Do I have to die once? Or do I have to come up with some new method myself? Ning Zheng fell into deep thought. He did not regret starting with a single spiritual root. It is now countless times more difficult to complete the spiritual root. Because if he had not entered the practice, he would have died long ago. How could he be here now? Things like foundations can be completed slowly after becoming stronger. In the distance, a group of people huddled in the corner to discuss. It seems that this Xinsha saint is unreliable. Su Yunyang said with some concern. It's not that he is unreliable, it's that dead people are unreliable. Yi Guangxiu touched his chin. Look, the methods and calculations of the saint before, which one is not the best? It's a pity that he is a dull dead man. This is the convention that no dead person has become a saint in the entire Jiuzhou history. Dead saints are too easy to be targeted. The saint of Xinqiao is unreliable. We have to speed up the exploration of the secret realm of the capital. Jiuzhai Rong said, the mastermind behind this is obviously going to get the saint of Xinqiao, and also our Shirong master craftsman. That's true. Su Yunyang said. These days, they have been trapping people into dungeons in various places, while letting Princess Xianyi constantly enter the palace to explore. Princess Xianyi, a dead person, still has a lot of advantages. Most of the killing methods are ineffective against her, and she is a noble princess, so she has no obstacles. But in the process, they still encountered some secret dungeons, various battles of wits, and a group of hairpin girls also had a taste of puzzle solving. Even Ningzheng occasionally went to see them playing secret room decryption. I won't describe it in detail here. They passed several levels like this, and they roughly understood some information. The saint of Xinqiao is indeed giving birth like crazy, wanting a prince, wanting to give birth to a crown prince. It's almost pathological. The entire harem is full of infants who died in infancy. It feels like there is a big secret hidden in it, not as simple as passing on the family line. According to normal logic, we have to decipher it step by step to know the secret of this saint giving birth to a crown prince. But we just don't take the usual path. Yi Guangxiu said, in fact, I have a bold idea. Skip the deciphering process and guess the result directly. What do you mean? Jiuzhai Rong asked. According to the nature of the dog planner, there will definitely be another reversal. Yi Guangxiu said with a serious face. Everyone looked at him. Yi Guangxiu said, according to the known conditions, all other branches of the royal family have been killed, and there should be no remnants. So where did this unknown Xian dynasty come from? Do you think there is a possibility that this unknown Xian dynasty exists, but Xian Shichen has forgotten his existence, not that he does not know his existence? This is quite confusing, but some smart people have already understood the meaning. Everyone's mind moved. You mean logical flaws? Logical flaws made him forget the existence of this person? But logical flaws isn't forgetting one's own death? Su Yunyang said. When dying, things that happened at the same time will probably be forced to be forgotten. Yi Guangxiu said. Su Yunyang was shocked and shouted, your imagination is too big. You mean that this person was born at that coincidental time, so Xian Shichen will not remember the other party? Yi Guangxiu nodded. Who was born at this time? It's the prince. Think about it. Xian Shichen's lifelong obsession is to give birth to a prince. Maybe he has already been born, and the culprit is the prince. Everyone was speechless. They were shocked by Yi Guangxiu's imagination. But thinking about it this way, it is still very likely. Who is Xian Shichen, the last saint? Kill embryo. If he said to kill all the people of the same clan, then kill all the people of the same clan. He was so cautious, he must have checked the family tree countless times, and there was no escape. How did that person appear? It can only be someone Xian Shichen didn't remember. The prince, it is very likely. Because the prince was born when Xian Shichen died. So, Xian Shichen's logic instinctively blocked out the things when he died, and in order to protect the integrity of the logic, he blocked out the birth of the prince. It makes sense. Logically, all aspects can be explained. Su Yunyang's thoughts spread. I already have a bloody drama in my mind. The prince was born, the dynasty collapsed, he endured the burden, hid in the dark for more than 100,000 years, overthrew the dynasty, and watched his dead father take the throne. But he still wanted to kill his father, and take the things himself. This plot is too filial. Everyone thinks it is really outrageous. After carefully sorting out the logic from the beginning, it seems to be quite in line with the development of the plot. According to the main plot, they should go like this. Start exploring the secret realm of the capital. As the blacksmith's copy continues to advance, it is not limited to civet cat substitutes prince and harem separation and other palace fighting plots. As the palace copy progresses, after the ups and downs of the story, they gradually understand the truth. The mastermind behind the outside is actually the prince who died young. This is the traditional decryption route. Play the dungeon, find the truth about the demise of the dynasty more than 100,000 years ago, and finally find the mastermind hidden in the dark. At that time, the blacksmiths will definitely exclaim, the mastermind is you, prince, then pick up weapons, and beat up the traitor who killed his father. Fuck, this plot is reasonable. There are twists and foreshadowings. That's right. In the previous Su Huan case, the bad planner also laid foreshadowings in advance. It's all the same. That's right. The foreshadowing of the prince is this. It keeps growing and growing. Isn't it born now? Ha ha ha. This time he foreshadowed. We saw through it. Planning? You didn't expect it? The underwear of the mastermind behind the scenes was untied by us in an instant. I hate you spoilers. You are poisonous. You haven't finished the copy plot of the secret realm of the capital. The case of the prince in the harem. You guessed the truth about who the prince is? That's right. If you do this, how can we continue the plot? You bunch of bitches. A group of people laughed. I hate spoilers the most. Andy Xian smiled and pushed Yi Guangxiu, saying charmingly, You are not really a worm in the plan. You can't really guess the plot. Don't act like a woman, I'm disgusted. Yi Guangxiu rolled his eyes and said proudly, Before, I learned from my mistakes and decided not to guess the planner's mind wrong again. This time, I am thinking from the perspective of the planner, how to make an amazing reversal plot. A group of people immediately praised crazily. Ning Zheng, who was far away, had a question mark on his face. Question mark. They are really sick. If it's fake, it's a joke. If it's true, the mastermind behind the scenes will definitely be confused. Before he went through the plot and didn't show up, he was discovered by a group of mentally ill people with abnormal brains and turned into a clown. Chapter 418. Ning Zheng was too lazy to pay attention and continued to practice. Thinking too much was useless and would only add to his troubles. It would be better to strive to break through the second phase realm. He looked at the remaining luck value now. 200,000. It seemed okay. He could already break through the second phase realm. But he was not in a hurry. Whether to choose to be half-awakened or to break through a realm by himself, he still needed to consider. The days passed so uneventfully. In the blink of an eye, more than a week had passed. Another 70,000 luck value was added. All projects of Shirong Academy have been put on the right track. The blacksmiths are still combining pets, and the orders that are full of orders have already appeared in the synthesis of high-quality spirit beasts. And the hairpin lady's side has also made rapid progress. It is said that a group of very fierce leaks came. After moving bricks for them, they went to sweep the tombs, and then went to the restaurant, bookstore and other copies. It can be said that the harvest is huge. Moreover, these blacksmiths play dirty. They began to spread rumors like crazy, and a rumor about the true identity of the mastermind spread everywhere. Capital finally got in. Guipu assured that this was definitely the most torturous week in his life. That Princess Xiani was simply a living devil. The brick-moving site was full of dangers, and they were exhausted. The ancient tombs next to them all had extremely ugly faces. Their wisdom, means, and talents could only allow them to survive in danger. If it were someone else, they would have died a long time ago. Who are they? They are the top group of people in the world, the myths that frighten the enemies, and the legends that make the worshippers fanatical. And now, they have mastered the skills of moving bricks, sweeping the floor, eating dirt, etc. Fortunately, those who achieve great things do not care about trivial matters. If they are exposed at this time, it will not be so easy to sneak in next time. The Xinqiao Saint will definitely be wary of them. In order to seize the country and achieve hegemony, what does a mere face count for? They have all learned a trick. Forbearance, moving bricks, forbearance. Building a house, forbearance, mopping the floor, forbearance. However, they just successfully walked out of the secret realm of the construction site, and after all the hardships, they saw a new batch of workers brought in chatting. Have you heard? Someone has explored the depths of the secret realm. The case of the birth of the prince of the Xinqiao Saint is very secret. What secret? We have just entered this construction site. I heard from a person who did not want to reveal his name who recently explored the depths of the palace that this last imperial city more than 100,000 years ago, when it was destroyed, a true and false prince case was happening inside. What do you mean? The man told a wonderful story of palace fighting with ups and downs. It is said that the queen favored that one lady. The queen was dissatisfied with the dead princes everywhere in the harem, and finally, she succeeded in giving birth to a prince. The ghost book next to him, the ancient and powerful tomb, silently looked at a mysterious mastermind, suspected to be the blood of the Xian dynasty royal family. What are you looking at me for? Xian Shenhua was angry. You all believe this rumor? The voices in the distance were still saying. Someone actually explored the information of the secret realm deep in the palace to this extent. Then the prince was born and sent away before the country was destroyed? Yes, it is said that the current prince is the mastermind, ready to turn the tide and kill his father. Ah! He is so vicious? Everyone listened to the chat in the distance and continued to look at Xi and Shenhua. Xi and Shenhua was completely silent. The conversation continued. Your logic is wrong, Prince. How can you kill your father? Isn't it better to inherit the throne directly? You don't understand. The prince doesn't want to either. The problem is that the Majesty forgot the prince before his death because of the logical flaws of death. Now he wants to support the Cine family. Of course he won't agree. So that's it. The ghost book and the beings in the ancient tombs looked at a certain mastermind with a weird look. It was so reasonable that they also had an idea in their minds. Could it be true? It seemed to perfectly explain the origin of this person. After all, his origin was very mysterious, and it seemed reasonable to say that he was the prince. Xi and Shenhua fell into a long silence. Don't be fooled. Who is secretly spreading rumors in the whole capital? There is no evidence at all. It's all nonsense. He clearly had no evidence, but he felt that it was the Shirong master craftsman who did this. Xi and Shenhua was supposed to lie dormant for a while. But someone actually said nonsense and said that he was the son of that person. This was a loss of a generation for nothing, like a humiliation. Even the owner of the tomb next door, Gui-Pu and others no longer looked at him with respect, but showed a weird look of you turned out to be a son. Why are you pretending to be an antique, and we still think you are the leader of this assassination operation? Who is spreading rumors? Xi and Shenhua was angry. His chest rose and fell rapidly, and his eyes were full of anger. If the rumor continues like this, when fighting against the Xinqiao Saint, Xi and Shichen will say with a loving face, "No wonder I can't find your background. It turns out that you are my biological son, who has been separated for many years." When he thought of this scene, the suppressed anger in his heart was like a volcano. Walala. Come with me. Xinqiao whispered hoarsely. I take you into the palace. In the spacious and gorgeous passage, there are gorgeous carved patterns on both sides, and thick golden pillars are carved in the golden patterns. Kacha, a secret passage that is extremely secret suddenly opened. There is such a secret passage. The owner of a tomb in a restricted secret place smiled. So how did you know? A woman showed a hint of ridicule, and her face was full of you are indeed his son, so unfilial. Xinqiao was silent again, and did not answer. Their figures kept twisting and changing, and this tunnel was twisting the space. If they took a wrong step, it would collapse and disintegrate. After walking for an unknown period of time, they successfully passed through the passage. They saw a huge bronze square statue with a simple color and a famous mural engraved on it. That is. Everyone's eyes lit up. The core of the history book, the Tai Sui Ding. Don't worry. Xi and Shenhua said, you can't beat him in the capital, you have to outsmart him. So what is the flaw that makes him crazy? Is it the child? He wants to give birth to a prince, so he has to start from this aspect? Everyone is waiting for this answer. Every ghost will lose his mind and fall into madness because of some extremely angry things. This is the rule to be followed. And now, they have to deliberately break the rules and make this saint crazy. As long as he is crazy, then everything will have a chance. Haha, do you think I will tell you? Xi and Shenhua smiled. As long as you find the button that makes him lose his mind, he will never be your opponent. How can we tell you? This is a fatal flaw. But don't worry, I'm ready. Xi and Shenhua smiled, and we quietly waited for things to happen. They waited in the passage, and time passed by, and suddenly a scream came from the palace. As the first scream appeared, the second scream began to erupt rapidly. Dong dong dong. The whole palace suddenly rang with the bell of the battle state, and the whole capital was tense. It's bad, your majesty is possessed by the devil. How is it possible? What happened? A series of shocking roars suddenly came. Boom boom boom. The powerful generals and commanders in the palace quickly exploded and turned into blood mist. The huge strange body mixed with blood turned into blood rain in the sky, falling on everyone. You actually succeeded? So easy? The tomb owners looked at Xi and Shenhua, their eyes full of disbelief. As expected, Xi and Shenhua is his son. His son might really be the reason why Xi and Shichen went crazy. So he would go crazy when he saw Xi and Shenhua. What happened? Li Yuzu, Jiaoyu, Su Huan and others were hiding in the dark of the palace, staring at a huge black vortex hovering in the sky of the capital. After Li Yuzu's face changed drastically, he immediately said, it must be those beings who attacked the saints completely. With our level of the second phase realm, we can't get involved in this kind of fight at all. It's better to fish in troubled waters. Su Huan and Jiaoyu are both ghost kings. These evil ghosts everywhere are the treasures of these two foodies. Thank you for the gift from the Saint of Xinqiao. On the other side. It's the saint, crazy. Someone's voice was hoarse. The Prince of Josue also sneaked into the Shincho Palace, with the geniuses of various states in advance. With a heavy face, variables, how could there be such variables? Only he really knew his father's overall plan. My father tricked the geniuses of Jojo into entering the tomb, letting their Dharma images die once, and giving them to the Saint of Shincho as a gift, the Saint of Shincho. He is the peak existence of the innate spiritual root myth era, and the epitome of the innate era in human history. His real fighting power can easily crush an ordinary saint. It was because he was so powerful back then that he started an internal fight to kill other royal saints, and he succeeded. And now, he returned the dynasty to the other party and gave this great gift. How could the disciples of the various holy places and major sects in Josho give Xi and Shichen to eat under normal circumstances? So the Saint of Josue used this method to send these little desserts into the tomb in advance. After he ate the direct disciples of the various holy places in Josho one after another, he would have the latest skills and heritage of the entire Josho. The Saint of Shincho will continue the prosperity he opened up and continue to open a peaceful era that will last at least more than 100,000 years. Then, the Sini lineage will slowly reach the top. The living people headed by Xi and Iyun will become the new saints and complete the most peaceful transfer of royal power. This is the ideal of the Josue saint, the most perfect peaceful transition period. This is the fate trajectory that existence has already calculated. The only drawback is, Shincho's saint is a dead man. But according to common sense, Shincho's saint is impossible to go crazy. No one knows his identity and origin. Just like Josue's saint, no one knows his name and identity. The background of every saint in the past is top secret, just to prevent him from becoming a ghost after death, being controlled by others, and knowing his flaws, obsessions, and weaknesses. The origin of Shincho's saint is absolutely hidden, and no one can easily detect his weaknesses. He should suppress the entire era with absolute power. Who knows the secret of Xi and Shichen? This Josue prince has a heavy face. This world is going to have unprecedented changes. Boom, boom, boom. The whole strong guarding the capital suddenly exploded. That was the foundation of the palace, the team of Shincho's saint, but now it was torn to pieces by this crazy saint. Countless people in the whole capital were screaming. Shops, alleys, tombs, and neighborhoods were in chaos. Even the living Dharma images that sneaked into various areas in the whole capital looked up silently. What happened? That person is crazy? Go to the palace quickly, maybe we have a chance. One after another, figures rushed to the palace. There were no guards or obstacles. They sneaked in unimpeded. In the secret passage, all the ancient taboo beings from the tombs no longer cared about the crazy pilgrims in the capital. Because time was short, they had to steal the things while the guy came to his senses. Boom, almost in an instant. A flash of lightning flashed across the sky, and everyone rushed to the bronze square tripod. It was the first time they saw this treasure that only saints of all generations could see. It suppressed the imperial tombs of all dynasties. It was covered with cracks, as if it was carrying a huge weight. Crack. Almost in an instant, this treasure seemed to have gone through countless years, and finally couldn't bear it. It exploded completely, and pieces of debris flew out. What is this? How could it be? Everyone present was in disbelief. No one thought that this core was so fragile. Xi and Shenghua, it's you. A roar of shock and anger suddenly sounded. You didn't remind us, did you do it on purpose? How could it be so fragile? Not good. The broken square tripod turned into fragments and spread on the spot. Everyone immediately picked up some of the fragments and quickly retreated. The summoning tablet on Guipu's waist was followed by the voice of Xi and Shenghua. He smiled slightly. Guipu, let's go too. We have already got the things you need to complete your foundation. Guipu looked dazed. How could he make up for his foundation of a small second phase by breaking the first artifact in human history? Come on, you are all back. Xi and Shenghua showed a cruel smile and looked at the painting wall behind him that was ready to move. He showed a trace of excitement and relief. This is destined to be a great era. In this era, we can compete head-on with the strongest in ancient times. The prehistoric oil paintings on the murals were frozen, and a strange and inexplicable breath slowly flowed out. The figure on the painting wall gradually became vivid with an indescribable prehistoric pressure. The scenery on the mural was distorted in an instant, as violent as a storm in an instant, and dark and dull in an instant. On the mural, an upright ape with his feet on a dragon roars to the sky, then slowly looks up, staring at the front of the mural with a sinister look, like a thunder god showing his might, with eyes wide open, making people afraid. On the mural, a rough black-haired Asian man from the recent ancient times is reading a book in the yard with a well-educated look, slowly looking up, staring outside the mural, with eyes full of wisdom and vicissitudes, as if flowing through billions of stars. The war in human history has already broken out. Chapter 419. In the mural, a huge stream of consciousness of existences swept across the entire capital, like a howling wind, sweeping across the capital in waves. Listen to their voices, and read information from them. Vanguard, go out and explore. We have been dormant for so long, let's see what the world is like now. They are all talking about Shirong God Craftsman, the sage who opened up the era? Check it out. It is suitable for us. I conquer the era with force, and he opens up civilization for me with wisdom. Ignore the major religions and state capitals, and first occupy some of the lowest level local cities and main roads in each state. Hualala. The ancient terracotta warriors and horses buried with the dead walked out of the murals one after another and poured out of the capital. Time passed by minute, with the capital as the center. The pure black halo gradually formed a huge vortex with a diameter of 100,000 meters, and terrifying figures rose and fell in it. After a long time, the fury in Xian Shichen's eyes slowly subsided. He looked at the entire messy state city, and then looked at the Imperial Mausoleum behind him, his expression extremely gloomy. The Imperial Mausoleum has been leaked. Who on earth could have plotted against me? The entire capital was foggy, as if shrouded in an unprecedented haze. Rose State. Local city. The entire state is full of mighty men, almost all of whom practice Yang spiritual roots. The local people are tough, simple, generous and hospitable. At this time, in the courtyard of the Bluestone Wall, a Sanyuan realm cultivator of the family, the 3 flowers on his head quickly appeared and returned, and the 3 petals of the 3 flowers turned into 4 petals, and then 5 petals. It was like a mysterious and strange black lotus, blooming with mysterious black light, shining on the Sanyuan cultivator below. Master, you are back from the capital. What's on your head? Someone suddenly became curious. What's wrong with me? The master showed a strange and creepy smile, which gave people goosebumps. The master's 3 flowers have 5 petals. A person only has 3 flowers of spirit, energy and spirit. How could someone have 5 petals on his head? Could it be that someone else's 3 flowers are parasitic? The man was horrified and suddenly remembered the rules of the capital. It is recorded that the 3 flowers with less than 3 petals should be pulled out, and the 3 flowers with more than 3 petals should be kept away, and the official guards of the capital should be notified immediately. Because more than 3 petals are a major disaster caused by the leakage of the Imperial Mausoleum. But we are not the capital here. Didn't it only leak out of the capital? How could it leak out to our Jiuzhou? What happened in the capital? The man slowly retreated, but reacted quickly and shouted, "Quick! An unknown big change has occurred in the capital. The Imperial Tomb has been leaked, and the secret realm has come. We must explore the killing rules of these dead people, and let the people in the city abide by these strange rules." Puff! A ray of light flashed across. The roaring man's pupils shrank instantly, his face showed reluctance, and he quickly fell to the ground. The people around who saw this scene sank in their hearts. The first rule that was tested with life has appeared: no noise. Immediately, the whole city, no loud noises, Zinya's city. In the pavilion of the palace, fish swam happily, as quiet and peaceful as a fairyland. Zinyan paced back and forth anxiously, his face changing several times. How could it be so fast? What happened? Even their direct descendants didn't know the details of this Xinqiao saint, which shows how deeply he hid. But someone easily found out the flaw. Who is this person? There are too many truths buried in the past. At the same time, Xian was extremely apprehensive, but also extremely fortunate. Fortunately, I listened to the words of Shirong God Craftsman and took back all the local cities. All the local cities are gathered in one place. We have set up a large formation, and are ready to sail at any time. We are not afraid of concentrating our strength in one place. I am afraid that other continents are busy at this time, and the local cities have probably been polluted to varying degrees. Xian, who originally collected thousands of cities, and bore the burden and abuse, felt much more relaxed at this moment. Now, no one will scold his decision, but will be grateful for his choice at that time. But what is the origin of Shirong? What is his connection with the mysterious Xinqiao mastermind? He actually knew in advance that the chaos would break out quickly. In Xian's eyes, Shirong's origin was undoubtedly shrouded in mystery again. Ningzheng took a deep breath. The capital exploded so quickly, which was not what he expected at all. He thought that he could hold on for more than a month before the world was destroyed, but he didn't expect the change to come so quickly. Reality is indeed not a game. There is no foreshadowing, no foreplay, and it comes too suddenly. Now everything is not what I expected. This is the defect of the luck value. I knew it would be more than a month later, but it broke out now. In other words, the destruction of the world does not happen instantly. There is a foreshadowing. Now the war begins, and more than a month later, it reaches the peak and directly destroys the world. Ning Zheng re-estimated in his mind. Fortunately, he was cautious by nature and didn't like to push the limit, so he had people bring 1,000 local state capitals here early in advance. Otherwise, it would be too late to migrate here in this situation. The historical painting wall actually exploded, the Xinqiao saint was dead, and the flaws were too obvious. But ordinary people couldn't find his flaws at all, and couldn't even enter the palace, so there must be a huge hidden secret. But these things were not something that Ning Zheng, a weak existence, could interfere with. What he was thinking about now was how to avoid and survive in the troubled times. Too weak. He was still too weak. Ning Zheng looked extremely heavy. A grain of sand in the air, falling on a person's head, is a mountain. He was a group of little blacksmiths, who were laughing and moving bricks, and their actual combat power was not even as good as that of a serious second-phase realm force. Other families of similar god-level professionals have guardians at the headmaster level, but he doesn't. After all, his foundation is too weak. As long as he raises the Idazzle and builds the eternal divine body of the instrument repair project, he will have a relatively strong protective ability. Ning Zheng needs to consider again whether he should start to semi-awaken the Idazzle. After all, if he improves a small realm, his combat power is not obvious. It is better to cultivate a Ghost King and eat ghosts to grow rapidly. This kind of chaotic world is simply the rise of the Ghost King. However, the semi-awakened Idazzle costs 200,000, and it is unknown how much it will cost to fully awaken it. The Ghost King who is not fully awakened is useless, and he doesn't know how much luck value he will need for the complete awakening of the Idazzle. It's a bit difficult. Ning Zheng sighed. People are too poor. His own combat power is too weak, and he is not at the same level as the forces of more than 100,000 years. We have to retreat. Even if Pingchong City has moved away, this place is not a safe place. It is originally one of the main roads of the grid hub. On the other side, the blacksmiths were also whispering. Fuck, I heard that the capital exploded. I don't know. Hee, it came so fast. The planner likes surprise attacks, right? There is no foreplay at all. It is very real to show yourself in this way. Come on, let the storm come more violently. Brothers, life kisses me painfully, and I extend my tongue. Ning Zheng strode over and coughed twice, quiet. They immediately became quiet. Master, what should we do? Jiu Cairong ran out immediately. Ning Zheng said lightly, although Pingchong City has moved away, we are still on the old waterway. It is easy to get into trouble. We have to move. Everyone was shocked. We have stopped the boat for so long, and we are finally going to sail. This is so cool. In the distance, the little blacksmith who was hiding in the corner and watching secretly was also whispering, Brothers, we are going to run away, a strategic retreat. Hee, run first for respect. This is the protagonist of the Go Dao. When the situation is not good, retreat behind everyone and run away first. Look at me, Han Pao. The main goal is not to touch the cause and effect. Where are we going now? Ning Zheng rolled his eyes. Our villa is just a strategic retreat. Don't say it so harshly. Ning Zheng doesn't think there is anything wrong with running away in advance. Look at what I did before. I prepared for a rainy day and relocated 1,000 cities in advance. If I move now, is it too late? It is safest to run away first. Waiting until trouble comes before running away is stupid. His original villa ran away, but Shirong God Craftsman did not run away. He is still fighting on the front line in Shimen City, fearless and fearless, with a loud bang. The whole villa was shaken suddenly. The huge Ember's Dharma image suddenly rose into the air. Boom! The whole mountain's flower-crowned villa was suddenly pulled up. A huge Dharma image covered the sky and sun, and planted in the clouds. It was the Ember's Dharma image of the owner of the manor cut out by the Demon Tower, which has expanded to its largest size. Her face gradually turned into a woman, with a flower crown on her head. The appearance of the owner of the manor, Ember, can be changed. For safety and anonymity, she has now turned into a woman, and she can be considered beautiful wearing a green flower crown. If the owner of the manor wears this green hat, it will be a bit ugly. The appearance in front of me is just right. Xiniazu is near the sea. Let's go to the seaside. Ningzheng stood on the high tower of the villa, looking into the distance, and the huge phantom of the Dharma image under her strode forward. The ark has the function of shielding the prying of the stars above her head and anti-satellite reconnaissance, so she is not afraid of others discovering her huge Dharma image. Look at my Susanoo. It's so big, too big, I can't hold it. A group of hairpin girls shouted in the middle, waving flags and shouting, chirping. Transformed into a towering mountain giant, the Dharma image's head merged into the huge mind head of the small cake in the mine, with the villa as a green crown, striding forward. Xiaogao, the copper of Shoshan, rushed forward. On the villa above the giant's head, the wind was howling, and countless people shouted. They looked at the clouds and mist in the distance, looked at the mountains and rivers below, and ran through the gaps between the mountains. We stood on the top of the mountain. It was cooler than the picture of looking down at the earth from an airplane. This cutscene is so cool, it makes me cry. Wait, we seem to have forgotten something. I don't think so, we have brought all the mines we should bring. Chapter 420. What a strong wind. A tall giant statue was running on the land, passing through the gaps between mountains and rivers. Countless blacksmiths looked down at the scenery, and a beautiful picture of the earth appeared before their eyes. At this moment, they seemed to be looking down at the world from the perspective of God, which was amazing. So beautiful. This was everyone's thought. The background animation of the sword-forging villa was changed to the sky. Their villa was like a high-speed train, running wildly. This picture was very fresh to them, and was extremely interesting. Some people looked down, and saw a whistling wind blowing. Several blacksmiths on the mountain flew out screaming, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Were they blown away? The wind is so strong. Woohoo, take off. Stupid, open the villa's protective shield to protect against the wind. Yin Shuangying, the spirit of the ark, was speechless. The protective shield of our ark consumes a lot of energy. Why don't you open the pile of two-phase formations we collected? You can't even block the wind? Several people reacted immediately, and quickly opened the protective shield. Crashing, the gusts of wind were instantly blocked out. New version, new version. In the sky square, a group of blacksmiths felt that they had witnessed the times. They were looking at the high sky and the parallel white clouds not far away. They soon calmed down again and began to clear various materials. The great mythical journey has begun. Blacksmiths are working. A group of people were so excited that they had no place to vent their blood. They ran to the blacksmith shop and hammered twice. The sound of duong duong was like the sound of a heavy ancient bell, constantly echoing in the vast and distant blue sky. Several people in charge were counting the luggage for this long journey. Su Yunyang sat on a chair and looked at the thick white clouds in the distance. Suddenly she said, "This reminds me of the scene when a group of students were bragging on the bus during the school days." Xiao Chai-kun said, "No, we are bragging on the plane now. When I was in school, I proposed that the whole class take a plane to go on vacation, but was ruthlessly rejected by the teacher. Everyone, It would be strange if they didn't refuse." Xiao Chai-kun was confident. Only here can we experience a high in life, with food comparable to various lobster dinners. A group of people take a plane to go on a picnic, and have 3 girlfriends to chat online, forgetting the brick-moving Xiao Chai-kun in reality. Everyone felt even more pitiful when they heard it. They quickly said some things, vented their extremely excited emotions at this time, and started to talk about business. The ghost villages around the mountain were also brought along, and basically no villagers were left out. As for the burden of bringing along the villagers, my answer is no burden. Yin Shuangying kept analyzing. What burden can there be in bringing along a few small ghost villagers? The warden of the Ember Su Yunyang at the foot of the mountain was also counting the number of people. Well, the demon suppression tower was not left behind, and the thousands of female ghosts were all brought up. Fang Zhou brought along this group of small ghosts, which was simply a waste of talent. The 3 ancestors. Everyone reacted at once. Ancestors. The 3 ancestors forgot to bring along. They only took away the mountain peak and a circle of ghost villages at the foot of the mountain, and did not take away the 3 paper house nodes farther away. Ahem. At this time, just as everyone was confused, Jiao Cairong said, "This is the request of the old steward." "Why?" Xiao Chai-kun asked curiously. Jiao Cairong said, "The old steward said that they will stay where they are, guard the house, and wait for us to come back later." Ah? Everyone was a little confused, but they didn't think much about it. If the 3 ancestors want to stay where they are, then let them stay. After all, the 3 earth-binding spirits in the 3 Yuan realm seem to really affect the speed of the villa. Anyway, no one will care about the earth-binding spirits left where they are, so the safety is naturally fully guaranteed. Under the villa, in the house. The three ancestors cannot be taken away. Ning Zheng was in the yard at the foot of the mountain hanging above the endless sky, looking at the whistling wind in the distance, and her heart was very calm. If their villa is the top of the crown, then the house at the foot of the mountain is the position of the brim of the hat. The reason for not taking the three ancestors is very simple. It is a problem for a cultivator of the same level in the 3 yuan realm to pull out the three of them in one breath. How to explain to them is another problem. Even if these two problems are solved, how to solve Liuju's problem? He is still exploring the secrets in the capital. If I take his earth-binding spirit with me and take it away, it will be easy to be discovered. He is not stupid. Therefore, the best way at the moment is to take Ning Jiajiu and run away directly. See you later. Wow, brother, look, the villa force we are loyal to on the mountain is flying with us. Ning Jiajiu said very happily, and he didn't expect that he was already far away from his father. We grew up on green hats, the real crown of the green hat villa. Look at this height, the scenery we see is completely different. Eugene Suyunyang was also very happy, eating melon in the yard and looking at the scenery outside. Looking down, the mountains are like a dense maze of circles, and their giant is shuttling through an endless maze. It is worth mentioning that the terrain and mountains in this world are almost all Donxiao landforms. There are almost no plains, all endless mountains. There are occasional small biological gathering places, and streams in the gaps between the mountains. Perhaps in the distant ancient times, the landforms of the entire world were not like this. It was those Dharma images that washed the ground all year round, and they all pressed their palms horizontally and vertically, resulting in palm prints everywhere. And the plain area is only man-made. Generally, the construction of the plain area is used when building a city. As long as you have a master of the Dharma realm, you can easily change the landform, move mountains, and fill the sea, and make a plain. At this moment, a gap suddenly appeared in the defense shield of the villa above, and a huge human-shaped kite appeared above. Ha ha, pull faster. Pull faster. A man was pulled by a rope, with a pair of big wings on his back, flying in the sky. I have a pair of invisible wings, take me flying, fly over despair. Ning Zheng looked up in the yard and looked at the black shadow. Question mark. They really have a lot of imagination. It wasn't long after the plane took off, and they couldn't hold back and thought of a new way to play. Since the strong wind can blow people away, just stretch a rope and start flying kites. Not long after, several little blacksmiths flew up, howling in the sky, and several people below pulled the rope together in the square, like tug of war, waving flags and shouting. Ning Jiao looked up at the kites on the top of the mountain. Brother, this looks like fun. Ning Zheng didn't have time to speak. Suddenly, the kites in the sky were pounced on by several huge blackbird monsters, and they were pulled away. Wow! With the screams of several little blacksmiths, they were taken away and turned into black dots and disappeared. We have to shut down their connection. Ning Zheng did not hesitate and directly disconnected the network cables of the blacksmiths, who were taken away. And Ning Zheng immediately reset the parameters in the yard and used the previously improved server magic weapon to set the range of activities. As long as they leave the range of the villa, whether they are blown away by the wind or taken away by monsters, they will automatically disconnect and be killed by default. Huh, it's really a headache. Ning Zheng felt helpless. The troubled times have come, and people all over the world are worried. But these heartless little blacksmiths are still making fun of suffering while running away. Ning Jiajiao looked at the blacksmiths being pulled away by the birds in the sky, and was slightly stunned. Brother, they are not fishing, are they? Ah? Ning Zheng was stunned, not understanding what he meant. Sister Su Yunyang told me before that when fishing, you have to pull, loosen and tighten, and slip until the prey is exhausted. She pointed to the direction of the kite with a broken line in the sky. This is also fishing, but they are too stupid and don't know how to pull. They are obviously new to fishing. Ning Zheng was silent for a while, and suddenly had a bad premonition. Ning Jiajiu suddenly ran to the courtyard and pointed at the well. Brother, how about fishing here? Now, the whole villa has been pulled up. The wellhead is not connected to the water vein, but a big hole, and the wellhead is connected to the blue sky. Su Yunyang beside her was also stunned for a moment, and then her eyes lit up. We can fish again, come on. Ning Zheng was speechless. This Ning Jiao is really good at playing. And her logic is not normal. How can ordinary people think of fishing like this? Oh, she is not a human. A half-demon with a dragon bloodline likes to fly in the sky and swim in the river. Is it the nature of the dragon? That's fine. But it's the nature of the dragon, and what's wrong with you, Su Yunyang? You are not a human either, you are the spare spirit of the sun and the moon. Sun and the moon like to wander in the sky and shuttle through the clouds, which is reasonable. Ningzheng couldn't resist them, and soon, she pulled a fishing rod and threw the two mermaids into the well. They went to seduce the hot-blooded boys of the demon birds again. Wow, the two were flying kites in the sky, shouting constantly. Forget it, troubled times are coming, fishing to relax is good. Ningzheng brewed tea beside the well, silently pulling the fishing rod. The weight of the two mermaids was nothing. He suddenly thought, is this really fishing for two mermaids? At this moment, he felt like a great and sacred figure sitting in front of the well, fishing for an eternal sun and moon, a dragon princess. Chapter 421. On the other side. In the blue sky, Jiao Wuyu's image fell rapidly, surrounded by countless wisps of smoke, with a strong strange atmosphere. The troubled times are coming, and Jiajia's High is located on one of the trade routes. Even if Pingchong City is gone, it will not be peaceful. We must take our daughter away. It's okay. There are turmoil everywhere now. There are fewer people watching me. Now I can avoid tracking and sneak home. Jiao Wuyu's image kept sinking, and suddenly it seemed that she heard her daughter's screams in the distance. Is it an illusion? She shook her head. My daughter is living well now. A while ago, Li Yuzhu told her that she has many friends now, and she is very happy and happy. She has made up for a lost childhood. Why would she scream? That brother should be very good to her. She didn't care, continued to fall, and finally came to the outside of Pingchong City. The old site of Zujian Villa. With a crash, a statue of Jiao Wuyu quickly came to the open space. Where is the mountain? She looked incredulous. Where is the Jiajia's High Villa, and the village below? The entire villa was pulled out, leaving only a huge black pit of mud. In the muddy gravel, some gaps of underground rivers were constantly overflowing with water. Many river monsters flowed into the deep pit. This shows that this mountain was just moved away not long ago. And the other party also took away the mineral veins here, the copper of Shoshan. What happened? Jiao Wuyu's face sank, and he walked around a long circle and found the bodies of several Qilin boys in a lush forest. It was the blacksmiths, who were blown down by the strong wind before. They were bloody, and seemed to have died not long ago. Her face was gloomy, and she checked her blood. It is the blood of the Li family of Zuelahua. But how could they have children with Qilin? This is quite outrageous. The Li family is a very ordinary middle-grade family. It is a bit outrageous that they have offspring with the Qilin clan. She felt that the entire missing Jiajia's High seemed to be shrouded in a mysterious cloud of suspicion. She walked around again and found nothing. Finally, she couldn't help but bring the corpses of the Qilin boys to Li Yuzhu's paper house. Li Yuzhu had just returned to Sanhua from the capital, and was still sorting out the information in his brain in the room. Are you here? He saw Jiao Wuyu, who had agreed to go home, with a bad look on his face, and showed a hint of surprise. What's wrong? You just broke through to the great perfection of the second phase realm. Isn't it something to be happy about? They just took advantage of the turmoil in the capital to rob. He ate several guards and commanders of the capital who were killed by the crazy Xinqiao saints, including a fierce one in the one-mind realm. After eating it, Jiao Wuyu, who was in the first phase of the two phases realm, directly reached the great perfection of the second phase. After a while, if he can eat a few more fierce ones in the one-mind realm, it is estimated that Jiao Wuyu will also break through to the one-mind realm and become a master. Troubled times are crisis, but also opportunities. They can be considered to have gained a lot on this trip. Is there anything to be unhappy about? As for the previous plan of the Nine-Spike Saint, to let more than 70 batches of contemporary geniuses go to the Book of Years to explore and steal the core, now it seems that it may not be an opportunity. Maybe it was a scam from the beginning. They were just gifts from the Saint Jiosue. They foolishly explored it for a long time. I can only say that the plan of the Saint Jiosue is too terrible. He is calculating the clans and families of the entire Jiozhou, using their family background to pave the way for the Saint Xinqiao who is about to succeed. It seems that he has planted ghosts in the court to weaken the emperor's power, but in fact, he is weakening the families and using their knowledge to pave the way for the Saint Xinqiao. This is too cruel. The families were so excited before, and they helped count the money after being sold. It is unfathomable, and ordinary people are played to death, and they still think that the other party is a good person. What's wrong? Li Yuzhu felt something was wrong. Haven't you discovered what happened in the villa? Jiao Wuyu said lightly. Are you so good at watching the house? Li Yuzhu frowned. His own daughter, at most, would go to the prison to dance, wouldn't she? He usually reads in the yard, and occasionally takes a bench to visit the prison next door. As a result, when he went out and looked, his whole body froze. Why just now? Take me to the other two ancestors, Li Yuzhu said immediately. He himself is a bound earth spirit, and can't go to the other two ancestors. Voila! Jiao Yu directly reached out, and pulled out Li Yuzhu, and the two went to the paper house of his adoptive father Qizhu. In the house, this Qizhu was enjoying the cool in the yard, and occasionally asked the servants to cut the meat field of the river monster leader. This ancestor was a model worker when he was alive, and he was also a model worker after his death. He worked 20 hours a day, but he said he didn't know anything about this matter. After all, their bound earth spirit range can't reach the villa, and they don't know what happened in the villa. Then, Jiao Yu pulled out this ancestor again, and took him to the location of the royal sister. Master? In the hidden vein, the red-clothed royal sister looked at Li Yuzhu, obviously not expecting him to come. Then, this royal sister looked at the corpse of the Qilin boy in Jiao Yu's hand. How did our clansman die? Clansman? Jiao Yu showed an incredible shock, pointing at the player's corpse with scales and a pair of small horns. Is it really your family? Are you sure? This royal sister was silent, a little embarrassed, and didn't know how to explain. Actually, we. Jiao Yu turned his head and looked at Li Yuzhu coldly. It's really your clansmen. Your family. It turns out that all of them are this kind of people. Li Yuzhu. Li Yuzhu was also stunned. He never thought that after him, our family would have such a warrior. He looked down at the corpse. No problem. The pure-blooded Qilin breeding is also their pure Zuelahua bloodline. Soon, this royal sister told the whole story. Li Yuzhu was completely silent. Before, he felt that there was a change in the villa, and the new head of the family was very radical, but he never thought it would be so radical. He couldn't help but fall into deep doubt. Could it be that he has become a role model for future generations to imitate? His thoughts turned wildly, and finally Li Yuzhu faced reality. Looking at this situation, it is obvious that they escaped. When the troubled times came, we passed each other by. Qilin family, help save people, and take them to refuge. There should be no problem. This reasoning is normal. The Zuelahua family is not a powerful family, just a small family in the local Sanyuan realm. If there is any malicious intention, just kill them directly and it's over. There is no need to migrate so much. In other words, their daughter is safe now. I hope that boy can take good care of our daughter and bring her laughter. Chapter 422. Wow ha wow wow. Ningzheng held the fishing rod, and the two fish at the wellhead kept shouting. Pull quickly. Pay attention to the position. I succeeded in biting it. It's still flying. Wait until it's exhausted, and then you can pull it up. It seemed to be holding something to be hooked, and the battle below looked very fierce. Ningzheng sighed. Ning Jiao was not something that humans could understand, and Su Yunyang, the original human, was brought into the perspective of the sun and the moon so quickly, it was simply a person's madness. Or is it that after becoming a ghost, they are more or less abnormal? Now is it a state of ghost madness? He pulled the fishing rod with one hand, silently poured a cup of tea in front of the wellhead, and sipped it gently. Look at this situation, the blacksmiths in the villa will definitely follow up. It's just now that the fishing system of the villa is officially launched, and the blacksmiths in the villa are probably starting to fly kites. Ningzheng complained. At this time, regardless of the fun and various new activities to kill time on this journey, Ningzheng was on guard against the outside world to prevent enemy attacks. This vast giant Dharma image advanced for most of the day, and the situation was relatively quiet. This was also thanks to Ningzheng's proposal to move back 1,000 cities. Because there are no weak cities, there are almost no ancient beings to attack Xinyazu today. They all give priority to attacking local cities in other continents. There are fewer enemies descending on Xinyazu, and the land is vast and sparsely populated. The human settlement area is less than 1%, and there are wilderness everywhere. How could the other party meet him so coincidentally? If you hide in the vast wilderness, you can't find it. The 99% wilderness area has led to the fact that most of the ancient tombs in the mountains of various dynasties are difficult to find their specific locations. How can you find his tomb when the shielding array is covered? The loss of our Xinyazu is not big. Ningzheng felt that giving Xinyan a suggestion was one of the most correct things to do this year. Not only did he save all the people including Pingchong City, but he also indirectly saved himself, making it convenient for him to uproot the villa and run away. Clatter. The ember giant moved forward for about a day. The prison generator of the villa was constantly being chopped. The thousands of female ghosts who were human slaves finally couldn't stand it, and couldn't chop out bubbles. No matter how much they puffed, They couldn't float out bubbles. They were weak in their legs and feet, and their soft bodies fell in the square of the prison, like fish stranded by the river. No matter how hard they tried to open their mouths, they couldn't spit out bubbles. Seeing that the engine couldn't ignite, Ning Zheng temporarily dispersed this incarnation, put down this whole mountain, and stayed in a wilderness, allowing the group of female ghosts to absorb various pills and restore their physical strength. After a casual inspection around the wilderness, there was nothing to see, only unfamiliar flowers, plants and trees. Ning Zheng called the Sword Fairy for the first time in a long time to ask about the current situation. The Sword Fairy replied after a long while. The ancient saints of the Imperial Mausoleum did not take the opportunity to go out in person, but sent out advance troops to the local cities of various continents to explore the information of this era. The local cities of each continent have basically suffered disasters. But it's okay. They abide by some rules, and don't kill people if they don't make the other party crazy. They seem to be ready to occupy a city, become a bridgehead, and rule a group of people. The people suffered heavy casualties, but after understanding the other party's killing rules, they gradually adapted to it, but they still lived in fear. Ancient generals, marshals, and various figures in ancient costumes. Even some apes and ancient apes appeared, ruling the entire city, and becoming an ancient tribe. Only by following the rules of the ancient tribe can they survive. Ning Zheng was stunned. Those ancient beings occupied the city, in other words, the local cities of Kyushu, and the advanced troops of those ancient beings began to split, and become one of their own territories. The human settlements were hit hard and almost fell. The people lived in dire straits. The people in all cities lived in a historical era of time and space confusion. Ning Zheng took a deep breath. Fortunately, I took precautions in advance, otherwise, Pingchong City would become a secret tomb. Not only would the people in the city suffer, but my villa outside the city would also be attacked by the advanced troops. I might launch a small cake or other means to resist, but once I resist, my position will be exposed and the consequences will be disastrous. He felt that he was so kind at the time. He saved the people of Pingchong City, and saved himself. Ning Zheng asked, "How is the Xincha Saint?" The Sword Fairy said, "The Xincha Saint has now returned to normal, and is sitting in the Book of Years again to suppress the ancient imperial tombs. But he went crazy once, and no one knows when he will go crazy again. If he loses control again, I'm afraid the owner of the ancient tomb will really come out." The implication is very clear. Creatures like ghosts. Once they go crazy once, they will definitely go crazy again. The mysterious mastermind behind the Xian dynasty royal family seems to have the key to the destruction of Jiuzhou. He can make Xian Shichen lose control at any time, and can open the gates and flood the land at any time, allowing the historical flood to flood this era. He holds the nuclear bomb button. Every time he presses it, water will be released and flood this land once. The terrible historical flood disaster swept the entire present world. It seems that in order to save this era, we have to kill that mysterious mastermind, Ning Zheng said. This is just like in the vernacular novels. Only by defeating the world-destroying demon king can the world be saved and the door to the world be closed again. The city family also means this, but it is difficult to be specific. The Sword Fairy exhaled a long breath. In this situation, the outside world is almost doomsday, and Zinnia's city is a super doomsday fortress, protecting the people and fighting against the crisis outside. Ning Zheng understood. Other states have suffered a lot of historical flood disasters. But because of Zinnia's strange behavior, they also made some preparations in advance. The current situation is much better than the future that Ning Zheng did not remind him of. The Sword Fairy continued, "By the way, it is said that many cities and many places are trying to consult the information of Cine Divine Craftsmen, and are looking for us. They seem to be very interested in the fairy roots, and us who opened up this era." Ning Zheng's forehead was slightly sweaty. Even though he had already thought of this, he was still a little helpless. What virtue do we have? Fortunately, we have already run away. Ning Zheng felt that he had to run farther. Relying on Shimen City, he could also make contributions in the Cine City Doomsday Fortress, research new weapons, magic tools, and even fairy beasts. And also contribute to the human race to pacify the troubled times. Anyway, the main body is right to run away. Go to the sea. Ning Zheng thinks that it is the most stable to go deep into the ocean, and make our sword-forging villa an overseas fairy mountain. What's more, Ning Jiao's mother dragon clan Jiaowu also comes from there. Monsters are everywhere, humans are rare, and the ocean is a natural hiding place. Next, Ning Zheng continued to inquire about the news outside. I found that the initial situation was not as dangerous as I thought. Those local cities had new city lords, who were just for ruling, not destruction. The premise is that you abide by the rules of the city, and don't make those ancient villains crazy. He will keep his sanity and love the people. No matter which era the rulers are, they will try their best to protect the people, because this is the cornerstone of civilization. And now the orders for Zinnia's city and Shimon's city have increased greatly. The whole team is speeding up the production of Arc and Defense Tower series, preparing to start tower defense throughout Jojo. The human survivor camps must begin to resist waves of historical frenzy. It seems they are very busy now. After hanging up the phone, Ningzheng became more determined. Let them fight. As long as I am not caught, I will make a contribution to the human race. After resting, Ningzheng has pulled up the fishing rods several times, and the yard is full of bird monster corpses. The sky gradually darkened, the moon rose, and several people began to cook in the night. This scene reminded Ningzheng of the way they killed and skinned river monsters in the yard. After eating and drinking, Ning Jiao and Su Yunyang found a new way to play. Look at me rising. Su Yunyang made a Y gesture. Moon Princess, Sakino Usagi transform. As she hummed the music, ding, 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 the whole person made several enchanting and sexy movements in the alternating colorful light. Wow, a moon rose above the well. Like a flawless white mirror, it hung above the villa, casting soft silver light, bringing tranquility and poetry to the dark night. It was beautiful, like a scene in mythology. It was a pity that she was just a spirit of the sun and moon, without a body, but it was enough to illuminate a small mountain. Look at my sun and moon rotating. After she said that, the moon fell, and a sun rose above the well. The moon falls, and the sun rises. It was obviously night outside, but the villa seemed to be daytime, illuminated by the shining sun. If it weren't for the villa's protective shield and anti-reconnaissance, the outside world couldn't see it. Otherwise this round of sun and moon would really cause a disaster. From now on, our memorable ancient well will be called the Moon Well. Su Yunyang said to Ning Jiao, this is the ancient well where your parents met. It has important significance, and is also the scene where we met. The day we met. Do you remember the first time you went fishing? You didn't know anything, and almost made a fool of yourself. Su Yunyang recalled the past. The next day, the blacksmiths came back online. They looked at the new sun and moon in the sky, and couldn't help but sigh. The version of the villa has been updated. We also have our own independent sun and moon alternation system. If you want day, you have day, and if you want night, you have night. It's a bit cool. Hey, hey! They picked up the axe, and started chopping themselves again. In the prison, prisoners were also being chopped down. Both sides were quickly charging the sports car, and a huge Dharma image appeared and rose into the air, with a green hat villa crown on his head, and ran forward quickly. This plane's charging is really fun, clean energy. What a thief. A version of Ship's Salary has appeared. Come and chop me if you are a brother. Fuck. This sentence fits the current scene very well. You are a genius. Looking at the Dharma image that they just chopped up, they all felt a full sense of accomplishment. After a night of fermentation on the forum, countless big guys posted photos, and analyzed. It seems that countless blacksmiths are very interested in this latest version of the villa and are full of energy. Brothers, let's start fishing. Jiao Tsirong waved his hand, and a group of people started flying kites. Last night, they analyzed and were very interested in the new gameplay, and planned to avenge the few blacksmiths who were taken away last night. Each of the monsters that can fly to such a high altitude is stronger than the previous Crow King. It belongs to the 4 internal organs level of the Beast group, and the Beast King is even more perfect in the 4 internal organs. As for the monsters of the 3 Yuan realm, sorry, it will not appear casually in the wild. Whether it is the human race or the demon race, almost all of them are 5-body, 4-organ realm walking outside, and 3 Yuan realm belong to the elder level, and they no longer go out, hide at home, and ascend to the 3 flowers to go to the nursery. As for the 3 flowers of the demon beasts, the human race has its own safe zone, the capital. Those powerful divine beasts also built their own holy cities in the nursery, which belong to their safe zones. It's just that their cities are very small, not as huge and ancient as the human capital. They even have their own imperial tombs, where their ancestors are buried, but their imperial tombs are not too strong. There are too many humans, and it is no longer their era. After a while, a group of people went to the blacksmith shop to study new fishing tools, which are a group of things similar to kites. We want to fish for new fathers and villagers in the world. Ningzheng sighed, and after breakfast, he ignored the little blacksmiths who were preparing to fish in the square. Today is another day to set sail and run away. It is estimated that this time the fastest journey will take about a month. Because Geoja is too big. Now he was carrying a physical villa, and it was not a pure energy body. If it was just a Dharma body, it could move as fast as lightning, like a wisp of breeze swimming far away. Ningzheng thought about it, and decided to focus on Princess Xine's mansion first to see what the situation was like in the capital at this time. Chapter 423. There are more 3 flowers in the capital now than before. The walls, pits, eaves, tables and chairs of the war ruins are full of bright and beautiful flowers, giving people a strange and charming beauty. The 3-flower camera is the only channel for most middle and low-level families to explore intelligence in the capital. They must come. While they are fleeing like Ningzheng, they send people to the capital to collect information. Even Ningzheng herself took time out of her escape to come here, grow 3 flowers, and spy on intelligence. Princess Xine's mansion. When the capital city underwent a huge change, Princess Xine chose to hide and reappear when the storm was calm. At this time, Xine walked out of the refuge room, looking at the dark ruins of the capital city, and the people were gloomy, and slowly shook her head. A large number of buildings in the capital city were broken, and it was not difficult to rebuild. It was boring to go back and forth like this. She was now acting as the civil engineering department of the capital, and had to recruit a new batch of Dharma guests, and set up a new brick-moving site. Thinking about herself, a future mother of no birth, she actually started her career by building. Now, the world has changed drastically, and even the ancient imperial tombs in the capital have emerged. I wonder when I will be able to fight back. She felt her realm. The early stage of the 4 organs realm. This was already a very fast speed. She was a mortal without spiritual roots before, but her theoretical knowledge was extremely rich. Now, it was like reincarnation and cultivation. The previous realms could not hold her back at all. In addition, there were all kinds of top natural materials and treasures available. It would be funny if she still stayed in the 5-body realm. It's just that I gave up the royal family's spiritual root magical power, and chose this mysterious spiritual root magical power of cutting out soul clones. I don't know whether it's good or bad. Princess Xine also knew that she had no choice. The royal family's spiritual roots are good, but they also need talent. She felt that her spiritual roots, if developed, would have great potential. While she was thinking, she didn't realize that the 3 flowers on her head gradually grew the 4th, 5th, and 6th petals. Swish! A gorgeous flower with 6 petals slowly bloomed. If anyone noticed this scene, they would be shocked. Because it looked very much like the ancient creatures that were possessed by the Imperial Mausoleum. But those ancient creatures were all attached with incomplete 3 flowers, and the one in front of them was a complete 3-flower. Princess, it's time to bathe and change clothes. 2 maids came. No need. Princess Xine's face kept changing, her breath kept changing, with a hint of weirdness, as if she was possessed by something terrifying. But the 2 strange maids were completely unaware. Then Princess, we are now. Let's go out and take a look. Ningzheng felt Princess Xine's body and said, disguise yourself. Yes. Yes. The 2 maids hurried to prepare. Ningzheng took a look at the entire princess's mansion, and looked at the surrounding buildings and environment. Such a large mansion in the capital is controlled by himself, and he is also a blood relative of the royal family. It is indeed a good base. This is also his first official visit. Following the 3 flowers he gave to Xine, he used his newly grown 3 flowers to possess the body, forming a vision similar to those ancient creatures possessed by the imperial tombs. After a while, several maids brought clothes to change, and Ningzheng stood up and let them do whatever they wanted, but he was vaguely not used to controlling a body. The breastplate was a bit heavy. He thought about it, and stretched out his hand to cut it. He felt a lot more relaxed. After all, as a ghost, it was filled with flesh and blood, and it would grow back soon, so he was not afraid. Fuck. Fuck. I felt phantom pain when I saw this cut. This Xine is not right. Is the owner of the manor possessed? Sure enough, the owner of the manor has a backup plan. He tricked this Princess Xine into opening this 3-flower spiritual root, and then left a secret door. Wow, the owner of the manor is possessed. Is this the first official appearance of the owner of the manor? I knew that the game background board setting of our owner is super strong and super mysterious. It is still very mysterious now. Don't play nonsense literature. Ningzheng heard the voices of the hairpin girls in her mind. They had nothing to do and came here, chattering, so lively. The villa stopped for gas, and came to explore intelligence by themselves. They obviously listened to the words of other blacksmiths, and came to the capital to try to find some information. At this time, those happy hairpin ladies really want to go out and brag about it, post crazily, and get some popularity and traffic. This wave, the owner of the manor has come to the capital in person. Look at the 3 evil flowers that are possessed. No, it's 6 flowers. Just in terms of petals, it beats the 4 flowers and 5 flowers that are possessed by other ancient evil beings. This level and momentum are crushing. If other people in the capital saw this scene, they might think that it was an ancient dead saint who was possessed, right? I officially declare that the owner of the manor will be called Xianyo from now on. Ah? Because this state of imitating the possession of ancient creatures, I would like to call it Xianye Luo. Ningzheng didn't understand their cliches at all, ignored them, dressed up as a man, walked out of the princess's house, and looked around. After walking around, I found that because the imperial guards were severely damaged, it would take some time for the earth-binding spirit generals under the Xian dynasty royal family to revive, and the public security management of the entire capital city has dropped significantly. It is more convenient for some beings to sneak in. Now the Dharma images outside don't even need to mix their identities. They can walk on the street openly, and will not be arrested and imprisoned, and will not be killed. When Ningzheng came to a restaurant, he sat down, ordered a pot of wine and a few dishes, and listened to the people around him chatting. Although the saints of the Xian dynasty immediately recovered and suppressed the entire imperial mausoleum half an hour after the battle, I heard that the core has been broken. What? Someone has already stolen it successfully. What virtue and ability? No, it is estimated that a group of people are fighting for it, and it may have been broken. Everyone took a breath of cold air, and they were gloomy. It's good that we got it, but the imperial seal is broken. Who will suppress these historical paintings in the future? The ancient figures in the imperial mausoleum can come out and go back as they please? This capital city is likely to become the largest hybrid nightmare secret realm for mankind. The capital city will be like an ancient abyss, with cracks in time and space, and the figures of ancient saints will continue to walk out, stretching out their hands from the old time and space, and slowly climbing to the present world. Then how can this living saint suppress it now? How can he be a living saint? In essence, he is also a dead saint in the imperial mausoleum. Now there are no living contemporary saints in our Kyushu land who suppress the world and sit in the imperial mausoleum. Someone sobbed. Someone said bitterly, saints in all dynasties were emperors guarding the imperial mausoleum. What a style, but now. Some of the emotionally sensitive ones even sobbed and cried, and the breath of fear spread in the tea house. Sage Josue, please come back, we miss you, and the people of Jojo can't live without you. The feeling of fear was like a dark cloud hanging over everyone's heart. In this world, a hero like Saint Josue will soon emerge to save this chaotic world and stabilize the country. Woo woo woo, it will definitely work. Whenever there is a chaotic world, there will be evildoers who will emerge and sweep across the world, suppressing the entire era with their personal power. Yes, isn't Shirong the god of craftsmen an example? The strongest civil official has been born, and the only thing missing is the strongest combat power. A young saint emperor will come out of Shirong to assist such a person, and he will definitely rebuild the country. The head of the civil official has been born, and the only thing missing is a saint. Some people sighed. Some young monks' eyes flickered with longing. They even fantasized that they would calm down, protect, and suppress this chaotic world, and that they would follow the path of the Josue saint, and conquer the entire country under the guidance of the civil officials and sages like Shirong Xinjiang. Some people miss Josue, the most peaceful era, while others think that this era should not be too pessimistic. This Xinjiang saint is as powerful as Josue saint. He is the best in the ages, and all the saints bow down to him. I don't believe it. Then why don't those ancient beings come out? Do you think there is a possibility that they don't want to come out, but just send out advanced teams to collect information from the present world, and then come out after confirming the strategic plan? It's possible. I think so too. The last saint cannot deny his power, but no matter how strong he is, he can't suppress everyone's joint breakthrough. It can only be that those ancient saints are not united. They are still unwilling to join forces to attack. Perhaps they are just waiting, with deep thoughts and many tricks, waiting for the next time this saint goes crazy, so that they can get out easily. Ningzheng pricked up his ears to listen, and felt that there was some truth in it. Perhaps they had analyzed the overall situation clearly. Sure enough, the think tank cannot rely solely on those small blacksmiths. The scholars who discuss national affairs in these restaurants and tea houses are also very strong think tank figures. There are many folk masters, and their IQ and strategy will not be too low. The reason why they cannot reach the height of mastering the overall situation and calculating the world is not because of their lack of intelligence, but more because they can't get the intelligence of the high-level circle at all, and they don't know when they are about to die. No matter how strong the strategy is, it is just an auxiliary to combat power. The core of this world is, after all, an era that gathers thousands of great powers. Their analysis seems reasonable. It is also not without limitations. They have too little information, and their analysis may be wrong. Ning Zheng felt that it should not be trusted. My current intelligence is the same as theirs, so I think what these passers-by said makes sense. He listened for a while in the restaurant, then stood up and walked around the street again, deliberately walking through some special nodes. Some of the mutterings of the Wuxing sect, and the wailing of the female prisoners in the prison came out of him. They were chopped to the ground, and their weak bodies fell limply in the villa, but their wailing and obsession seemed more resentful and gloomy, with a gentle sense of resentment. If it were in the past, I would not dare to show the breadth of the cult like this. But now the capital is in a window period, and all kinds of evil are emerging. If I take the opportunity to emerge, they will not attack me. Why don't I disguise myself as a Wuxing sect, and try to sneak into the enemy camp? Ning Zheng thought. Infiltrating the Wuxing sect's Beijing branch was the plan of the young blacksmiths before, but unfortunately it didn't succeed completely in the end, because the supervision in Beijing was too strict at that time. If they contacted rashly, Shirong master craftsmen would be exposed, and something bad might happen. Now there is no such concern. Sure enough, Ning Zheng, who disguised herself as some evil three flowers of the Wuxing sect, walked around, and someone immediately noticed Ning Zheng's Wuxing sect aura. A crisp, pleasant and gentle voice came, full of maternal brilliance, secretly transmitting, "This fellow, please come this way." Ning Zheng smiled slightly. It worked out. Chapter 424. The capital is very big, although it is not surrounded by 3,000 huge walls. But this does not mean that the area is small, comparable to a local state capital. After the saint went crazy, all the institutions in the capital were paralyzed, and the millions of officials in the middle and low-level governments responsible for the operation were paralyzed. Now, before those earthbound spirits are reborn, it is already quite easy to sneak into the capital. Tap tap tap, Ning Zheng followed the man forward. Princess Xine, the earthbound spirit, cannot leave too far. Ning Zheng is a little afraid of their branch rudders, hiding in remote places and corners. But fortunately, those ancient beings that ran out of the tombs and mausoleums are rooted in the Book of Years, and they cannot leave too far. The earthbound spirits of both sides can only move in the core prosperous area of the palace. Now, Ning Zheng passed through the alleys and secret passages, and soon came to a hidden base of the Wuxing sect. After passing through the secret passage and walking out of the ground, it looked like a huge mansion. There were 3 lines of words written on the door. Wu Shun for the people of the world. Wu Xian for the world to spread the heart. Wu Sui for the world to extend the years. Ning Zheng couldn't understand it, so she memorized it silently, and continued to move forward. 80% of the people around were beautiful women of all kinds, and they all had a unique gentle charm, and only 20% were men. It seems that the followers of Wu Shun are not all women. Ning Zheng looked at the believers along the way, and thought in her heart. The core industry of Wu Shun is to let women give birth, kill babies, turn them into clover patterns on their bellies, stack babies, improve the qualifications of babies, and produce powerful Wu Shun demon babies. Although the service objects of this evil cult are all women, it does not mean that their top leaders cannot be men. At this time, Ning Zheng silently observed this group of people. Most of them had 3 flowers on their heads, and they were basically between 4 or 5 petals. Obviously, it was an ancient existence revealed by the Imperial Mausoleum. The ancient Imperial Mausoleum also hides the Wuxing sect. It seems that I have come to an extraordinary place. Ning Zheng was taken to a room, and a woman said respectfully, "Please verify your identity, and release your breath." Ning Zheng nodded. In her heart, she said to the hairpin lady and the female prisoners, "Scream out." Hairpin lady and the female prisoners are professionals, and have become extremely skilled. They shouted, "Praise Wuxing, welcome Wuxing." The breath of the followers of the Wuxing sect, that unique skill mixed with the sound, burst out. The hairpin ladies worked even harder, and shouted very loudly. Lian Xianxiaoyi, Su Yunyang, medical fairy, and other female blacksmiths joined in the fun in this scene, screaming and going crazy over the plot. The woman who was testing was shocked. What kind of method is this? He actually exudes the aura of the Wuxing sect when countless followers are shouting wildly. However, it is indeed our Wuxing sect, and it may be some new branch of the practice. Even the Zuelahua family, the middle-grade spiritual roots can extend 3 branch practices, let alone the heavenly spiritual roots of this ancient evil cult. There are countless branch practices extended by the Wuxing sect, and they dare not guarantee that they know all of them. Sir, please follow me. The woman was more respectful. Excuse me, what is your relationship with the Wuxing deputy leader who was fighting in Xinyazu? Slightly related. Ning Zheng nodded lightly. The smile on the woman's face became even wider. Obviously, that battle in Xinyazu city made the Wuxing sect famous. Although it was surrounded and suppressed afterwards, countless branches were attacked and suffered heavy losses. Now, there are two voices in the sect. One voice is, the other party is a fake. Although the aura is from the Wuxing sect, since they have opened up a new technique, why don't they contact them? There is a big problem. Another voice is, the other party is just arrogant. The reason why a branch of a new technique does not appear is that some high-level officials will strangle other factions in order to ensure their interests. After all, even the various righteous sects are in serious internal strife, and the internal strife of the evil cult is even more bloody. The other party did not appear, obviously because they were afraid of being strangled. No need to say more, lead the way, Ning Zheng said lightly. Soon, Ning Zheng was taken to a meeting room. Here are the high-level members of the Wuxing sect. Their aura is not evil, but not like a cult. They are all beautiful and plump women with gentleness and tranquility, full of maternal radiance, with smiles like spring breeze, as if returning to the arms of their mothers. The hairpin women are also analyzing. No wonder they can develop their business in large quantities. It seems that image is very important. That is, how can those ugly ones, who look like villains at first glance, be a real large-scale evil sect? This is in line with common sense, with ideals, looking very sacred, and having a lot of superficial skills. No wonder they are called the holy religion of no life, and the believers are so yearning for it. The brainwashing skills are very strong. Stop it! Why do we think they are a cult? Have we also been brainwashed by the court? That's why we label them as a cult? Is there a possibility that the no-life religion is not bad? It's just that the winners are the kings and the losers are the bandits? The Wuxing sect is also a professional traitor. The Jiusui saint was a traitor back then, and the Wuxing sect was also a traitor. It was just that they could not compete and lost, so they were labeled as a cult. I think these sisters are all good people, and Wuxing's philosophy is also very good. What is this called? This is called eugenics. Save up the children. Yes, what's the point of having children like diarrhea? Otherwise, save up a lot. Are you disgusting? Ning Deng's face was dark. He knew before that these little blacksmiths were indeed like natural disasters, with no stance, no distinction between good and evil, and both good and evil. They had their own thinking ability. But the logic of these people is really out of control. Ning Zheng sighed in his heart while sitting on the chair, and the people around him were communicating. A woman's body said lightly, my Dharma image has been ordered to sneak into the Kuzu, and is now stationed in a place called Yuanli City. My Dharma image is now stationed in. Someone else started to communicate. Each of them is an ancient existence in the Imperial Mausoleum. These followers of the Wuxing sect have a long history, and are deeply rooted in every force, even infiltrating the ministers, palace maids, generals, and marshals buried in the royal tombs of all dynasties. They accompanied the saint to be buried. Now, many of their Wuxing sect's hidden men have become the saint's advanced troops, and took the opportunity to go out to the outside world. This is a historical meeting of the Wuxing sect. Ning Zheng did not speak either. The occasional burst of the Wuxing sect's aura on her body instantly made everyone look back and pay attention to this mysterious existence. Which branch is this person from? Why is the soul resentment of the believers so noisy, with such a strong degree? Is it really okay? Will I not be discovered when I go out? How can this purity be more like the Wuxing sect than our ancient high-level people? Just as everyone was discussing. Finally, a figure slowly emerged from the curtain behind the room. The person was lying on the bed, with a thin pink mosquito net, with a charming and graceful figure, like a beautiful snake. Everyone, we are all believers from the tomb, and we all have a tacit understanding, said a beautiful woman from the Wuxing sect in the mosquito net. I am the 7th generation of Wuxing Old Mother. You can call me Wuxing Old Mother. Ning Jing's heart could not stop sinking. Because this is probably a great master of the transformation realm, a saint level. All large top sects must have a threshold, transformation realm. You may not have it in this generation, but your tomb ancestors must have it. Wuxing sect has declined this generation. Ning Zheng does not know if there are any living transformation realm, but in front of him is a saint level from the ancient imperial tomb. The fact that the saint level can leave as a vanguard shows the horror of those ancient royal families. Like the Xian dynasty royal family, if they did not fight and kill each other, the number of saints accumulated in the Xian dynasty imperial tombs would also be several. The imperial tombs of all dynasties, even if only the tip of the iceberg is revealed, are already so terrifying. Chapter 425. Greetings to the Wuxing Old Mother. Everyone stood up and bowed, and Ningzheng also bowed. Ningzheng obviously came at the right time. It happened to be the battle in the capital, and the imperial mausoleum was leaked. The current branch of Wuxing sect in the capital is probably more valuable than the main branch. This Wuxing Old Mother looked around, and fell on Ningzheng, who had a strong aura, and showed a trace of surprise, and then said lightly, "Where are the high-level Wuxing sect leaders of this generation, who all came from the ancient imperial mausoleum?" A high-level Wuxing sect leader gradually walked out of the crowd. It was a tall woman in a black robe. Greetings to the ancestor. I am the 7th elder of the contemporary Wuxing sect. Ningzheng looked strange. Everyone present was dead. This woman should be the only living person besides herself. This generation of Wuxing sect sent out 7 elders to try to communicate with these ancient ancestors and recognize their ancestors. They wanted to take advantage of the situation. The current Wuxing sect is not strong. They have huddled in Xinyazu. At its peak, it was a large demon sect that spanned the 9 states. A major concern for the imperial court. There were even several times when they had the momentum of an uprising. At the same time, they have a long history, and from generation to generation, some hidden and occasionally entered the imperial mausoleum to be buried with the emperor. Now they have all come out of the painting wall, piled together, twisted into a rope, and are also a very strong force. The contemporary elders are so weak. This Wuxing Old Mother frowned secretly. You are only at the level of the great perfection of the second phase realm? You are really ashamed of us elders. How did my holy sect become like this in your hands? The majestic aura crushed over, as if turning the river upside down, and was going to crush this elder to death. The elder knelt down, not daring to say a word, begging for mercy. The rise of Saint Josue has led to an unprecedented concentration of imperial power, and he has been ruthless in killing and suppressing various sections. We have been severely suppressed. Moreover, in order to adapt to the changes of the times, our Wuxing sect has developed a method to transform the spiritual roots from innate to acquired. However, it is difficult to develop an acquired spiritual root method. We only started to get on the right track 30,000 years ago. So, we have a certain degree of discontinuity, and the number of headmasters is far less than that of the innate mythological era before Xinqiao. Not only us, but other sects are the same. Even some sects that were once prosperous and long-standing, such as the Forgetful sect, were directly destroyed. They don't even have the qualifications to continue to this acquired spiritual root era. The face of this Wuxing Old Mother changed several times. The Forgetful sect, it's actually dead? That sect is not weaker than theirs, with overwhelming power, and even much stronger than them. Forgetful. These 2 words even cast a psychological shadow on many ancient tombs, and people turned pale at the mention of them. Such a powerful sect is now gone. Wuxing Old Mother was delighted and smiled charmingly. It's good that they are dead. It's good that they are dead. After countless generations of fighting, they are finally gone. It turns out that this world is a competition of who can live longer. We entered the tomb to hide, and when we came out again, we finally outlasted them. Ningzheng, this is popular in the whole world. I am not dead, I am hiding in the tomb, outlasting the enemy and then coming out. At this time, Wuxing Old Mother is no longer angry about the words of this contemporary elder. There is some truth in that. They died, we just declined, and we are obviously stronger. After all, how can the number of powerful people with acquired spiritual roots accumulated in just a few 100,000 years compared to the old days? The Wuxing Old Mother showed a trace of caution. In such a weak budding era, it seems that the 9-spiked saint has raised the level of the entire era by himself. Fortunately, he is dead. The Wuxing Old Mother sighed, looked at the believers around her, and finally got back to the point, saying earnestly, "Everyone, our Wuxing sect has a long history. Wuxing, Xingjiao, all generations have been determined to overthrow the imperial power and build a great prosperous era of equality for all and good eugenics. We were founded in the early days of the Changsheng dynasty. We were all rebels, allies with lofty ambitions, and overthrew the imperial power together with the Changsheng emperor. But in the end, the other party attacked us as allies in the battle of the capital, so we lost and he established the Changsheng dynasty. Speaking of this ancestor showed a trace of sadness. Our ancestor wanted to kill such traitors and Changsheng, so he named it Wuxing. The hairpin women in Ning Jing's perspective were silent. These rebels liked to take advantage of the name. A typical example is to destroy the Yuan dynasty, so it is named Zhu Yuanzhang. The Wuxing old mother continued. Then, the ungrateful Chongsheng dynasty fell, and our era came again. We once again raised an army in the troubled times to quell the chaos. But this time, our war with the first emperor of the Xian dynasty was still a failure. We lost to that Shinzu, but we still did not give up. In the Xian dynasty era, we were called Wuxing old mother. Now it's your generation, but you still lost to Jiusui. The name of this generation's Wuxing old mother should be Wusui old mother, is that so? The seventh elder said quickly. That's right, that's right. Ning Zheng frowned secretly. In his mind, those hairpin women were also whispering. This generation's Wuxing sect leader, Wusui old mother, is too wicked. I can't beat Jiusui, and my only achievement as the sect leader is that I have a name of rebellion. Wusui, you are not good enough, but you still want to recognize your mother? That's right, that's right. You are useless. How can you recognize these mothers? That's our mother. A hairpin woman screamed, very angry. Ning Zheng didn't know why she was angry. A hairpin lady sneered. Their lineage is fake. Our lineage is worthy of these ancient ancestors. Humph, I have guessed the next plot. Let's make it clear to the other party. The weak are not worthy of having parents. We are the orthodox Wuxing Lamu of this generation. Ning Zheng was speechless for a moment when she heard the hairpin lady's rebellious remarks. Are they going to worship the ancestors and start recognizing their mothers? Are they going to make a real and fake descendant? Ning Zheng sighed and suddenly stood up. Everyone looked sideways, wondering what this silent believer wanted to do. Ning Zheng glanced at the living representative, the seventh elder, and said lightly, Don't be fooled by all the Taoist friends from the ancient Wuxing sect. These young people only know how to intrigue and run the huge Wuxing sect into this state. It's really ridiculous. Everyone was silent, silently looking at the living elder. The elder immediately said, This old ancestor, you don't know about this era. This elder could also feel the death energy on Ning Zheng, as if she was possessed by the 3 flowers. I'm afraid she came out of the ancient tombs like the 4 and 5 flowers. Of course, she could only speak respectfully. Deceiving the superiors and the subordinates, the sect has become so dirty now, and they only know internal fighting, and they still want to cover up the past? Ning Zheng glanced at her coldly. There is no doubt that there will be internal fighting in evil cults. She glanced at the circle of ancestors around her. This generation, I cultivated a new branch of the Wuxing sect, and fought a beautiful battle in Xinia's city. The elder was stunned. Even the existence of those ancient tombs showed strange colors. They have been out for a day, and they naturally know about the big event of the Wuxing sect in the Battle of Xinia's city. That's my disciple. Ning Zheng said calmly, I teach him from the dark. After that, Ning Zheng's aura spread out, and a 6th flower suddenly appeared on his head. The ancient beings looked at him, all of them showing incredible expressions. How could it be a 6th flower? 3 complete flowers means a complete soul, which means that the ember being in front of him is an awakened Wuxing sect. Ghost King. There is actually a being in our sect that is awakened in secret? The 7 elders said by the living opened their mouths wide, unable to believe it. Chapter 426. Normal people's essence, chi, and spirit are normal 3 flowers. The ashes of death, with incomplete souls, can only be incomplete flowers with 1 or 2 flowers. For example, Qi Zhu and Ro Tian Yujia, they all had incomplete 3 flowers when they came to the capital before. The rule of the capital is to pull out these weeds. What about the 3 petals? They are basically the flowers that were leaked from the imperial tomb and possessed by ancient ashes. The 1 flower and 2 flowers of ancient ashes, which are possessed by the 3 flowers of normal creatures, also form 4 flowers and 5 flowers. You can tell a person's general footsteps by looking at the flowers on his head. The 7th elder is a plump and beautiful woman who seems to be very good at socializing, otherwise she would not be sent to lead the way. But at this moment, she was panicking. The surroundings are all possessed by the existence of the ancient tomb. 4 flowers, 5 flowers. This person is obviously possessed. Not only does he have the evil breath of a dead person, but he also has 6 complete flowers. Could this person really be a ghost king? The 7th elder still didn't believe it. There are only 2 ghost kings in the current Jiuzhou. Jiaoyu is a dragon of the demon race, and Su Huan is a congenital human race. Our Wuxing sect also secretly produced one, finished the obsession, and awakened unconsciously. Perhaps this was originally a good thing. But this ghost king seemed to be hostile to their contemporary Wuxing headmaster, and simply and directly expressed his strong dissatisfaction. What should I do? The 7th elder thought in his heart. The other party is an ancient elder, and his status is higher. In this era of well-educated scholars, you must respect the elders. What's more, There are a group of respected elders in front of you. If she talked back, she would be against these ancient predecessors. How could she complete the task assigned to her by her old mother? She wanted to refute, but she didn't dare to refute, and her face flushed immediately. Even the hairpin women behind her thought that this move made sense. Shui Xian, the plot performance of the owner of the manor is very good. Just now, she was using her power to suppress others. In the name of the ancient elders, would she dare to say anything? Su Yunyang, the current situation is no different from when we go back to our hometown during the New Year and other festivals, and the 3 aunts and 7 uncles will be tried in 3 courts. You can only shrink like a quail. Medical fairy, when you said that, the sense of substitution came all of a sudden, and the sense of oppression was immediately full. Lin Dayu, this 7th elder is so miserable. The owner of the manor pretended to be an elder, and she didn't dare to refute in front of so many elders. Ning Zheng looked at the 7th elder whose expression changed several times, and listened to the conversations of the hairpin women in her mind. In her heart, she felt that their ideas were pretty good and logical. At this time, I let them hear and see so that they can gain experience. Now, this is the first time I disguise my identity, but the second and third time, I will have to let them disguise themselves and assist Princess Xine to be responsible for the plot of the Wuxing sect. I can't always do it myself, right? This is a novice teaching, and they will take over in the future. A force cannot have everything done by the leader, and the disciples under his command must learn to share the work. The 7th elder's face was stiff, but the various Wuxing sect seniors around him had a pair of beautiful eyes shining. The Ghost King, they felt that there were dead people around them, and they were the only ones who were still alive. But among this group of dead people, there was actually a promising dead person who actually awakened. Even the heartless old mother in the gauze tent showed a trace of surprise. Our Wuxing sect has produced a Ghost King? Ning Zheng smiled faintly. How I awaken, we will talk later. I just want to prove that among a group of dead people, I am flexible and completely autonomous. After that, Ning Zheng silently glanced at them and looked at them one by one. That expression seemed to say that only me and you are alive, and the others are dead without autonomy. All the ancestors present suddenly had a thought in their hearts. This person is not bad. He actually saw that there are only 2 living people present, me and it, and the others are dead. The sense of substitution came up all of a sudden. There was even a strong sense of superiority, that I and this Ghost King secretly formed a group in this meeting, and played tricks on other dead people. Ning Zheng ignored their hints and glanced at them. She suddenly said seriously, our current Wuxing sect is bloated and corrupt. If we don't reform and heal our wounds, we won't be able to rise again in this turbulent era and compete for the throne again. The beautiful women nodded one after another. If a dead person talked about the new plan, everyone would just think it was funny. An old antique who died in the past, with rigid logic, what knowledge can he have? But if it was a great king who spoke, they would pay attention to him, whether in terms of status or knowledge and vision. Wu Xian's mother nodded and smiled. You can tell me more. First of all, I want to say that this group of people are too slow to reform our Wuxing sect. Ning Zheng glanced at the 7th elder, who was kneeling on the ground. His cold and cruel eyes made her, a great master of the second phase realm, sweat. Reform, management, and doctrine all have problems. Ning Zheng sneered and talked freely. Let's talk about the policy first. The way the Wuxing religion of our era spreads is very problematic. Ning Zheng had no idea what the Wuxing religion was like internally, but that didn't stop him from saying some seemingly reasonable truths in a rational way. Next, he carefully explained the rules and regulations that the little blacksmiths had planned for the new Wuxing religion. They had come up with a new Wuxing religion operation plan for Princess Xine, how to establish a new doctrine, how to preach, and be more covert. Now it's just right to use it. After Ning Zheng briefly explained the general situation, seeing that they were listening with relish, he knew in his heart that this was not enough. Theory is theory after all. I must show my true background, show my fists, and let them see the actual value of myself as a descendant of the Wuxing religion. I want them to think, now, it is 2 Wuxing camps in the future, fighting for power. Then, let them choose their own branch of Wuxing sect with potential, and abandon the useless branch of Wuxing sect. Ning Zheng said calmly, my lineage has developed a new method, not blood and flesh reproduction, but soul reproduction. As for the specific ability, you can hear that in the Battle of Xinya's city, even those ancient city wall ancestors were forced to split and reproduce wildly. The high-level leaders of Wuxing sect were still thinking, and the 7th elder immediately retorted, it's impossible, we are the inheritance system of Yang Ling Jin. Blood and flesh reproduction. It seems to be soul reproduction, which is similar to ours, but it is a completely different path. We can't have the accumulation and technology in this area. This is very pertinent. They look like they are made of flesh and blood, and soul, and they are the same. In fact, they are worlds apart. The other person has the yin spiritual root inheritance, and the one in my hand is the yang spiritual root inheritance. How is it impossible? Ning Zheng sneered. How can the aura of our Wuxing sect, the complex soul mother, be fake? The seventh elder's face was stiff, and he couldn't answer. This aura is indeed real, and it is too strong. This is a unique disguise that only Ning Zheng's special spiritual root can make. He used thousands of Wuxing sect followers to make a soul clone, which is more like Wuxing sect than the strong men of Wuxing sect. You are a fake yourself, and you dare not say that this person's aura is fake. Moreover, this Wuxing mother in the soul, who makes people give birth crazily, is in line with the aesthetics of their sect. The Battle of Xinia's city is even more rooted in their hearts. At this time, when everyone was looking at each other and the scene was somewhat silent, the Wuxing old mother behind the pink veil finally spoke. The breath of this spiritual root is indeed full of the flavor of Wuxing sect, but how can we, the yang spiritual root, get out of the path of yin spiritual root so quickly? The charming beauty in the veil had a beautiful voice, but she was suspicious. Since someone has doubts, then naturally we have to solve the doubts, so as not to leave a knot in everyone's heart. Can you tell us? Although Ning Zheng has a huge Wuxing sect aura, and is of the same origin as them, if she can't come up with a specific explanation, she is afraid that she can't leave here. Of course, Ning Zheng is just possessed by San Hua, and if the lie is exposed, she will die. The cost is not high, so Ning Zheng dared to come here to the Beijing branch to try. But it doesn't matter if Ning Zheng dies. But Princess Xini dies, and if she is resurrected and reset, the 3 flowers planted for her will disappear. Princess Xini will return to the initial state and be won over again, which is a huge loss. Therefore, in Ning Zheng's eyes, this trip is quite risky. If he loses, Princess Xini will die. If he wins, there will be a place for Wuxing sect. Ning Zheng smiled, but he was not panicked. At most, he would die. He had experienced too many things like walking on the tightrope on the cliff. He said lightly, "We got this mysterious in Lingzhen, and there were some adventures. You must know that the high-level people of our Wuxing sect have always liked to lurk everywhere." Everyone nodded. All of them present are hidden chess pieces. They are loyal to the saints of different times, with different identities and forces. Now they are the vanguards to explore this world. The person in front of him inherited the inheritance from someone, and then improved the Wuxing sect faction, so it can be explained. Ning Zheng continued, and our lineage had a chance to hide in an ancient family of a hidden master craftsman. Everyone's face changed, as if they had an amazing idea. Master craftsman family? Yes, it's what you think. Ning Zheng's words were really shocking. We found that they had great ambitions, hiding their identities, sneaking into the inner circle, trying to steal their inheritance. Our spiritual roots stole this power. Ning Zheng said lightly, and the soul splitting of our yin spiritual roots. Didn't you find that the method of splitting and merging the spirit of the weapon of Shirong Master Craftsman is very similar? Our Wuxing sect attacked Shirong Master Craftsman and stole their inheritance. As soon as these words came out, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Many powerful people who were waiting to see the explanation could no longer sit still, and stood up in shock. Our Wuxing sect actually attacked Shirong Master Craftsman and stole their fundamental magical inheritance. Chapter 427. They are all split souls. They are indeed very similar. When they thought about it carefully, everyone had only this one thought. The reason why Shirong God Craftsman is so powerful is that he created a technology aggregation of countless divine doctors, divine alchemists, and divine craftsmen. The eternal divine weapon. And the most monopolized of them is the spirit splitting and fusion technology that belongs to the divine doctor. It is precisely because of this that the spirit of the weapon that merges yin and yang can be created. At this time, even Wuxing's mother couldn't sit still. Is this soul-splitting spiritual root in your hands really the heritage of Shirong God Craftsman? Yes. Ning Zheng said lightly. So, we were wanted by Shirong God Craftsman after we were exposed in the Battle of Xinia's city. So targeted. When this was said, everyone nodded. It felt like the truth was revealed. Why did the Shirong Divine Craftsman target our Wuxing sect so much? After that battle, he attacked several of our branches. It turned out that there was such a fierce man in our Wuxing sect who went to their lair and stole their core inheritance. Many of them were amazed and fascinated. What is the difference between this and stealing the fundamental spiritual root magical power of the Dooku family? and the spiritual farmer inheritance stealing the fundamental magical power of the Xian dynasty. Royal family. No wonder they were hunting him down at all costs. They were a little distracted. In the entire Jojo, the most popular thing was the specific location of the Shirong divine craftsman. Even the ancient saints behind them, after a simple sweep of the capital, sent a signal in the imperial mausoleum, asking them to occupy some local cities in Jojo as a bridgehead, and then explore the information of the Shirong divine craftsman. Wide look for his location, plunder, steal the inheritance of the immortal weapon he opened up, and get the essence. The future belongs to the mythical era of immortals. The cultivation method of immortal spiritual roots is the core, and the forging inheritance of immortal weapons is also one of the key points. And now, I don't even need to find their location, I have already obtained the inheritance? Everyone still feels unbelievable in their hearts. This overwhelming wealth is in front of us. Even the old mother Wuxin in the gauze tent, this always steady and arrogant, killing people without blinking an eye, is trembling with love, and can't help but secretly say, if it is true, it is really a great opportunity from heaven. 3 dynasties, a full 3. Wuxing, Wuxin, Wusui, fighting for hegemony, failed 3 times. Now the 4th chaotic world has arrived. We got such an amazing inheritance at the beginning. Is it possible that this time, the sky favors our Wuxing sect? This time, we have the opportunity to completely achieve hegemony and become the saint of the founding of the country? This is the dream pursued by the Wuxing sect for generations. She looked at Ningzheng, and the more she looked, the more satisfied she was. Since they are my own people, I have to find a way to get them to give up this part of the foundation, the various resources stolen from Shirong Master, to benefit our Wuxing Saint Church. Let's study together, strive to develop, and join the game to grab Shirong Master's business. She thinks that this time of rebellion in troubled times has a great chance of winning. Ningzheng looked at their expressions and sighed. Finally they took the bait. As expected, they need to be lured. Before, I talked about reform until they were almost drooling, and they nodded one after another, but they were unmoved. Now that I have shown them actual benefits, they are completely moved. It's true that they won't show their eagle until they see the rabbit. Fortunately, this wave of fabrication is a half-true and half-false lie. Shirong's blacksmithing skills are essentially derived from the mysterious herb or magic weapon, which allows the little blacksmith to revive again and again. My own spiritual roots have nothing to do with blacksmithing. But it is indeed very similar. It seems that there is nothing wrong with using it to deceive people and saying that this is the core inheritance of Shirong God craftsmen. Is this a lie? Of course not. After all, this spiritual root is the core inheritance of Shirong God craftsmen. Then you say, after you get this spiritual root, you can't research the technology of soul splitting and fusion? That must be too bad. Besides, Ningzheng feels that her spiritual roots are all blank sheets of paper, and she has not researched the corresponding magical powers and moves. It is still very likely to get this artifact spirit fusion and splitting technology. After all, it is so similar. Even other forces have come up with similar soul technologies. It is not impossible to study my own spiritual root. Impossible? This is impossible. At this time, the 7th elder finally couldn't help it and said, from beginning to end, there is a huge sense of disharmony in this statement. The 7th elder could still keep silent about the verbal reform theories he said before. After all, in the demon sect, who cares about what you say? They only care about interests. But now that the king is bombing, the seductive eyes of those ancestors are almost drawn, and their beautiful eyes are glued to each other. If she doesn't say anything, she will be completely finished. How can she go back and explain to the current leader? She has to bite the bullet. What's the sense of disharmony? Ningzheng asked. The 7th elder sorted out his thoughts, and he was still calm when facing a disaster. He analyzed the loopholes and said, we infiltrated with a purpose. Shirong God craftsman has always been unknown, and must be hidden very deeply. How did you find him? That's the first reason. Second, he has an spiritual root, which is totally different from us. When you sneaked in, he should not have shown the current technology, right? It is estimated that you did not succeed at that time. What is the point of stealing this spiritual root at that time? This statement is well-founded and not unreasonable. Even Ningzheng looked up to this 7th elder. No wonder this person was allowed to come here to communicate with the ancestor. In fact, Ningzheng hoped that she would make a fool of herself. Crazy provocation and rebuttal, like a brainless villain, made the seniors present disgusted and increased her own advantage. It's a pity that the other party is too tolerant. Now if he struggles to death, he can't find any fault. Ningzheng smiled. At that time, we did not know the specific background of Shirong Master Craftsman. Our goal was simply to steal their spiritual roots. The seventh elder immediately said, "We are the ancient heritage of Yang spiritual roots. Why should we go to great lengths to steal the completely different spiritual roots heritage? After all, for these ancient sects, there is no shortage of powerful skills and heritages that have been plundered in the struggles of the times. This deliberate plunder is obviously not in line with common sense." Ning Zheng interrupted her. "Senior, can you tell me about the Yang spiritual roots?" Wu Xian's mother smiled meaningfully. "It was an absolute secret in the past, but now it's known to everyone, so just tell me." Ning Zheng nodded. "Do you know the specific truth about the internal strife in Xian dynasty? They are just for the fairy spiritual roots. The royal family of that era was already studying the Yin-Yang spiritual roots. And the fairy spiritual roots are the fusion of Yin-Yang spiritual roots, and we only have Yang spiritual roots. At that time, we had a lineage that went to find the corresponding Yin spiritual roots, to prepare for the future, and to prepare in advance for the fusion of Yin-Yang spiritual roots belonging to the Wuxing sect. Is there any problem?" After saying this, everyone was silent. It seemed that there was no problem. The conclusion at hand is that the soul-split Shirong Yin spiritual root and the flesh-split Wuxingjiu Yang spiritual root are indeed a perfect match. These two are too compatible. If they are combined into a fairy spiritual root, they must be extremely powerful. The seventh elder hesitated to speak. No need to say more. The Wuxing old mother made a thorough judgment and said, "In that era, only a few people knew the truth about the internal strife of the Xian dynasty royal family. I also found out by chance after mixing in it. At that time, the church also advocated finding some Yin spiritual roots that suit us in advance. I guess your lineage was the one who advocated it at the time. You went to find Yin spiritual roots, but you didn't expect to encounter the dormant Shirong god craftsman lineage. Let us get this opportunity. People always like to believe what they want to believe." Chapter 428. Old Mother Wuxing has now somewhat ignored the seventh elder, knowing that she is unwilling to give up. But in her eyes, this behavior is very childish. Is it true or false? Can it deceive people? Whether there is the inheritance of Shirong god craftsmen, you can tell at a glance. Obviously, between the two sides of the Wuxing sect camp, she prefers the deputy sect leader lineage that caused a big disturbance in Xinya's city. After all, the interests of the demon sect are paramount. In their eyes, it is obvious that the lineage represented by Ning Zheng is more promising. Old Mother Wuxing's voice also became amiable. "It's really a great achievement. Since you have obtained the spiritual root inheritance of this Shirong god craftsman, what do you think? Can this spiritual root be popularized in our sect?" Ning Zheng exhaled. This ancestor is indeed a demon cultivator, and he is very calculating. He actually wants to get him for free with just a few words. Perhaps in the eyes of such a calculating boss, whether you are true or false is not important at all. The most important thing is that you take out the inheritance of Shirong god craftsman and give her the rise of Wuxing sect. People only care about the practical benefits, no matter how fancy your words are. Ning Zheng said, "This is an acquired spiritual root, a natural spiritual root, which is extremely difficult to cultivate. In other words, the natural spiritual root obtained cannot be cultivated?" Wuxing's mother's face became a little cold. "The natural spiritual root cannot be cultivated, even if what you said is true, and only a few of you can use the inheritance of Shirong god craftsmen, then the effect is greatly reduced." "Of course not," Ning Zheng said. "The natural spiritual root is difficult to cultivate, but it does not mean that it cannot be cultivated. As long as there are enough resources, we can cultivate it. It's good that it can be cultivated." Mother Wuxing's voice suddenly softened, and she said gently again, "I believe you are not lying to us, but are sincerely working for the rise of our Wuxing sect." Ning Zheng was not afraid. At most, she could pull out the 3 flowers on her head again, and plant them on another person to become the second Princess Shirong. Ning Zheng said, "But, we only stole the spiritual roots at that time, without the corresponding skills and magical powers. Stealing spiritual roots is like this, without the corresponding skills accumulated." Mother Wuxing also frowned slightly. "It seems that we still need to develop the corresponding spiritual root skills." Mother Wuxing thought to herself, "If this deputy leader's lineage really takes out the spiritual roots, it will really make a great contribution. It is unknown how many years it took for the inherited spiritual roots of Shirong god craftsmen to be cultivated. How can they not be angry if they can plagiarize spiritual roots now? Shirong god craftsman, the first sage of mankind, opened up the era of immortal tools and immortal beasts. These honors, let us share a piece, at the same time. The other party's spiritual root. Just right, it can be grown into a second spiritual root for them. They are all young spiritual roots in Wuxing sect, and their flesh and blood are separated. If they find a method to grow a second spiritual root, and plant this perfectly matched Shirong Yin spiritual root, the yin and yang will meet, and they can be promoted to immortal spiritual roots. This era will really belong to our Wuxing sect. Wuxing's mother was burning with excitement. When she thought of the possibility of becoming an immortal spiritual root, she felt very happy. She had the possibility of becoming the strongest saint in history, immortal spiritual root. The dream that she had waited for countless thousands of years was so close to her for the first time. This gave her the confidence to dominate the world, and she became more confident, because she had no advantage at all compared to those real ruthless people before. Wuxing old mother glanced at the people around her and said, "Everyone, when we came into the world this time, someone immediately made great contributions. This contemporary Wuxing sect vice leader did a very good job." The seventh elder's face changed drastically. This statement directly recognized the other party's status as the vice leader of the Wuxing sect. This is directly supporting the other party and going against their contemporary Wusui old mother. It's over, it's over. The seventh elder was like a bereaved mother. Although there was no evidence, her strong intuition told her, it's fake, the other party must be fake. They are a bunch of dead people, their logic is wrong, they must have been deceived. She knew something big had happened. This time when she went back, not only did she fail to win over these ancestors, but she also witnessed the rise of a great enemy. After returning, the leader would probably peel off her skin with his own hands. The Wuxing old mother was very satisfied no matter how she looked at it, and said again, "Tell me the latest news." The Xinqiao saint is said to have opened up a new immortal way of practice, which can make people cultivate immortal roots. When these words came out, everyone's faces were moved. This is unprecedented explosive news for them. Someone asked, "Old Master, the current owner of the ancient imperial tomb, don't they want to not only capture the immortal weapon inheritance of Shirong Godsmith, but also find the immortal spiritual root skills inheritance of Xinqiao Saint? After all, immortal weapons and immortal skills must be the two cores." Wuxing old mother nodded. This is why they don't join forces to attack the Xinqiao Saint now. They want to get the foundation accumulated by the Xinqiao royal family for countless years, and get the immortal skills. They want to outsmart, and get the new skills core of the Xinqiao Saint. Those ancient dead people are all natural spiritual roots, and everyone hopes to achieve the foundation of immortality and go further. After all, in their eyes, I am still a living person. Who doesn't want to enter the next realm? Wu Xian's mother sighed. In this world, there are only two people who are hot, the immortal weapon Shirong God Craftsman, and the immortal method Xinqiao Saint. But no matter how much they plan and fight to the death, they don't know that we have already got one of them. She couldn't help but smile brightly. We secretly got the inheritance of Shirong God Craftsman. Those ancient saints must be envious to death. At this time, the seventh elder was pale. She still held on to the last hope that she must expose the other party's words, and the other party must be lying. But soon, her last hope was shattered by Ningzheng. We stole the inheritance and a pair of their weapon spirit embryos. We didn't know what they were at the time, but now, everyone was even more happy when they heard this. The seventh elder was completely silent. Taking out a pair of stolen weapon spirits, that was ironclad evidence. Was Shirong Godsmith's house really robbed? How could Shirong Godsmith hide so well? She was a little disappointed. Wuxing old mother said, "You stole a bunch of weapon spirit embryos. Are there no fused weapon spirits? Can you plant spiritual roots to fuse?" "That's right." Ningzheng sighed, "and the embryos are very high level. The ones stolen before were the top ones. They should be able to fuse heavenly spiritual roots. We can't find any good spiritual roots, so..." Wuxing old mother became more and more happy and said, "Give them to our Wuxing sect. We will find a way to plant a pair of heavenly spiritual roots and fully exert their power. Of course, it's not for free. If you want any resources, you can ask for them." Ningzheng was waiting for this sentence. Selling them, the weapon spirits that can be found everywhere, is not only a way to get some money, but also a way to establish a relationship and solidify one's identity. Ningzheng smiled. "We don't ask for much. We have been practicing some soul secrets recently, hoping to obtain some souls of the ancestors of the Wuxing sect." The seventh elder completely changed color. Is this to dig out their wall ancestors? Impossible. The seventh elder hadn't said it yet. Wuxing's mother said, "What level do you want? The requirements are not high. If the quality is not enough, the quantity is also okay." Ningzheng accepted all offers. Although high-level female ghost ancestors are good, low-level female ghost ancestors are the most effective. Each one is reduced by 2, which is not as cost-effective as low-level ancestors. Besides, will they give high-level ancestors? No. If you say you want high-level ancestors, and then you ask for low-level ancestors as a second choice, they will give it to you. People always like to compromise. Okay, let's discuss it. Wuxing's mother smiled. The focus of the crowd shifted to Ning Zheng, who had made great contributions, without any objection. Ning Zheng was not afraid at all. He was just a San Yuan realm, and he talked and communicated with a group of headmasters, 2 phase realms, and even a saint ancestor, and got a lot of internal information. These people were the first army sent out from the Imperial Mausoleum, and no one knew it better than them. Ning Zheng got the identity token and communication tools of the Wuxing religion, and also discussed obtaining the first batch of Wuxing religion female ghosts. This is the real factory direct sales, without middlemen to make a profit. Our Wuxing religion is going to create glory again. Yes, yes. Ning Zheng was surrounded by a group of good sisters, talking about family matters and interesting things, and wishing that everyone would stick to him. As long as you can provide benefits, there are close friends everywhere. A group of people surrounded Ning Zheng, leaving only the 7th elder standing next to him, with a stiff face, standing like a minion in the crowd. We are obviously the orthodox. We are the direct descendants. How come someone suddenly took away our ancestors? We can't take out good things, so we don't deserve to have ancestors. Even our ancestors are being traded by the other party, and they openly said they would take a batch away. She felt the deep malice of the cuckold in an instant. This also perfectly confirmed what the hairpin women said, in the physical sense. The weak are not worthy of having parents and household registration books. Chapter 429. Ah, so there were such interesting things in your era. Isn't that so? In our era, everyone was afraid of our Wuxing sect. Ning Zheng now went deep into the inner circle and chatted with them, and roughly understood the internal structure of Wuxing sect. The idea of women being respected is circulated. Men are just tools responsible for reproduction, and they are thrown away after use. Women give birth to babies, and give birth to better offspring, belonging to the matriarchal clan. In fact, this is not surprising. Because of cultivation, there are many paternal and maternal sects. It's just that Wuxing sect is obviously the inheritance of Yang Ling Zhen, and it's a bit unusual that there are only women in it. They divide the followers into 2 categories. 1. The lower-level followers, who are responsible for reproduction. Generally, women with poor qualifications are responsible for reproduction and giving birth to babies. And most of the men are geniuses and monsters from other sects, who were captured and used as breeding pigs. The crazy superposition of babies again and again has led to the high average quality of their offspring. But almost all of them were girls. They have yang spiritual roots, and they can give birth to girls. It can be seen that their evil arts are against the harmony of nature, and the yin energy is too heavy. 2. The high-level people responsible for cultivation. They are basically superimposed witches. They are divided into several levels. 9 infants, 49 infants, 98 infants. These women are only responsible for cultivation, not for giving birth. Because giving birth to offspring consumes too much of a person's life source, and wastes too much time. These high-level combatants of the Wuxing sect in front of them are these born witches, who are only responsible for cultivation, not for giving birth. The group in their own demon tower are the low-level believers responsible for giving birth. Please wait a moment. We will soon transfer the resources for the transaction. The ancestors of the Wuxing sect were communicating with Ning Zheng, while silently mobilizing resources to complete the transaction immediately. They were also afraid of the long night and many dreams. Although what the other party said did not seem to be false, they were still impatient to see the real thing. Wait a minute, about an hour, the resources can be transferred to this branch in the capital. Yes, let's talk about it again. Ah, what a pity, Shiron God Craftsman moved away later, and his whereabouts are unknown. Otherwise, we will concentrate our forces and sneak attack them and capture them one by one. Yes, if we can capture them, such a good bloodline, capture them for breeding, and then stack the children, I dare not imagine how good the qualifications will be. Ning Zheng listened to their fierce words, and sighed that the demon sect was indeed a demon sect. Obviously, they were more anxious than Ning Zheng. Seeing their seductive eyes and intimacy, the 7th elder felt his head sink as he looked more and more, and the 3 flowers on his head became more vibrant and green. It's going to be bad. These ancestors are all ancient demons. How can they have any family affection? Their eyebrows and eyes are full of profiteering. Isn't it just giving me some inheritance from the Shiron God Craftsman? Isn't it just giving me a rough draft of an immortal weapon? Why are you so Soft that you are leaning on me? You are the ancestors. Can you be a little more dignified? The seventh elder felt that he couldn't bear it anymore. We must notify the leader as soon as possible. Zinyazu. In a deep mountain forest. The huge protective cover caused ripples, and then returned to calm. Outsiders only saw a false mountain range, but in fact, this was the headquarters of the Wuxing sect. This is a vast city. The area is only a little smaller than that of Zinyazu's city, which shows how terrible their background is. The city is bustling with people. The streets are mostly filled with beautiful and gentle women with big bellies, and loose maternity shirts have become the regular dress here. At this time, the head of this generation, Wu Sui Lao Mu, is walking in the circular city wall of her home. It would be great if we could buy a few defense towers. Wu Sui Lao Mu patrolled the city wall. Now, in the Battle of Zinyazu, there are magical powers that can cut down the ancestors of the city wall and increase combat power. The city wall will be unsafe in the future. The contemporary saint of Wuxing sect next to her said, "Is the deputy leader of the Battle of Zinyazu really not one of our sect? How is it possible?" Wu Sui Lao Mu shook her head. If they are really their people, would they still be afraid that the other party will come to cut down their city walls? Speaking of which, they not only want to buy defense towers, but also want to buy boats. What a pity. At Shirong auction, real name authentication is required. Some cults sell their weapons, but they won't sell them to Wuxing sect. This is actually the suggestion of the little blacksmith. That is, they won't sell all kinds of weapons to Wuxing sect. They even hope that they will die more, so that there will be more Wuxing sect female ghosts on the market to buy. The more miserable they are, the more female ghosts will be sold on the market. But now it's different. Wuxing sect female ghosts are sold directly by the manufacturer. Ningzheng buys them directly, and there is no middleman to make a profit. No, the order soon reached the ears of Wusui's mother. My lord, something bad has happened. The seventh elder quickly appeared in front of the leader and the saint. Ah, the saint is also here. Her Dharma image is in the capital, but her real body has been at the headquarters, so she immediately used her real body to notify. What happened? Why are you so flustered? Wu Sui old mother scolded. It's like this. The seventh elder simply told the story. After learning the cause and effect, Wu Sui old mother was silent for a long time. So, you are here to pry open our city wall? They actually provoked us so much that they came up to pull out our ancestors? Wu Sui old mother was furious. The seventh elder whispered, after all, the former leader who came out of the ancient tomb, Wu Xian old mother, they don't have any low and middle level ancestors in stock, so they can only let us trade. They really don't have much stock in the tomb. Wu Sui old mother said, then if we provide resources and trade the rough embryo of the immortal weapon, will they give it to us? This elder seven hesitated for a moment. It shouldn't be. They want the rough embryo of the weapon themselves. That's too much. Wu Sui old mother said angrily, we pay the money, and they get the results? These ancestors are not here to help the descendants, but to harm us. Split our group. The seventh elder was also furious, and completely burst out the feeling of being excluded in the meeting. Master, at most we will split up with them, and walk our own single-plank bridge. Anyway, we have lived the same without these ancestors before. After all, parents are partial, and they also have to raise bastards outside to help them rob their own property. Who can bear it? I also want to cut off contact. Wu Sui old mother was so angry that she walked back and forth, and said angrily, it's a pity that it's too late. Do you think that the group of seniors who gathered didn't have our ancestors in the city wall? Many of our ancestors have gone to communicate with the ancient predecessors. Some of them are disciples and grandchildren, and have a very close relationship with them. They have all gone to recognize their relatives. She pointed to the wall of the holy city of Wuxing sect. I am afraid that some of the ancestors in the wall have already come back to make arrangements. Look at their jubilant appearance, more excited than those stinky men visiting a brothel. Their saliva is about to flow down, and their eyeballs are about to be shrunken. She kept sneering and looked at them with contempt. Where is the dignified demeanor of our ancestors? They are all living sluts. The seventh elder then looked over. He saw that several senior ancestors in the tombs were already commanding their descendants openly. Some of the descendants were pulling up the wall and prying the ancestors. Click! Click! The living descendants of those ancestors pulled up the ancestors one by one. Sir, our ancestors are all elites. No one keeps the little ghosts in the five-body realm. Those who start from the four-organ realm and the three-yuan realm are the mainstream. How many are there in the four-organ realm? More than 10,000? Not many, because most of this level are sent to various branches. Why are there so few? All the four-organ realm have been removed. Sir, but... No buts, they are just arranged to another branch to serve as a wall for others. The ancestors of the Wuxing sect kept directing the staff and doing ideological work for the female ghosts in the four-organ realm. Yes, move this one too. Yes, the paper house over there is also, you move her home over there, and move the swing in the yard over there, so that she can live comfortably in the future. Come back to visit relatives in the future? No need, check the family tree for her, remove her relatives and send them over. By the way, just follow the family tree and pull out 9 clans, so that all the family members of that lineage will be in order. When the old mother Wu Sui saw this scene, the city wall was constantly being dug into thousands of holes, and she was directly furious. Rebellious. They are all born rebellious ancestors. These people are demolishing the city wall and digging up the ancestral graves, which makes her almost spit out blood, but she can't stop them. A female ghost in the 5-body realm is 200 magic coins. For organ realm, there is almost no market, and the official price is 20,000 magic coins. Because it costs tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of magic coins to cultivate a young master in the 4-organ realm, which is a huge expense. In some small and medium-sized families without inheritance, the 4-organ realm is the elder and the head. For example, Shi Yoshing, a middle-grade tomb-robbing family Shi family, has reached the great perfection of the 4-organ realm and is the head of the contemporary family. There are only a dozen of them in the contemporary 4-organ realm, and the 3-yuan realm is already an elder who does not care about things. And here, there are more than 10,000 4-organ realms. You can see the terrifying background. Moreover, most of them were divided out to serve as the city walls of the branch rudders, otherwise the number would be even greater. Crazy, crazy. Tens of thousands of magic coins per statue, they pulled out more than 10,000. Isn't that their background? Isn't that their assets? How can they move so quickly? This is conservatively hundreds of millions of magic coins, and it can't be bought even with money. Don't say hundreds of millions, you take billions of magic coins and tell others, I will buy 10,000 loyal ancestors who are loyal to us. People will only think you are crazy. These family direct descendants cannot be bought, they can only be cultivated by yourself. Even if you buy other people's ancestors, will other people's ancestors help you? This is impossible. Those ancestors looked at her coldly. The old mother, who has no years left, you are incompetent. We took some small 4-organ realms, plus the time cost of cultivating for generations, the education cost, which is at most a few billion magic money, in exchange for a weapon spirit, plus the other party's Shiron God craftsman inheritance. This is simply a great thing. That's right, your lineage is short-sighted. That's right. The elders of other factions spoke one by one. There are many internal struggles in the demon sect, and this is also the case here. Even the factions under the command of the tomb ancestors and the contemporary descendants silently stood on the opposite side of her and sang against her. After all, this is not the first time these people want to undermine her. The Wu Sui old mother can't stop it at all. She alone can't beat the ancestors in the tomb. Just like Xianyun in Zinya's city, he is obviously the contemporary Cine king, but facing the 3,000 ancestors breaking the law and doing Su Huan's captivity. Xianyun dare not say a word, because the ancestors have accumulated from generation to generation. There are too many of them. The living masters of the present generation can't resist the will of their supreme elders at all. It's over. It's over. The Wu Sui old mother's hands trembled and tears flowed. I hope he's not a liar. The other party is really another branch of our Wuxing sect. He used this incredible Shiron God craftsman inheritance to step into the immortal weapon and shape the glory of our Wuxing sect. Chapter 430. Heavenly Nursery. The branch of Wuxing sect in Beijing. A secret underground building complex. In the conference room, 3 high-level weirdly raising banners were displayed. Here, there are a full 10,000 4th organ realm ancestors. Enough for you to build a branch of our sect. Don't let people look down on you when you go out. A space ring with a paper house was placed in front of him. These are the luggage of the ancestors. Their clothes and jewelry. It's better to bring them when you get used to living here. Ningzheng looked at the silence. I just want your ancestors. You also demolished the ancestral tombs and old houses? That's too polite. Just these ancestral tombs and buildings, if piled up, are estimated to be worth tens of millions of magic money. This is an undoubted huge sum of money. Ningzheng was a little touched. This is a caring and loving ancestor who loves his descendants so much. What good things are, they are selflessly given to the descendants. This family love is so warm, they love us so much. And I only need to pay 2 things. 1. Reluctantly pull out one of my 3 flowers, it will take a week to grow back. 2. A small blacksmith spirit has no cost at all. In summary, the little blacksmith is not worth much. It's just that I can't practice for a week. It's worth a little money. No cost business. What do you think? Wu Xin's mother smiled slightly through the gauze curtain, her charming and enchanting hazy figure, full and plump, seductive. Her implication is, this foundation worth billions of magic money has been given to you, you should also show some sincerity. Ning Zheng is of course sincere. If others are so sincere, he will certainly play a picture of a loving mother and a filial son. He was also prepared, and took advantage of this opportunity to send a weapon spirit to the capital. This weapon spirit is Sister Lin. Because of the female blacksmith side story of the Wuxing sect, you can only choose from female blacksmiths. Sister Lin is the person in charge of the Zanyang Tower, the big sister. Her own ability is good, and she is a practical person like Dao Jiuzhou, unlike those sand sculptures. Now, this female blacksmith is thrown into the Wuxing sect, and it is not bad to be an undercover. With a clatter, Ning Zheng also handed over Sister Lin. A living money boy and the embers of Sister Lin have opened a heavenly spiritual root. This heavenly spiritual root is the single spiritual root left over from the previous sun and moon orders for the saint, and she has opened it in advance. When everyone saw it, they immediately started to discuss, is there already a cinder here? This cinder had already opened the heavenly spiritual root when he was alive. The other cinder is still alive. After the heavenly spiritual root is opened, we can kill it and pair it with yin and yang. Everyone discussed. In order to ensure the user experience, Ning Zheng had to show her sincerity. A single heavenly spiritual root. After all, there is no other way. Only a living person can open the heavenly spiritual root. You can't take out 2 living Lin sisters at once and give them to them, right? This is exposed. You can only take a cinder with a good heavenly spiritual root and a living golden money boy. After all, the extra heavenly spiritual root has been useless, and the assets given by the people in front of you are far more than a heavenly spiritual root worth hundreds of millions. Ning Zheng introduced lightly. Everyone, when we caught this golden money boy, half of his immortal spiritual root had already opened. The remaining money boy has not planted a spiritual root yet. You can ask her to plant a spiritual root, and then merge the yin and yang. Both sides are souls of the same origin. I don't know what mean Shirong Master Craftsman used to split them into 2. They nodded, quite satisfied. Although half of the spiritual roots have been determined, the other half still has the right to choose independently. As long as the 2 spiritual roots merge, you can have a fairy weapon spirit. This is a cross-era treasure, which is enough to suppress their Wuxing sect. Very good. The old mother Wuxing glanced at the well-behaved money boy. She was ruthless, and didn't talk much. She inspected the goods directly. She asked someone to take out a spiritual root, and immediately asked Sister Lin to plant the spiritual root and bloom 3 flowers. In order to avoid any problems, or after-sales disputes, when she took it back later, which would make both parties unhappy. Crashed. Sister Lin planted the spiritual root and bloomed 3 flowers. This money boy died quickly, and they used the treasure that increased the probability of embers early to make her produce embers. Low-level lifeforms will almost certainly produce embers when using such treasures. With a crash, yin and yang blend and circulate. The spirit of the immortal root appears immediately. Wuxing's mother reached out and grasped it, silently feeling the breath of the immortal root, revealing a hint of shock, not hiding her joy at all. Very good, very good. It is worthy of being the embryo of an immortal weapon. The high-ranking members of the Wuxing sect next to him could not help but be curious. Senior, what is the magical power of this immortal? Yes, we don't have the technology of the Duca family. We can only take 2 similar spiritual roots and fuse them at random, and rely on luck to produce magical powers. But no matter what the magical power of the immortal weapon is, it must be enough to defy the heavens. We are now in great luck. This spiritual root must be strong enough, they said one after another. Mother Wuxing stopped smiling, looked at the people outside the gauze curtain, and said lightly, you don't need to know the details. This weapon spirit still needs to be studied. We have to find a master craftsman to cast the weapon body for us. Seeing that this person did not talk about it, everyone did not dare to ask more. Mother Wuxing said, next, where is the inherited spiritual root of Master Shirong? Ning Zheng said, please let someone who has not opened the spiritual root come here, and it is best if it is a dead person. Spiritual roots that can only be opened by dead people? Everyone was shocked. Is this the secret of Master Shirong? Yes, we were also very surprised at first. Ning Zheng said, however, it is also possible that the spiritual root we stole at that time was still an immature version, and they cultivated it later and advanced it. Everyone was thoughtful. Ning Zheng did not hide it from them. They would know after studying it for a while. It just so happens that we also have mortal descendants with good qualifications, Wuxing's mother said. After all, even the royal family of Xian dynasty can give birth to mortals without spiritual roots. In that era, they naturally also had descendants who could not practice. So in a struggle for interests, a woman came out. Please give me a private room, Ning Zheng said lightly, glancing at the woman. Hello, senior. My name is Wuxing Jing. The other party also smiled gently at Ning Zheng, quite knowledgeable and well-mannered, with a big surname in Wuxing sect, Wuxing. Obviously, the other party is also a mortal like Princess Xine. In their era, they only had amazing talents, and even when they were alive, they could improve the exercises and research some things, becoming Wang Yuyan, who could not practice but guide others to practice. Because they had no qualifications for practice, they could only spend their lives in depression. If this kind of people got the key to practice in the postnatal myth era, they could almost soar into the sky. Chapter 431. I succeeded. After a while, Wuxing Whale opened his spiritual roots and walked out of the room. This also means that this transaction has ended perfectly. However, when everyone looked at Wuxing Whale, many people showed indescribable surprise. It was even more surprising than seeing the spirit of the immortal weapon just now. Because they had prepared the immortal weapon before, but they had never seen the spiritual roots of the dead man in front of them. This Shiron God craftsman is too good at hiding. This is another cross-era technology. A charming and plump old ancestor in red was silent for a long time before sighing. I thought they opened up the immortal weapon and the immortal beast. Now, they have even opened up the immortal weird. The dead can cultivate, and the dead can actually cultivate 3 flowers and step into the path of cultivation. Even the last blind spot is covered. Will there be no more mortals in the world in the future? This incredible magical power has completely opened the era of immortal mythology. Shiron God craftsmen, hiding too deeply. If I hadn't stolen their secrets and taken their Shiron spiritual roots, I wouldn't have known that their foundation was so magical. They could even plant spiritual roots in the dead and start practicing. You should know that the evil spirits can become stronger by eating living people and absorbing yin qi to become stronger, but this kind of strengthening comes very slowly. Otherwise, this world would have been full of evil spirits. But now, in addition to eating people and absorbing yin qi to grow, they can also cultivate themselves by planting such spiritual roots. With 2 approaches, the growth rate of the evil spirits has increased significantly. Planting this spiritual root, wouldn't it be half of the evil king, and it can be mass-produced. Some people couldn't help but say, this Shiron God craftsman, secretly, I don't know how many talented ancient mortals without spiritual roots he found, planted spiritual roots, practiced in secret, and condensed into a huge force. Yes, everyone thinks they are weak, but in fact they may have cultivated a huge army of ghosts. The Shiron God craftsman really opened their eyes, and his background was endless. If someone hadn't stolen it, they would have thought that Shiron God craftsman opened the 2 paths of fairy beast and fairy weapon, and that was all they had. The 7th elder, who was tipping off the news, was so shocked that he couldn't speak, and could only stare at it with dull eyes. Is this Shiron God craftsman still a human? There are probably few saints in ancient and modern times who can compare to him, right? But how could they be so careless that all this was stolen? Let this Wuxing sect take this background and overthrow our Wuxing main lineage. She was so angry. It doesn't matter if Shiron God craftsman is strong. But watching the other party use this background to benefit Wuxing sect is more painful than if they themselves control Wuxing sect and lose money. Even Wuxing's mother reached out and grabbed Wuxing Whale behind the gauze curtain. After a careful inspection, she sighed and said, it's incredible that he can actually practice like a living person. I originally thought that Shiron's divine craftsman was already very good. Now it seems that every generation has its own talents, and the old ones are replaced by the new ones. She also knew in her heart that it was not that exaggerated. It just broke through the point of a mortal weapon and extended into various fields. It's like someone invented the diesel engine and made various applications such as cars based on the diesel generator. If others made a mortal weapon, they could also develop various applications. Immortal beasts and immortal ghosts are essentially applications of immortals. It seems that the other party's foundation secrets have been known to us. Xiangui, they have a big chess game. No wonder they want to hunt down the Wuxing sect, because they are completely angry after discovering their secret. Everyone was shocked, but they were extremely happy. The angrier the other party is, the stronger the inheritance of this Shirong's spiritual root. Everyone looked at Wuxing Jing with a loving face. From now on, you will be our Shiron God craftsman. I hope you can make some achievements with the help of our team." The matter ended perfectly, and Ningzheng quickly retreated and left. But holding the Wuxing sect identity and communication token they gave him, he was very moved and felt that this wave was a bit incredible. Just like this, we became the real deputy leader of the Wuxing sect, a fake transformed into a genuine one. But Ningzheng also knew that those female demons were all cunning and treacherous, and they only gave them a nominal identity. There is no real power. But having this title is not bad, and it can be regarded as a preliminary trust. Besides, I got a lot of information this time. I guess other major sects in Jiuzhou may not have as many sources of information as I do. Ningzheng thought to himself. It's good to lean on a big tree for shade. This world is a world of competing with fathers, ancestors, and background. The 3 previous Zuelahua ancestors are obviously not qualified. In the words of the little blacksmith, it is imperative to change a new ancestor as a backer. Hua la la, Ningzheng's 3 flowers returned to the front of the villa. Before leaving, she sent Princess Xini back and told Zan Yang to come up with a plan to fool Princess Xini. This plan is also very simple. The ancient predecessors were optimistic about her, a human who traveled through time, becoming the deputy leader of the Wuxing sect. Dead people? The logic is incomplete, and it is easy to fool. Plus Princess Xini, it is really easy to control. It's not that she is not smart, but she is too kind, too dreamy, too diligent, and too ignorant of the world. After all, how much experience can you expect from a kind little princess of the royal family who hardly went out during her lifetime, and only went out to give porridge and help the people? Can you say that those college students are not smart, but they have no experience in society, and everyone teases them with clear stupidity in their eyes? Zhan Yang should be able to handle this matter. Ningzheng did not doubt their strategy, and their combat power might not be good, but they were masters in fooling people and strategizing dungeons. His eyes turned back to the present. Wow! He walked out of the room, looked at the white clouds tens of thousands of meters high not far from the house, and then looked up at the huge kites flying over the villa. Ha ha ha! The heartless laughter kept echoing in the mountains. Ningzheng was very happy. During his escape, he actually went to the capital to get information, and made such a big profit. He began to count his gains. A total of 14,000 ancestors in the Zan realm. Unfortunately, there is no difference between high realm and low realm. The ability to absorb luck in a large range can only reduce 2 per person. From this point of view, they are no different from the little female ghosts in the Woody realm. But what else do you want? 10,000 female ghosts equals 20,000 daily luck points, and their quality is too high. How strong is the embers of the owner formed by the bubbles dropped by them? Ningzheng dared not even think about it. The original few thousand little female ghosts cut out the embers of the owner of the Sanyuan realm. Now that 10,000 Four-Organ realm cultivators have been cut off. Let's not talk about anything else. Our speed of pulling the arc will definitely increase. Ningzheng was delighted. The low-level diesel generator has become a high-level nuclear engine. Besides, the Four-Organ realm is just the first batch. Those Wuxing sect didn't deliberately collect low-level 5-body realm female ghosts before, thinking that they were useless. If they deliberately collect them for us in the future, there must be a lot. You know, 105 body realm casual cultivators only produce 1 Four-Organ realm. After this, let them deliberately collect these tens of thousands of low-level followers. Isn't it a simple matter? Ningzheng thought in his heart. In the future, we will find a way to increase the intensity of the attack on Wuxing sect, and let the people of the world besiege Wuxing sect. Wuxing sect was besieged, and a large number of female ghosts were produced. We will buy them from the origin of Wuxing sect, without middlemen to make a profit. Ningzheng touched his chin. Factory direct sales. This is a perfect route. Just do it. It seems a bit too brutal. The ancestor of the Wuxing sect is quite good to us. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it, but thought about how to deal with the 10,000 spoils of war that were almost free. The number of people in the prison of the Demon Tower has increased wildly. Now it is estimated that there is no room for them, and they have to be expanded again. Moreover, the embers of the villa have increased. After taking root, the speed of pulling the arc will probably slow down again with 10,000 earthbound spirits. Happy troubles. The speed of running has slowed down, and it is easy to have sudden changes. Ningzheng let out a long breath. However, these embers have just been pulled out not long ago, so they will not dissipate so quickly, and they are not in a hurry to take root in the earth veins. We take the opportunity to open the arc for a while, and when they are about to disappear, we will take root at that time, which is more cost-effective. Ningzheng began to count the harvest, and it was dusk at this point, and the blacksmiths went offline one after another. He went to have dinner after he finished it. During the process, Su Yunyang and Ning Jiao came to ask Ning Zheng to go fishing together. So Ning Zheng took the fishing rod, feeling very happy, and opened the game forum while fishing. Sure enough, the forum was full of posts this time, all kinds of posts. After all, the hairpin girls watched the whole process today. In their eyes, this is probably a CG animation of the main storyline. Ning Zheng clicked on a pinned post. Wu Sheng Jiao branch line. The highlight moment of the female blacksmith. We are going to be rich. Chapter 432. Ning Zheng has also been paying attention to the forum occasionally recently. The latest update is a major version update, and the most obvious change is that the background animation of the villa has changed from village wallpaper to Sea of Clouds wallpaper. The external plot is the war in Jiuzhou, and the branch of the Wuxing sect. It is normal for them to be keen on discussing it now. Especially, the plot elements of the Wuxing sect are too many, such as cuckolding, recognizing ancestors, attacking the genealogy of the Wuxing sect, and a large number of new female prisoners. It made everyone's blood boil, and hit their hearts directly. The happiness of the Minotaur, digging up people's ancestral graves in front of them, and even digging up 9 clans, is too cool. Ning Zheng clicked on the pinned post. Hello everyone, I am Su Yunyang, ha ha ha, I haven't posted for you for a long time. Today I mixed in with all the hairpins, and went to the capital of Yujin Sanhua to join in the fun, and the result was. The first half introduced the whole incident. It was thousands of words, and there were also various expressions, demeanor, and descriptions of the complexion of the 7 elders. The psychological descriptions of the powerful people are also exaggerated, which is a wonderful literary drama. This person really likes to add drama. After the post, a bunch of hairpin ladies also spoke up and expressed their opinions. Can also be used on sensitive skin. Thank you for the invitation. At the scene, I was a hair of Princess Xine, and witnessed the Sichuan opera face changing of the 7th elder. Her expression made me laugh like crazy. Ha ha ha. Xianxiaoyi, Green Hat Villa, a grand appearance. Su Yunyang, the smile of the 7th elder will not disappear, but will be transferred. The smile of the victim is transferred to the yellow-haired man. The owner of the manor personally demonstrated a wonderful battle for us, the genealogy disappearance technique, in the physical sense. Medical fairy. I don't know how the planner came up with such a big idea. I give full marks to this attack on the Wuxing sect. Lindayu. Hee hee, my baby Embers is officially dispatched. I wonder how the situation is now. The Wuxing sect branch story of the hairpin ladies today is too explosive. To be honest, this ancestral grave fraud is more profitable than the Sher family digging graves, and the Li family robbing repairs. There are tens of thousands of female ghosts in this wave of 4 internal organs. Can you take them down in a super large battle? You can't take them down. Look at how many times Xinia's city has sent troops, how many times it has attacked the branch rudders, and how many headmasters have been dispatched, but the results are not as great as this time. This wave is tantamount to a bloodless super war, and a great victory. The hairpin ladies are all chattering about it. The mysterious character of the manor owner made his first official appearance. Now, the Wuxing sect has established itself by stepping on the 7th elder. This has caused some hairpin girls to stir up a fan circle. A group of people are clamoring for the manor owner NPC to continue to appear quickly. He must be a handsome guy. The male blacksmiths saw those girls chattering, and were extremely happy, and they felt sour in their hearts. It is definitely aimed at female players. A plot about the manor owner is specially created to make female players become fangirls and fanatical fans. Hee hee hee, this is the beginning of setting up a male NPC character to make money from female fans. Everyone knows that girls spending power ranks first, and the planner knows it too well. I have to say that this planner knows how to play. Yes, I have guessed the subsequent plots. There will be a few more waves of handsome plots about the manor owner, and then give the manor owner a mysterious character of a domineering and cold emperor, and make those exquisite standing pictures of Otome games, wearing a domineering handsome guy with exposed abdominal muscles, and chest muscles, and a wet body. You know everything. You have guessed the planner's thoughts. I bet. The owner must be a super handsome guy, and then show off his abdominal muscles to attract female fans. Female players, recharge quickly. Ning Zheng was speechless. Why did he keep talking and gradually deviate from the topic? Are the focus points so strange? It's too much to be a villain's heart to judge a gentleman's belly. The first reaction is not that the owner's calculations are very powerful, but that the planner is to make money from female fans, and set up a persona for the owner. Ning Zheng looked at herself in the mirror. But at least they guessed one thing right, the owner is very handsome, with 8 abdominal muscles. On the other side, looking at the posts on the forum, Yi Guangxiu felt unwell. Yi Guangxiu, everyone, I didn't live up to your expectations. I can't guess the planner's train of thought. But the plot is so seamless, not abrupt at all, and the performance is natural. There were all kinds of plot foreshadowing before. For example, the single remaining heavenly spiritual route before. For example, we were going to find the Wuxing sect to understand the plot before. In fact, if it were me to think about it now, I would also take advantage of the turmoil in the capital, and try to explore the news from the Wuxing sect. This is the best choice. What a pity, I suddenly realized when I saw the correct answer. It seems that I still need to study. Continue to figure out the planner's mind. Then, Yi Guangxiu finished his confession, and began to write an analysis post based on the existing information. Why didn't the emperor's mausoleum leave a saint? There are 2 reasons. 1. Coveting Xian Shichen's immortal spiritual root technique. This is the spiritual root that people cut off so many saints of Xian dynasty. Xian dynasty's hard work has been put into this technique. They want to get it for free, therefore, they did not surround and kill, but planned to find a way to deal with Xian Shichen first and get the things. 2. The first bird to stick out will be shot. They hid in the tomb, and took every step carefully. Once they came out, this was not their territory, and they were easily besieged. The great sects outside would surround and kill you together. In the imperial mausoleum behind you, a group of people blocked you. If you cooperated with them from inside and outside, you would feel very uncomfortable. Therefore, they did not want to stand out. The advanced troops were their bridgeheads, ready to establish the dynasty of this era. In other words, the 1,000 cities in these states were full of rebels. And these rebels came from various dynasties, ready to restore the dynasty and carry out the anti-Qing and restoration of Ming action. Having written this, Yi Guangxiu said, "Next, I boldly guess that they will definitely find a way to deal with the Xian pilgrim and steal his skills. Our immortal weapon is the second focus, far less than this Xian's adoptive father. After all, we belong to non-combat professions, and do not directly affect the overall situation. But if a cultivator with immortal spiritual roots appears, it will be the end. Once it appears, it will be a crushing level, and even one person can sweep the entire era." Ning Zheng nodded. The various ancient imperial tombs did think so at this time. Xian Shichen is going to be calculated. Yi Guangxiu continued. This Xian's adoptive father has suffered and carried the pressure of the entire Jiuzhou for us children. And our Wu Xian adoptive mother, for the sake of our filial son and grandson, also sponsored us crazily, and dedicated her ancestral tomb to make us strong. Adoptive father and adoptive mother, Xian father and Xian mother, this is simply a pair of official CP, one Xian Sheng, one Wu Xian, it's simply a happy enemy. Yi Guangxiu's words made many people want to complain. What happy enemies? They are clearly mortal enemies. One is a saint, the other is a rebel. We are fence-sitters, playing both sides, one male and one female. Jiuzai Rong also followed suit and made a comment, but they look like a perfect match. They have this father and mother, who are crazy about us, and withstand the pressure. I love them so much. Dao Jiujiu, these two are so miserable. They are so sad. They are screwed by you. Oucher, it's no good to be your adoptive father and mother. Shirshan, it's so funny. With Xindia and Xinyang, you forget the old people, and abandon the 3 old ancestors? You are so heartless. Daixiahu, we didn't abandon them ourselves. We are justified. JPG. Yinhua, we have become slaves of 3 families. Zuelahuoli family, Royal Xian family, Wu Xinjiu adoptive mother. Wes Wolin, don't forget Sini family, waiting for the owner of the manor to marry into the family. These people are getting more and more off topic. There is no time that they don't go off topic. Tonight is destined to be a carnival night. With this great victory and 10,000 female ghosts stationed, the villa will inevitably enter an unprecedented new era. Before, they had no confidence in fighting against the chaotic world. After all, the villa was too weak, and its defense ability was not good. Thousands of little ghost girls could only kill a clone of the 3 Yuan realm great perfection. But now, the ability to protect the mountain has been greatly improved. To say that Yi Guangxiu is also a fierce man, his literary ideas are flowing like a spring, and he actually posted another analysis post. And it is not water, unlike Su Yunyang, who is a wicked person who posts crazy water posts. Yi Guangxiu's second analysis post, version update, couple system has changed a lot. Ning Zheng thought about it, and clicked on the post to see what tricks he was doing. Everyone, Pure love warriors are blessed. As we all know, there are two types of wishing sect. One is the breeding pig, the other is the high-level monk. What we have now is the high-level monk who is not responsible for reproduction. They have never been in love, they are all a blank sheet of paper. You pure love blacksmiths are happy. This reflects a kind of mountain villa culture, giving the minotaur spirit to others and pure love to ourselves. Of course, their personalities may have some problems. After all, they are witches born from babies, born with devil hearts and strong devilish nature. But with the heavy tastes of all blacksmiths, this should not be a problem. Yandere, witch, and even poke some people's habits. I guess when writing letters, some blacksmiths will frequently appear, step on me, scold me, and want to hit me with a big sister. Today's analysis ends here. I wish you all a happy life. Ningjing smiled and scanned the forum. Other posts were still popping up like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, but he didn't read them anymore. He just closed the forum and took a rest. After all, this wave of exploring the capital and fighting with those wishing sect bosses was quite tiring. Chapter 433. The next morning, Ningjing woke up from the room and felt a bit bone-chilling cold, as if the temperature was about to freeze. Why is the temperature so low? He cultivated to the 9th level of the physical body, but it did not mean that he was invincible, and not afraid of cold or heat. Because the 9th level of the physical body, 5 limbs and 4 internal organs, but missed an organ, the heart. He began to cultivate the heart in the first state of mind. Therefore, before the first state of mind, the heart was the fatal weakness of all immortal cultivators. His current mortal heart can still feel cold and heat. Obviously winter is over. He put on his clothes and walked out of the room in confusion, only to see what happened. The arc-shaped protective shield of the entire villa was actually covered with a thick layer of white ice, revealing an extremely strong cold. Even the bluestone floor and the wall in the yard were covered with a thin layer of frost. Not only his yard, but also the buildings on the villa, the ghost village in the distance, and the prison were all condensed with a layer of snow-white color. It should be because the clouds are too humid and the sky is cold. The temperature must be minus dozens of degrees. Besides, why are the sun and moon gone? Ningjing was surprised. Where are the sun and moon? Where did they go? He thought about it, and suddenly guessed the reason. Because he moved 1,000 local cities to Xenia's city. There are no civilian cities outside, it's all wilderness. What is there to shine? Just don't shine. The old Gaisani king must have thought this. Thanks to the god of Shirong, the workload of the sun and moon in our Xenia will be greatly reduced in the future. In the future, the sun and moon will face Xenia's city and become the exclusive city sun and moon. As for the unofficial cities outside, the deep mountain bases of various major sects and schools, you should be self-reliant. It's troublesome for small sections. Without the sun and moon, they have to keep themselves warm to prevent their cities from being deprived of sunlight, which can easily breed all kinds of evil and vicious things. But I'm different. Xenia's city has its own sun and moon. Doesn't my villa have its own sun and moon? It's the same as the one of the Saint's Crown Princess, and it's more upscale than the one in Xenia's city. He thought about it, and felt that it was not a big deal. Without the sun and moon, Su Yunyang could just do a Sailor Moon transformation every day. Hula la. Ningjing's blood boiled slightly, and circulated quickly throughout his body, and the chill quickly disappeared. He walked outside, and Ningjing was not surprised to see that Su Yunyang and Ning Jiao were not there. He slowly finished the breakfast left on the table, changed his appearance into an old steward, and walked towards the Demon Suppression Tower. It's time to place 10,000 female ghosts. Demon Suppression Tower. The entire huge circular prison wall is being expanded, and Su Yunyang is commanding people to build it vigorously. The ice covers the ground, but the ghosts present don't feel cold. Seeing Ningjing coming, Su Yunyang ran over as usual. Old steward, we are already expanding, ready to be completed at any time. Welcome new prisoners. Well done. Ningjing nodded and took out a ring. There are thousands of paper houses stored in it, all of which have been settled. There are default specifications for the residences of the dead. The paper houses of those 4-organ realm cultivators are just small houses. Unlike the houses of the 3 Yuan realm Zuelahua ancestors, which cover such a large area. But 10,000 paper houses are enough to build a huge mountain village. At the same time, this paper house is valuable, but he won't embezzle it. Let them live back to their original place, live comfortably and happily. After all, they have deceived people to come here, even stripped their homes, and left no clothes or jewelry. That's really unethical. What's more, these ancestors are originally meant to improve their favorability. Let them feel a sense of belonging to our Wuxing sect. taking someone else's paper house, becoming a mortal enemy with their ancestors, and exposing their true identity. That's simply picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons. So many houses. Yujin Suyunyang is now eating and drinking well. Now she is a 7 spiritual root circulation female ghost with great potential. Her spiritual sense explored the inside of the ring. Ningzheng saw her eyes rolling wildly, and knew that she had ulterior motives, and warned, don't take other people's things at will. The clothes in the closet in the room, and the jewelry in the jewelry box must be intact. Okay. Suyunyang was a little embarrassed when her thoughts were exposed. Thinking that if you don't enter people's homes to buy things for free and don't steal treasure chests, can you still be called a player? What a pity. She hurriedly said, there are too many houses here. I originally wanted to let the new prisoners live in collective dormitories, but now everyone lives in a single house. This prison is not big enough. Ningzheng also knew this truth. Of course the place must be expanded, and the new residential area will be built on the mountainside. There is an empty piece of land on the mountainside, so this old prison in front of us, Suyunyang couldn't help but said, keep it. Ningzheng said, move there when the time comes. The two groups will not contact each other first, so as not to pass on intelligence and make it difficult to grasp. That's right. Suyunyang said that she understood, building a prison on the mountainside, directly rooting these paper houses, is it to form a ring around the mountain, a new city wall? Yes. Ningzheng replied. The mountainside is basically empty. There are some scattered meat fields planted on the hillside in the form of terraces, which are usually taken care of by the Villa's Embers adventure team. As for the Gue seeing the meat field, will he instinctively eat meat like crazy, then eat it? It's normal when you are full, and continue to farm. Make room for a piece of meat field, and then here Suyunyang felt that this was a big project, and the whole person was eager to try. Next, Suyunyang and Ning Jiao began to throw houses. This requires huge mana, but Suyunyang, who belongs to the sun and the moon, has been crazy about resources these days. She is no longer the little girl Gue yesterday. Crash! Crash! She flew happily in the air, flew on the mountainside, and paper houses floated to the ground. Ning Jiao was a little envious of this. She, the descendant of the dragon, couldn't fly, and her only form could be a dragon tail, swimming in the water. Ningzheng looked at her envy, and thought to herself, Ning Jiao should also improve. She had not practiced before she died. If she planted my 3 flowers, she could also enter the ranks of practitioners. It's just a pity that I'm crazy about pulling 3 flowers, which always affects my practice. Ningzheng sighed, but she was not idle. The geographical location of this place on the mountainside is actually not very good. The range of activities of the 4-organ realm-bound earth spirits is very large. They can go up the mountain and interact with the little blacksmith. If those witches see the blacksmith shop and the alchemy room of the yin-yang creation furnace, it will always have a bad impact. We have to find a formation to isolate them so that these 10,000 people can't go up the mountain to see the little blacksmith at will. He picked up the commodity formation stolen from Xenia's city before and arranged several circles. The 17 3-yuan realm formations should be enough to isolate the evil spirits of the 4-organ realm. Fortunately, I am rich and powerful. I robbed several streets at the beginning. Ningzheng sighed. Now the looted formations have been used up. The formations of the second phase realm are all used in the villa, and the formations of the 3-yuan realm are used on the mountainside. After working all day, the prison on the mountainside was completed, and Ningzheng waved his hand. Walala. One after another, the female ghosts of the Wuxing sect appeared quickly. Where is this? Are we there? Where is the legendary deputy leader, who won a great victory in Xeniazu? Our ancestors arranged us here, it should be true. At this time, a chopped-off clone of the owner of the villa, controlled by a group of hairpin women, exuding the evil cult atmosphere of the Wuxing sect, looked at them. The voice was majestic, and carried a touch of the unique kindness of the Wuxing sect. Welcome to our new branch of the Wuxing sect. Chapter 434. On the villa. In the Zanyang Tower, a group of Zanyangs are controlling the embers. Finally here. 10,000 Wuxing cult girls. Let's see how we train them. After successfully fooling them, take them to Princess Xine, and Princess Xine's aura will be even stronger. They were very happy. The battle blacksmith next door, fighting 10 bosses is a combat flow. We are a fooling flow, a flirting flow. It fits our temperament very well. Clatter. On the huge open square of the prison, there stood 10,000 beautiful women, looking around curiously. This seems to be a mountain? Isolated by a protective shield. In the sky? The embers of the manor owner in front of him flickered with the endless whispers of the Wuxing cult, like a thunderstorm, strong and dazzling, making it impossible to look directly at. Everyone, welcome. You will soon find that leaving the Wusui old mother is the right choice. The voice was melodious, as if countless people were whispering together. In fact, there were indeed countless people whispering together, and a group of people were reading the script in unison behind the scenes. It is obvious that they are very dedicated to pretending to be a charlatan. They don't want to pretend to be stupid. The Wuxing religion has a long history, and has gone through 3 periods. The Changsheng dynasty, the Wuxing old mother. The Xian dynasty, the Wu Xian old mother. The Jiusui dynasty, the Wusui old mother. They all failed. The contemporary Jiusui dynasty has perished, but the Wusui old mother did not complete her mission to overthrow the Jiusui saint. Her era passed with the dynasty, but the Wusui old mother had no self-awareness, and still occupied the dynasty. Now, in the new chaotic times, the new Wuxing old mother should take the throne. As soon as the voice fell, there was silence below. It seemed to be true. The leader of this generation, who led them, had ended without overthrowing the Nine-Spike Saint. The figure continued to say to the 10,000 people, "Now, it is time for the new Wuxing leader to appear. The chaotic times are coming, and we will fight for the entire era for the 4th time, and seize the throne. We will definitely succeed this time. And our new leader's name is Wu Tian." There was an uproar below. But they soon accepted it, because they were sent here, and had been prepared to accept it. Wu Tian. Wu Tian. Wu Tian. The voices gradually became uniform, one wave after another, and resounded throughout the sky of the villa. On the villa, several people held binoculars and looked down, their faces full of excitement. The god of food smiled and said, "This time there are real beauties, 10,000 of them. I'm going to write a letter." The little blacksmith never thought too much. He just thought that these new 10,000 NPC engines were powerful, and could chat online. They must be beautiful. The vomiting mud craftsman said, "The higher the level of the monks, the better their temperament and appearance. They are not the low-level fertility believers. They are all girls who have never been in love, and they are my real target." The god of food touched his nose and said, "You don't understand. Only wives who have given birth have taste, and the spirit of Chaoze will never be erased. This is the core idea of the Green Hat Villa. Get lost." The vomiting mud craftsman complained loudly, "I am the god of pure love, and the villa in front of me has finally become a human being. A group of pure and beautiful girls have come. They only knew how to practice before, so they must be easy to deceive." Everyone looked at the boastful vomiting mud craftsman, feeling that there was something wrong with this one. "Are you really a pure love warrior, not someone who couldn't attract anyone before?" Xiao Chai-kun was ready to fight, holding stamps and white paper. "It's my turn as the pure love warrior to step on the 5th boat, write a letter, and start chatting online." Jiu Tsirong looked at the 10,000 beautiful female ghosts standing neatly in the square below, and rarely complained, "You don't have to worry, you may be dating several at the same time when you date one. Don't forget, they are all born from babies. One person is a witch with multiple babies." Some people couldn't help but ponder it, and felt that this statement seemed to make some sense. That's right. At this time, Yi Guangxiu also joined the ranks. The 10,000 people on the mountainside are witches, and the thousands of female ghosts who keep giving birth to witches at the foot of the mountain. Could one of them be their mother? Mother and daughter? Xiao Chai-kun was also stunned and touched his chin. It depends on whether the planner gives face. A group of sand sculpture blacksmiths, the more they talked, the more outrageous they became. The ideas are very clear, and they can always find bright spots that ordinary people can't find. Ning Zheng didn't care about these, but looked at the female prisoners, who gradually believed and were drawn in. Soon, under the introduction of Su Yunyang, they began to worship the statues, and deceive them into trading luck. -2, -2, -2, -2. The numbers of luck reduction kept popping up above their heads. These hairpin girls did a good job, and successfully deceived them into the game. Ning Zheng was very pleased, and let out a long breath. The final result was, 20,000 luck points were added every day. Adding the previous luck value, his daily luck value is now 32,000. This is an astonishing number. Ning Zheng thought, my current daily luck value is only 4,000. I can't bear the huge daily income of 32,000. I have to add some luck value every day for daily consumption. He thought about it. Add 7,000 luck value to the daily consumption. Name, Ning Zheng. Race, New Human. Spiritual root, Shadow. Realm, the third realm of the 3 Yuan realm, the Divine Yuan realm. Daily luck income, 25,000. Daily luck consumption, 11,000, good luck. Reserve luck value, 220,000. The attribute page feels very reassuring at first glance. 11,000 daily luck value is already very strong. This kind of luck belongs to the level of picking up various opportunities, and various small things going smoothly when you go out. Of course, it can't really affect the overall situation, and can't interfere with those real big guys, who want to calculate themselves. But in the small details, there will be various reminders and signs of death. With this level of luck, I should be able to barely survive in troubled times. Ningxiang let out a long breath. I'm most afraid of those big guys plotting against me. If I hadn't been blessed by luck, I really wouldn't dare to show my hide-and-seek skills with them. At this time, he wanted to improve his realm. If it weren't for the fact that the 3 flowers had to wait a week for them to grow back after being plucked out, he would have wanted to add 100,000 luck points to break through to the 3 yuan great perfection, and circulate the 3 yuan. After all, circulation is the perfect embodiment of a realm. Wuxing Sect, Beijing Branch. Wuxing Whale is now practicing silently, sitting cross-legged in a pool of spiritual liquid. A large amount of natural materials and treasures allowed her to practice quickly, and quickly entered the first realm of the 5-body realm. 2 hours later, the second realm. Another 2 hours later, the third realm. The essence of the 5-body realm is to temper the limbs and head of the flesh and blood. As long as the resources are sufficient and the person is talented enough, this is not difficult. In addition, these mortals were all theoretical masters in their lifetime, and they could not practice without spiritual roots. How do you feel? Wuxing Old Mother said lightly. Only spiritual roots, no corresponding spells and magical powers. Wuxing Jing's eyes lit up slightly. We need to open up. No problem, we are a group of great monks, come to guide you to open up the practice. Wuxing Old Mother said lightly. In fact, this is exactly what Ningxiang wants. He doesn't want to spend luck points to open up magical powers and spells, so he has always been a blank practice. He only has realms, and can only attack. Now there is free labor to help. How can he not like it? This is Ningxiang's plan. Even if they don't spend money, Ningxiang even wants to give them a spiritual root for free, so that they can open up the corresponding practice matching. Moreover, the embers of the spiritual roots are controlled by Ningxiang's 3 flowers at any time. What a pity. Wuxing's mother exhaled lightly, thinking in her heart, we don't have the technology of artificial awakening. This technology is only available in the Jiusui dynasty. Even if the artificial Ghost King is far weaker than the pure natural Ghost King, it still has the characteristics of the Ghost King. Wuxingjing, the fairy spirit we just got. If it awakens, then the strength will skyrocket. Every dynasty has its own research projects. Jiusui dynasty specializes in the construction of Jiuzhou's ground veins. And the ground veins themselves are a huge evil collection array. The Jiusui dynasty has a deep research on the embers. They have already developed the technology to artificially awaken the Ghost King. It's just a pity. Artificially awakening the Ghost King consumes a lot of energy, and it can only have a certain success rate among low-level cultivators. The original intention of the Saint Jiusui was to artificially awaken the Ghost King after his death, but unfortunately this project did not succeed. If he succeeded, it would be a different situation now. However, this technology has benefited the sun and the moon after all. Wuxing's mother murmured. Everyone knows that the heroes of Jiuzhou are fighting for supremacy, but they don't know that there is a terrible giant among them. Always keep a low profile and practice in secret. Dao Yu's fairy spiritual root level artificial Ghost King, I'm afraid, she has already reached the state of one mind. Theoretically, the Ghost King can become infinitely stronger by eating ghost. But in fact, there is a limit to the speed of becoming stronger, but most people don't know it. If there were no limit, with the combat power of the 9-Spice Saint, he would have captured a bunch of one-mind realm evil spirits, or even ancient saint-level beings, and fed them to Miss Dao Yu, allowing her to break through to the one-mind realm and the transformation realm within a day. Unfortunately, it couldn't be done. But the growth rate is still very fast, and the 9-Spice Saint has too many backups. Miss Dao Yu is one of them. She has been secretly watching the struggles in the world, hiding and eating the evil spirits left to her by the 9-Spice Saint, and becoming crazy strong. If the Xinqiao Saint can't bear it, Miss Dao Yu will be the second backup to defend the country. This is an evil spirit with fairy roots. Even, it grows stronger. But after all, it is a dead person. The artificial Ghost King has flaws, unlike the normal Ghost King who is like a real living person. Where is her logical flaw? Like the Xinqiao Saint, grasp her flaws and control her sun and moon to go crazy at any time. There is nothing to fear. Wuxing's mother said lightly. Chapter 435. Sword Forging Villa. Ning Zheng sat on a chair and sorted out recent plans. Calculating the time, there are still more than 40 days before the catastrophe of Jiuzhou that he expected. He is not one of those little blacksmiths who have fun in the mountains every day. He has a growing sense of urgency in his heart. So, he couldn't wait to move the villa away from the place of trouble. He is not a sage with lofty ideals. The first reaction is to protect himself. Jiuzhou is in chaos, and the saints are playing games. Ask yourself, what can a small cultivator of the 3 Yuan realm do? The main body runs away, is the most important thing. With his own cultivation speed, it only takes a few months from scratch to the second phase realm. If given some time, it will not be difficult to catch up with them. Why waste time? Hide if you can. Even with the identity of Shirong Master Craftsman, he shouldn't join in the fun. For details, please refer to Sini Baishan, Dukuhong and others. They are still slacking off, not paying attention to what's happening outside. Whoever is in power is in power. After the opening of the dynasty, they must be courteous and ask them to serve in the court. Neutral professions must have a neutral attitude. Whoever wins will be the winner of that group of fighting monks. Soon, Ning Zheng got the news from the Wuxing sect in the capital. The day after the transaction, bad news came from all over Jiuzhou. The local cities of each continent have suffered various disasters, and a huge wave of strange tides is attacking the entire Jiuzhou. One by one, powerful one-heart realm beings stand in the sky of each force. Hand over the inheritance. Those who don't hand it over will die. The local Sanyuan realm families trembled. They handed over their spiritual roots, classics, and various magical inheritances, and dared not resist at all. These advanced troops from the Imperial Mausoleum were obviously collecting new era skills and inheritances to present to their saints, and add to the national treasury. This shocked Ning Zheng, who got the news. Even the think tank of Zhujian Villa was confused. This is the real rebel, coming out from different historical time periods. It's too scary. Can our Xion's adoptive father withstand it? With this number of rebels, only the Saint Jiuzhui can withstand it, right? Don't make a fuss. Xion's adoptive father is also the second strongest in human history, a great master of the innate spiritual root era. The last saint of the innate myth era. We can only cheer for the adoptive father. We can't do anything. Knock more wooden fish. Bless the adoptive father. Go to the blacksmith shop to customize a mechanical wooden fish. Knock automatically, and pray for our adoptive father 24 hours a day. Be sure to hold on. Saving the world depends on you, adoptive father. In the blacksmith shop, they chatted while forging iron. The war in Jiuzhou became more and more intense, and there were wailing everywhere. A large number of middle-grade forces were subdued and forcibly incorporated into the various invading advance armies, and taken to their various strongholds and local cities. Ning Zheng was also in shock. This is too fierce. If he hadn't made preparations in advance, it would probably be his middle-grade Zuelahua family, and the middle-grade tomb robbing Shur family, who would be attacked when they occupied Pingchong City. If his Zuelahua family was taken to the city, and forced into the army. He didn't dare to think about that scene. Maybe it was a new plot. In the blacksmith shop in the army, a group of wicked little blacksmiths, chattering, while forging iron, they also stole the soldiers' equipment and rummaged through the treasures in their tents. This scene is so beautiful. It is estimated that whichever army is attacked will be defeated by the rebel army. No matter what, Ning Zheng knew that she reminded Xinia's city to prepare in advance, and she also ran away in advance. Even some high-grade forces in the deep mountains showed signs of being attacked. This scared many forces with high-grade spiritual roots, and they began to gather together frantically, hide, and seek shelter from their upperline families and various heaven-level forces. This led to terrible chaos in all states except Xiniazu, with waves of disaster victims everywhere, which was even more chaotic than the Red Sun period. Now, more and more forces in various states saw that the situation was not good, and let huge statues of Dharma drag their clans forward in the wilderness, and began to run away. Of course, there are also some clever people who ran to seek the protection of the big families early, and gloated at this time. You are so stupid. The entire Sini continent has entered the war fortress mode. Obviously, the atmosphere is not right. Why don't you find someone to join forces early? Smart families have used the 3 flowers to explore the secrets of the capital early, and started to prepare. Go to the Holy Land family. An old scholar stroked his white beard and laughed. Some families have long been corrupt, not enterprising, and have no spirituality at all. They deserve to be eliminated. Don't you see what weapons Shirong God Artisan has been selling recently? Arc, defense tower, all strategic defense weapons. Isn't it obvious what this implies? In the entire Jiuzhou, Sini continent suffered the least damage. Countless people envied. Zinyazu City instantly became a continent that countless people in Jiuzhou envied, and it could be called the first ideal place to live. Even some casual cultivators and families with a small population wanted to move their entire clan to Zinyazu City. The teleportation arrays in Zinyazu City have never stopped. I heard that one eternal teleportation array will break down every day. The more powerful the existence, the higher the teleportation load. It can be seen that those big guys have gone crazy. In the words of the little blacksmith, this is comparable to grabbing salt in the supermarket. The teleportation arrays are crowded, and the Linen City in Zinyazu City is even more crowded. The war came too suddenly. On the third day, Ningzheng even heard that some local cities were very unfortunate, and the entire city was directly destroyed. A city, but tens of millions of people are guaranteed. It has suddenly become a ghost city. How terrible! It is a rare and huge tragedy in human history, and the death and injury in Qiangweizu is the most serious. This continent, which was originally known as the most disgusting anti-injury macho body cultivator, is now too prosperous because of the strong yang energy and the strong breath of young meat, which easily attracts the madness of the fierce and ghost, resulting in countless rampages. On the contrary, the other side of the continent, where the Yin spirit roots are prevalent, has the least casualties. Because their continent is too Yin, it has caused strange tides all year round. The people have skilled countermeasures, so their people rarely die. No matter what, Jiuzhou is experiencing drastic changes. The strategic departments of each major force are collecting images of the attacked local cities. Fortunately, we succeeded. In the conference room, Xiniyun and others were still in fear, and their eyes were focused on the crystal projection at one end of the table, which clearly showed the tragic scene of a local city in the Rose continent. The picture was full of black and red shadows covering the sky, and the crazy evil spirits were like heavy mountains, pressing people to the point of being unable to move. What should we do next? Among the 3,000 ancestors present, one of the fierce and reckless men in the past was also a little hesitant. The war is coming too fast. The Sword Fairy said, let's protect ourselves first, and take in more refugees from other continents. And strengthen our defense mechanism. I suggest spending a lot of resources to continue to produce the Arc Defense Tower series, to increase our defense strength. We define ourselves as a Doomsday Fortress factory, protecting a human living area, and supplying various defense weapons to other Doomsday living areas. Xiniyun nodded, which was exactly what he wanted to say. The entire Zinyazu City must increase its power, frantically produce these two defense weapons, and recruit more high-level professionals. Xiniyun immediately stood up. I will immediately post a message to summon the god craftsmen of the 9 states of the world, and all the god-level professionals, to gather in Zinyazu City, come to Shimen, and together establish a city of hope for mankind. Gather talents from all over the world and build these two defense weapons together. Now, all forces are very uneasy, and 2 opinions have emerged. 1. The war faction. All holy places, sects, state capitals and courts, join forces to recapture local cities and suppress evil. The living people in the world fight back the imperial tombs in the tombs together. 2. Conservatives. All major forces give up local civilian cities and directly form a group. Because it seems that their advanced troops are only at the headmaster level, but if you provoke them, they will definitely send a saint-level existence to settle accounts with you in the future. Therefore, the local city is only attacked by a headmaster, and they dare not take it back. There are various considerations. Even, there are pessimistic escape factions who think that this is just the beginning. Now the upper grade and heaven grade forces seem to be able to protect themselves, but sooner or later it will be their turn to be attacked. The indestructible garrison that has been passed down for thousands of years must also be captured. They must unite to form a Doomsday Fortress. Of course, Xiniyun also expressed his own views. Everyone, the existences in the imperial tombs, their original intention is not to eat people, kill people, they will only attack humans when they lose control and go crazy. As rulers, they hope to protect the survival rate of the people, and do not want to get a ruined country. They are not here to destroy the world. They will fight in the nursery to determine the winner, so we don't need to think too much, and we will not become their main target of attack. There is only one thing we have to do: protect the people, hold on to the Doomsday Fortress, not be affected by the aftermath of their battle, and wait for the results of those high saints. They will not take the initiative to attack our Foucheng, and will only attack Shoucheng when they go crazy. Everyone chewed the meaning carefully. This policy is essentially, delay, drag them until they decide the winner, then the matter will be settled. But they are saint-level beings, the strongest heroes in the long river of human history, and it is also very difficult to stop their aftermath. Soon, the meeting ended, and Xenia's city issued a call for action. The local major sects and families of Xenia drove the ark, packed up their belongings, and moved their entire families to Xenia's city. The 9 states in the world are discussing. After this, their Xenia's city will not only accommodate 1,000 official cities, but also various major sections. Xenia will completely become a super city. After all, who doesn't want to go to the doomsday fortress of Xenia? There is also the Shirong God Craftsman. Xenia city will become the first fortress of Jojo. After they use up the ark, I hope to borrow it. We will also move to our city of Gangweizu. It's too chaotic here. Yes, we will gather into a huge doomsday fortress with the city as the center. The days are getting more and more chaotic. Fortunately, those Tianpin forces traveling on the ark were not attacked. After all, even if they are down and out, the strongest living person of this generation is only a state of mind, but their ancestors have saints, so naturally there are saint-level city wall ancestors sitting in charge. They drove the ark, sailing in a zigzag all the way, constantly passing by some forces, and pulling them onto the ark. Saving you is also saving us. Living humans should be united as one. These holy words are high-sounding. The world of scholars values reputation the most, and these holy places that saved various forces along the way have gained great reputation. The arks of the entire Jojo began to set sail, as if they had completely entered the age of navigation. And Xenia's city will become a world-class shipyard in the endless ocean, and countless large ships will pass by to replenish supplies and purchase new ships. This time, there were only 2 defensive weapons before, and they were just popular, but in this era of war, they have completely resounded throughout the world. Ark, defense tower, how can this be a weapon? This is the life of the people of Jojo. In this chaotic world, the foundation of survival. Shirong God Craftsman, is there a rumor that they have been researching this kind of thing before? Fortunately, we are prepared for a rainy day, and have made preparations in advance. Savior, the real savior. Countless people sighed, and some god-level professionals went to Xenia through the teleportation array. They are also scholars, so why don't they have the ambition to save the world? Joining the shipyard is the best choice for people like them. Now every ark and defense tower can save one more force and countless people. Chapter 436. It's a troubled time. Ningzheng walked out of the room, silently went up the mountain, and sighed, at least, now we have successfully become a paradise to avoid war. The mountainside is no longer an empty and boring forest. After settling 10,000 female ghosts, this residential area formed several streets, squares, and even shops, various meat shops, and snack bars. There are also pizza shops and hot pot restaurants. Although the players can't go down the mountain, the Embers can. The Embers are extremely happy to go down the mountain and open a shop. At this time, Ningzheng, as the old steward, walked into the street, and saw a group of beautiful women chatting, gathering in 2s and 3s, talking about their living experience in the new place. This new place is not bad. Yes, I think it's okay. There is a cable car above. Is it to deliver supplies to the bottom of the mountain? There is a villa on the top of the mountain. Obviously, someone lives there. They were in a harmonious atmosphere and felt that they had come to a hidden villa. The war outside had nothing to do with them. Soon, several girls came to the Chuan Chuan Xiang restaurant. They saw a Eugene Xiao Chai Kun, who smiled and said, "What would you like to eat, pretty sisters?" The women looked at the sign and ordered some to try. The god of food and Xiao Chai Kun asked their Eugene to open the canteen down the mountain. In the distance, the sharp-eyed Eugene Su Yunyang ran over to introduce. Well done. Ningzheng smiled and walked on the street with Eugene Su Yunyang, looking at the new residents around them to see if there were any shortcomings. A group of 4 Zong realms, Ningzheng did not think they had the ability to pose a threat to herself. Recently, the blacksmith Eugene in the villa is very happy. Su Yunyang introduced. There are also chess and card shops, script-killing shops. We will frantically grab the property they bring and let them pawn their furniture, clothes, and jewelry. Ningzheng was a little speechless. This kind of thing is needless to say. However, the Eugene Adventure team originally went to other hills to collect materials, but now they have a new job. Old steward, we want to chop them and try how strong the embers they condense are. This super ember will definitely travel faster. On the street, Su Yunyang said without hesitation, the troubled times are coming. It is safest to stay away from the disputed areas of Kyushu and speed up to enter the sea. You can give it a try and see how strong the new version of the Ember Giant is. Ningzheng nodded. Xenia originally concentrated local cities. No enemies came to gnaw the hard bones of this state capital. But now, many scattered refugees in Kyushu are rushing to Zinyazu to seek refuge. It is estimated that some devils will be introduced into the village. Zinyazu will soon be in turmoil. A group of advanced troops from the Imperial Mausoleum will descend on Zinyazu. Maybe even the giant of the villa will be intercepted. Speeding up the escape is the right thing. At this time, Su Yunyang looked at the female ghosts on the street and said softly, "Sir, if we chop off the super embers they gave birth to, it will speed up the pulling of the villa and get to the seaside faster. But they are disposable. After being chopped, they will be exhausted and need to take root in the earth veins to recover. By then, with 10,000 earthbound spirits, the movement speed of the ark will slow down." Ningzheng thought it was acceptable. First burst out a wave to speed up the journey. It's okay to be slow after taking root. After all, it will take root sooner or later. Then let's go prepare. Su Yunyang of the Embers has always been vigorous and resolute. She quickly organized this group of prisoners in the 4 visceral realms and started the first batch of the chopping ceremony. After 3 hours of chopping, a huge ember rose. Crash! It was a huge figure with countless faces and wailing, as if it was the only demon god in the world. Countless soft, moist, sexy, and loving maternal voices came out of his body, and the melodious voice seemed to contain supreme happiness and joy. She seemed to be the mother of all things, and it filled my eyes with tears. The moment I saw him, I wanted to take off all my clothes, return to the ocean together, return to the amniotic fluid of life, and accept the embrace of this great mother. It seemed that this mother body transcended blood and race. The moment countless people saw her, they all wanted to be born from her body, then be killed and carved into a clover on her belly, the baby swallowed, the baby reborn, and so on. A kind of reincarnation will be formed in her belly. After thousands of calamities and thousands of lives, 9 babies, 49 babies, 98 babies, and finally a great life will be born. In the belly, it is the reincarnation of humanity, and after thousands of lives, the truth is seen. The umbilical cord is the chain of life, breaking free from thousands of shackles, and proving the true self. Carrying thousands of sins, practicing and not giving up. They compare themselves to being sacred, breaking free from shackles, and reincarnating and experiencing calamities. Once they are born, they will surely be like the sacred coming to the world. The sky will collapse, and the earth will split. This is the fundamental doctrine of the Wuxing religion. It is better to be unborn. If you are born, it will shake the world. Even Ningzheng was dazed, vaguely affected by the huge soul breath. This is too outrageous. More than 10,000 four-organ realms, the aura gathered together is simply inhuman. Probably the combat power of the second phase realm. Ningzheng quickly regained his sanity, revealing a trace of surprise in his heart. No, it's more than that. This is the first fusion. The fusion is imperfect, and there are many mistakes and omissions. Wait for the fusion again in the future, and bloom all the power. I'm afraid it will be the level of entering the first state of mind. Ningdeng's heart was hot. This is the level of the contemporary headmaster of each holy land in the state of mind. Perhaps, in the previous meeting of the Wuxing sect, there were many ancient Wuxing sect heads, but they were not Ningzheng's own. Now this is his own foundation and combat power. Prophet, a big prophet. Ningzheng exhaled a long breath of turbid air, smiling. In the future, who dares to say that we are fake? The most important thing is, this soul breath is simply a large-scale attack. Generally, cultivators with lower realms probably can't bear it, and are bewitched into becoming fanatics of the Wuxing sect. This kind of mental attack is absolutely not available in the original Wuxing sect. Why? Because they play with the flesh and blood system. How can they do spiritual magic? Sir, what level? Eugene Su Yunyang wiped the cold sweat. She couldn't tell at all with her realm. Ningzheng said to Su Yunyang, the situation is good. If it is more perfect, it is estimated that it can enter the state of one mind. So strong? Eugene Su Yunyang's eyes lit up. Then can't we steal chickens and dogs in the chaotic world a month later? No. We can steal chickens and dogs now. Do him a big job. Ningzheng glanced at her. This person is really shameless, speaking so bluntly, and stealing chickens and dogs. Don't think about those things. Let's control the embers and pull the villa. Ningzheng said, leave the troubled place first. We have a new strength of the one-heart realm. Even if a master-level warrior comes to block our way, we are not afraid. Okay. Su Yunyang was very happy, muttering in her heart. I understand. This is a hint for our main body to run away, and then send the Dharma image and the identity of Shiron God craftsman to fish in troubled waters. Hua la la. Soon, a vast giant pulled the villa forward at a very fast speed. It was dozens of times faster than before. The difference between the 3 Yuan realm and the two-phase realm is extremely huge. The surrounding strong winds whistled and hit the protective shield of the villa fiercely. And some small blacksmiths in the villa were very happy to fly kites in the square again. One by one, the small blacksmiths were pulled up and shouted wow 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 in the sky, extremely excited. Crash! This day was spent in the kite activity full of laughter of the little blacksmiths. Ningzheng ignored them. These people were always not serious. He stared at the route of the villa silently. Irregular driving, relatives shed tears. What if the villa crashes into the mountains and explodes? Crack! It was approaching dusk, and the embers of the owner of the villa were completely exhausted and gradually dissipated. The figures of the 10,000 female ghosts were also hazy. Obviously they had been squeezed dry. Ningzheng did not hesitate, grabbing the embers one by one and taking root. After taking root, Ningzheng clearly felt that the connection between the villa and the earth was closer, like 10,000 noodles hanging down, pulling the speed of the arc. Huh? Ningzheng looked at the map of Jiuzhou and frowned secretly. The speed is a bit slow today. We only advanced 1/10 of the distance at full power. In the final analysis, Xinyazu is too big, a cultivator who has reached the great perfection of the second phase realm, starting from Pingchong City, which is already on the coast, will take 10 days to reach the seaside, which is already considered a normal speed. After all, it is not flying away, like the gaseous dharma of lightning, and it cannot pass through the teleportation array. It is certain that the speed is not fast if it only relies on carrying the villa and walking forward. Next, I am afraid it will be slower. Ningzheng let out a long breath. It feels a bit unrealistic to reach the seaside before the catastrophe breaks out. Time passed by minute by minute. Xinya's city is full, and families are relocating from all over the place. Shimen is extremely popular. Most of the god-level professionals in Jiuzhou came together to study new technologies in Shimen and promote the technological innovation of the Ark and the defense tower. They are the future of mankind. They are the beacon of mankind. The battle in the nursery outside is getting more and more terrible. I heard that there were several small-scale attacks. Xi and Shichen went crazy again. The capital was in a mess. That battle was as bad as before. It is even said that a saint from the ancient imperial tomb took action personally, but was beaten to death by Xi and Shichen and burned directly. This caused an uproar in Jiuzhou, and those things in the outside world have nothing to do with Ningzheng. After he got some inside information from the Wuxing sect, he didn't care. These days, the blacksmiths in the villa are busy. The card-drawing host of the fairy beast, the holding of the next sales meeting, and the construction plan of the village on the mountainside, as well as the reception of guests from Shimen, welcoming the arrival of the big guys. Of course, the most obvious change in the villa is the mountainside area. Now the streets are noisy and extremely lively. One after another, beautiful women are walking, chatting and talking, and occasionally going to the snack stalls to buy some food. The ashes of Shaochaikun, Shirshan, and Onijiang have established branches on the mountainside. It has to be said that the temptation of beauty is endless. Of course, even the ashes of some hairpins have opened the hairpin tower on the mountainside. This is already a small village. Ningzheng and Ning Jiaoju are shopping together. Ning Jiaoju stops by the roadside from time to buy some hairpins and jewelry. She smiles cutely and innocently, and you can tell at a glance that her IQ is not high. After all, Jialong only becomes an adult after hundreds of years. Even if she is a mixed blood, she died in her teens before her IQ is mature. Eat this. Ning Jiao stuffed a bucket of popcorn into Ning Jing's hand. Jiao's sister, come again next time. A hairpin lady's ember was setting up a stall, smiling. After all, among the tens of thousands of villagers at the foot of the mountain, Ning Jiao was considered a relatively important NPC. However, her brothers seemed to be quite handsome. Other male blacksmiths have a group of female NPCs to chat with online. I wonder if this handsome brother can write letters to chat online. This hairpin lady fell into thought. Ningzheng also ate popcorn, looking at the prosperous scene of the whole villa, feeling like she was dreaming. The villa became very lively, and gradually became what a city under the command of a big power should look like. Brother, how far do you think they will fight? I heard that it's very chaotic outside every day, and countless families have been destroyed. Ning Jiaoju frowned. I went to Sister Xianya's place recently, and there were several fights in the capital. I don't know either. Ningzheng shook her head, but we are moving away from the center of the vortex, so it should be safe. Seclusion, that's good. Ning Jiaoju also thinks hiding is the best. Wait, I give you a gift. Ningzheng pulled out a 3-flower, and put it on Ning Jiaoju's head. It's really beautiful. Ning Jiaoju felt the 3 soul flowers gradually merging into his head, and jumped up happily, Let's go over there to find something to eat. The little blacksmith over there made some teppanyaki. Chapter 437. Deep in the Imperial Mausoleum. Thunderous sounds came from the ancient black forest. In the vast expanse of primitive jungle, there lived countless ancient creatures from the Dragon Age. Huge red-winged pterosaurs, giant unicorn ants, flying insects flying back and forth in the sky, and some herbivorous beasts flapping their tails. Boom! In the open space deep in the woods, a primitive black-haired tall ape suddenly raised up, and a beast hundreds of meters long was leaning against the grill. Xiandao? Xian Shichen? The second most powerful existence in human history? It's just that he caught up with the good times. Advanced skills, advanced bloodline. Are the second. The ape bit the barbecue with big mouthfuls, and his mouth was full of oil. It's almost time to go out. A cold and wild male voice shouted from the throat of the ape. Similar sounds appeared almost everywhere in the Imperial Mausoleum. Beijing. Everything was calm. On the throne surrounded by historical paintings, Xian Shichen's face became cold, and he was thinking hard, what is plotting against me? He has been very upset these days. He is a person with a strong desire for control, and will never allow anything to go beyond his chess game. But someone unexpected appeared. Even the core of the Book of Time was broken. It broke into 5 pieces. Although the core of the Book of Time had long been overwhelmed, the breakage was expected. But he still couldn't accept it. Each of the ancients in their tombs is not my opponent alone. Xian Shichen whispered. He is the second most powerful existence in human history, according to common sense. No matter how amazing those ancient people were in their time, they could not keep up with the times. But is it really so? No one knows what the magical powers of some ancient dynasties are. Perhaps, there are magical powers similar to those of his Xian dynasty royal family. What backhand would those ancient saints, who conquered the world and died of old age, leave for their imperial tombs before they died? No one knows. Can they not think that the future era is progressing, and they may not be strong enough to walk out of the ancient tombs thousands of years later? They must have thought of it. So, what magical powers are hidden in their tombs, and whether they can keep up with the new era as quickly as the Xinhua magical power, no one knows. The best way is to block the door. Xian Shichen said, block the door, cut off their external information channels, and prevent them from obtaining new era resources like me. The Emperor guards the national gate. This is the best way. This is what the Jiusui Saint did. He was very strong in the past, which was the main reason. Another reason was that those people in the ancient tombs could not get out, and could not get in touch with the information of the new era and update the version. Block the door and fight a group of ancient primitive people. To be honest, the more ancient people are, the lower their fighting power is. This is a universal rule. Even some super ancient saints, in this era, are not as good as some ordinary masters of some major sects. The one-hearted state of their contemporary strongmen can even fight against an ancient self-transformation state. It's not that the ancient saints are too weak, but that the era is too ancient. But if this group of primitive people with backward fighting power were given to absorb the information of the present world, it is estimated that the Jiusui Saint alone would not be able to resist everyone. A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Just block the country's gate. They can't get out, they can't get anything. But they have now sent out advanced troops to collect information from all over Jiuzhou, and attack the forces of the middle and upper grades. They obviously want to get information from the new era. I hope that no high-level inheritance of the great sect will be leaked. If it is obtained and it keeps up with the times, it will be bad. At this moment, a person walked into Fei Jianjian. The aura of Daoyu was flowing, and the majestic aura rose from her body. I have already reached a state of mind. You are worthy of being the king of Gui. On the throne, Xian Shichen praised. But my logic is still flawed, isn't it? As a king of Gui, Daoyu can certainly recognize the reality that he is a Gui. Xian Shichen shook his head. This unnatural awakening has too many flaws, and the logical flaws of the Gui still exist. Help me hold on for a while. I will continue to eat the Gui, step into the transformation of my realm, and no one in the world can be my opponent. Daoyu said. She knew that once she became the transformation of my realm, with her unprecedented fairy roots, she would definitely be invincible at the same level and dominate the entire era. Even if she only had a realm and had no time to study her own skills and magical powers, her brute force alone was enough to crush the ancient saints in the tomb. So, those ancient beings would not give her this round of sun and moon the opportunity to break through the transformation of my realm. They are about to start. They want to fight for the fairy root skills of the Xinchao Saint and attack him as the sun and moon. This is exactly what I planned. I will hold it for you for a while. After that, you will come to sit in the Book of Years, and you will be responsible for shining on the imperial tomb, burning them every day. The imperial mausoleum will become an eternal scorching hell, burning them all the time. Xian Shichen trusted Miss Daoyu very much. He knew Miss Daoyu's secrets, her logical flaws, and even the magic formula for controlling this eternal sun and moon magic weapon. This was left to him by Saint Josue before his death, allowing him to completely control the sun and moon. He checked it countless times, and there was no hidden hand, so he trusted Miss Daoyu so much. Saint Josue had his own spirit, and he disdained these little tricks. I hope you can do your best. Miss Daoyu said softly, Your Majesty Josue, you have laid so many backups before your death for your enthronement. You can't do this, right? Those geniuses are for you to improve yourself, and I, the unprecedented 7-spirit root circulation instrument spirit, will also be handed over to you. But you still came to this step, being constantly calculated. Miss Daoyu said, shaking her head, revealing a trace of contempt. Xian Shichen's forehead was bulging with veins, but he couldn't refute it. In the end, he could only exhale. I think you must have been a very bad person when you were alive. But he was indeed a little angry. Not angry at others, but angry at himself. Sage Josue was obviously his enemy, but he was so broad-minded that he left the dynasty to him, and paved the way for him, waiting for his Xinhua to open up the future and create a new mythical prosperity. But he couldn't protect it. His pride made him extremely uncomfortable. Don't worry, I will definitely win in the end. Miss Daoyu shook her head as she looked at his back. I just hope that he can hold on for a while and break through to the Hua realm. After that, whether this Xinqiao saint lives or dies has nothing to do with her. If he wins, he can control himself, and she can accept control. The power of Xinhua is indeed the most suitable for being a saint, and it is not impossible to assist him. If he loses and dies, he will lose all his memories of this period of time. After rebirth, he will not remember the fatal flaw of controlling his sun and moon. Then she will be free. Therefore, whether the Xinqiao saint wins or loses, she can stabilize the situation. This is also a backup plan for the Josue saint. That person made too many calculations during his lifetime, all of which were linked together, just to protect the people of Jojo from disaster. Shimen City. A white-haired old man stepped out of the teleportation array. He came from the Pansy continent, and was a divine doctor. Three-colored rainbow, this is his name, the nominal first divine doctor in Jojo, and the chief court doctor in the Josue era. After the saint was attacked in both eyes, he was the first to be summoned to treat him. Originally, the divine doctor inheritance of their Pansy continent was too embarrassed to come. But now it has come to this time, they will not come to contribute to the future of mankind for the sake of that ridiculous stubbornness and face. He looked at the prosperous academy with a heavy face. Here will be the beacon of mankind, leading us to open up the civilization of Xian, and it is also the hope of the end of the world. They will join the ranks of building the Ark, and the god-level professionals in the world will gather here to study the salvation plan. And in this doomsday fortress city of mankind, Shimen is also destined to become the first comprehensive professional holy land in Jojo. Here will be the forefront of human research on the immortal era. The old man sighed. Along the way, all kinds of transportation are strange, and it is a big city for refining equipment at a glance. All kinds of semi-experimental and cutting-edge magic tools are tested here. Even the air has a sweet smell. After being received into the academy, this old man, with a celestial appearance, came to the agricultural college, and soon saw a group of old friends surrounding the projection screens of several furnaces. Open! This time, it must have come out. This time it's a fairy beast, the cloud-stepping Kirin dragon. Impossible, this flesh and blood plan is absolutely wrong. I also think that the Kirin and the dragon cannot complete the fusion reproduction through the flying eagle as a flesh and blood intermediary creature. They blushed, and on the other side of the projection was a beautiful host, presiding over the creation furnace with a professional smile. On the other side of the live broadcast room, there was a wooden sign behind the beauty. First place, Dukuhong, 32 million magic coins. Second place, Qiangguikai, 13 million magic coins. Why is there another list? Three-color Yunhong looked a little silent. Why is the research on this fairy beast different from what I thought? It is indeed the most cutting-edge area of mankind, very extraordinary. Chapter 438. Sans Yunhong looked at it for a while. He felt that the list was actually okay, and it was a kind of motivation. It was not that he could not understand it. For details, he could refer to the professional lists of the major 9 states. The list of divine craftsmen and the like also had the same purpose. For scholars, a good reputation is a good thing, and ranking can motivate people. But what about the bees fighting competition and gambling? How can this commercialization be so obvious? San Tunhong was a little surprised. He was a little disdainful, even angry, and his good impression gradually disappeared. The outside world was already full of famine and disasters, and various research and development plans were urgent. Forget about rankings. This group of old friends were gambling here, and not doing their jobs. This defiled the sacred academic hall, and subverted the lofty ideals of saving the world for these scholars. Before, as he walked along, he was indeed carefully observing the entire city of Last Hope, which was known as the doomsday fortress of mankind. The initial feeling was excellent. He thought that the entire Linen City was filled with an academic atmosphere. The running vehicles, clouds, pumpkin carriages, are all attempts by the weapon refiners to communicate with each other. This is a competition among weapon refiners. The air is filled with fragrance. He also knows what it is. It is the spiritual farmers, cultivating spiritual plants. The green plants along the way are full of mutant plants that emit strange fragrance. From his perspective, if he is not mistaken, they are all synthetic plants cultivated by the yin-yang creation furnace. They take fragrance as the main core, which has a slight effect of soothing nerves. The fragrance spreads throughout the city of Shimen, bringing a sense of elegance of scholars. This sweet air, although it has no practical effect, is in line with his classical aesthetics. It also makes the scholars who come here feel relaxed. This is a competition between a group of spiritual farmers. This made him more curious along the way. Every detail of this Shimen city reveals an academic atmosphere, and there are competitions in various fields. Shirong God Craftsman is a very detail-oriented and elegant scholar. He smelled the fragrance and was curious about the yin-yang creation furnace that synthesized plants, so he took a detour to the agricultural college. I thought it was a rigorous and classical academic atmosphere for discussion, but I didn't expect it to be gambling. Like a casino in a busy city, a group of people were watching the live broadcast room. There was also a group of old men and women who jokingly called the current Dukuhong the first sister of the list. Absurd, absolutely ridiculous. The three-color cloud rainbow was so angry that he blew his beard and glared, and the white beard couldn't help but pull off several handfuls. Next, he saw that the two sides cultivated two divine beast eggs in the mutual competition, and after hatching, they began to be sent to the arena. It was a quadrilateral ring, where two hatched cubs came on stage to fight. There was a cheerful shouting in the crowd. It seemed that they were placing bets, and competing to see which side would win. It seemed to have become an assembly line. Synthesis, hatching, competition. And after the competition, not only was there a group of people recording the battle data, but there was also a passionate host explaining the ring. At this time, a new competition was about to begin. The steady voice of the male announcer on the TV news kept coming. Okay. After the accumulation of the players on both sides, we once again ushered in the exciting mythical beast rally, the fourth game today. First, let's introduce the first contestant. A green-striped Qilin dragon, with a strong defensive turtle back, fierce and aggressive. I won't reveal the specific race of its parents here. The voice continued to explain, with passion and emotion, look at our second contestant. It's the demon crane that has won 3 consecutive victories. This is a veteran, and should not be underestimated. Now I declare that the competition has officially begun. Everyone. In our future history, our Shimen, this group of father gods will be recorded, created countless fairy beasts here, and in the battle experiments of fighting immortal field again and again, in these natural selections, the origin of the fairy world is revealed. We will lead. We will promote. We will create beasts one by one. If the 2 fairy beasts on the field today are strong enough, they will be the first generation ancestors of a great fairy clan in the future. And the 2 who created them will be remembered in history. This made everyone excited and full of expectations. And the 2 top-level old men who participated in the competition also held their heads high, and looked proudly at the fairy beast cubs they created with their hard work, as if they were sure that their fairy beasts would win. Boom! On the stage opposite the sword-forging villa, 2 fairy beast cubs suddenly started fighting. And a group of spectators, a group of people were clamoring. After watching it several times, I think the stage design of Shirong God Craftsman is good, and the aesthetics are very good. I don't know how long this batch can live. It is estimated that it will not live more than 6 hours, and will die. The fighting power is enough, but the bloodline is too unstable. The flesh and blood will collapse, and it will not be able to live for long. Yes, the continuation of a life is not about being strong or weak, but about the stable inheritance of bloodline. Everyone, how do you think future history will describe today's scene? Let me think about the records of ancient history in the future. In ancient times, Human skills reached the peak and broke into the forbidden area of creating life. A group of great scholars, who created living beings, created fairy beasts in ancient times, and opened up the primitive fairy world era. Another ancient mural is attached, hanging on the Book of Years. The mural shows two people on the ring, who are competing in beast control, and become the ancestors of the fairy beast race. Well said. This depicts our group of people. Which side do you bet on to win? What are the odds? The conversation among the crowd even made Santyunhong, the first divine doctor in Jiuzhou, feel a little excited. This gambling actually has such an elegant meaning. This is a supreme honor. No wonder these people are so happy. Has our first divine doctor in Jiuzhou come? At this time, Mantianshu also came over. You are here too. Santyunhong sighed, looking at the nominal first divine craftsman in Jiuzhou. 3 major professions. Mantiang Xingzhu, blacksmith. Dakuzu, spiritual farmer. Even the last Pensizu, physician, has come. How arrogant were they before? Coming to Shimen City means being weaker, so they are all hesitant. They, the divine doctors and divine craftsmen, are not like the Dooku family, who have no conflicts of interest and come to cooperate openly and provide spiritual root technology as shares. However, they couldn't hold on one after another and came completely. The entire professional circle of Jiuzhou was completely wiped out. Shimen. It has been completely recognized as the first professional holy land in Jiuzhou. Alas. Mantianshu also sighed, but we blacksmiths are okay. We have also developed basic yin-yang fusion instruments. Santyunhong smiled. I understand where you got this technology. You joined the son of Xincha Saint and help him kill his father? Mantianshu, How come the mastermind is now rumored to be the son of someone? Who spread it? Originally, they didn't think there was anything wrong with joining the mysterious person. Professionals just support different factions. Shirong Xinjiang supports Xincha Saint, so what's wrong with supporting the mastermind? He gave them benefits. But Mantianshu didn't expect that the mastermind directly collapsed. Not only did he claim to be someone's son, but he was also a head shorter, and it was said that he was the real murderer who blew up the Imperial Mausoleum. The culprit who caused the chaos. They are now trying to clear themselves, but their reputation is still damaged. Alas, who would have thought? Mantianshu sighed. He is so stupid that he exposed his identity. He turned out to be a son who killed his father. How could this be known to others? Who exposed his details? Obviously. Because of the exposure of the little blacksmiths, rumors were spread crazily. The mastermind behind the scenes has now been blamed. Everyone says that he is a son who killed his father. His reputation is so bad that it is terrible. It takes only one mouth to spread rumors, but it takes a lot of effort to refute them. Yi Quanxiu's wonderful reasoning in the villa, and he also spread it everywhere crazily, screwing someone. The evil hand that harmed Xian Shichen was still furious in secret. Let's not talk about this today. Santyunhong pointed to the distance and said angrily, People are dying every day in the outside world. Why is it so lively here? It simply tarnishes our academic spirit. What's the difference between this and a casino? This is a shock to a classical and polite scholar like him. At first, I thought so too. What a mess of gambling. What kind of rankings and ring matches? Not doing business properly. Mantianshu said. Later I found that in the past week or so, this seemingly stupid model, all the beast farmers' breeding technology has been constantly bursting and improving, which is very terrifying. Can this help improve? Isn't this a scam? Santyunhong frowned secretly. Are you sure? I saw that they gambled and several old friends lost their fortunes, and their eyes were red. Isn't this using the name of the fairy beast? Justice, collecting money everywhere? Mantianshu smiled. It is precisely because of this that they can stimulate their enthusiasm. They study like crazy, come here every day to participate in the competition, and they are eager to make better fairy beasts. I asked the dazzling housekeeper, and he told me that this is called the cricket fighting mode. Cricket fighting makes people progress. Everyone will be sleepless day and night, and they are crazy about researching a stronger cricket king and fighting back in the ring. Cricket fighting? Santyunhong, the first divine doctor in Jiuzhou, was stunned when he heard it. But he is not stupid, and he immediately understood the deep meaning. This is a research model that is proficient in human nature. This is much better than the usual dull research. The essence of the ring competition is to collect data after the experiment, and it can also form an alternative competition through this competition, crazy cricket fighting. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Awesome. Santyunhong couldn't help but exclaim, I am short-sighted. I had a superficial look before, and doubted that the other party was not doing their job. There was a disaster outside, and they were gambling and having fun here. This seemingly unrestrained mode has the strongest actual combat effect. Are you convinced? Mantiancho said. I am convinced, really convinced. San Tunhong sighed. There are details everywhere. Even the gambling here that seems to be peaceful and prosperous is for the promotion of research. Transportation is a competition for the blacksmith profession. Street aromatherapy is a competition for the spiritual farmer profession. Beast fighting arena is a competition for the synthesis of fairy beasts. The competition among professionals in this city, the communication and discussion among the powerful are perfectly reflected in every small detail of the city. This is the ocean of knowledge, where all kinds of knowledge are exploding. This will become a discussion place in human history, where everyone discusses and competes. San Tunhong completely understands that in the city of Shiman, the research in the field of immortals of various professions will usher in breakthroughs. The rumors outside are not wrong. This is the city of hope for mankind. It carries the important mission of saving the world and fighting against the ancient imperial tombs. This place is destined to be famous for eternity, and even the city of the origin of the gods of the immortal world, right? San Tunhong couldn't help but say, looking at the noisy crowd in the distance, who were still trying to merge the immortal beasts and compete. Mantianchi nodded woodenly. Yes, if we make achievements, you and I will both be the immortal gods of the ancient times. Chapter 439. Yin Hua looked at the city below, which was shouting about the ancient gods. A group of elderly scholars were eager to leave their names in history. An idea came to his mind, and I, Yin Hua, I am the steward of this city of gods. In the distance, Yin Hua sat on a high tower overlooking the crowd below. Seeing the three-color cloud rainbow, he no longer rejected it. He quietly joined the casino and tried to synthesize it. This serious and stubborn old man also began to shout about synthesizing fairy beasts with some restraint. He learned from others in the casino and gradually let go of himself. Heh! I have successfully corrupted another newcomer. Yin Hua smiled at the corners of his eyes, just like the evil boss of the casino. Although there are many big guys coming recently, Yin Hua is still very concerned about this big guy who is known as the first divine doctor in Jiuzhou. After all, their Sans family is a real old-fashioned medical family. They have studied the three colors of flesh and blood, soul, and soul turbidity. Once he lets go, he can't come back. Dazzled showed a smug smile, questioning Shiman, understanding Shiman, integrating into Shiman. These are our three colors. This is not an isolated case. When they first came here and saw this kind of ring competition, most of the stubborn old men expressed disgust, but under their calculations, they gradually integrated. And now there is no need to calculate. They will bring the old people with the new people. When a circle is completely formed, if you can't integrate into the circle, it means you can't keep up with the times, you are not fashionable, you are pedantic and rigid, and you can't accept new things. Now this gambling, with the beautiful sugar coating, the passionate host's speech, saying that the future ancestor of the fairy beast, the status has risen all of a sudden. They dare to say that this is a casino? This is called natural selection. Admittedly, the skills of the young blacksmiths are not good, but their management ability is sufficient. This is how to cut leaks, cheating to apply for jobs, exploiting company employees, blowing the ideals of future gods, and talking about the belief of saving the troubled times. Every day, in this city, this group of top old men and old ladies in Kyushu are crazy about chicken blood and promoting corporate culture. They are very professional. The main thing is to borrow a chicken to lay eggs. The blame for the research failure is all on the employees, and the record of research results is all on the boss. Below, the passionate speech is still going on. Best of 3, the second match begins. The host raised his head and shouted, full of passion and action language. The stepping cloud Kirin Dragon is in the lead again. It quickly took the initiative. We can clearly see that there is a huge gap in the speed of the two races. But the center of gravity is not stable. Because of inertia, it quickly passed over. The speed is fast enough, but the reaction ability is insufficient. Even I can't react. It seems that this is the weakness of the stepping cloud Kirin Dragon. And it seems that there is something wrong with the eyeballs, and the vision is poor. He spoke word by word. His voice was steady and powerful. Even the three-color cloud rainbow was fascinated, silently analyzing, trying to show his eyesight as the first divine doctor. As a genius doctor, he could tell which flesh and blood were out of sync, and which meridians were blocked by looking at the movements. He glanced around and said calmly, others are betting on this cloud-stepping Kirin Dragon, thinking it will win, but in fact, it is just strong on the outside but weak on the inside. This creature is fast and obviously has a congenital blood disease. Its meridians are narrow and cannot withstand the explosion. I'm afraid it will soon become exhausted and die suddenly after a while. He decisively bet on the other side. After a while, it was just as he guessed. He really won. The cloud-stepping Kylan dragon, which seemed to have been crushing all the time, suddenly died suddenly and fell down with convulsions. Looking at the wailing around him, he showed a hint of pride. How could other people's talents compare with mine? Apparently, he also couldn't help but get into the internal competition of fighting crickets. In terms of the cultivation technology of fairy beasts, he was indeed not Shenong's opponent. But as a real divine doctor, he could not compare with those beings to see if there were any problems with the fairy beast cubs. Swordcasting Villa. It's so boring, sailing every day and watching their live broadcasts. Ningzheng supported his head with his fists, sitting listlessly on the chair sideways, and looking at the bees fighting arena in the distance. Several hosts were projecting the show in the air, and a group of young blacksmiths were also watching the excitement. In just 1 week, the research on the fairy beasts started from scratch. And the group of big guys are really terrifying. Their professional corresponding magical powers allow them to make crazy progress under the motivation of the cricket fighting mode. This speed is so fast that even Ningzheng is a little amazed. A group of outrageous old men and women are worthy of being the best among the endless population of the entire Jiuzhou, and the peak symbol of an era. Boss, the casino is operating smoothly. Next to him, Jiuzhairong looked like a lackey, dressed up as a black bodyguard, and analyzed. They have successfully fallen into the trap. Not only can they help us research and advance the era, but we can also squeeze their money as the dealer. Soon our villa will have a large amount of income. Well done. Ningzheng nodded. Be careful not to squeeze too much, and learn to make a steady income. We will follow your teachings. Jiuzhairong pushed his black-framed glasses. According to this situation, I am afraid that the first batch of immortal beasts with stable bloodline and reproductive ability will appear soon. Although the bloodline is not very strong, if the first generation of immortal beasts can reproduce stably, it will be a milestone for our Shiman city. This is of great significance for our civilization to explode and enter a new era. It can even resist the disaster of ancient tombs outside. Retake our territory in the doomsday. However, our immortal beasts still have a fatal flaw that has not been overcome. Ningzheng asked without hesitation. Soul? Yes, soul. Jiuzhairong said with a serious face. There is still no perfect and mature soul born. They are all brainless flesh and blood puppets. Only instinctive killing and movement are left. The intelligence level is only that of low-level animals such as ants and mantises. They can fight and kill, but they do not have intelligence. Ningzheng understood. What is a divine beast, powerful and perfect life? Their wisdom and talent are also part of this perfection. When a fairy beast has no intelligence and only knows how to charge around, then it can only be a low-level beast, a failure among failures. But the soul, how easy is it? This involves the soul cavitation, soul turbidity and other technologies, which are not easily conquered. Another new technology that needs to be conquered. Are there any people coming from the other side of the continent? Ningzheng frowned and couldn't help asking. They are specialized in the study of the summoning cards, and their soul technology is very strong. Their technology in this area should be good. Ningzheng gradually forgot that he was a 3-yuan little cultivator, and he had the idea of collecting talents from all over the world and collecting the Jiuzhou Atlas. Some people have come, but they are not powerful. Jiuzhairong sighed and said, the other side of the continent is the least affected by the disaster besides our Cine continent. They gathered together and felt that they could still hold on. After all, their own spiritual roots are similar to the aura of embers, and it is very easy for them to blend into the group of ghosts and pretend to be dead. The Doomsday Fortress they built themselves is not even weaker than the fortress of our Cine continent, and they are even more likely to survive this doomsday than us. Ningzheng agreed with this analysis. Cine continent city is too big a target. The other side of the continent is a spiritual root continent, and the attribute advantage is too obvious. It is the group of tough guys in Rose continent that suffered heavy casualties. Jiuzhairong sighed. I heard that they have sought refuge in the surrounding continents and requested reinforcements, but unfortunately everyone is busy with their own affairs and no one is going to help. It is our city lord Siniyun who is ready to lead a team to help. He just sent a message to ask for our opinions. The Shirong God Craftsman has already played an important role in this Doomsday Fortress. Even Siniyun, the real ruler of the city, asked for their advice. Why would he, the general manager, ask us? If he wants to go, then let him go. Ningzheng thought for a while. It is always good to save more people. Humans are a race, and everyone understands the principle of lips and teeth. Jiuzhairong nodded. City Lord Siniyun applied to us for 5 arcs to be sold, and they want to bring them to support. Give it to him. Ning Zheng did not hesitate at all. The money for renting the ark should be collected as it should be. Chapter 440. Ning Zheng listened to Jiao Cairong's work report and made some recent decisions. He felt too busy. Even he felt busy, let alone those big guys. Xian Shichen has been busy in the capital and has completely disappeared. It is not good to disturb him. He is blocking the door and suppressing history of the years. Even Xian Yun has to lead a team to the next continent to rescue people in a hurry. Everyone has to be busy with their own things. While talking, another game in the distance ended. The bees fighting game of the bees farmer is over, and the next is the time for the spiritual farmer to cultivate plants. Okay, the beast egg time is over, now it's plant egg time. In front of the yin-yang creation furnace, the host was still introducing with a beaming face. Please start your research. Hybrid breeding, genetically modified synthesis. All kinds of fairy plants, natural treasures, are all cultivated into mutant plants in your hands. In the future, when people explore secret realms and compete for a rare natural treasure, they will remember someone present, the ancestor who created him. A new synthesis has begun again. Ning Zheng sighed, these blacksmiths have a good schedule. There is no rest time for people at all. Jiao Cairong looked at the arena in the distance, thought for a while, and said, however, this brainless fairy beast is also enough to be used as a mount, a flesh and blood puppet, and supplied to some monks. Ning Zheng smiled. It seems that under our leadership, the beast-controlling monks in Jiuzhou will usher in spring. A new version of a new god. Non-combat professions are changing, and combat professions are also changing. Apart from anything else, the Zuelahua family has similar flesh and blood puppet technology. The spring of Li Yuzhu, the flesh and blood puppeteer, has arrived. After Ning Jijiao's mother was strengthened, her father was also strengthened. I just don't know if Li Yuzhu has awakened again, Ning Zheng thought. After all, his obsession is on Jiaoyu. The couple is loving, and has been flirting outside. It is estimated that he will awaken again soon, right? If it is still a little short, Ning Zheng can use luck to help. However, he is dizzy, and he is a wait-and-see party. Ning Zheng is also a wait-and-see party, for Li Yuzhu in front of him. Wait until Li Yuzhu is cheaper, half price, 30% off, and then buy at the bottom, after all. It would be a big loss for the Gui King not to buy at the bottom, and Ning Zheng was reluctant. 7 days have passed since the previous transaction with the Wuxing sect. Ning Zheng's 3 flowers have grown. Yesterday, he pulled out the 3 flowers and planted them for Ning Jiaju again. He thinks it is a matter of time. It's better to take the pain for a long time and pull out the 3 flowers at once, so that I can practice with peace of mind in the future. As for the luck value, it's only been 7 days since the new prison was built, and I've actually got nearly 180,000, which is much faster than before. He looked at his attributes. Luck value. For 100,000, who else can I ask? The foundation of the Wuxing sect is really strong. There are 14,000 ghosts in the realm of the Viscera, and I don't know how many generations have accumulated. You know, the probability of the birth of a ghost is low. Even if treasures are used, it is estimated that there must be hundreds of thousands, or even millions of them. This number can only be accumulated through generations. Every female prisoner with 4 organs is the essence. Although the outside world is in chaos, Ning Zheng looks at the crazy increase in luck value every day. He is more and more confident, holding the deposit in his hand, and he is not panicked at all. 3 more days have passed. The production of arcs in Shimen City has skyrocketed. Because the assembly line is mature, what is lacking is only manpower. After a group of god-level professionals arrive, the daily production will inevitably increase. The Saint Jiosue probably never thought that the Jiuzhou Earth Vein network he created during his reign was used by a group of people to sail and drag the Earth spirits. The entire Jiuzhou has inexplicably become a great era of navigation for land boats. In addition, Xinia's city has vaguely become a port trend. A huge ship processing plant is being improved. The arcs of various forces come to repair, dock, and then continue to sail. Sailing to save people, sailing to run away. The major forces in various states are sailing frantically. From a distance, a group of huge Dharma giants are dragging the ark forward. They even developed a new method of pulling the boat. Share the boatman. For example, if 10 ancestors of your own family bind the earth spirits and 10 ancestor giants are responsible for pulling the boat, the speed of pulling yourself is definitely not fast. Then ask the old ancestor next door for help. Ask 100 old ancestors' Dharma images to pull his 10 earth-binding spirits, so the speed is super fast. After pulling your big boat, borrow your boat, and everyone will pull my big boat together. Borrow a boat, borrow a boatman. The efficiency of using such an arc has increased several times. It must be said that the wisdom of these big guys is really amazing. All of a sudden, the speed of the boats of various forces in Jiuzhou has been greatly improved. With mutual help, they are no longer in a state of crawling like turtles. Even, it has formed an extremely spectacular mythological scene. They saw hundreds of vast giants carrying chains, surrounded by clouds and mist, stepping on mountains and rivers, moving forward like an army, pulling a huge ship that covers the sky and the sun behind them. The future forces may all be moving doomsday fortress cities. The vast giants pulling chains walked in the mountains and rivers, constantly communicating. The times have completely changed. Yes, in the new era, the role of the Dharma is even greater. It's interesting that the earth-binding spirit is no longer the earth-binding spirit. The Shiron god craftsman opened up the era of immortal mythology, and we witnessed the prologue of a great history. With its connections in all directions, Xinyazu has vaguely become the center of Jiuzhou. Because those god craftsmen are so powerful, they built their own arcs and made all kinds of things by themselves, in full swing, and the shipyard has officially started construction. Now the number of ships in Jiuzhou has exceeded 30, and it is still increasing rapidly. If they want to run away by ship, Ningzheng will also run away by ship. Although my boat is very small, just a small hill, and there is only one boatman, the speed is very slow. Ningzheng didn't even go to Xinya's city to see it, but was extremely emotional. The torrent of the strange tide submerged the 9 states, and the large ships carrying human civilization one after another. This is a great world where hundreds of boats compete for the flow, and all kinds of things compete for freedom. There is still riot outside, and I heard that war broke out in the capital again. What a pity. No one can get first-hand information. Because the mysterious white mist shrouded the capital, the 3 flowers, the Dharma images of low-level strong men, flew into the sky and melted quickly when they approached the capital. Some people speculated. This is a toxin very strong. It is the ancient Great Terror in the Imperial Mausoleum, and it has officially started to test, poisoning the entire capital, and even poisoning the pilgrims. The first-hand news of the capital is completely gone. Ningzheng was a little panicked, but he couldn't do anything. Even the big guys in the Jiuzhou Holy Land were a little anxious, and tried to send some people to investigate, but none of them returned. Everyone came to a guess. They didn't want others to see their fight. After all, watching means that their magical powers, magic, and other information are leaked, which makes them easy to be targeted. How could these big guys let you watch them randomly? Of course, the blacksmiths in the villa guessed like this. I have thought of the superiority of the ancient saint who poisoned. Saint Xinqiao, you are a bound earth spirit, can you run? I specialize in bound earth spirits, and I poisoned the capital, so you can only be poisoned to death by me silently. Too good, this ancient old villain is so vicious. There is actually this trick to poison bound earth spirits. What about our godfather? I don't understand. I can't run away, I guess I can only use magic power to resist? It's okay, our godfather is knowledgeable and talented, and he is also the top in toxinology, and he can detoxify himself. Boom! Almost everyone in Jiuzhou suddenly looked up. That was the battle coming from the nursery in the sky, as if the sky was collapsing, and the earth was sinking, and the sky seemed to be cracked. Some flaming fireballs fell from the sky, that was the ground on the nursery being collapsed, or even pierced, and there were inhuman horrors fighting on it. Heavy explosions came one after another, like a big earthquake, the sky suddenly cracked, and countless lights emerged. But the next second, holes appeared in the nursery ground, and countless broken stones on the ground, like meteorites from outer space, quickly fell into the vast Kyushu, but most of the meteorites were retrieved by huge creeping tentacles, and filled up the sky again. That was the ancient tomb behind the nursery, which took action personally. An old man was extremely angry. He frantically salvaged rubble to fill the tomb behind his roots. He pointed at the hole above his head and shouted, "Are you annoying? The last battle in the capital was only tens of thousands of years ago. My home, my lantern, my coffee table, my bottle, all fell down. Wait, this is intentional. Which old antique in the imperial tomb dared to plot against me? When the battle breaks out, even my home will be smashed together." Boom! Ningzheng looked up at the high sky. The sky cracked, and then stitched together. It was fleeting, like a mirage. I could vaguely see the figures fighting on the opposite side of the sky, but the gap was quickly filled. This astronomical phenomenon is a bit outrageous. Before Ningzheng finished complaining, she saw a huge meteorite like a bright red fireball falling rapidly over the villa. Meteorite from outer space? Ningzheng was stunned. I don't have any luck points. How come it's a treasure that fell from the sky? Is this the advantage of more than 10,000 permanent luck points? Sail over, Ningzheng said immediately. Chapter 441. Ningzheng has been cramming common sense in the villa these days. Now his status as a master craftsman in Shirong is very high, and many materials of Cunning family have been made public. Of course, he knows what meteorite from outer space is. People often say, whenever there is trouble, there will be a disaster star coming, and the truth about the disaster star is that the battle of the nursery above has penetrated the huge flat island, and various holes have appeared, and a large amount of rubble has fallen like a meteor shower. This is the principle of the disaster star. The tomb behind the nursery is full of ancient old zongzi, and their tombstones are all treasures tempered by their breath. This meteorite from outer space is a very good top forging material. Even, there are all kinds of treasures in the meteorite, such as tables, chairs, boards, and stools. Those big guys can easily leak some good things from their fingertips, which is enough for the low-level monks to change their fate. The last disaster was when the nine-spiked saint attacked the capital more than 100,000 years ago. The nursery was penetrated and some small meteorites were broken. At that time, many people picked them up and made a fortune. I didn't expect that a piece of meteorites would fall from our villa. Ningzheng sighed. The big guys are so fierce when they fight. He wanted to run farther, but he didn't expect that after running so far, he was still affected by the war, and some stones fell down. Crash! The whole mountain was quickly driven forward by the giant. After crossing mountains and ridges, passing through mountains, Ningzheng felt a burning sensation after more than 10 minutes. The mountains in the distance were all bare. The trees on the mountain burned to ashes, and the mountains were black. The closer to the center, the more it felt like entering the flaming mountain. The young blacksmiths in the villa were also sweating all over. It's so hot. Without the protective shield, we will become charcoal-roasted Kirin boys. The Kirin boys sweated violently. Isn't it said that Kirin is not afraid of heat? We, the hybrids, are not so good. I'm really going to be a hot weapon. A weapon with thin arms and legs shouted. The map background of this villa has changed, and it can also trigger sudden meteorite events. You don't understand. In this navigation highway mode copy, it is normal to encounter opportunities, trigger events, and encounter NPCs. Fuck fun, I wonder what copy this is. The giant kept approaching. The closer he got, the stronger the burning sensation. The temperature rose very quickly. When he came to the center, he saw a huge meteorite crater, bubbling with magma, and a scorching heat wave kept coming. Ningzheng looked at the luck value. It kept rising and falling. Today's luck value, 21,300. Today's luck value, 2,000. Today's luck value, 11,300. This situation is a blessing and a curse. This made Ningzheng a little silent. It can fall to near zero, which means I might die. Ningzheng was stunned. How could there be something inside that could kill me? Even if the meteorite inside is not a treasure, it is just a building material for the tomb, and it should be a top-notch forging material. How could it be dangerous? I have a Yisan Realm Ember clone to escort me. He felt that there were two possibilities for danger. 1. There is some kind of creature in the meteorite, a living person, or a magic weapon, which brings danger. 2. Although 99% of the wilderness is uninhabited, there is a hidden power city in the nearby mountains. It also saw the meteorite falling here and followed it. We will have a conflict with each other. But I have the existence of the one-mind realm. Even if there is a city with a superior force nearby, the basic standard of this level is the head of the two-phase realm, the ancient one-mind realm tomb ancestor. I will not be timid. It can't be that I am unlucky and there is an old-fashioned heaven-level force in Xinyazu nearby, right? Huh? Ningzheng sighed. The probability of us encountering a heaven-level force is very low. Maybe there is something wrong with this stone? Even if I have the combat power of the one-mind realm, can it kill me? He reorganized his logic and tried to guess in a sinister way. Ningzheng took a breath of cold air. There won't be any living people in the meteorite. How can a group of ancient dead ghosts release living people? There is something in it to threaten me. Could it be that there is something like poison in the meteorite? Pretend to fight with Xi and Shichen, but actually blow up an innocent tomb, use the family property of the tomb owner as bait, poison his furniture, pots and pans, and throw them to the fish in Jojo below? Even I came here happily to pick up opportunities, and my clone bodyguard with a state of mind can be tricked. What about other people who encounter meteorites? He felt a little numb. This saint who used poison was so wicked, he was reluctant to give out the bait himself. He smashed someone's house, poisoned someone's treasures, and threw them to Jojo below. Obviously stingy, the tomb owner is probably going to curse. But there is something wrong with this thing. How could it come to me with my luck? Ning Zheng reasoned in reverse. In other words, this thing is actually my chance when it comes to me. But if you touch it, you will die. How can it be a chance? He suddenly thought of something. Is there a possibility that this chance is not this treasure, but this piece of information, which is a huge resource? His eyes brightened immediately, and he immediately dialed Xioniyun's communication token. What's wrong? Xioniyun answered immediately. A meteorite fell from the sky. Did you know about it? Ning Zheng said. Of course I know. Our rescue team's Dharma has arrived in the Rose continent. Xioniyun said. We have raised the Ark and rescued refugees everywhere. We just encountered a meteorite and are ready to go to observe it. Ning Zheng showed an expression of as expected. It's a trap, be careful. By the way, notify the 9 continent kings of the entire Kyushu and let them send a message. Don't approach this thing easily. What? Xioniyun was stunned, and he instantly guessed the biggest possibility. Could it be that they took the opportunity to poison the meteorite? Or parasites, poisonous insects? He also instantly realized the horror. Meteorites from outer space, according to inertial thinking, there will always be someone who goes back to pick them up, if there is really a problem. Moreover, did the saint fight with Xion Shichen and go to great lengths to do this just to poison a few unlucky people who picked up meteorites? No, it can't be that simple. He can almost conclude that there is some kind of infectiousness on the meteorite. The people who picked it up will become the first source of infection. Suspected highly infectious pathogens. Xioniyun felt more and more scared the more he thought about it. In the ancient imperial tombs, there were taboos. In their era, they dominated the world. What kind of supernatural powers and messy trump cards they had were not worth surprising. I must remind other forces immediately. Xioniyun said immediately. If this is true, then it is really a great help. The people of the whole Jiuzhou will thank you. Ning Zheng said. After all, the displaced refugees have not gathered together. If they all gathered together, humans would have several core fortresses to guard against everything in the outside world. These traps in the wild would not be so easy to fall into. Yes. Xioniyun said in a deep voice. We have to speed up. We will also host Shiman and speed up the construction of the Arkansas. Ning Zheng said. Defense towers, Inyan Corp swords and other series are completely discontinued. The most important thing is to concentrate on producing arcs. With enough arcs, we can produce defense towers to strengthen the defense of the Ark. Huh? Ning Zheng hung up the message and sighed. It's worth spending more than 10,000 luck every day. It's really an opportunity to deliberately fall in front of me. It's not only my luck, but also the luck of the people of Jiuzhou. Although it may be a toxin. But Ning Zheng feels that it won't be that simple. Those ancient saints, whose goal is to regain control of the world, how could they poison his people? But they still poisoned. I don't know what's so special about this poison. He waved his hand and called Yin Shuangying. Send a group of death squads to investigate the situation. Okay. Yin Shuangying immediately took the order. The surrounding blacksmiths were eager to try and were extremely excited when they saw the old steward's dialogue CG plot performance. Fuck, I heard the dialogue triggered by the plot. It's so cool. We found the trap and saved so many people. You are worthy of being Shirong's master craftsman, a sage who saves people in the world. Someone put his hands on his hips and was very proud. Sir, we are willing to detoxify and use our lives to clear minds for the people of Jiuzhou. We are willing to get first-hand information. Yes, even if we notify the world to be prepared, it is estimated that some people have already been infected. We must get detailed information. Please let our death squads attack. They were all excited. Saving Jiuzhou starts with us. Countless people looked at the lava ocean in the distance, feeling very emotional. This meteorite's sudden copy is a bit too cool. It has a sense of mission, and the plot is thrilling. Chapter 442. Ning Zheng learned how to issue tasks from NPCs. Be quiet. Blacksmiths from all over the world. A huge disaster has occurred in the entire Jiuzhou. A huge unknown disaster has appeared on the navigation track of our villa. In order to obtain the latest intelligence and provide analysis to the Jiuzhou high-level officials, now, please explore the entire lava pit and find the truth behind the disaster. Ning Zheng knew that they just liked that damn sense of ritual. This tone of issuing tasks is very important. Not only Ning Zheng is proficient, Jiao Cairong is even more proficient. Immediately ran to the task bar at the entrance of the villa and wrote, Limited time emergency copy. The meteorite above the head fell, bringing unknown disasters to this land. Please explore the secrets behind the disaster. Number of people in the task, unlimited. Difficulty of the task, unknown. Task reward, depends on the completion. The sense of ritual came up all of a sudden. Countless people were eager to fight, and Ningjung drew a big circle for them, limiting their range of activities to this meteorite crater, so as not to run out. The people who received the task began to get ready and continue to team up with familiar people. I have to say that the tasks are quite rich recently. It seems that the scope of the villa is so large, but recently Beast Arena opened a casino, and a group of people flew kites, which was colorful. Now there is also this temporary exploration task. Ah! Crush them! For Jojo. The excited little blacksmith stood in front of the magma, with great momentum. The familiar little blacksmiths quickly gathered together, took up their tools, and tried to wade into the bright red and hot magma. The 8 immortals crossed the sea, preparing to use their own means to cross the magma lake and reach the core. Hot, hot, hot! At this time, Xiao Chai Kun took back his thumb and saw that it was burned off. He couldn't help crying. I just wanted to test the water temperature. What do you mean by testing the water temperature with your finger? The god of food complained, this magma is only temporary and has a high viscosity. I think we can walk over it by laying an iron plate and stepping on it alternately. A group of people tried it separately, and soon found a way to pave the road with a high temperature resistant forged iron plate. After they became rich, they didn't have much in their villa, but they purchased a lot of forging materials. At this time, the advantage of poor students having more stationery was reflected, and the heat resistance of Qilin Tongzi was no problem. As long as he didn't come into direct contact with the magma, he could still jump around with the iron plate. Laying layer after layer of iron plates, they came to the falling core of the meteorite crater. There was magma under their feet, so they thought about how to dig. The things in the meteorite were obviously wrapped in magma. Even Ningjung frowned. This is very troublesome. I can easily fish it out with the Ember clone of Isin Realm, but for safety reasons, I still can't do this. What if the clone can indirectly affect the main body? He didn't want to take risks. The life of his clone is much more valuable than the life of the blacksmith. Now, we have to show our skills. Do you know how MC digs magma? I don't understand, but I'm not stupid. Fill the magma with soil blocks, lick it into a U-shaped wall, insert steel plates to isolate the magma from the outside, use water spells to cool it down, and dig down and it's done. Can you pretend for me? Ningjung felt it was very difficult. The magma problem that only high-level monks could solve was easily solved by a few small blacksmiths. They even thought that this was not a problem. After playing games and dungeons for so many years, if you can't create terrain, what kind of old player is that? A group of people filled the soil, then used the water spells on their weapons to cool it down, and then dug down. It must be said that the Qilin boy has great strength and is more suitable for moving bricks than the money boy. In just half an hour, with a group of people taking turns, they directly cooled, dug, and dug. After such a cycle, they finally saw the real body. An irregular, or with some textures and square edges. Based on the blacksmith's experience in prying bricks, this is probably a square stone brick. It's not a treasure. Sir, do you want to take it back to the villa? It looks like this material is very powerful. You have to take it back to test it. Ningjung frowned when he saw this scene. It's that simple? Nothing happened? He didn't think his luck value would lie. If it was lethal, it was lethal. If you think about it carefully, the clone that can bypass the state of mind is a threat to you. It must be extremely concealed, and it may be a latent toxin. Of course, regardless of whether this guess is reliable or not, Ningjung does not intend to let the blacksmiths return to the villa. You just stay here. Clatter. A lot of food fell from the sky, which was considered as supplies for them. Ah? Lava survival? You don't understand. This is the challenge difficulty of MC. The magma terrain starts. I finished you again. They did not feel like they were abandoned, but laughed and thought it was a challenge. Clatter. The blacksmiths built a gathering place with the materials left and started a bonfire barbecue. A group of people were also chatting in the live broadcast room. I'm so envious. They can actually go camping. Oh my god, lava barbecue. It's so flavorful. Wait, have you noticed that these Qilin boys seem to have more and more hair? Are you having an illusion? No, I noticed it too. Watching in the live broadcast room, the more they watched, the more they felt something was wrong. These laughing blacksmiths gradually became more and more hairy, as if they were covered with some kind of ghost thing, and gradually turned into upright humanoid creatures covered with fur. It was like humans were gradually reverting to their ancestors, and turning into ancient apes. The scene was creepy, and most people would have been scared silly, but the blacksmiths were confused. Fuck, have we mutated? What's going on? Can this hair be pulled out? Aw, it hurts. What the hell is this hair? I understand. New version ape god start. They laughed, but Ning Zheng was horrified. This toxin gives people an inexplicable sense of horror. If it spreads, won't everyone become hairy people? What does the saint behind this want to do? Even Jukarong, who has always been timid, was frightened. What is this? A black-haired old monster, whose old age is unknown. Ning Zheng ignored them, and said to the blacksmiths, "Connect the projection of the fairy beast arena directly to the blacksmiths in the distance and publish the information." Ah! Jukarong was stunned. I understand. Jukarong was shocked and scared, but he also knew that it was necessary to spread this information. The earlier it is discovered and studied, the more beneficial it will be to mankind. Shimen City. With a clatter, the people who were watching the beast fighting scene only saw the screen flash. Now an urgent message. The meteorite is mixed with some ancient virus, which turns people into ancient apes. Please stay away. And our Shirong god craftsman has found the first batch of poison samples. Please watch and study together. The screen flashed. They saw a group of black-haired creatures sitting on the magma, laying iron plates and eating. Dukahong was surprised. What is this? Hair all over the body. Does it mean that some kind of poisonous animal is planted? Sinibaishan. Is it because of the poisoning that the intelligence is low, eating raw meat and drinking blood, and starting to regress to the ancestors? They watched the little blacksmith who had a strong desire to perform, making a sign language, pretending to be a primitive ape, hammering his chest at the sky, and howling at the sky. Ning Zheng secretly sent a message to them, asking them not to mess around. These monkeys immediately became serious and continued to sit down, eat barbecue and eat. Mantion Shou, I don't understand it either. Will hair grow after being poisoned? Our Kyushu's #1 divine doctor, what do you think? San Hong was silent for a moment. I remember some ancient books I collected recorded it. Rongtianji seems to have similar fragments, but I don't know the details. Human history is too long enough to forget many records. However, what shocked many people even more was, how could the intelligence system of Shirong Master be so powerful? Arc, Defense Tower, was obviously the first to know that troubled times were coming, and the poisoning of meteorites was actually discovered by Shirong Master. Both pieces of information were known first. He was ahead of everyone in everything. This information network was too terrible. Even the layout and calculations of extremely ancient existences could not be hidden from them. Now no one doubted Shirong Master's information ability. Now that I think about it, it seems that the news that the mastermind was the son of the saint was also spread by the other party. The information network of Shirong Master is very powerful. It is estimated that he has seen through another conspiracy behind the scenes and locked the true identity of the mastermind in one breath. It seems that the news that the mastermind is the saint's son is true. He is really a good son who killed his father. Chapter 443. Everyone secretly took note of Shirong's intelligence network. This really made people have to take it seriously. Now, an emergency has occurred. As the top academic city in Jiuzhou, they must study the disaster. I call the medical school next door. City Baishan stood up. Anyway, he couldn't understand it as a blacksmith, so he just went to run errands next door. San Hong thought for a while, and said seriously, let those creatures be tested and do some simple tests remotely. The test started soon. He commanded these little blacksmiths to cut off the hair, pull it out, and test various physical skills remotely. Soon, as the test went on, San Hong frowned more and more. Strange, too strange. This is not a toxin, it's something deeper. What is it? The sword fairy also ran over to ask. San Hong shook his head. It looks like a puppet. Puppet? The sword fairy was stunned. Yes. San Hong said, it's very strange. It does look like some kind of flesh and blood puppet system. Do you think this thing just makes people grow hair? Of course, it's impossible to do such a thing. There must be something deeper. My guess is that it's a puppet. It's just that the masters of some puppets don't control them, so they are free. After this was said, everyone was shocked. Puppet? If it's true, then isn't it a contagious puppet virus? As long as you are infected, the black hand behind the scenes can control your body as a puppet at any time. San Hong said, I'm not sure yet. If I can get those hairs, I can check them. Wait for others to come. Soon, other divine doctors also came. They kept discussing, and asked the blacksmiths to test it remotely. It really looked like a puppet. But they still didn't dare to send the black hair over. Before they knew how this thing was transmitted, it was very risky to send it over. Soon, the group of people stopped fighting crickets and started to work together to study. Various experiments were proposed and various tests were carried out remotely. Even some drugs and potions for testing were sent remotely by Ningzheng. Those fluffy little blacksmiths were constantly being experimented on. They kept coming up with guesses and testing them with potions. I'm sorry, he might die, but San Yunhong and others looked at the monkey blacksmith opposite. Will he die? The hairy blacksmith was delighted. Oh my god, this planner is so naughty. I thought it was a dungeon and monsters, but it turned out to be such a plot. Isn't it exciting? He said with a straight face. It's okay. Life is what I want, and justice is what I want. I can't have both, so I sacrificed my life for justice. The people on the opposite side were silent. History will remember you, said the three-color rainbow. Bang! I died for justice. This life is not lived in vain. Soon, this blacksmith exploded in a roar and turned into blood mist, perfectly performing a tragic martyr. My best friend is not afraid, so I am not afraid either, said another blacksmith who was watching. He strode out and listened to the test of everyone, with his back straight, and died generously. Bang! Another fluffy blacksmith exploded. A group of top doctors and alchemists in Jiuzhou looked at the martyrs, who died heroically from a distance, and couldn't help but become more silent. Soon, the experimental subjects were almost consumed. What should we do? The number of infected people is not enough. But some of them wanted to say that they should just capture a group of people to infect them, and then do experiments. Sacrifice is necessary. If such dangerous and unknown things are not explored, the sacrifices may not be 1 or 2 people, but tens of millions of people. But no one said so. If this sentence is said, the reputation of the scholar will be ruined. Just when they were in a dilemma, a new human blacksmith stood up. Everyone, let me do it. The man was a little blacksmith, who had just been reborn from the resurrection point, and turned into a human. He ran back and said with a heavy face, my wife just died. If she died, I don't want to live alone. We, the Shirong Godsmith, have never been afraid of death? After that, he entered the lava pit. After a while, hair quickly spread all over his body. The face of the young man was filled with despair, relief, and grief. Please experiment on me. The ape said so. Not a moment later. He was covered in blood. The crowd finally changed color. From silence to complexity, they were not heartless people. Gentlemen, you and I are both idealists, sacrificing our lives in blood. Why should we be afraid of death? Today I die, our spirit will be passed on in the hearts of thousands of compatriots, and there will be another day to break the ground. Pung. He exploded with the experiment. His back stood straight, and he died standing with a cane in both hands. His spine was unyielding until his death, which made everyone's heart tremble. Another human girl stood up, with a kind of stubbornness and perseverance unique to scholars, and walked very straight and meticulously. Gentlemen, why can only men sacrifice in the world? Women also have the heart to defend their country and contribute to the human race. She raised her hand and saluted. The powerful people in the conference room, including Dukuhong, were silent, and they all returned a military salute. I have no regrets in my life. The woman smiled like a flower. The people I saved are all our compatriots. She soon died in the experiment. But she opened her hands in the explosion, like a bird spreading its wings, and with a loud bang, she welcomed the end of her life with a free and easy smile. Soon, more people joined in. I'm coming too. I love my hometown, I have a girlfriend who loves me, and I plan to propose to her in the bright sunshine of spring in a dozen days. But now, I have more important things. Someone walked out silently. No, you go back. Your girlfriend. Who doesn't have relatives in this world? You and I all have people who miss us, but we have to sacrifice. The young man laughed miserably. One by one, young men and women walked out, with smiles on their lips and unyielding flames in their eyes, and entered the lava pit and decisively accepted the infection. And Mantianchu, Sanxianhong, the best craftsman and doctor in Jiuzhou, were once such arrogant people. But now they are completely convinced, staring at this scene in amazement, muttering in disbelief. Shirong, the weapon of the dawn, are they crazy? What on earth can make them abandon their instinct to survive, and have the courage to die? A force can send so many pure and great people. This force is too crazy and too terrible. Sini Baishan's eyes were also a little complicated, and he remembered the letter describing Shirong's craftsman. Sini Baishan said to the people around him, I have heard someone's evaluation of them, you can take a look. He took out a letter from the space bag, and saw that it said, I guarantee it with my life. In that villa, a forging miracle that is more mythical than a myth, more legendary than a legend, and gathered by countless lives and blood and tears is happening. They are full of the pure and heroic glory of pilgrimage. Just like the ancient humans struggling in the mud, one after another, lighting the torches of civilization with their lives. That is a passion that comes from the origin of life. Everyone was silent. Cunning divine craftsmen. Before, we hardly saw the real people, only a few hosts. Now, every member of their internal organization has a glorious ideal and the determination to die bravely. What kind of great organization is this? Everyone became more and more silent. Inside the Cunning divine craftsmen, everyone was actually. They completely understood that the other party had opened up the prelude to the double circulation immortal path, which meant the sacrifice and dedication of generations. At this time, everyone's face was complicated. Some even cried bitterly, sighing at the great faith of the Cunning divine craftsman force and the tenacity of the spirit of sacrificing for the human race. Everyone was speechless and stood for a long time. Chapter 444. The expressions of Cunning and others in the conference room suddenly became heavy. As they looked at the people who died bravely, they suddenly understood what they were responsible for. It was countless people who sacrificed their lives in exchange for the opportunity to study. This person from the Cunning Godcrafter force died before leaving his name. They bid farewell to their loved ones, devoted themselves to their work, and died. No one remembered their names. No one built a monument for them, and their sacrifices will disappear in the long river of history. Soon, the blacksmith whose girlfriend had died walked out of the resurrection point again, went to Schwelihu's clinic to get plastic surgery to look like an old woman, and ran back, crying and sad, "Son, my wife, why are you gone?" He suddenly knelt down and cried loudly while looking at the pile of stones in the distance, then stood up and laughed bitterly. Why? I was washing clothes and cooking in the village, waiting for the three of you to come back from forging iron in the mountains, and these things happened. I, a woman, don't know what it means to plead for the people, the national hatred and family feuds, and there are tall people to hold up the sky when it falls. Why do you? Everyone reacted. A family of 4, a husband who had just died with his wife, a father, and now the only remaining mother is here too? It's you? It's all you. What's the righteousness of the country? What's the people of the world? I don't understand. The peasant woman turned her head suddenly, looking at the group of people in front of her. Resentment flashed, and finally the resentment turned into complexity, sighing, "Alas, I'm the only one left. It's my fault." Three-color cloud rainbow sighed deeply. "You can scold me. Some things need to be vented out to feel better. No, I can't read a single word, and I don't understand too much about you. Since both of them think you are right, then you should be right. I respect them. Even the children are not afraid, so what should I be afraid of?" She didn't give anyone a chance to refute, and jumped directly into the lava pit, and the virus on the pile of corpses instantly infected it. The hairy ape turned around and asked, "What medicine should I use, and what experiment should I do?" There were a pile of various experimental reagents in front of them. Everyone opened their mouths, and complex emotions surged into their hearts like a tide, and they were deeply shocked. Bang! After more than 10 minutes, the old man joined the experiment, obtained data, and exploded on the spot. "Ah, it hurts, it hurts." The shrill scream shook the mountains and rivers, like the wailing of ghosts and gods, which shocked the hearts of the people on the opposite side. The old woman spurted out blood, crawled on the ground, and choked in front of a pile of fresh bones. "I'm here, I'm going to accompany you." "Ah! It hurts." The old woman's thunder broke the silence of the night, and awakened the sleeping earth. The old woman rolled around for a few rounds, and finally exploded into a blood mist. Alas, everyone was silent, and some people with strong personalities couldn't help but cry softly. The old woman's scream, before death, made everyone's ears hurt. The guilt of killing the old woman's family made everyone's faces red. The blood mist that the old woman exploded was clearly poured on the ground, but it also wet everyone's eyes. This family is full of loyal heroes. Cunning sighed. The fiancé who died for his wife was supposed to propose in a few days. The father who had no desire to live for his son also chose to die, but they were tough after all, and did not cry in pain. The illiterate village woman did not understand the righteousness, and did not understand why these scholars wanted to harm her family, but she respected her family's choice, and the old woman who was extremely afraid of pain also died in wailing. It's not unfair to lose to such people. The three-color rainbow sighed. They are worthy of being the best doctor in Jiuzhou. The feeling of guilt was like a thunder, instantly breaking through the silent night sky, making people's heartbeats accelerate and blood boil. He was known as the best doctor in Jiuzhou, and he carried out countless medical reforms. People in the world said that he saved countless people, but now he couldn't even save the family of 3 in front of him. He choked up and choked a little, but he was a calm man after all. There was a trace of determination and blood in his eyes. He said firmly, "Fellow Taoists, we can't let other sacrifices go to waste. We must study this mysterious thing as soon as possible." "What is it?" At this time, people walked out one by one on the opposite side, and blood mists burst out in the sky. The tragic scene made everyone completely speechless. "Next, I will do it. I will never regret my life for the people. Let me do it. If it is beneficial to the country, I will not avoid it because of disaster or fortune. Gentlemen, I will go with you." This scene was too tragic. He died without hesitation, just to weave that simple dream. Sword casting villa. Even Ning Zheng was silent. It was originally a simple matter. Discover the meteorite trap, report it, explore the information, and alert various forces. But such a simple process turned out like this. They lined up one by one, and the mighty team was quite spectacular. Don't cut in line. It's so cool, I want to do it again. A little shock, for the big guys in front of the screen. My Shirong master is so great. To be honest, the planner made me sprain my waist. I thought it was a monster upgrade dungeon, but who knew it was a sudden faction reputation dungeon. We Shirong master, this wave of reputation must be brushed up. Opportunity cannot be missed. Brush reputation. Brush reputation. The main goal is to die heroically and handsomely. People who haven't experienced it should be given priority. The family of 3 over there is talking about you. You have learned all the jokes of the 3 fights with the white bone demon, daughter, husband, father, mother. Give some opportunities to others. Next, Sini Baishan swore to the sky that he witnessed an unforgettable scene. As the first top powerhouse to come into contact with this mysterious Shirong God craftsman, I thought I already knew a lot about Shirong God craftsmen, but now I really understand what they are carrying and what they have in mind. One after another, new stories are coming, all kinds of crying old women, generous and brave patriots, timid but introverted girls who are afraid of death. The flesh and blood, full-bodied characters sacrificed, which shocked people. One after another, this experiment took more than 5 hours, and the ground was full of corpses. This group of high-end professionals in Jiuzhou, suffering from inner guilt, are also completely convinced, and a strong sense of guilt surges from the depths of their hearts like a tide. They are the first batch of top existences after the opening of the acquired myth era. How arrogant are they? They had never been convinced by casting the sun and moon before. They were even too lazy to communicate with the casting team of Shirong God craftsmen, and each forged their own sun and moon. They were not convinced by casting the ark. They were not convinced by the defense tower. Even now, they were forced to come to Shiman City to exchange information and hold the Saving World Seminar Summit together. They saw all kinds of wonders in Shiman City, but they were not completely convinced. Mantiansha couldn't help but whispered, "Until today. Until today." Seeing this scene, people felt deeply and were greatly shocked. Talent, unprecedented. Virtue, comparable to saints. Virtue and talent, rare in history, indeed worthy of being the chief among our circle. Mantianshu, the first god craftsman in Kyushu, was completely convinced at this moment and lowered his proud head. Not because of skills, but virtue. In the days to come, they will truly support this person to ascend the supreme throne of professionals. Follow this person to open up an era in this city and save this chaotic world. Time flies by. After repeated sacrifices and research, their cohesion is unprecedentedly high. They only have some crazy ideas in their hearts. Die less. Work harder. Faster. These words keep mumbling from their mouths. They grab their messy hair, scratch their ears and cheeks to check some ancient books, discuss with red faces, and even curse because of different ideas, and the roar shook the whole laboratory. No, no. This is not right. Sure enough, we are right. This is not a virus at all. It's not a poisonous insect. It's blood. But how can it be blood? It just stimulates the human blood, which means that this monkey virus is hidden deep in every human body. It was in this highly concentrated situation that they transmitted a variety of drugs through the air to test and record data. Finally came to a conclusion. The principle of the ape virus made them feel terrified, as if the ancient truth from thousands of years ago was silently entwined, pulling them into the tidal seabed of history like a vine. The dark seabed made them tremble all over, and had nowhere to escape. This is impossible. Yes, it is. As the top group of people in Jiuzhou, the state of full firepower is extremely terrifying. They quickly came to a conclusion. But this conclusion made them somewhat unacceptable. Because this terrible conclusion will subvert their understanding of the long history of mankind, and lift the terrible veil of the ancient truth. This is not a virus, not a poisonous insect, and even less a parasite. This is a virus called cycle, skin, hair, two-phase cycle. First cycle. This is a special two-phase state. This conclusion is enough to form a tsunami in the hearts of people of this era. Chapter 445. The Sword Fairy was also surprised in the crowd, and didn't quite understand what it meant. But she had always followed the good habit of asking questions when she didn't understand something before she died. Skin and hair two cycles? Is this a different two-phase state? It's probably about the same. Three-color cloud rainbow nodded. The essence of the state is circulation. But now it seems that the circulation in ancient times is not necessarily the 5 bodies, for organs, 3 elements. These states, but another kind of circulation structure distribution. The implication is obvious. The circulation system in ancient times is different from the current one. They are another set of circulation mechanisms. Just like the circulation of the canal, you are using the B-type circulation now, and others are using the S-type circulation. In front of us, it is the skin and hair two cycles. Three-color cloud rainbow took out a human body drawing. This is the internal structure diagram of the human body we got. The picture shows dense meridians and various structures. But even the divine craftsmen, who don't know much about the human body, can clearly see that this human body structure diagram is different from the current one. Everyone was completely silent. That is to say, they didn't practice the 5-body circulation first, but the skin and fur circulation first? The Sword Fairy asked, "Is this more advanced?" "No, it should be lower." Dukuhong beside her shook her head. "If it is a perfect system, how could it be eliminated?" "Just a rough thought. I feel that there are many things that they have not practiced in this cycle. The current cycle system has gone through the changes of the times, and is quite advanced. If there is a flaw, apart from the disadvantage of being difficult to practice, the only flaw left is the heart. There is also a weakness of a mortal heart, which cannot be covered at the beginning, and it is necessary to reach the level of one heart state before cultivation. And what about the ancient circulation system? The coverage of their circulation is estimated to be very low. There are many flaws in the flesh and blood, not just the heart. The second cycle of skin and fur should be the lowest level, compared with our 5-body state." Three-color cloud rainbow said. "As for why you guess so? Cultivation must be from simple to difficult, from the outside to the inside. We start with the 5 limbs, and they start with the skin and hair. But their immortality should be very weak." He spoke seriously, and regained the powerful momentum of the first divine doctor in Jiojo. As the strongest scholar of the contemporary era, he talked freely. Even, they do not have immortality. Their circulation logic is not smooth enough, which leads to the regeneration of flesh and blood not being too fast. They may not have the ability to regenerate broken limbs. Everyone pondered this wave of analysis carefully. The ancient cultivators did not have the ability to be immortal. In this era, everyone does not know what to say about such a weak cultivator. Now everyone is a meat shield, and they can talk even if their heads are cut off. After practicing the first realm, they can even use their heads to hang on a big iron hook to fish. They are meat shields per person, so wouldn't those ancient super fragile skins be gone with a touch? The head will be cut off with a chop, but although the times are ancient, no one relaxes their vigilance. The Sword Fairy said, "The first realm is the circulation of skin and fur. Can you guess what the second realm is?" According to the principle of from the outside to the inside, the second realm is likely to be the circulation of blood and flesh. San Tuhong thought for a while, but it's all just guesswork. Fairy Sword found this guess very interesting. That is to say, the first realm is the skin training realm, the second realm is the flesh training realm, and the third realm is the bone training realm? Why does it sound like the alternative cycle in ancient times, a bit like martial arts? And the opponent's cycle structure is very simple and crude, all 2 cycles, and it is impossible to achieve a higher number of cycles. When everyone analyzed this, they felt relieved. More primitive, more crude, this is the ancient times. The opponent's cultivation cycle system is too weak compared to them. Perhaps the meteorite layout of this dead saint is not so lethal. In fact, I have another bold guess. The 3-color rainbow looked more and more serious, and said, "Those furs can be taken back." "Ah?" Fairy Sword, Cardamom Rainbow, Sini Baishan and others were extremely puzzled and did not understand what this sentence meant. But some people understood it. Take it back? Some historians present, when they heard this, their faces changed drastically, as if they had heard something terrible. If that's the case, then things are a bit serious. Everyone was stunned. If the hair is retracted, things will be serious? But San Tuhong said something next, which instantly made everyone tremble and completely understand the truth. He pointed at the black-haired ancient apes and said, "What do you think will happen to the apes if the hair is retracted?" As soon as these words fell, everyone felt a thunder explode in their brains, like lightning that cut through the silent night sky, making their heartbeats speed up and their blood boil. The ape's hair faded away. It was the first generation of primitive people. If I'm not mistaken, this is the practice of the ancient ape tribe. They practiced the first cycle, retracted the fur into their bodies, and became the extremely ugly hairless apes of that era. They even woven the retracted hair under the skin to form subcutaneous armor and draped it on their bodies. The ancient apes practiced generation after generation, and retracted the fur into their bodies generation after generation. They eventually evolved into the most primitive first generation of humans. As the voice fell, people seemed to have returned to the most ancient mythological period. History can be inferred, because the progress of civilization has a logic to follow. It is said that humans can be traced back to the molten dragon age. Today's countless archaeologists, mining fossils, and searching for ancient tombs, only know that in that terrible era, there were huge dragons and various strange beasts everywhere, and the ancestors of mankind at that time were a group of weak apes. The human ancestors of that era were very weak, and could only hide in the tribe to survive, and were at the bottom of the food chain. But according to the information obtained now, perhaps under the leadership of a great being, they developed a practice method. What the apes are most proud of is their dark fur. The second cycle of fur, the tough skin can resist wild beasts, and the hair can even be used to kill people in various ways. If fur is the first threshold of practice, then in that initial era, their use of hair must have reached the peak of history that has never been seen before, and will never be seen again. They not only used fur as a weapon, but even shed their skin and took off their fur to attack. Perhaps, they have gone through a long period of time, and the continuous practice of hair removal has allowed them to evolve, and become the first batch of primitive people. That is to say, the existence that dropped the meteorite. May be the first person in human history. This ape retracted his fur, and turned into a human. Dukuhong was silent. This is a truly heavyweight existence. An epic among epics, a myth among myths. This, the first person born in the imperial mausoleum, is such a heavyweight ancient mythological existence? The contemporary masters in the laboratory all changed their expressions after coming to the conclusion. Although everyone was prepared that the ancient imperial mausoleum would have many great horrors in the vast history, but now that they have experienced it in person, the heavy and condensed sense of history is overwhelming. That is to say, the one in front of us may be the first emperor of mankind, the first saint in human history. No, he is not the first saint, he is not a human, he is the intermediate transition between humans and apes. He led the ape tribe, transformed, and became a human tribe. This statement set off a huge wave in their hearts. He is not the first emperor of mankind. Strictly speaking, he is not the first saint, but the first saint ape. In a trance, the professionals present remembered the previous audience with the Saint Josue, and went to the Book of Years Hall to see the end of the mural of human history, that mysterious mural. It records the first epochym of mankind. The mural shows a tall black-haired ancient ape, with a lion-like ape-like momentum in his eyes, covered with black hair, eyes like knives, and a dragon under his feet roaring to the sky. It's him, he is back. Chapter 446. This is the most primitive human ancestor. Perhaps, the blood flowing in many humans in Jiuzhou now comes from him. He is the first hairless ape in the human race. The first cycle, this system is very primitive and rough in modern humans. Because modern humans basically have no hair, how to circulate, so. This method is not suitable for this era, but it is most suitable for that ancient era. In that era, hair was abundant. The second first cycle, this speculation, not only conforms to our development of the history of hairy apes, but also indicates the transition period from apes to primitive people. It also fits the virus in front of us. They should have used the first civilization to its peak. It is natural to use this hair as a means to make all living beings grow hair. They pointed at the little blacksmiths, who turned into plush apes. The sword fairy said seriously, I think that with the evolution of human beings, the intelligence of apes should be lower than that of modern people. But this ape ancestor has such a sinister plan, a meteorite attack, and he doesn't use his own secrets as bait, but smashes the tombs of other tomb owners as bait. He is too immoral and too thrifty. Obviously he is very smart. He is worthy of being the most intelligent ancient ape, leading the ape tribe forward and finally transforming into a human sage. Everyone nodded. Three-Color Rainbow also immediately expressed his own suggestions and joined the discussion. Our inference about the puppet structure is still valid. because we found that those hares do have the ability to control people. They have used hair to the extreme, using hair to treat people as puppets, which is normal. San Tuhong said. Dukuhong couldn't help but interrupt. The other party's infection is obviously to make the entire Jiuzhou degenerate into apes, grow hair again, and return to the ape myth era, he ruled. Everyone present couldn't help but be silent for a while, looking at each other with fear. Now the people in Jiuzhou have all returned to their ancestors, and are all hairy apes. This is a bit too creepy. My aesthetics can't accept it. Sword Fairy couldn't help but say. Each period has its own aesthetics, and people's aesthetics change with the times. A historian next to him was very rational and analyzed. From the perspective of human historical evolution, today's human aesthetics are not innate, because human civilization has been around for too long, and has formed an aesthetic for people. If we return to apes, we will usher in an unprecedented era of fertility plummeting, and we will not be able to accept each other's apes. But our adaptability is extremely strong. It only takes a few hundred years for the new generation of apes to alternate, and apes will be everywhere. We will return to the aesthetics of apes. On the list of beauties in Jiuzhou, we will see a group of beautiful apes. That makes sense. But most people still can't accept it. Sini Baishan also began to join the discussion. According to this situation, this ancient ape emperor should be a unique existence in the imperial mausoleum. Because he is an ape, only he can turn people back to ancient apes. No matter what historical period the other saints are from, they are guaranteed to be human beings, and they will not commit adultery and turn people back to apes. Everyone nodded and agreed with his statement. The good news now is, only an ancient existence in an imperial tomb would poison like this. The bad news is, this ape virus is going to spread, and it cannot be stopped at present. This time, not only the ancient tombs descended, but also the clothing and dressing returned to the ecology of that era. Even their race will return to that period. This chaotic world is too outrageous. Even if everyone present was mentally prepared, they still seriously underestimated the degree of disaster in this chaotic world. At this time, Ning Zheng, who had been listening to their discussion in secret, finally spoke up. As the real person in charge of Shimen, he distributed tasks to everyone. Everyone, let's start distributing your responsibilities. The lineage of the divine doctor, start researching the antidote. Although this is not a virus, it is a kind of atavism in the flesh and blood. The human body has that kind of ancient gene, but we still need to study and restrain the atavism phenomenon. Historians, I need you to set up a research project. At present, I only know that there is an era called Rongxianji. The specific situation is unknown. I need the various forces in Jiuzhou to provide some of your ancient records, and everyone will piece it together. Blacksmiths, you still have to forge the art to speed up the population gathering in various human settlements and bring them back to the Doomsday Fortress to prevent the spread of the ape poison in the wild. He arranged the tasks one by one. In theory, these distributed tasks are also simple, and anyone can coordinate them. But in fact, this is not the case at all. It takes a person with enough prestige to be the commander-in-chief to gather this group of unruly scattered sand and form an iron plate. This is the importance of a leader. A successful leader doesn't even need any talent, he just needs to connect the top people in all fields and become their hub. After Ning Zheng issued the task, he returned his eyes to the villa. Retreat. He turned off the projection over there and said directly, start to withdraw the team. Ah! Xiao Cairong was a little puzzled. Sir, you are leaving now. Do you want to take a group of infected test subjects and isolate them? Ning Zheng glanced at them. Bringing such a dangerous thing into the villa. If you want me to die, just say it. The little blacksmith is not afraid, but Ning Zheng is very afraid. This thing is an infectious magic attack, not a physical attack that a mind bodyguard can block. It will pose a fatal threat to him. No need, the research has been initially completed. Ning Zheng said lightly, although the second research will be launched, your batch of test subjects are no longer needed. Meteorites have fallen all over Jiuzhou. Even if we remind them, people should have been infected. There will be enough test subjects in all places. Ning Zheng set sail directly in the villa. From the beginning to the end, he was very cautious and did not come into contact with the meteorite crater. The blacksmith who entered also died suddenly on the spot and resurrected, and returned to the villa through death. We have to go. With a crash, the villa continued to sail. Ning Zheng looked back and sighed. It's terrible. Even the high temperature of magma can't kill these virus sources. This source of infection will gradually spread. They have done preliminary experiments. Animals cannot be infected with the ape virus. This is a special toxin for humans. But animals can carry viruses. As long as they come into contact with humans, humans will be infected and degenerate into apes. It is conceivable that the infection source of this meteorite crater will spread with various animals. The final result is that it will spread across Kyushu, forming an unprecedented super-large animal disaster. No wild animals can be touched or eaten. Once touched, humans will degenerate back into orangutans. But even if they do not touch wild animals, as long as the human doomsday living area still maintains the passage in and out, even the most rigorous disinfection method may bring the orangutan virus into various doomsday living areas. Human living areas will quickly fall one by one and become orangutan living areas. Doomsday? Ning Zheng's face was heavy. Is this the great horror of the ancient imperial tombs? Even if the simplest model is used, the conclusion is that humans have no escape, and soon, the last human will disappear from the surface. No wonder the nine-sided saint was so cautious before. Although they had been prepared before, they only realized how worried the nine-spy saint was when they really faced these fears. As long as the imperial mausoleum was leaked, even if the nine-spy saint, the nuclear button, was awakened to save the world, the entire broken ape world would not be able to recover. Humanity will degenerate back to tens of millions of years ago, the capital. Humanity will evolve back to tens of millions of years ago. Shrouded in white mist, a figure with loose black hair stood upright in the sky. He was more than 2 meters tall and mighty, but his back was not straight, with a hunchback unique to ancient apes. But this hunchbacked ape brought enough pressure to Xian Shichin. How is it possible? How did you do it? What magical power do you have? Xian Shichin's face gradually changed. His body was actually degenerating into an ape, and was being controlled. His body became extremely stiff, as if countless puppet lines were stretched on his body, making it difficult for him to move. He was clearly an ancient ape with weak combat power, a primitive system, and weak combat power. In this world, not only the strong can win. The ancient ape figure whispered, "Future monkeys, do you know what I relied on to lead your ancestors to rise? It's here." He pointed to the temple of the furry black head. "You left a hidden hand. You can take away the core into the tomb, and try to control future humans. But I can't take away some kind of core into the imperial tomb, and try to control future descendants. You left a hidden hand on our future race? What did you take into the tomb?" Xian Shichin asked in a deep voice. "Your era is too old. Take away the name of that era. Things called artifacts will inevitably become outdated as time goes by. They are just garbage in today's era. How can they control the future era? Control my future self? Superficial." The ancient ape smiled. "Only the weak carry artifacts. What I take away are treasures that you future humans can never think of or guess. No matter what, I just need to burn you, and I will understand everything." Xian Shichin said coldly, "Just die once, and you will definitely not be my opponent." Very interesting magical power. It is indeed very powerful in this era. If you kill me, most of my foundation will belong to you, but you have to kill me first. The majestic breath of the ancient ape suddenly burst out, and endless pressure enveloped the earth. "Future monkeys, I might as well tell you. Hair, what I took away from the tomb was your hair." He grinned with a hint of sneer. "Hair." Xian Shichin's expression suddenly changed, as if he had seen something he would never believe in his life. Even when he swept through the saints in the Xian dynasty royal family, and faced the absolutely brutal Josue saint, he never showed such an expression. Because this fundamentally overturned his understanding of humans. What is a human? The ancient ape sat on the roof of a ruined house in the capital, flicked his fingertips, picked up a cup of tea elegantly, and whispered, "You are complacent, thinking that your evolution from hairy to hairless is yours. Have you ever thought that this is something you are missing from birth that you should have? Haven't you discovered it yet? In this land of Kyushu, only humans are different." He dragged his chin, and his hairy eyes were filled with smiles. "Is it that human wisdom is different? No, it's not. The wisdom of the mythical beasts is higher, but the number is rare. Then, in terms of quantity, is human reproduction ability unique? No, it's not. There are countless species with reproduction ability far exceeding that of humans. It's hair. Every advanced species in Kyushu is born with. There are shells, scales, carapaces, fur. Only you are unique. You don't have a protective shell. You are used to it, but you don't know how ugly it is. Do you know tigers? You are like bald tigers that suddenly lost their hair. A group of bald tigers live together, which is ugly to death, and you have become familiar with this ugliness over the years. Even forming their own aesthetics, a group of bald monkeys actually selected a list of beauties. In the final analysis, where is there such a creature as human in this world? It's just that I took away hair before entering the tomb, and lived in the future. A group of hairless monkeys with defects. I return, walk out of the tomb again, and bring back your defects to you." His voice resounded throughout Kyushu, and even the ancient dead saints of various eras in the imperial mausoleum showed extremely shocked expressions while secretly observing. They appeared in various periods of history, and also took various cores into the imperial mausoleum, leaving behind secret hands, so that they could come back easily, control the future era, and ascend the throne again. But I didn't expect that this first generation existence would be so cruel. He actually plucked their hair, and took it into the tomb as the core. Future monkeys, I am back. You will also turn back into monkeys, complete your innate foundation, and the people will be healthy, and we will return to our ancient ape era. The unprecedented upheaval in human history has already begun in the capital. Chapter 447. Bang, bang, bang. Black fireworks bloomed in the sky of the capital. A series of heavy collisions came from afar, and suddenly ancient ape priests walked out of the tomb. They dressed like ancient tribal wizards, and sang ancient witch songs loudly. Their voices turned into real black transparent notes, one after another, floating in the sky, piercing Xian Shichen in the distance. This is his ape army, amplifying this kind of force control power. Xian Shichen was stiff all over, and he felt the tightening of his hair getting deeper and deeper as he turned into an ape. Damn it, if someone hadn't plotted against me, causing all my capital army to die, leaving me alone, how could I be surrounded and killed? When being surrounded and killed by miscellaneous soldiers, it is very important to clear the field. At this time, the ancient apes burst out together, and countless sharp black silk threads tightened more and more. I have to escape. Xian Shichen thought to himself, go back to the Emperor's tomb. I was defeated by Josue before, and entered the Emperor's tomb. Now I can temporarily retreat. This guy who calls himself human god is surrounded, and killed by others in the capital, and has become the target of public criticism. Swish. He suddenly broke out, and broke free from his restraints. A breeze blew and Xian Shichen disappeared. Wait for me to come out next time, and I will take control of the world again. At this moment, countless leaders and saints in the depths of the Emperor's tomb are paying close attention to the development of the battle in the capital. In the Changsheng dynasty, the imperial tombs are buried deep in the depths, and the Changsheng saints of all generations are observing the outside world. Human god. A hoarse and dry voice came out, although the saints will not reveal their real names, origins, and identities, so as not to be traced after death, and know your weakness as a ghost after your death, the words human god are too arrogant. I thought I was ruthless enough, but I didn't expect there was such a ruthless person in ancient times. Compared with this one, their hidden tricks are simply not up to par, another saint replied in a low voice. Xian Shichen, his combat power is at the peak, even if we join forces, we may not be his opponent, but he was beaten by an ancient ancestor antique from tens of millions of years ago. A saint's eyes flashed red. This is not a problem of combat power, it is that it turned us into humans and left a fatal secret door in us humans. Returning the hair has completed our foundation, but the hair he returned has been tampered with, and has become a shackle to control us. Everyone was silent for a while, and no one spoke again. Not only was Xian Shichen shocked, but even those ancient saints were completely silent. They guessed that history hides great terror and ancient evil. But they didn't expect it to be so evil, playing so dirty. Take their skin off, and take it to the grave. Perhaps in the eyes of that being, it is like a rancher, hurting future generations of hairless humans. How can these skinned, bald, upright apes be his opponents? In the eyes of this human god, everything may be destined. He takes away the hair, and the moment he brings it back, the whole world can't stop him. It doesn't matter, Xian Shichen escapes. He opened up the immortal law, and now it is a book. No matter who wins this world, cultivate a descendant of the Xian family, burn his book Xian Shichen, and you can get the world's strongest immortal secret book. His ability is to open up the skills. Let's defeat this guy who calls himself a human god. However, we still need to lie dormant. Even Xian Shichen is puppet by him, and cannot move. We are weaker. We can't even stop him when we appear. We become his puppets directly. The saints looked at each other, showing a bit of solemnity, and a slight arc at the corners of their mouths. The ancestors who created our human race. It is this absolute disadvantage that makes it interesting. Ancient imperial tombs. Between Fei and Fei. Through the unique Jiuzhou earth veins mechanism every 150 years, the number of people buried here is unattainable even if the number of people buried with the emperors in the entire human history is added together. As the most prosperous ancient tomb, this vast imperial tomb is full of prosperous and bustling cities, and countless towns are bustling with people coming and going. Fresh rice wine. Tanhulu, Tonghulu. They maintain their habits in life, still doing various actions, and they don't know that they are dead. On the street, a scholar is painting for passers-by. The people who came and went on the street walked all afternoon, and he also painted all afternoon. Finally, a pancake vendor came over and looked at the scholar curiously. "What are you painting?" The vendor leaned over to take a look. The street was lifelike, the passers-by, the streets, the shops, everyone's expressions and movements, the sleeve details, the floor texture were all extremely fine. But what was very strange was that in the scroll, all the pedestrians, including himself, the vendor, were replaced by walking apes. He became an ape selling pancakes. What did you paint?" The vendor instinctively felt horrified. "How can you turn people into apes?" The scholar picked up the brush and lightly dipped it in ink, then continued to paint the sky and clouds on the street. "This is our true self." While painting, he explained to the vendor, whispering, "Someone once said that humans should not exist. Humans are not humans at all. They are just a group of hairless monkeys with defective blood and skin removed. We think that we humans are the most beautiful animals, but we don't know that other species think we are extremely ugly. It's like we humans look at other species' hairless cats, hairless monkeys, and hairless lions as ugly. Habits are sometimes a very magical thing. We have gradually gotten used to them over thousands of years." The nine-spiked saint has turned into a young man with red lips and white teeth. He sits on a chair with a brush and gently paints a landscape ink painting. "Humans are skin monkeys?" The vendor was stunned. "Isn't that impossible? We are all monkeys? Some things don't exist if you don't believe in them." The scholar smiled faintly. The vendor was not afraid, but found it interesting. He thought, "Who is peeling our skin? I guess it should be the ancient mythical beasts. I heard that in ancient times, we humans were still very weak, and those mythical beasts were sadistic, so they liked to peel our skins. Just like our human butchers, they like to peel the skins of animals. I even saw a street thug Lu Lang a few years ago. He liked to abuse small animals. Those stray cats and dogs were all skinned by him. They were bloody. Do you think it's abominable or not?" The vendor had already thought of a plot in his mind. The ancient apes were hairy, weak, and bullied. But some powerful races, some of which are tyrannical, caught those monkeys and skinned them, scalded them with boiling water, and then skinned them one by one with screams of squeak squeak. But those skinned monkeys did not die, but instead had an adventure, evolved into humans, and then sang all the way forward, overthrowing the evil beasts. This is completely a story from a storybook. In the storybook, the protagonist was bullied, his entire family was wiped out, and he fell off a cliff, which turned out to be a blessing in disguise. Here, the protagonist was skinned, his entire family was wiped out, and the monkeys turned out to be a blessing in disguise, and evolved into our great and noble human beings. The peddler's mind kept filling in the blanks, and he was actually intoxicated for a while. This must be an extremely wonderful storybook. I sell the idea to the tea house. It will definitely make money. I've even thought of the name The Legend of the Ancestor of Man. What do you think?" The nine-spiked saint smiled. "The Legend of the Ancestor of Man? Maybe." He continued to paint without saying a word. "Alas, why is this poor scholar still painting?" The vendor was surprised. "Hasn't he already painted the street scenes and monkeys?" The curious vendor continued to watch the scholar paint, to see what he painted, to steal some ideas, and to sell them to the restaurant, and probably make money. He thought a little greedily, so he sat beside him, and stopped selling pancakes, just watching. In the scroll, black lines appeared above the head of the ape on the street, going straight into the sky. A huge ape face was floating in the clouds, sitting cross-legged on the continent in the sky, moving his fingers, and controlling the puppet apes below through silk threads. This. The vendor suddenly felt weak in the legs. An ancient fear deep in his blood was completely awakened. Something was stuck in his neck, making it difficult for him to breathe. A strong sense of suffocation suppressed him. Hoo. The vendor gasped for air. He didn't understand why he was so out of control. Is this huge ape in the sky controlling the apes below through silk threads? Is this scene scary enough? No. The bloody horror story of the ape skinning, just now, was obviously more scary, but he was not afraid at all. Now, just seeing some apes being pulled by silk threads, he felt his legs and feet instinctively numb, and a constant stream of fear emerged. Human fear is the deep fear of nature in their blood. The gentle scholar smiled. His eyes were filled with pure smile. In the long history of human evolution, humans fear lightning, earthquakes, rain, and darkness. These great forces that can kill us have been implanted in our blood from generation to generation. Seeking benefits and avoiding harm is the instinct of all life. As humans multiply, they gradually revere nature, and even more the sun and the moon. The sun and the moon, generation after generation, sweep across the ages, with a vast power of heaven. People worship and bow their heads from generation to generation. This reverence and fear are rooted deep in human beings. He pointed to the lines. You are also revere the sun and the moon. That era was so primitive that there was no sun and the moon. These lines are the sun and the moon of that era. The vendor was a little confused, looking at the countless lines on the ape's head. Why are they all lines? In the Rongtianji, there are giant trees, giant beasts, huge forests, and wrong lines hanging from the sky. He sighed and looked into the distance, as if he wanted to see through the distant sky. What a pity, there are more things. For example, what is the principle of this line? I have been thinking about it for a long time, but I still don't understand. The scholar did not explain much, stood up and shook his body, picked up the brush and inkstone. This painting is for you. After saying that, he left directly, went to the wine shop not far away, and got 2 taels of wine, then drank a little wine and walked away leisurely. You must beat him within a month, otherwise, the whole world will be completely transformed into apes, and the consequences will be unimaginable. 10 days are the deadline. If it still doesn't work, I will come out of the world. It's really hard to do nothing. He drank the wine, staggered and disappeared at the end of the street, and was vaguely drunk. So am I a living person or a dead person now? Huh? The scholar is mysterious. Although the peddler has no literary literacy, he instinctively feels that this painting is so delicate that it should be worth a lot of money. He carefully rolled up the scroll, and was about to take it away. Wait, this person must be a master, it can't be a chance encounter. The vendor suddenly reacted, his heart was anxious, his eyes were hot, and he looked around carefully, fearing that passers-by would snatch the opportunity. But he turned it over, and found that there was another scroll under this scroll that had already been painted. In that scroll, a mysterious tall and handsome figure was holding a scroll in the wild land, in the jungle full of flying dragons and giant beasts, teaching a smart black-haired ape who was kneeling on the ground and was humble and timid. This picture contains an indescribable sense of sacred epic, as if it was recorded in the origin of mankind. The humble and timid ape kneeling on the ground is very similar to the ape face that just controlled all living beings in the sky. What is this? Chapter 448. 2 days have passed. No one knows the result of the fight between the saints. But Jiuzhou has ushered in a complete upheaval. As the experimental results of the ancient ape virus were announced to the public, all regions of Jiuzhou fell into extreme panic. If it weren't for the fact that Shirong Master discovered it in advance and took the lead in research, I'm afraid the consequences of this matter would be disastrous. Yes. Many people have heard about the deeds of Shirong Master. Sacrifice. Die. This is a pure and great organization of saints. There are even more admirers, and some scholars with lofty ideals of saving the world also want to join this organization. This made the little blacksmiths in the villa smile these 2 days, and they were very happy. It's so fun to brush up their reputation. This is so pretentious. While the little blacksmiths were heartless, the outside world was full of uneasiness. But even with the reminder of the Shirong Master craftsman, even if we are careful and cautious, the infected will soon develop an attack. There is no need to be afraid of this. It is easy to identify, but those animals and plants are all carriers of the ape disease, and they can no longer be allowed on board. The current forces are almost mobile fortresses, rescuing the sects of various small and medium forces along the way. But at this time, almost the entire Ark search and rescue team of Jiuzhou made a decision. Give up any animals, even spirit pets and monsters. Only save people, but group infections still happen from time to time. Even some middle-grade and low-grade families are infected, and the whole family is apes wearing clothes, giving people an extremely terrifying feeling. Reversion to the ancestors. Alas, the horror of the super-ancient times has appeared. Who in this world can escape? Looking at the infected apes, everyone seemed to sigh, and did not kill them, because they today may be their future selves. A pessimistic mood continued to spread. Those apes were not taken away, but abandoned in the wilderness, left to fend for themselves. However, in less than half a day, a more shocking news came. It is said that a master of the state of mind in the Rose continent has been directly infected. This contagiousness ignores the state of mind and targets your bloodline. Moreover, this is not even an infection, but a great opportunity to complete your foundation and return to your ancestors. This causes your body's immune system to not reject it at all, and even actively accept it. The most notable feature is that the headmaster-level existence, who turned back into an ape, has become even more powerful. In addition, This headmaster-level master of the state of mind, after weighing the pros and cons, decisively became a traitor. Come on, join us. Now I realize that this is not death, this is rebirth. He is a human god. He took away the fur with his own hands and created the god of mankind. We humans were born from him. How can we resist? There were no humans in this world. With him, there were humans. The existence of humans is wrong, and today we must all return to our ancestors and correct this mistake. There should be no humans in the world. This ape directly attacked various forces and infected them one after another. The first high-level human traitor appeared, which completely shocked the entire Kyushu, and everyone was grinning. Traitor, humanity is destroyed by traitors. Is there still hope for us humans? Oh, there is no hope. How can there be hope? It's over, we are all finished. Who can save the world? Can Shirong Godsmith? No, your majesty Josue, we miss you. Countless people laughed bitterly, and the atmosphere of panic spread. Then, something even more terrifying happened. They found that this traitor in the state of one heart could retract his fur, disguise himself as a human, and then blend into the human settlement area. And he used this hidden ability that he calculated without intention to directly blend into the city of Rose Continent. This caused an extremely terrifying disaster. After just over a day, one of the 9 major cities of mankind, Rose Continent, actually fell. No high-end strongman was spared, and the whole city was ape-like, with hairy black hair all over their bodies. Cultivators, scholars, women, and hundreds of millions of people in the city quickly ape-like. Even the 3,000 ancestors outside the city wall quickly turned into apes, all returning to their ancestors. Even the dead have to revert to their ancestors? There is no hope. How can there be hope? There was no hope from the beginning. Someone collapsed to the ground in a daze, staring blankly at the apes running and screaming on the streets. Where is the person who can save the world? This time, is there really no one who can save this chaotic world? An old monkey knelt on the ground, howling, we have witnessed the most incredible and tragic era. Boom! In the elegant and classical Rose King's palace, a huge and difficult ape roar suddenly spread throughout the city. The tall and strong old man, the Rose King, stared blankly at the hairs pulling out of his body and quickly covering his fur. He was stunned. He is the only living person among the 9 kings of Jojo. In the founding era of Josue, he was known as the Iron Wall of War, who took on all the attacks alone and was an invincible general. He was seriously injured thousands of times and nearly died 9 times, but he survived with his strong physique. His lifespan is longer than that of the short-lived Josue saint, because the yang spiritual root is full of vitality. But now, as one of the few remaining founding elders of Jojo and the strongest barrier of mankind, he has not had a truly hardy battle, but he was defeated so inexplicably. This tall and majestic man looked into the sky and saw the figure of a young scholar in a trance. I really miss you. If it were you, you would have taught me what to do now. All the ancient things are coming out, all the obscure history is emerging, we can't stop it at all. The tall and strong old man suddenly choked up, we can't stop it. Boom! Surrounded by countless clouds, covered by shadows, it completely turned into a city of apes. Not far away, Xianiyun, who led the team to support Rose Continent, stared at the sky blankly. Rose Continent, it's over. With the fall of the old Imperial Marshal, the entire Rose Continent city disappeared completely. The fall of Rose Continent, one of the 9 states, was doomed. The heavy shadow of the ancient apes was like a thick dark cloud, bringing everyone back to that distant tens of millions of years ago. Click! In the secret wilderness not far outside the city, a teleportation array was suddenly lit up, and a young man from the Rose family, who was in the lead, looked at the unbreakable wall of humans, knelt on the ground, and cried. He remembered his father's last message to them. Let's go find Zinyazu and Shirong. Their desperate sacrifice ignited the initial bloodiness of mankind for this war. Otherwise, Rojo would have no resistance, and the various forces in Jojo would not have driven the Ark to save people. This ancient founding general understood better than anyone that emotions are contagious during war. Human bloodiness is contagious, and fear is even more contagious. The reason why no one deserted is because they all saw that preserved image. That force took the lead in heroic sacrifice, the parents of a family of 4, the sacrifice of husband and wife, and all the sacrifices of flesh and blood, just to find information about the ape virus. The heroic scenes ignited the ruthlessness in the hearts of those scholars, that warm fire. In this world, the bloodiness of the human race started from Shirong. The words of the old man still lingered in his ears, and were engraved in his heart. So, if there is still someone who can save the world, go there. Only that city at the forefront of human civilization can be the last hope on this earth. Chapter 449. The fall of Rose Continent was something no one had expected, or even dared to think about. How terrible is the 3,000 ancestral city walls? It is known as the Unbreakable Wall. Rose Continent, in terms of frontal combat power, can be called the best in Kyushu. That group of real fierce men were easily breached without any resistance, and even those city wall ancestors were the help in breaking the city walls. After the city wall ancestors were infected into apes, mysterious threads fell from the sky, as if there was some majestic existence in the high sky controlling these apes. 3,000 city walls became 3,000 puppet apes, and together they besieged Rose Continent City from all directions. The former city walls became a weapon for breaking the city, and even the founding marshal of Rose could not stop it. The fall of the city was so fast that there was no power to resist it all. Only a small number of people escaped from Continent City, and were not infected. If Xianyun, who was heading to the Rose Continent for support, had not been alert and run fast, he would probably have died too. Xianyun had no choice but to return to Xiane Continent City. And almost at the same time, the entire 8 states, and even the various human shelters, issued a notice. Shut down most of the external transmission arrays. Implement a comprehensive closure system. Only a few external channels are opened, and a strict isolation and observation system is adopted. After 7 days of observation, confirming that there is no virus, and after various tests, they are allowed to enter the city. Everyone knows that despair is like a dark abyss, swallowing up Jojo and sucking away all hope and light. Can't wait. Almost all the forces in Jojo are communicating with each other. They originally thought of stationing in the 9 states, and becoming the 9 human fortresses, but they were caught off guard. The strong barrier defense they were proud of was extremely ridiculous in front of that ancient existence. According to this situation, Jojo will basically fall in less than half a month. We must gather together. This is the last struggle of our era. Abandon the city. What? Yes, abandon the city. That guy is more terrible than the power of Deputy Master Wushing. The 3,000 city walls can't stop him at all. Instead, they will become his help. If we are still in the city, the 8 city wall will surround and kill us from all directions. Drive the ark to the wilderness. At this moment, everyone was extremely grateful. If there was no ark cast by Shirong, they would not even have a chance to resist, and could only wait to die. Almost at this moment, the forces of the entire Jojo cut their wrists and left the ancestors in place, waiting to be recycled later, if they could come back alive. Almost all the living forces abandoned most of their belongings, transformed from Jojo into forces, and were driving the ark, rushing all the way, converging towards Zinyazu. Swordcasting Villa. Ning Zheng woke up the next day, fearing that he would turn into a hairy ape. But fortunately, there was no change. Too scary. Ning Zheng sighed. The terrifying pressure of the world's destruction was too great. Even if he ran to the edge of Kyushu, he still felt uneasy. Before, he didn't feel the reality of the word world destruction. Now he felt how shocking and horrifying it was. If he stayed at the transportation hub of Pingchong City, he didn't know what kind of attack he would encounter. In addition, the wilderness is getting more and more dangerous. Is this still a place where people live? There are not only strange disasters, but also ape-man viruses. If I don't run fast, I guess this mountain villa will be full of monkeys, chirping and forging iron, and I will become a monkey king. During this period, Ningzheng also received a communication from Shiryoshing. Are you okay? It's too scary, you know? The last time we robbed the tomb, the Zhu, Lu, and Wang families wanted to wait, but they couldn't get in. Now the city is closed, we can only hide outside and shiver. There is still noise outside, blocking the city gate, and scolding the government for being inhumane. Inhumane, for the safety of the people inside the city wall. Ningzheng said. The city was closed by him, and Xianyun. Even Xianyun, who was teleported back, was isolated outside for observation. How could others not be isolated? The main thing is that human rapist is too deadly. Shiryoshing was still saying, alas, this chaotic world is too scary. Fortunately, we entered the state capital early, otherwise we would still be hiding in the mountains to open a village. Now the mountains are full of monkeys. I heard that most of the Lu family have turned into apes. The whole family is apes. It's finished. Just now, they sent a message about their disaster. It scared me. I'm a little scared. Can this virus be transmitted through the communication token? Ningzheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The Wang family is still fleeing and preparing to hide in the mountains. Too miserable, too miserable. Shiryoshing kept saying. She was still in fear. With apes everywhere, does humanity still have a future? Ning Zheng listened to Shi Yoxing talking about the various dramatic changes, and finally hung up the signal, and finally reminded, I heard that the large army in Xinya's city is preparing to abandon the city and sail on the ark. Ning Zheng hung up the message. If he didn't run, the state city would fall, and humans would turn into apes. Humans would return to the legendary Rongxianji era. There's no way to avoid this. Ning Zheng sighed. Fortunately, it was wise for me to run away, and strive to be the last human in history. Ning Zheng planned to continue running, but he was also afraid. When the source of infection entered the sea, and the bodies of marine creatures, the sea creatures carried the virus, and he who hid in the sea would not be spared and become an ape. Perhaps, I can't sit on the shore and watch the fire. Ning Zheng was not a saint, and he had always been prudent. But when the nest is overturned, no egg will be left intact. Sooner or later, the human race will return to the ancestral apes, and he will not be able to escape. Capital. The human god sat on the throne, controlling puppets in his hands. It is precisely because the walls of the Rose continent are so strong that their fall has been exacerbated. He looked at the sun and moon next to him. Miss Daowe, you are practicing too fast. When you break through to the Hua realm, I, an old antique, can't beat you. You are not human, and I can't control you. Miss Daowe was controlled and quickly sealed. Our Xinqiu saints are trash. Miss Daowe sighed. You run so skillfully. Although she cursed like this, she also knew that this matter was not to blame for someone. Because who knew that history hid such a great horror? Humans are incomplete creatures with secret doors, and can be controlled at any time. It is normal that Xian Shichen can't bear it. But she felt it was a pity after all. She was obviously a little short. If she broke through the Hua realm, who in the world could be his opponent? This ape puppet master. Can't control himself, he is obviously his nemesis. If Xian Shichen persists for a while longer, and gives himself, the king of ghosts, the opportunity to grow wildly by eating ghosts. What are you going to do? I know, I won't let you grow. The god of man smiled. Greetings, saint! Outside the palace, a figure suddenly appeared. One of the 9 kings of Rose continent, the king of Rose bowed. The entire Rose continent surrendered directly. They had to surrender. The species had already been alienated. In addition, how could they resist the trend of the times? They wanted to struggle, but one analysis report after another was placed on his desk. Reality made this Rose king, who had turned into an ape, understand that a man who knows the times is a hero. He has to be responsible for the people. Good, very good. The god of man stood up. An obscure and majestic aura gradually erupted from him. Dao Yu, the king of Rose and others all changed their colors drastically, and the fear in their hearts continued to spread. Half awakened, with only one continent surrendering, he half awakened. The half awakened Gui began to realize that he was dead. The fully awakened Gui, with complete logic, was truly alive, and could eat Gui to become stronger. So I'm already dead. The human god sat on the throne, the turbidity in his eyes became clear, and the whole person became more agile and changeable. He turned his head to look at the historical painting wall. The paintings on the walls made his expression change several times. So many generations have passed. He sighed, turned his head to look at the surprised person in front of him, and smiled gently. This is normal. My obsession is that all 9 states in the world will return to the peak era of our apes. Now we have returned to one state. It is normal to be half awakened. And this was originally planned before his death. Buried in the imperial mausoleum before death, I have already planned my affairs after death. I took the core into the tomb to control future generations and awaken me after death. Everything is going according to his logic. He is not afraid of the existence of the saints of the past dynasties in the tomb. Because they are human. No matter how strong they are also backward antiques in the tomb that cannot keep up with the times like himself. Their current combat power has not returned to the peak. They are collecting information of the times, various skills, and technologies, and following up their own versions. But it takes time for them to become stronger. By the time their combat power is greatly improved and they keep up with the times, I will have ruled the world long ago. He deliberately killed out to create a time difference, and take advantage of them before they develop. To rule the era, by the time they react, I have already swept across Kyushu. The whole world is full of apes. He has completely awakened, completed his obsession, and resurrected as a ghost king. How can that group of dead people be his opponents? As for now, they have not yet recovered their combat power to keep up with the times, so they are weak and run out to die? That would be even better. Even Xian Shichen could barely block his control, let alone those more backward ancient saints. They ran out and fell into a trap. adding a saint-level monkey puppet to their own command, and an additional combat power similar to the Rose King. Everything is calculated. The human god sat on the chair and looked at the Rose King next to him. Time is running out. You are the first contemporary saint-level combat power under my command, and this combat power is several times stronger than mine. Your immortality and combat resistance are too exaggerated. The human god praised from the bottom of his heart. If he hadn't mastered the secret door of these human puppets and controlled them, any Jojo king could have killed him, let alone Xian Shichen. But he is a puppeteer, and it doesn't matter if he is a little weak. The moment he entered the tomb, he knew that after his death, he would use the future as pasture and humans as livestock to graze the entire Jojo. The generations of descendants in Jojo would all be puppets after his birth. His hawk-like gaze was focused on the land of Kyushu under the nursery. Let's fight, Rose King, the strongest commander of the Kyushu era. Fight for me, time is running out. Those tomb saints are madly improving their combat power. We can't give them time. Turn Kyushu into the ape era, and I will awaken completely. Boom! He stood up suddenly on the throne, and a huge light continued to linger. Zenyazu he looked at the vast continent on the map. The war. Let's start completely. Chapter 450. This is destined to be a blitzkrieg. History is too vast and too long. Even this human god doesn't know how many magical powers have appeared in this period of history. My secret door, the ape transformation of common people, may not last long, and must be awakened quickly. In the palace, the human god on the throne flicked his fingertips, and a silk thread connected to the Rose King in front of him. Go, pacify Zenyazu. He looked at her with disdain, as if he had calculated the entire Kyushu. The whole world today can't stop you. The Rose King showed a trace of struggle, but eventually his body walked out of the palace uncontrollably. Zenyazu. This continent, which was originally sparsely populated in the wild, became extremely lively. Boom! Arcs kept coming from various states. There are too many variables. The strongest wall is actually a weapon to kill them. They have now abandoned their families and ancestors. Only the living can travel lightly, and the speed of sailing is incomparably fast. Prince Jiangwei, there is Zenyazu. An old man who was bathed in blood and quite embarrassed could not help but say, I understand. The young man showed a resolute look. Qiangweizu was once one of the top 3 continents in Jojo, and its combat power was the first. But now, it has been destroyed in their hands, like a stray dog, running here to seek the last hope of mankind. Now it is too desperate. He holds a glimmer of delusion. Shirong, I hope he can create miracles again, and save the world as his father said. But is this possible? The miracles created before were all in the field of weapons. This virus and combat power problems are not easy to solve. Crack! Soon, they approached Zenyazu's city. From a great distance, they could see that the entire land of Zenyazu's city was lifted up, and most of it was stuffed into the small cave. The rest was pulled by 6 huge arcs as big as mountains, like giant whales on land. Everyone who has just arrived, please quarantine for 7 days according to the rules. Before seeing the person, they heard a voice coming, asking them to take the initiative to settle in the distance and follow the arc. I am the Rose Prince. The young man clasped his fists. The prince must also follow the requirements. The eyes are bright, and he said lightly, however, this does not affect your external communications. As the prince, you are qualified to participate in this meeting that determines the life and death of the world. The life and death of the world? Rose Prince was shocked. The meeting room of Shimon's city on the voyage. This is the doomsday arc of mankind, the last power and hope. The top masters of each state, their Dharma images almost all rushed to the meeting quickly, and their main bodies followed the large forces of the forces, and were still following closely, not coming so fast. Almost all the great powers of Jojo have gathered here. The Sword Fairy looked at everyone and said, according to the intelligence of the apes analyzed by our team, the precautions are as follows. Reports were distributed to everyone. Although the newly arrived Rose Prince was isolated, he watched and participated in the meeting from a distance and received the report information. He looked at the research report. 1. Growing hair means that it can be controlled as a puppet at any time, which is only effective for creatures with human blood. 2. The embers of humans are contagious. The tomb ancestor will turn into an ape and can be controlled to attack the city. Therefore, all living people must stay away from the ancestral city wall and abandon their home fortress. At the same time, the ancestral ape is a bound earth spirit. As long as we stay far enough away from our ancestors, they cannot be controlled to attack us. When Prince Rose saw this, he sighed, this is all valuable information obtained by sacrificing the city of Rose Continent. If they had run away earlier, away from the city of Rose Continent, Without the siege of the 3,000 ape ancestors, they would not have lost at all, but there is no if. Now re-examining the situation, it is obvious that the human god behind the scenes has set his sights on the strongest Rose continent from the beginning. The human god had planned it long ago. The Rose continent has the strongest combat power, and the flesh and blood breath of the Rose continent is too strong. When it is targeted by the ghosts, it happens to be too busy to take care of itself, making it the easiest to attack. Perhaps, Cunning continent is also the key target. But the reason why the other party did not choose Cunning continent city first is because Shiron God Craftsman is hidden too deep, and is not in the city at all. Alas! Prince Jungwei let out a long breath, and continued to read. 3. Dharma images are not contagious. You can send Dharma images to attack and defend. Dharma images are the only way to protect yourself. Prince Jungwei let out a long breath and understood. At this time, others also read the information and talked about it. The conclusion is very clear. The main body hides to prevent being infected by the virus, and the Dharma images attack. The Sword Fairy said, "One more thing, the puppet of the human god can only control your body, but cannot control your soul or your spirit. Even when the human god controls your body, you can control your Dharma image and fight with your body." Even the Sword Fairy had to admit it. This human god is quite a minotaur. My soul can only watch helplessly, being controlled by the ape body being raped by my husband. This is too exciting. This main plot is indeed full of cuckolding. Love it. How ambitious is this human god, who is currently raping the world? He is actually competing with our sword-casting villa. We are all yellow-haired, and our dream is to cuckold the world. There is absolutely no room for him in the same race. So, the human god must die. The Sword Fairy's expression changed several times, revealing a deep disgust for the human god. Everyone looked at her and sighed in their hearts. This kind of disgusting look, Shiron Godsmith's party is indeed worthy of being hateful and vengeful, and a large number of disciples have been sacrificed before. I am afraid they will avenge them. At this time, someone said, "If some people are sent to attack us only because their bodies betray us, will their Dharma images stop their ape bodies?" A very valuable suggestion. The Sword Fairy nodded. It is theoretically feasible. The body fights and the Dharma image stops it. But in reality, after you are infected, you will want to live and not die. You will not dare to go against the human god. Even your consciousness will cooperate with the human god to attack us. Of course, we do not rule out a small number of martyrs who would rather die than surrender after their bodies are controlled, and use their Dharma images to stop themselves. But the Dharma image cannot beat your body. You will look at yourself with a painful face, desperate, miserable, watching your body being toyed with. The Sword Fairy sighed. This level of perverted yellow hair is super scary to think about. If you resist, the apes can only kill your Dharma images with your body, and then continue to attack us human survivors without the Dharma images. Of course, it is good news for us that the fighting power will be weakened after the death of the Dharma images. At this point, everyone gradually understood the situation. In order to prevent infection, they can only attack with the Dharma images. But this does not mean that they cannot fight. Because of what the human gods have. The infected wall ancestors of each city? The ancestors are earthbound spirits and cannot chase us. The Sword Fairy said, and the ancestors' bodies are controlled. But their Dharma images are free, and they can even fly over long distances to help us. Become our powerful reinforcements. After these words fell, everyone was moved. They were even ready to send a message to the ancestors in the tombs, asking them to send Dharma images to help them fight. The Sword Fairy said, to sum up, don't go to the major cities. Let him play with the old ancestor's body. Anyway, he can't leave the door. The old ancestor's soul loves us. Everyone looks strange. Why does this way of speaking feel a bit special? Why is it like a cheating woman saying to her husband, my body made a mistake, but my soul still loves you? Everyone's face is not very good. So, what are the troops under the human god? There are only his own group of ape troops in the Imperial Mausoleum, and the living forces of the Rose King. To sum up, the opponent is not as invincible as imagined. The Rose King is the strongest combat force of the opponent. After these words fell, everyone's fighting spirit was also ignited. When the opponent's intelligence was unclear, they were ambushed. The weird and terrifying horror was contagious, and even despaired. Now that the information has been ascertained, it is found that the opponent is just that simple. It is not that we cannot fight. They dispatched the Dharma images to attack the camp of the human god. Although the human god side is all the original body, the real combat power of the original body of this ancient holy ape is definitely far behind the times. They dispatched the Dharma images that will not be infected, and it is not impossible to surround and kill them. Sure enough, information intelligence is very important. Yes, if we are not in a city, the ancestor of the city wall cannot easily attack us. It is thanks to the Chiron god craftsman. If he had not reacted in the first time and spread it a few more times, it would not only be the Rose continent that was attacked, but it would have fallen directly. Everyone was extremely excited. It was only then that they really realized that the first wave of information from the Chiron god craftsman was too important. It simply changed the course of history. If he had not reminded them, the fall of the Rose continent would be an example for all continents. I guess that human god hated the Chiron god craftsman to death. He could have spread silently and completely ruled the entire era. But Chiron god craftsman immediately exposed the conspiracy of the human god, just like he immediately exposed the mastermind as someone's son, slapped him in the face. He took off your underwear right away. Even Xineun couldn't help but sigh, thinking in his heart, every time the intelligence is known in advance, the details are exposed right away. Chiron god craftsman offended all the masterminds. At this time, seeing that everyone was full of fighting spirit, the sword fairy poured cold water on them again. Don't be too proud, we are now in an advantage, but soon we will be at a disadvantage. Don't forget, why did the human god sneak attack the Rose continent city? Because he wanted to get the Rose King's combat power card. Now, he only has the Rose King as a card, which is very weak, but what will happen next? After the top forces present are left alone, how many can withstand the attack of the Rose King? The crowd changed color. The Rose King, the god of war in the 9-spike era. The rose has thorns, and has a strong meat shield ability, and a heaven-defying magical power of anti-injury, which can be called an immortal monster. In the saint level of the transformation realm, they are all top existences. If before, they still had countless ancestral walls, they would not be afraid of him coming alone, but now, they are left alone. The Rose King is controlled, and they can't stop them from being left alone. The result must be that they will be caught and infected, turned into apes, and join the battle as new puppets. The opponent will keep catching, infecting, and expanding. The Rose King is a beginning, and they will soon start to attack the top forces. Zinyazu is already a battlefield. The Sword Fairy said, so, all the Dermas present, your original body should speed up. We will gather together to defend. If you are alone, the Rose King will definitely attack. As soon as the voice fell, the Dharma of a female leader of the other shore continent suddenly changed color. Not good. The Rose King has come to attack our ark. Everyone present was surprised. I didn't expect the speed to be so fast. They just had a small meeting and they have already attacked. The human god obviously wants to launch a blitzkrieg. The Sword Fairy's face changed slightly. We can't let him spread the infection. We must contain it from the source. Where is the location? Everyone go to support it. Someone suddenly said, but our great sects in Jojo may not be the opponent of the Rose King. The meat shield type of monks are the most disgusting. If they go in person and surround and kill together, they will definitely win. But it will be very difficult to kill. Even if they surround and kill for 7 days and 7 nights, they may not be able to surround and kill the Rose King. Now they can only use the much weaker Dharma image to surround and kill his body. It feels like they can't beat him at all. Even, they can't break the defense. But the human god in front of them is the first to raid the most difficult person in the entire Jojo. We can't win at all. Zinyan said, he is the least afraid of being besieged by numbers. Yes, he is not afraid at all. Sini, the white-robed woman, also spoke. Her expression was not good. Although the infection did not come to Zinya's city, it is now an empty city after being abandoned. But she has already expected that she will be secluded and unable to move, and will soon become a hairy female ape, and only the Dharma image will remain her own. When she thought of that scene, her body was controlled and played with, and her soul could only watch. She felt terrible. The Minotaur must die. She silently recited the lines she learned in a shop. Just when everyone was in despair, the Sword Fairy finally spoke. Don't worry, we, the Chiron god craftsmen, have a way to defeat this founding Rose god of war. When these words fell, everyone changed color. Could it be that this Chiron god craftsman has hidden a tremendous fighting power? Chapter 451. Is this impossible? The first generation City King, this white-robed woman couldn't help but speak. In this world of the undead, the strongest is not the fragile attack, but the defense. The fierce general praised by the 9-spike saints, who killed through the enemy's battle formation, is not a simple person. Winning head-on is rare. And now, you can't attack head-on at all, you can only attack with the Dharma. The Dharma can beat this one, which means that the combat power of the body is much higher than this Rose King. Is there really such a person inside Shiron God Craftsman? If there is, this is a real mythical combat power. It is an extremely rare era overlord in the entire historical wave. In the surprised eyes of everyone, the Sword Fairy bowed and apologized, saying, "First of all, we must confess one thing to you. Our inheritance has been stolen, and the person who stole it is the deputy leader of the Wuxing sect." Everyone looked puzzled. It's not surprising that the Wuxing sect likes to lurk, but they have lurked inside the Shiron God Craftsman. Many people suddenly realized that it was no wonder that the other party was targeting the Wuxing sect. Then, the Sword Fairy roughly made up the whole story, such as infiltration, dormancy, bad women, and this and that. After the story was finished, the Sword Fairy said, "The soul-slashing magical power came from our Shirong forces, but they only got a defective one, not a complete one." At this time, the first god craftsman of Jiuzhou, Mantiansho, said, "I have an insider for this. I learned about this from the inside of the Wuxing sect. They planted spiritual roots in a girl named Wuxing Jing, and it seems that there is indeed a defect." The Sword Fairy was completely silent. "What's going on? Your Wuxing sect has been infiltrated into a big funnel. You deserve not to be able to stand up. But when it comes to relationships, these divine craftsmen are really awesome. It's normal for neutral forces to have people in both the black and white worlds, and they even secretly take private jobs to earn extra money for the cult. After all, don't cults need weapons? However, it's normal for Wuxing Whale to be weaker. Because it was originally a second-level spiritual root extended from Ningjiang's 3 flowers, how could it be better than Ningjiang's genuine one?" After explaining the whole story, the Sword Fairy finally talked about business and looked at the ancestors. "Everyone, our magical power can not only chop people's embers, but also reunite the fallen embers." Everyone understood. The ones present were the Dharma images of the ancestors of each city wall, and the Dharma images of the current living masters. This wave of slashing will gather together. It's conceivable what a huge and terrifying Dharma image will be formed. Cindy couldn't help but marvel in her heart. Thinking about this spiritual root now, it can be compared to the level of the royal saints of all generations. Not only can it extend the eternal divine weapon, but it can also have such lethality, which is not inferior to the Shinhua magical power of their Xian family. Everyone suffer. The Sword Fairy smiled, and asked a row of maids behind her to bring swords. It is a weapon made of medium-grade shadow spiritual roots. Those little blacksmiths can borrow Ningjing's magical power to cut out bubbles, relying on this shadow spiritual root. Now the little blacksmiths, who make shadow spiritual roots into weapons, also have Ningjing's chopping effect, helping to gather the ember clones. "Everyone, please!" The Sword Fairy was happy. "Hurry up and start chopping." The manor owner's missile was officially launched, aiming directly at the founding god of war, the Rose King. "Instead of being dominated by the human god, let us dominate the world. You dominate the body. I dominate the spirit. Let's see who dominates more. How can the great manor owner lose? This will be a battle of faith between minotaurs. On the other side, the sword-forging manor." Crack! A knife cut down, blood bloomed, bubbles gathered, and formed a huge ember. Jiuzhai Rong shouted, "Everyone, we will never admit defeat when facing the human god." The Omujiang slashed at Lin Daiyu next to him again, bubbles burst out, and the voice was fierce, obviously angry. "Yes, we lose blacksmith skills, divine doctor skills, and combat skills. The only thing we don't want is to be cuckolded." Lin Daiyu, led by Zhan Yang, also slashed at the Omujiang and shouted, "The evil human god wants to cuckold all the 9 states. We pure love warriors, attack." Xiao Chai Kun was also chopped and cried bitterly, sobbing, "Pure love has its limits. In my long pure love war, I understand one thing, serious pure love, abide by morality, can't defeat the yellow-haired who drugged, threatened, hypnotized, stopped time, etc. Moral means can't defeat them at all. Only by joining the yellow-haired can we defeat the yellow-haired. Fight evil with evil. I won't be a pure love warrior anymore." The crowd was indignant. This human god simply hit the vital point of all blacksmiths. The strongest minotaur in history, who turned into an ugly ape and controlled others, was unbearable for them. Powerful slashes split the bubbles, mixed with each other, and quickly gathered into a huge angry god of war. "Kill!" Jiuzhai Rong fiercely stuck a sign at the door. Official announcement. This sword forging competition will usher in a major update without going offline. The 1.0 version update log is as follows. Ape God start. The ape god has descended, Kyushu has been catastrophic, and humans will usher in a mass extinction. Where should we go? We will lead the remaining troops of Kyushu, take the Ark, and fight against the ape god. This major update will also optimize the following matters. 1. Add new facilities, the Fairy Beast Arena, and functions such as the Beast Fighting Rankings. 2. Fix a small number of bugs. 3. Optimize several known issues. 4. Officially open a new historical background story, Rongtianji. 5. Add a new dynamic background of the villa, Sky. 6. Add 10,000 Wuxinjiu female ghosts to settle in. 7. A new hidden mountainside prison. From the perspective of the spectators, a group of spectators watched them so passionately, and also got excited. Bibbo ran. This wave of the 8-god version obviously restricts the main body from fighting, and can only use the Dharma image to fight. Using only the Dharma image's domain, isn't this a plan to secretly strengthen the owner's Ember clone? Woo woo woo, the ancestors of each state capital are all growing hair, and their old age is unknown. This is not old age, they are all dead, and their bodies are unknown. Ah! Too miserable. By the way, they are already chopping over there to create clones. They should be chopping, and it will probably be done soon. In the Dharma image version, the owner of the manor rises. At this time, the blacksmiths cut each other, release bubbles, and prepared to join the giants and mix in with a group of giants with saint-level and master-level bubbles. What do they want to do by infiltrating the group of top Jojo beings? Ningjung sighed. The whole Jojo was in chaos, and he didn't want to care about it, not even Shiman City. Ningjung was a relatively insignificant person, and a small cultivator in the Sanyuan realm, so he couldn't help much, and running away was the right answer. But now the most outrageous thing is that he can really help. Because his Dharma image is indeed a huge counterattack point. The only heavy weapon of the human survivors' army. I will definitely help when I can. Ningjung took a deep breath, already calculating the combat power of the Dharma image giant that was about to be born. He calculated the opponent. Only then did he officially understand the combat power of the Josue court, the white-robed woman Sini, a saint level. In addition, there is a saint-level founding ancestor, the first generation of the other side king, one of the Jojo kings. There are also 2 saint-level new generations, the princess of the other side, and the Rose Prince, both of whom are young combat power of tens of thousands of years old. That Rose Prince was actually a saint, but he escaped from Rose Continent, and even his father died, so it was normal for him to run away. According to this calculation, among the kings of the 9 continents, who followed Josue more than 100,000 years ago, there were only 3 saints. Sini, Bayan, and Rose. Ningjung felt that this number was less than expected. In other words, it was difficult for saints to break through, and it was good to have 2 or 3 in an era. The headmaster level is normal. It was not wrong after careful calculation. Rose Continent and Bayan Continent are powerful continents, and it is normal for the new generation to have 2 saints. If future generations cannot reach this level, it will be a lack of successors. As for City Continent, it is a surrendered continent. Zenyian, this young man, should have been a saint level, but his foundation was not inherited enough, and he wanted to get the fire and return to the peak, so the royal practice defects had not been broken through to the saint level. But now that it has been completed, it is estimated that it will soon break through. 3 saint-level continents. The other 6 are continents without saint-level combat power, basically all professional continents, divine doctors, divine craftsmen, alchemists, Shinong. It is normal that they lack combat power. Their actual significance is even more important than combat power. In summary, on the court side, there are 3 dead people and 2 living people, a total of 5 saints, but the Rose King has been controlled. As for the holy places outside the court, the big sects are a bit lame. They are all the combat power of the headmaster level, but they only took out 3 saint-level ancestors. This saint-level ancestor is still their ancient ancestor from the Xian dynasty period. In the hundreds of thousands of years since the founding of the Josue period, they have not produced a single saint, but it seems normal. The postnatal myth era is only hundreds of thousands of years old. The system of planting spiritual roots has only been out for a short time, and their various forces are still groping, and have not completely stepped out of that threshold. Their masters are basically very young, and have the possibility of taking that step. In the final analysis, it is because the dynasty was established too recently, and there is no foundation in hundreds of thousands of years. They can't beat these prehistoric monsters. That is to say, in the entire Jojo, there are only 7 saints in the living forces, including 5 dead saints. If it is at the master level, there are more than 300 people, and more than half of them are dead. Ningjung sighed. Of course, this number is on the surface. Excluding the forces of countless tomb owners, and those secret cults, it is only limited to the Josue period. If we look at the entire human history, the foundation of the Joseon period is very insignificant. Enough. 7 saints, hundreds of masters, the most luxurious lineup of all the forces in Joseon gathered together, which is definitely comparable to the peak saints. This honor is hard to find in history. It is a coincidence that only happens when chance and coincidence come together. If it weren't for the reputation of Shiron god craftsmen. If it weren't for the threat of human gods now. If they had to abandon the tomb and go to Zinyazu. If they couldn't attack with the Dharma. If it weren't for 7 or 8 coincidences, these people wouldn't have gathered together to be chopped, allowing Ning Zheng to have such favorable conditions to create his super giant combat clone. Even if it performs well, this giant god can sweep across the imperial tombs of the entire human history. Ning Zheng was silent for a while. This giant is the last resistance of mankind to the myth of the apes returning to their ancestors. Chapter 452. Of course. This fighting force is temporary. After the war, everyone will probably not obey. To put it bluntly, if it weren't for this desperate situation, even if the 9 spies Saint gave orders, they wouldn't have gathered to this extent. After all, someone wanted them to become apes, and everyone was physically uncomfortable, so they could only gather madly and fight hard. Theoretically, we can win. But I'm a blank slate. I don't have any magic. Ning Zheng sighed. If I can only shoot arrows madly, wouldn't that make me the same as the deputy leader of the Wuxing sect? Besides, to deal with that level of existence, the king of a continent, without moves and magical powers, I guess I will be beaten to death. Besides, I can't use a bow, I can only use magic, or a knife, a sword, and I have to use it very skillfully. You have to know some moves. He felt a little regretful. Was he finally forced to spend his luck points to start learning magical powers and moves? He really didn't want to. He wanted to learn moves last and improve his blank realm first, so that the cost effectiveness was the highest. He looked at the luck points that had been unused for the past few days. Luck points. 475,000. Fortunately, he had foresight, and knew that he had to save money crazily in troubled times to prevent accidents, so he didn't awaken Yin Hua and Liu Zhu. Although he was jealous, he still hoarded luck points crazily. Now it is really a victory for the wait-and-see party. Otherwise, now he could only stare blankly. The awakening choice he made at that time has now directly changed the trajectory of the entire human civilization. Forget it. Spend 100,000 luck points first to improve to the 3 yuan realm great perfection, 3 yuan cycle. Ning Zheng took a deep breath and looked at the 3 flowers that had just grown back. If the realm is improved, the giant can be controlled more smoothly. But according to Ning Zheng's estimation, he is only in the small San Yuan realm, and controlling a peak Jojo clone in the Hua realm is a bit too much. The control is extremely insufficient. He can only exert a part of his power. If he had broken through the Erxiang realm earlier and mastered the Dharma, it should be much better. What a pity. Ning Zheng sighed. If he hadn't pulled out the 2 Sanhua before, he would have broken through long ago. But things are unpredictable. How could he have calculated until today? Minus 100,000 luck points. Wow. Ning Zheng's 3 flowers quickly connected, the 3 petals quickly condensed, the breath of the soul circulated, the spirit and spirit surrounded, forming a vortex, and gradually merged and intersected. San Yuan cycle, San Yuan realm is perfected. He couldn't break through 2 realms in a row, so he could only skip this and focus on the improvement of magical powers. Even when I was dizzy, I was waiting for Liu Zhu's awakening. It was always best to wait for magical powers. The higher my realm, the more powerful the magical powers I could comprehend. Now I'm spending my luck points to comprehend them in advance, which is a loss. He felt a little pain, because he had been frugal for many years. He looked at the remaining 300,000 luck points, and started to learn magical powers. Wow, minus 100,000 luck points. Ning Zheng was very lucky to enter the enlightenment mode. In the room under his villa, he sat cross-legged and felt the world in the dark. Feeling his body, he saw the true form of his spiritual root in a trance, a huge and majestic mythical world-destroying beast, Shadow Crocodile. He saw an existence from an unknown world and for an unknown period of time, growing, multiplying, splitting, merging, and finally becoming the ultimate body, devouring races of different periods, and destroying all living things. He seemed to be completely immersed in it, transformed into an ancient myth of disaster, traveling between heaven and earth. Crack. Ning Zheng woke up again and frowned secretly. Isn't this enough? Minus 100,000 luck points. He felt pain, his eyes were fierce, and he was more fierce. Crash. Everyone, let's start. On the Shiman Arc, the heads of various forces all changed their expressions, and immediately began to cut down trees. They are decisive people. Knowing clearly that their original bodies cannot be deployed, the strongest move is to merge the Dharma and attack to resist the Rose King. If it were anyone else, they would be extremely unwilling. But now the Shiron God craftsman has experienced one event after another, constantly fighting against the mastermind behind the scenes, getting the latest news, leading mankind, and his reputation has reached the peak. In the era of scholars, reputation is the most important. There is no doubt that the current Shiron God craftsman's reputation and fame have reached the peak. So everyone kept splitting bubbles. Meanwhile, the blacksmith bubble that had split apart at the sword forging villa had completely condensed into a small giant, and also came over through the teleportation array. This ember giant only had the blacksmith, and no female prisoner of the Wuxing sect, so he dared not reveal his aura. Crash! The blacksmith ember giant's expression straightened, and he looked at the other super large ember giant. The two sides quickly merged together, and greeted each other in the giant ember body. Everyone, we are here. Although it is very weak, this is the temporary strength we can use. My parents died, my brothers died, and I am the only one left. If it weren't for the need for infection experiments, I would be the first to throw myself in. And some of the other strong men also looked silent, and couldn't help but persuaded, young man, retain your strength to have a future. The blacksmith was full of fighting spirit. I am not qualified. I can only assist in ironwork and sweeping the floor in the power. There are thousands of mediocre people like me. Sacrifice may be my value. The two sides kept communicating. Many sect leaders and leaders were impressed by the sincerity of these people. These blacksmiths pretended to be serious, with their hands behind their backs, asking for the lives of the people. And they kept secretly warming up the atmosphere for their master. They turned into the strongest licking dogs and promoted their master crazily. Add a bit of mystery to the upcoming arrival of the master. As they talked, the people who were already curious about the mysterious Shiron power were actually moved by their exaggerated bragging. This made Ningzheng speechless in the intervals between deducing the magical power. They are just like a group of loyal lackeys of the evil young master when he goes out. The evil young master leads the way when he goes out. What a good blacksmith I am. He sighed and retracted his gaze. The giant is about to condense, and he also needs to adapt to the new magical power. Hua la la, time passed by minute, and the time for enlightenment was very short. Ningzheng suddenly opened his eyes. In an instant, the black fog surrounded, and the entire huge gathering Dharma image turned into a shadow, like the ancient beast giant crocodile in the myth, covering the sky and wandering away, in an instant, thousands of miles away, directly killing into a certain arc in Xinyazu. On the edge of Xinyazu, separated by countless regions, an arc was roaring shrilly, and various battles were breaking out. Obviously, they were being attacked. Boom! An attack suddenly hit the furry Rose King, and in an instant, endless black light enveloped his body, and streams of air surrounded him. What is this? The Rose King turned his head silently, revealing an incredible look. This huge shadow swept across the sky and crushed the entire world, as if the strongest demon god in the entire history of mankind had descended into this world. Chapter 453. If the nine-spiced saint is the strongest righteous god in human history, then the vast figure in front of him, that exudes evil horror, is undoubtedly the strongest demon god. 7 saints gathered together, hundreds of masters. This aura is so huge that it makes people feel instinctively trembling. Kill! Ningzheng didn't say anything nonsense, and shadows filled the sky, like dark crocodiles sneaking around in all directions. His shadow collided with the Rose King, who was knocked out. Ningzheng stepped on the sky and the earth, and the shadows were like giant crocodiles in the sea, tearing the sky apart, and the terrifying shadow crocodiles continued to devour the blood of the Rose King in the void. Crash! The flesh and blood of the Rose King exploded inch by inch, and soul ember bubbles fell one by one. This is also a kind of toxin. The soul poison cuts out soul bubbles one by one. If it weren't for the fact that the weakness of a flesh and blood war god like the Rose King was the soul, and therefore he had found a large number of supporting artifacts to protect the soul, he would have been seriously injured in those few attacks just now. Soul killing technique, very good. It restrains my rose flower. The old man, the Rose King, sighed. Although his body was not controlled by him, his combat power could not be exerted to 60%. But the opponent's soul technique did restrain him. Each serves his master. The burly old man sighed. The entire Rose continent was transformed into apes, and the velvet threads covered the whole body, like catkins hanging down, and it had returned to the distant ancient times, revealing a wild atmosphere. His self-controlled Dharma image was dead, and it had not yet been reborn. His body was controlled again, and he was completely powerless. Boom! The terrifying power bloomed, and the bright red blood collided with the shadow crocodile. The Rose King's recovery ability was simply too strong, and he couldn't defeat the opponent for a while. Fortunately, the Ark forces behind him had retreated under Ning Zheng's obstruction, and quickly sailed towards the Shiman Ark. After several collisions, the old Rose King, who was controlled by others, could not exert 50% of his own strength. He was almost crushed by Ning Zheng, and had no power to fight back. Shirong. Finally, a golden light slowly rose in the vast and sacred clouds, and a human ape face that was several thousand meters long floated. The human god who controlled the Rose King finally spoke, and sighed, "I am the ancestor of mankind, and I should take over the prosperous world. I am a minister under you, and you are also treated very well. Why do you wade into such muddy water?" He originally wanted to fight a lightning war, take over Jiuzhou, and turn them all into apes. Otherwise, if it is delayed a little longer, something bad will happen. The emperors of all dynasties in the tomb are not easy to deal with. They dare not show up, for fear of being used to turn into apes, but they hide in the dark, trying to find a way to resist his ape men. If they succeed, the situation will definitely reverse. One win and one loss, only in an instant, according to his expectations. No one in the entire Jiuzhou can stop the Rose King. This is a powerful flesh and blood war god, and the enemy can only send out weak Dharma images. No matter how many there are, they are just trash. But an unreasonable Shirong god craftsman appeared. There are no people in the world, and the human race is all in a long dream. In the sky, a huge cloud of human faces floated, giving people a soft and sacred feeling. The human god showed a sad look in his eyes, and said sadly, "You have lived for a long time, and think you are human. This long and gorgeous dream of tens of millions of years should also wake up." "Apes!" he shouted suddenly, resounding through the 9 heavens. This voice was like a huge bell, shocking the mind, as if a father awakened from ancient times, awakening the sleeping human race of the world. "Why don't you wake up quickly?" At this time, the hair of the human god was flying, and his eyes were shining. The sadness on his face became more and more intense, and the huge breath covered the sky and the sun. Long lines fell from the sky, like a black rainstorm. "Hairless children, it's time to let you know what you are." Swish! The fingers he controlled trembled lightly. The hair of the Rose King below was woven into a net, gradually shrinking, entering the body, covering the subcutaneous tissue, forming an internal armor. The most bizarre thing is that this hair not only has physical defense, but also has amazing soul defense, flowing in it. In this way, I will let you see the magic of our era. With this powerful body in this world, plus the magical power of skin and fur, it can be said to be even more powerful. The Rose King's body turned into a human again, and each hair was retracted and integrated into the skin. Hiss! Seeing this scene, countless people's faces changed and their brows furrowed. This hair is obviously body tissue, and it belongs to the category of flesh and blood like the 5-body realm and the 4 internal organs realm. It should only be able to resist the attack of flesh and blood, but how can it resist the soul? Only the soul can resist the soul. Cini, the first-generation Cini King, said solemnly, "There is only one possibility. His hair contains the soul." "How can it breed a soul?" Cini Yun said in surprise. "It's hair." The first-generation Cini King said in a deep voice, "I'm afraid that the hair on the top of the head is used as a conduit to input the 3 flowers of the soul, and cover the whole body along the hair." Everyone was shocked. Hair! All the hairs are connected in series, and conduct to each other. The soul flowers on the top of the head penetrated, and spread along the hair, to every part of the hair, forming a soul defense. This move was amazing. It was worthy of being in existence, that used the hair of ancient times to the peak. What a terrifying subcutaneous inner armor. What a terrifying puppet technique. The king of the other shore felt the battle between the two people. It seems that the system of that era was not too weak. They were not immortal. They would be beheaded, and their limbs would not heal. The tolerance rate was too low. But when they fought, they put on the inner armor, and the defense was strong enough. Everyone was silent. The core of today's system is immortality. In ancient times, it seemed that the hair was taken away, but in fact, the defense of future generations was taken away. The fur, scales, and shells of any animal are for defense. The same is true for the fur of apes, not to mention that fur was developed to its peak in that era. Now, this person has brought back the defense of humans, plus the existing immortality. This is no longer as simple as adding the two together. It is a qualitative change. Our attack is a soul attack. The opponent has soul defense, so it is no longer so easy to suppress the opponent. A saint ancestor from the Xian dynasty era from the Holy Land said. In addition, he chose the Rose King who is most suitable for performance. Xian's face continued to gloomy. This ancient human god was well prepared, and he set his sights on the opponent from the beginning. Boom, boom, boom. The two quickly fought in the air. Above the sky, the void exploded, and a red light and black light intertwined. The Rose King seemed to have completely withstood this soul attack. The two sides were like two ancient giant beasts colliding wildly, and many headmaster-level beings were terrified. Every time the collision occurred, the heaven and earth were shaken, and even the owner of the upside-down tomb rooted behind the nursery looked out. The face of the human god manipulated the silk thread above the sky and said proudly, "Mortal, you are very powerful and fortunate to witness this move. See this move, wake up from the dream of thousands of years. My ministers, the long dream, lost the way and returned home." He said no more, his hair stood up, and the whole person instantly turned into a black needle hedgehog. Boom, a terrifying hair exploded like an ocean, and a black giant ape more than 10 meters tall formed behind him. The giant ape raised his head and roared, as if he saw in a trance the grace of this vast giant ape punching the ancient dragon clan and shaking the mountains and rivers. He suddenly stretched out his fist and smashed Ning Zheng fiercely. Ning Zheng's face changed slightly, and he also got angry. How could the opponent's energy level be compared with his super creature of the Jiuzhou aggregation level? Boom! He also punched hard. With a muffled rumble, the sky shook violently. A large amount of black hair scattered, like raindrops, fluttering. The shock waves seemed endless, and the dazzling white light burst out again and again. It was two figures colliding and entangled rapidly. The energy tide was too violent, and no one could see what was happening. Gradually, the vast light on the sky dissipated, and there was no more storm. It seemed that the winner had been decided. Who won and who lost? Someone shouted. Everyone looked with wide eyes, and saw the Rose King suddenly falling to the ground. Countless strongmen were stunned, all dead silent, and felt a chill rushing out of their scalps. The Rose King had no breath left, and was beaten to death, but the old man's mouth was filled with a smile. It was obvious that the old man was going to die soon, and a glorious death in battle was also a good destination. Everyone had a complicated expression. A founding god of war, who had fought countless battles, and opened up an era fell today. When the Rose Prince saw this scene, he had already burst into tears. From now on, he is the Rose King, one of the 9 kings. This soul-killing technique looks simple and unpretentious, but it is actually extremely creepy and difficult to deal with. The soul is constantly split and weakened, and it easily killed the war god of Jiuzhou at that time. I have already thought about how the news that the first professional in Jiuzhou fought against the Black Hand of the ancient imperial tomb will shock Jiuzhou. Dukuhong said involuntarily. Sini Baishan's shock was hard to conceal. Soul healing skills, fairy beast fusion skills, and fighting skills. You are called the strongest craftsman in Jiuzhou. You can do everything except for ironwork. In fact, countless beings behind the nursery, not far away, were already surprised. Chapter 454. Behind the nursery is the Shadow Tomb area of humans, where many ancient beings live. But even though they are well informed, they are still shocked. This is the first time they have seen such a fierce soul attack force, ignoring most defenses, quickly splitting the soul, dropping bubbles, and then gathering the power of embers, which makes everyone shaken. This Rose God of War is a fierce man, and he has fallen down. Even without spells, the attack of this aggregated giant can defeat 10 people with one force. This is already the power of the world's #1 person. Many shadows in the tombs murmured. Specializing in killing embers and restraining immortality, the development of the times is really getting more and more powerful, and all kinds of incredible existences are emerging in an endless stream. An old woman screamed, and the neighbors of the entire tomb were silent. They have lived on the back of the tomb for too long, and they are not competitive with the world. Occasionally, they pick a few passing 3 flowers as food. The tolls are very moist. But as the times progressed, stronger monsters emerged one after another, and they were not far from being completely wiped out, and their situation was worrying. The 9 states gathered together, 7 of them became me, and thousands of them were in the same state of mind. Who could resist the power of the gathering? This is the last resistance of this human era. A bronze statue of money sighed, that ape deserved it. Under the joint efforts of humans, that Shirong giant god is the real human god. The neighbor next to him looked at the bronze statue. Why did this guy send the Dharma image back to visit his relatives again? Wasn't he captured by the monster Jiuzhou and brought to the vicinity of the capital, where he set up a secret realm, the ancient bronze town, and built the first generation of mints? The bronze statue looked at everyone and said proudly, I came back to take a look. I heard that a while ago, the saint of Xinqiao was about to go to my ancient bronze town, but he was driven away before he came. He deserved it. He gloated. But maybe I have been asleep for too long. I have never seen the ape era, and my era is obviously much older than the human era. Everyone was silent for a while. A dead person, as long as he is older than the other, must have seen the heyday of the ape myth era. But history is too long. You, a dead person, have died more or less several times. Reset your memory, and return to the moment of death. Of course, you have forgotten many things in history afterwards. The human god is more than just this method. An existence familiar with that era suddenly spoke up, his voice old. That guy is very insidious. The human race exploded in his hands, and reached its peak. He had not yet used his real trump card of being invincible and invincible. Speaking of this, that existence actually showed a trace of fear, and was obviously half awake. I died at that time. I was the supreme elder of the dragon clan of that ancient ape era. He pulled me out of the underwater dragon palace, and beat me to death like a little snake. At that time, the sea turned upside down and killed countless shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Human history is magnificent, and many amazing people have appeared. He witnessed with his own eyes that this human god opened the prosperous era, and a huge ape that could reach the sky and the earth overthrew the entire fairy beast wilderness era. At that time, there were no people, only the ancient ape clan, which was at the bottom of the 10,000 races, pushed all the way to the peak of the great world and became the first race among the 10,000 races in Jiuzhou. Human, who has heard of it? In that era, we only knew that the monster tribe had an ancient ape overlord, who was superior to the Qilin, dragon tribe, black tortoise, and white tiger. Humans just took over the prestige and heritage left by the ancient ape, and then dominated the era. They were just a race that enjoyed the fruits of others' labor. The country was conquered by the ancient ape. Countless Qilin, divine turtles, dragons. These ancient powerful races were dormant in the hands of this weak ape, and were beaten into submission and became mounts. Now this ancient ape ancestor is the strongest hero sung in ancient mythology and history. He seems to come from ancient times, but now his system is rough and cannot compare with the current 9-spike saint. But if he was born in this era, his combat power would definitely not be weaker than the 9-spike saint, or even stronger. The old man sighed. Perhaps, as this person said, humans don't exist at all. It's just the long dream of the ancient apes. Now, the foundation has returned, and their invincible king has been born again. The hair has grown, and it's time to wake up from the gorgeous dream of tens of millions of years. The bronze statue laughed. Don't worry, we're watching a good show. They're fighting to the death. It doesn't matter whether they're humans or apes. In our eyes, they're all monkeys. Those guys above our heads. Ningzheng stood proudly above the sky, feeling unprecedentedly good. With every move, he caused turmoil in the world, and he felt omnipotent and invincible. He could even hear a group of ancient beings whispering in the back of the distant nursery. But he knew that this illusion of omnipotence was because he was too weak. He could not control this power, which was too much beyond his control. He could not see the upper limit of this power, so he felt that he could do anything. But he only controlled a small part. His soul attack was extremely terrifying, with great force. He could cut it twice, and the Rose King could not bear it, and his soul was directly wiped out. 7 saints, hundreds of masters, this power was too terrifying. Boom! At this moment, the body of the Rose King stood up suddenly. Countless silk threads controlled the puppets, flying into the sky, passing through the clouds, and directly into the sky. Ningzheng looked up. Want to leave? He cut it suddenly. Shadow crocodiles flew out and bit the corpse. But there was no reaction, and no bubbles fell at all. Ningzheng immediately understood what was going on. The Rose King had no soul, so his attack on the soul was naturally useless. The death of the Rose King made things more difficult. The puppet corpse without a soul was not susceptible to his soul attack, which was troublesome. Puppetry is very restraining to me. Ningzheng sighed. Every magical power is not invincible, and he is the same. In the body. Voices were conveying, and suddenly someone reacted. It's not good, we fell into a trap. What trap? This human god, I'm afraid it's intentional, he is proficient in calculations, I'm afraid even this is under his control. What? In his eyes, it's a good thing for the Rose King to win, and if he loses, he just takes advantage of the situation to lay a foreshadowing. He is currently only controlling the Rose King's body, but it is difficult for him to kill the Rose King's soul. With the help of the current soul attack, The Rose King's soul will be wiped out again and again, and completely reduced to a pure flesh and blood puppet, and then brought back to the capital. I'm afraid it will need to be transformed. You mean, he was hit on purpose? It's possible, he deliberately controlled the Rose King and took that attack. He was courting death. It's indeed possible, the Rose King's ability to withstand blows is the strongest in Gyojou, so his strength declined greatly in his later years, and the speed of his fall is too fast. One by one, the strong men kept analyzing, and they were all good at calculating. The human god is definitely not as bad as they think. He is so good at playing with puppets, he must be proficient in puppets. Eliminating the puppet's self-consciousness is the first step in transformation. From the beginning, he had his eyes on the Rose King, the strongest physique in Gyojou. He was ready to become his puppet. This dead Rose King was taken back to the capital for transformation. If we chase him, I'm afraid it's another trap that has been designed long ago, and it's full of dangers. Then we won't go? Maybe it's an empty city plan? It must be a trap. It's impossible to lay out so quickly. There is no trap. It's just a bet that we dare not chase. The voices in the body are arguing, constantly reasoning and analyzing. They gather the power of the entire Gyojou to form a giant man. If they lose, the consequences can be imagined. Even now, they are still in Shiman City, taking pills continuously, cutting themselves, and providing strength. Since they have chosen to give it a try, they can only try to cut themselves as much as possible to make the Shirong giant stronger. So, they can't lose. This is a gamble on their fate. If they lose Gyojou, they will be finished. What should we choose? Fight or retreat? This decision will affect the survival of the entire Kyushu. Countless people argued. They were too smart, and it was precisely because they were too smart that they had difficulty making a choice. The voices in my ears continued. Even a group of small blacksmiths were participating crazily. Jianzheng, who was happy together, and a group of Kyushu bosses, quarreled and made all kinds of verbal attacks, and enjoyed it. Ningzheng sighed, but had already made a choice. He stepped forward and flew directly into the sky, and killed into the nursery. He is going to the capital. Okay, let's fight. Very fun. At this time, the existence behind the nursery gave way. These weird-looking monsters lay on the back of the nursery ready to watch the show, and some of them were even mentally abnormal, jumping like children, clapping and cheering, watching this great battle. This scene also made the strong men of the 8 continents fall silent. Are they going to the capital? A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. I wonder what is waiting for him in the capital. Even that Xincha Saint fell in the capital, and was forced back by this ape. There must be a secret in that battle. It's just a pity that the white fog covered the battlefield, and the living people in Gyojou couldn't detect any information at all. But now the capital has been covered by white fog, mysterious and unpredictable. It may be that the enemy lured the enemy deep into his home court. But Ningjing's footsteps stopped at the back of the nursery. Boom! A terrible attack was launched without a word, and countless soul giant crocodiles turned into black shadows, attacking and biting the audience behind the nursery, who were watching the show. A terrifying explosion sounded. These ancient beings were blown away, and were all stunned, with their brains blank. No! Your human race is fighting fiercely, every second counts. How come you suddenly attack us innocent spectators? Why are you bullying us all of a sudden? Ningzheng is surrounded by black shadow crocodiles, like a demon from hell. Looking at the people in the tomb, he said in a cold voice, just now. Who said, we wanted to watch a monkey show come out? Chapter 455. All the monsters present were stunned. There were even a few bamboo-like monsters, shivering in the corner, saying so scary and so frightening, but their ferocity and murderous intent were getting stronger and stronger. While curling up and shivering, they silently approached Ningzheng. Are you crazy? Ningzheng understood. It was obvious that she had angered some evil spirits, and had gone crazy. Ningzheng was too lazy to pay attention and asked directly, Xiniyun, can you burn them? Xiniyun's mind was bright. He had recently completed his skills, and could perfectly burn people. Yes, burn them. These nursery figures from all dynasties exist in the sky, overlooking the common people from one era to another. They must know too much secret information. Even this group of audiences may know the details of the human gods hidden in history. What are the weaknesses of his puppetry? And how did he take away the fur of humans? As long as you know these details, you will basically win. The shortcomings of the human god are the same as those of all the emperors in the ancient tombs. Because the cultivation system is primitive, the basic values in the same realm are too low, and it cannot keep up with the times. Kill us? Finally, an old woman said coldly, Even tens of thousands of years ago, Josue broke through the nursery and led the army to the capital. He never dared to beat us like this. We are a neutral tomb group, unlike the other owners of the ancient tomb restricted area, who are crazy and messing around in the era. There is a black scale armored creature that looks like a demon, and is extremely angry. We are of the same blood. If you beat one, you will offend the whole group. You have to think clearly. Behind the nursery is a group of very special beings. The owner who first built this tomb group was a hermit who was tired of disputes and lived in peace with the world. He did not want to fight during his lifetime, and he did not want to fight after his death. In each era, the guests he received were all great people who lived in peace with the world and were buried here. This is a group of tombs like the Peach Blossom Spring, where people gather together for warmth. Those owners of the Forbidden Area tombs who still have concerns and want to interfere with the killing of the times cannot live here, but can only go to other places. This is why the ancient tombs in the forbidden areas of various places are all lonely and independent. Even most of the contemporary two-phase monks who venture into secret realms do not dare to let the Dharma image come to the back of the nursery, because they are non-aggressive and keep each other warm. Who dares to provoke them? And now, Ningzheng has provoked them. You provoke us, you provoke a group of people. Another eight-legged tiger suddenly laughed. Do you think you are the second nine-spiked saint? Even that man dare not provoke us, and only dare to take away a bronze statue. You are not even a warrior, a blacksmith. Have you ever killed anyone? You are just a young blacksmith. To do business, you must pay attention to harmony and wealth. Do you still want to do business if you provoke us like this? Wherever the business opens, we will harass it. We live behind the nursery, listening to the sky above and the 9 states below. We live leisurely and secluded, drinking wine every day. When we have nothing to do, we will go to your business and destroy it crazily. You exist and sneered again. Have you ever thought about the consequences of attacking us like this? We never pay attention to the times. After not entering the world, we have been harassing the people all year round. There are disasters everywhere in the 9 states. You are the center of the people. Our numbers are much greater than those evil beings in the forbidden areas. If we come out, you will be under countless times more pressure. Ningzheng frowned. These guys are just chattering and stalling for time. Now, the human race is facing a disaster, and is about to turn into apes. Who will take care of the neutral forces? In the past, you were in a group and had strong combat power. No one dared to provoke you. But now the mythical era is too strong. Do you think you can be neutral if you want to be neutral? If Ningzheng doesn't attack them, the ancient ape will definitely attack them after pacifying the human race. A group of stubborn dead people, still sticking to the rules, thinking that they can continue to be neutral, but they don't know that a disaster is coming. The human race is now on the verge of life and death, so let's die together. Crash! The shadow crocodile with a split soul suddenly turned into a huge black ocean and attacked an ancient headmaster-level existence. You dare! How dare you! A series of shouts came. Ningzheng didn't care and killed one directly. The soul bubbles that fell were filling the body of the giant quickly. It tastes good. I kill you, absorb the soul bubbles, strengthen the foundation of this huge body, and then attack the capital. Everyone present was furious. You are unreasonable. We have no grudges. Someone was completely enraged. This was a saint-level existence. Ningzheng stretched out her hand. Crash! The surging shadow aura suddenly enveloped this figure. His body was shaking constantly, making a series of crackling sounds, and he was swallowed up in an instant. Saint level, the gap is also very different. Everyone became more and more angry. Ningzheng frowned again, looked at one of the half-beasts with glaring eyes, and waved his hand, chopping him half to death, dropping a lot of bubbles. Then Ningzheng absorbed these bubbles, and split a blacksmith's ember. You go deal with him. Okay. The ember smiled, showing a lewd smile, made a dog chain, pulled the half-beast's life, and led it away. Come and walk around. Everyone was terrified. A scholar can be killed, but not humiliated. They are well known in history. Now they are treated as livestock and led away. Ask again, who knows the information, let us burn him. Ningzheng asked one last question, otherwise, in the last period of my life, I will kill all of you guys. He looked neither happy nor sad, looking at the back of the vast nursery, so vast that it was almost unknown how many historical gems were hidden. It was as if one person threatened a country. How ridiculous. But the crowd couldn't laugh. Even if they resisted and defeated the human giant god, they suffered heavy losses. The bronze statue in the crowd secretly said in his heart, he actually threatened a group of dead people. This is a treacherous fraud. They are all earthbound spirits. They will be resurrected after death. What if they are killed by him? Unless he completely pulls out the earth veins and kills them, they will die out, but that requires a huge price and time. He has no time to pull it out now. What a ridiculous threat. Only those dead people who think they are not dead will be afraid of death, and will be fooled. He has a strong sense of superiority in his heart. But I am different. Among a group of dead people, only I am alive. I have lived for countless years hiding among them. It doesn't matter if they die, but if I die, I will really die. He wants to die with me. Don't mess with such a madman. I must listen to him, and not fall for his trick. The bronze statue thought so, he was afraid of death. And the other people thought so too, they were also afraid of death. So, all the dead people present were silent. Admittedly, if they surrounded the Shirong giant god together, they might even have a chance to win. But it's not worth it. The audience didn't want to be dragged into the life and death battle between the ape and him. Anyway, these neighbors are dead, and they are good friends after resurrection. Isn't it just being killed? The man in the fire, he knows. Someone finally whispered. Zombie dragon, he seems to know something. Yes, he just said he was beaten to death by the ancient ape. For a moment, they abandoned their neighborly loyalty, and couldn't help but speak. Those who were betrayed were anxious. How could you betray us? Damn it, we are all brothers. Those who betrayed their brothers quietly left, secretly saying sorry in their hearts. Anyway, these good brothers of mine are dead, and it's okay to be burned, they are not really dead. In addition, after death and resurrection, you reset your memory, and will forget that we betrayed you. When you lose your memory and resurrect, we will still be good brothers who share life and death, drink, chat, and call each other brothers here. There are 17 people who know the information, burn them. Ningzheng looked at it. Even if this number is a trick, it won't be too different. Ningzheng separated Xion's Dharma image. Hua la la, the flames burned, and 17 ancient beings screamed. He's serious. We remember this grudge. Later, we secretly harass him. He won't be able to do business. The shadows on the entire nursery were all afraid to breathe, huddled down, and didn't dare to provoke this madman who is about to die. This kind of person is about to die, and he can do anything to survive, and he got into trouble. This moment is unprecedented. With the growth of the tomb area behind the nursery, the back of the nursery, which has never been conquered by emperors of dynasties. But at this moment, countless ancient figures completely surrendered to the figure of this Shirong master craftsman. The first generation of the other side king's side, and the beautiful eyes of this sick beauty flowed. This is something that even the 9-spike saint who passed by the nursery back then never did. And now, isn't it a reenactment of the past years, killing the nursery and rushing into the capital? Ningzheng said, how is the situation? I'm already digesting it. Xian said seriously. We can't delay any longer. Let's go to the capital first. Ningzheng took a step forward, and went straight into the misty capital. This mist is very mysterious. Xian Shichen fell here before, but the details of that battle are unknown. He looked around and saw the image of the king of the other shore, saying, please go and investigate. Okay. The king of the other shore is proficient in the art of souls, and can sense the depths of the white mist. But before she could move forward, she was forced back. Finally here. At this time, a distant voice came from the imperial palace of the capital. In our time, we didn't cultivate the soul form of today, but there was another physical form. I thought I would take your form away, but you extended another form. You hairless, incomplete ancient apes, you should be proud of me for letting me use this ancient form. Come on, the last battle of the dream awakening. Ningzheng looked up and saw the body of the Rose King hanging high in the sky, with countless thin threads lingering and converging into an unprecedented giant ape. The creatures in the entire capital city have already turned into human apes, including Princess Xian, who has also turned into a female ape, but at this time their hair, carrying their blood and essence, flew into the sky. The power of countless human apes actually gathered on this huge human ape through countless hairs, forming a form that penetrated the sky and the earth. This giant ape seemed to be the most powerful god or demon in the ancient barbaric era, with his feet on the earth and his hands supporting the sky. Even the ancient dragons were toys in his hands. The terrifying pressure seemed to awaken the deepest fears of mankind. Chapter 456. Hua la la. In the capital, the black hair of countless ape residents rose up, turning into strands of upside-down rain, flying into the sky and gathering on the body of the Rose King. In the sky, a huge ape face was seen in the dark, holding 2 needles, and its fingers were skillfully weaving wool. It weaved the hair into a net, various knots, loops, and layers of overlapping. A huge ape with black hair and soft light was rapidly growing in size. The blacksmiths with soul bubbles gathered in their bodies were stunned. Is this the ancient Dharma image? The fur is the image. What a big plush toy. Doll. Cute, cute. Such an ancient tyrant, knitting sweaters by hand. He has a tiger in his heart and smells roses, which is a bit handsome. The human race of the entire Kyushu is fighting a desperate battle. It's too thrilling. The hair of the ancient ape is not as rough and stiff as human hair, it is very soft and delicate. Like goose down, the hairs gradually formed a huge doll-like image. These hairs took away the foundation and energy of a human ape. And they twisted and connected with each other, densely intertwined, and the defense was extremely terrifying at first glance. And even if the defense was destroyed in a certain place, these silk threads were very easy to repair. What an exaggerated defense. Cunning, an old saint, was knowledgeable and talented, and inherited the talents of the Xian family royal family. He could see some details at a glance. This is a physical image. After scanning the knowledge of the 17 ancient existences, Cunning sorted out books one by one, and finally pieced together some incomplete ancient pictures in the incompleteness. Not much information was obtained. But the picture shows that the ancient apes were weak on average, but they gathered together, cultivated their hair, and used the hair as a huge Dharma image to conquer the 9 states. At first, these Dharma images were afraid of fire, but then, they continued to temper their hair, becoming impervious to water and fire, and easily warding off all evil. In the end, they used the vast ape giants to punch the entire barbaric era and sweep across the era. Xian kept talking. Unfortunately, these information were relatively general. He did not find better information. Because even in that era, the secrets of the ancient apes, the overlords of the era, were not something that these tomb owners could explore. If these audiences who were watching the show were of sufficient level and high enough rank, they would have long been saints of a certain era and settled in the imperial mausoleum. At the very least, they were the capable generals under the saints, and were taken into the imperial mausoleum and buried together. The tombs that did not enter the imperial mausoleum, except for some special reasons, were basically the second-tier strongmen of the era. If they were not worthy of entering the imperial mausoleum, they were naturally not worthy of knowing this information. The intelligence is too rough. But obviously, this huge Dharma image was the trump card for conquering the world back then. This capital city is really a den of dragons and tigers. At this time, the last assembled armies of the human race were chopping down the saints of the bubbles, and the headmasters were discussing. This is the hair of the apes in the entire capital city, and the combat power is probably very strong. It's like a child's plush doll, but it can achieve this level. From this point of view, the opponent's actual combat power is not weak, it increases with the strength of the times. The hair of the strong in this era condenses the Dharma image of this era. At this moment, the Rose Prince in the crowd suddenly sent some message and said, "It's not good. Rose Island, something happened. The human god actually has a plan. Rose Continent." A patch of black rain formed a hole in the sky, covering the entire Rose Continent city. What is that? What happened? Is it raining? All the people who had turned into apes and grown hair walked out of the streets, restaurants, and alleys, looking at the rain in the sky. No, it's not raining. Someone suddenly noticed something, cried out in horror, and pointed in the direction of the 3,000 city walls. The endless vast city walls formed a black rain curtain, and the length seemed to be endless upside-down rain, and the rain fell into the sky from strands of black hair. Rain, such heavy rain. Someone trembled. It's the 3,000 ancestors. Their hair is flying into the sky. The rain became more and more dense, like an endless black curtain covering the sky, and it spread to the entire sky in just a few seconds, covering the entire horizon of the Rose Continent city. Woo! In the tomb of the Rose Wall, a human saint who turned into an ape, his black hair could not stop flying gently. Give me back my hair. My power is being drained. This was a great old man who had fought on the battlefield with the saints and suffered countless serious injuries in his life, but never cried. At this time, he prostrated himself on the ground and cried, "No! I don't want to be a sinner and become part of that giant ape." Countless ancestors were desperate, painful, roaring, angry, pointing at the sky and cursing. It was a pity that they could not control their bodies, and a lot of hair rose up. As the hairs were pulled out one by one, their energy and blood were taken away, making them withered, their eye sockets sunken, and turned into dried corpses without blood. Woo woo woo! Have we really lost? These withered ancestors knew how much damage the mythical giant ape formed by the black hair of 3,000 historical saints would bring. They will be the sinners of human history. If they can, they would rather die. Boom! Dense black rain hung upside down in the sky. The sky suddenly darkened, the sun and the moon lost their light, and countless black clouds and smoke gathered above the entire Rose continent. The rain was like a world-destroying flood, turning into a world-destroying giant ape that would destroy the entire human civilization. The breath of death pressed almost all the people in the Rose continent to the point of suffocation. Suddenly, a melodious singing came from the sky, like an ancient lullaby. Everyone looked up. A golden glow flickered in the clouds. Life is nothing but a dream. When you wake up, you realize that it is nothing. Your resistance now is just an obstacle to common sense. You think that hairy people are different. When you put on monkey hair, you will know that I am me, and you will smile at today's hesitation. The huge and sacred monkey face floated in the clouds, holding 2 sticks in both hands, cross-weaving puppets, and said lightly, "You cry and hesitate. How do you know that the hesitation at this moment is the real me? Put on the fur clothes and make up. Today I know that I am me." Zinnia's city. The people have gone, leaving only 3,000 city walls that have not been moved yet. My Dharma image has helped those who can help. Sini, a woman in white robes, sat in the courtyard, listening to the sound of the river in the distance, elegant and quiet. She squatted in the garden, holding a watering can and silently watering the bright improved magnolia flowers. Her palms were already full of sweat. From time to time, her eyes flashed the Shiron god artisan force at the sale, auctioning, shouting, laughing. That was a group of young people who were determined and not afraid of death. I thought I saw through them, but they showed terrifying power again and again. We Zinnias can actually produce such a younger generation. A complex emotion and relief kept interweaving in my heart. She couldn't imagine that a monk from a non-combat circle, a super genius who led all professions in Jojo, could bring them hope when they, a group of combat monks, had no way out. But, can this hope really win completely? My body has begun. She opened her palms, and a fine and fluffy black fur gradually covered her whole body. This has nothing to do with combat power. No one can escape the fate of reversion. Perhaps the words of that one-man god are true. They were not human from the beginning, but skinned hairless monkeys. Could it be that we are really wrong? Even though she was a powerful and tough founding figure who had experienced hardships, her voice at this moment was filled with endless hesitation. Perhaps there is really no one in this world, otherwise, how could we not be able to resist at all? She sighed, and her body had already turned into a giant ape, with strands of hair hanging upside down, forming the entire rainy season. Rose Continent was the first to fall in Kyushu, and countless rain curtains fell. The other 8 states were also not spared, and even because of the deserted buildings, these ancestors were more likely to be infected. The 3,000 city wall ancestors of each state city were also transformed into apes after Rose Continent, and began to transform into upside-down rain curtains and fly into the sky. How could there be so many strong men in the ancient wild ape era? Only now. Because the ground veins were established in the Jiosui era, the city wall ancestors are everywhere, forming an unprecedented scene. These ground vein ancestors gather together, so this will be the strongest mythical giant ape in human history. 3,000 ancestors in one continent. What a terrible gathering of heritage. Even if it was the queen of the other shore, a woman who was proficient in the soul, she couldn't help but feel a little despair in her heart. Human beings do not exist. This historical truth has overturned the 3 views of today's human beings. Faith is shattered, humanity has collapsed. What do they have left? Is their persistence really the meaningless thing in the mouth of the human god? No one thought that the scene in front of them was even more terrifying, and the heritage of the ancient divine apes conquering the world was fully revealed. The strongest oppression of the era tens of millions of years ago did not disappear with the system of time, but became stronger. Can the last resistance of mankind, the real human god gathered by the rebels, really stop it? If it weren't for the huge embers made by Shiron God Smith, they couldn't even pass the first level, the Rose King, and were directly wiped out. So, this is the Rongtian era. She looked up and looked at the hair rising all over the ground, like smog weather, and even formed spider web caves. People with discerning eyes understood what kind of amazing environment that ancient era was in an instant. The depressing and desperate black rain curtain covered the entire sky, as if dreaming back to ancient times, a barbaric century without humans. In almost every corner of Kyushu, countless infected ancient apes in the city were drunk in restaurants and tea houses. Despair filled the surroundings, and suddenly stared at the rain curtain in the sky. The giant god we gathered, this is really the last resistance of mankind. This is a war between humans and apes. Chapter 457. Sword Forging Villa. The villa is sailing, and countless blacksmiths have already walked out of the blacksmith shop and other buildings and come to the square, looking up at the wisps of black rain in the sky. Rong Tianji finally appeared. Ant. This time, we won't have a bad ending in the main line, right? Fairy Ant and Fairy Medicine hugged each other tightly, looking at the terrifying vision in the sky, and felt cold all over. The only thing the villa can do now is to speed up the cutting of bubbles and increase the insignificant combat power for the owner of the nuclear bomb. Dong dong dong. One by one, mechanical electronic wooden fish were placed in the square, and a pleasant, crisp and solemn sound rang out. The whole villa was praying. Damn it! Metaphysics, this is the only thing we can do. It's all your fault. You've been playing with fairy bee synthesis recently and wasted so much time. Who knows, humans and gods don't follow martial ethics. This NPC's intelligence is too terrifying. He played a surprise attack without the warning of other bosses. We didn't prepare at all. You are too arrogant. You think the false reputation of the first person in the professional circle of Jojo is very powerful. You don't do practical things. Now the ending is going to collapse. Yes, there are actually many ways for us to win. If I had awakened my eyes before, maybe I would have had a chance to piece together the golden body of the Sword Fairy's weapon repair and 109,800 artifact components. How could I lose while driving the Sword Fairy? You only know how to play with Pokemon synthesis and lose your ambition. You should have accelerated the research progress of weapon repair. They shouted to each other and reflected. Groups of little blacksmiths looked at the sky nursery excitedly. This battle of the century would determine whether the master of the whole world would be humans or apes. This plot is obviously a huge fork in the road. Victory, humans are still humans. Defeat, humans return to ancient apes, and perhaps the remaining humans will raise a revolutionary army, resist, and carry out a main plot of anti-Qing and restoration of Ming. But I don't want to make up for it after failure. The lover who turned into an ape and was bullied is no longer pure love. Someone sobbed and cried loudly. Some people continued to knock on the fish and pray, some jumped into the furnace and burned to death, and some roared wildly. Su Yunyang stood with her own embers, the sun and the moon. Su Yunyang. It's a pity that our time has not come yet. Su Yunyang looked at the sky and said in a deep voice, damn it. We should have a sense of urgency. The sun and the moon are still growing. Could it be that this time, we enter the ancient ape myth era, and we will use the grown eternal sun and the moon to fight back and take back the world that belongs to the human race? Everyone's face turned pale. They were so arrogant and proud that they were hit hard. They will never dare to be so arrogant again. The main plot of this world is too dark, and the world view is too scary. To get a perfect ending, you must work hard to avoid regrets. In the previous Jiaoyu incident, we got a bad ending. Seeing the CG picture of Ning Jiao crying, how come the scar healed and the pain was forgotten? Countless people are reflecting and lamenting their powerlessness. Almost everywhere in the world. All kinds of weapons sold, such as the Yin Yang Corp slashing sword and the Arc, are watching the scene with anger. Many weapons said to their owners, if we lose today, we will practice together, one person and one sword, and then kill to the sky. Save this broken world. Good. Their sword master turned into an ape and said so. Each young man holding the magic weapon of the sword forging villa could not rise in a short time, but they were all potential stocks with great ambitions. They looked at the sky with a sense of powerlessness, and were very unwilling. Above their heads, it was no longer a power struggle among humans, but a mythical racial war. Is it waking up from a dream, or continuing to maintain the path of humans? In the nursery of the capital, the falling black rain became more and more dense. In a trance, everyone seemed to see a divine ape that could reach the sky and penetrate the earth, turning rivers and seas, carrying the sky and the earth, as if it was the supreme king who dominated an era of mythology. The giant ape roared to the sky, turning into the whistling of countless gusts of wind. The giant ape stepped on the ground, and the ground cracked countless cracks. The white fog in the entire capital became thicker and thicker, and circles of white fog ripples continued to ripple, as if some terrifying Dharma image was about to be born. Rongtianji. In the nursery. The upside-down ancient town tombs, upside-down streets and facilities, and the upside-down tomb owners were also looking down at the clouds below. So, this is what Rongtianji means. The tomb owners who had just been severely beaten were no longer so lively. But they were also more shocked at this time, looking at the rain below. Furry. Some unconscious tomb owners said, this climate is so special. Rain covering the entire Kyushu. The weather has changed. The divine ape seems to be the totem of the ancient ape. This Dharma image can not only condense itself, but now it can also gather the power of the entire race. No wonder the ancient ape tribe can rule that wilderness. The divine ape grows with the times. The walls of Gyosho in this era have gathered a vast giant divine ape. Who could resist it? Many beings began to comment again, forgetting the pain after the wound healed, and continued to discuss. Above the black thunderclouds and overlapping dark clouds, there was suddenly a quiet poet, head down, feet up, holding an umbrella upside down in the misty sky, drifting with the flow, singing melodiously. Rain is a river hanging upside down in the sky, and the umbrella is a boat rowing upside down in the sky. I step on the sky upside down, and I am also down to earth. If there are humans here, they will definitely think that this is a scene that their Sanhua often sees when passing by the nursery and going to the capital. Of course, other residents of the nursery often see it. Originally, they didn't understand what this crazy scholar meant. They just thought he was crazy and stupid. How could there be rain hanging upside down in the sky in this world? Now they understand. Before this man went crazy, he must have seen upside down rain and seen Rong Tianji. He was even scared silly by this trick back then. On the spot, the bronze statue thought in his heart, there are actually some people who know about that era. If there is a chance, they will secretly report it to the Shirong god craftsman. He felt that he was very smart. A group of dead friends are not afraid of death, and his life as a living person is the most precious. The capital. The rain passed through the earth and gathered in the capital. The huge face of the human god was still holding two sticks in the clouds and mist, weaving a black giant ape. The giant ape was already the size of a city, standing in the center of the capital. The terrifying power was so overwhelming that people could not breathe. The 3,000 ancestors of the Rose continent have also been drained. In the huge Shirong giant, many people felt cold in their hearts when they saw this scene. The human god is too powerful. He actually used the hair to this extent. Some principles were only vaguely guessed. How could such a human saint not have various countermeasures and calculations? We have fallen into a trap again. He has been fainting. He sent the Rose King to attack the living, but actually sent a small team to the 9 empty cities we abandoned to attack our 3,000 ancestors. I said, we can't abandon the city and escape. Those who want to protect the ancestors are all finished now. Everything is over. Don't abandon the city, wait for death? Like the Rose continent? The Rose King has fallen. Do you think you can win? In this situation, abandoning the city or not is a dead end. The oppression of the human god is too strong. This kind of person, with a huge strategy, probably used this method to climb to the top of Gyosho step by step in that era. Now even if he is dead, his logic is limited, not clever enough, and rigid, but it is probably enough to kill them. Ningzheng listened to the desperate voices of a group of Gyosho top bosses and sighed. He was just a small cultivator in the 3-yuan realm, and he had come to this point inexplicably. The horror of the human god is unquestionable, and his mind is unfathomable. He was growing stronger step by step, and took the lead in attacking the Rose King, and got the first card. He had 2 countermeasures for the victory and defeat of the Rose King. If he won, it would be simple and clear, and if he lost, he would bring him back as the core of the puppet and weave the giant ape. And his tactics also have obvious lines and hidden lines. The obvious line is to send the Rose King to attract attention. The hidden line is to send a small force to attack the abandoned ancestors and infect them. The most terrifying thing is the sense of rhythm. From beginning to end, the countermeasures of human beings were calculated by him, and he led them by the nose rhythmically. The only small variable was Shirong the godsmith, who created a giant god and defeated the Rose King he sent. At this time, everyone's mind was already in chaos. Cine, I have turned into an ape. Although it is a bit wrong to say it, my body has been controlled by him, but my spirit is still yours, and my Dharma image is still helping you. The king of the other shore, it's the same for me. My other shore city has also turned into an ape, but our Dharma images have come to support us. Desperate information came one after another. Cine Baishan, in this situation, we can only fight hard and attack this unwoven giant ape. Otherwise, when it is completely formed, we probably have no hope. Cine Yun, yes, we can only attack by force. Everyone thought that this was the only way out. But Ningzheng knew that this was a wrong route, because he found that his luck was constantly declining when he attacked the ancient ape. I'm afraid that the human god was inducing them to attack. The more desperate, the calmer you should be. Didn't the human gods expect them to attack the ancient apes? I'm afraid the ancient apes have the ability to delay, grow stronger, and drag them to death. Attacking the giant ape will fall into the rhythm of the human gods again. Only by jumping out can you break the situation. But how easy is it to jump out of his framework? If you attack the giant ape, you will be delayed by some means. If you don't attack the giant ape, you will die when it is fully formed. There is only one way to win. Ningzheng looked at the depths of the palace, the location of Book of Years. Attacking there, the luck has faintly recovered. While he is still condensing the ancient ape. Go to the imperial tomb. Thinking of this, he took a step forward. If he hadn't observed his luck, he wouldn't have dared to gamble on this. He didn't fight during the war, and wasted precious time going deep into the palace. Boom! He entered the depths of the palace. Looking at these historical murals, he fixed his eyes on the ancient murals before the ancient ape murals. The ancient apes were the earliest era of mankind, and before that was the barbaric era ruled by giant beasts, or even a period called the Molten Dragon Age. He stepped in. There was actually a huge protective barrier blocking him, as if the owner of the tomb inside didn't want him to enter. Ningzheng stretched out his hand to release the shadow crocodile, and the crocodile tide quickly swallowed and washed away the protective shield, and stepped in. Crash. The space was transformed, and Ningzheng seemed to have entered and hit a fat and bloated dragon hard. These ancient beings were blown away, and their brains were blank. No! Your human race's internal fighting war is in full swing, racing against time. Why did you suddenly attack the innocent audience of our ancient imperial mausoleum? Why did you suddenly bully us? Ningzheng was surrounded by black shadow crocodiles, like a demon from hell. She looked at the people in the tomb and said in a cold voice, "Who was watching the monkey show just now? Come out." The dragons were completely silent, all with stunned faces. You are not going to die. You took advantage of the last moment of your life to tear down our family and beat us, a group of people watching the show in the depths of the imperial mausoleum. Who did we offend? Chapter 458. At the same time, at Zhujian Mountain Villa, Ningzheng's original body, as the old steward, went directly up the mountain. Old steward, why are you here? Please save this world. We were wrong, we are a group of incompetent saviors. This big plot, no matter how much we calculate, we feel powerless. Every game is basically the old village chief of the novice village, welcoming the players, who claim to be saviors to come. They are the same in front of them. But they never expected that the destruction of the world in front of them was so vast and desperate, and they secretly hated themselves for not doing anything. Now they regretted very much. Ningzheng looked at their repentant look of knowing their mistakes and correcting them, and felt puzzled. The destruction of the world is the fault of the human god, isn't it your fault? To be honest, Ningzheng thinks they are already fierce enough and have strong action power. The rapid development of the villa is already a miracle in human history. But why do they have such a strong sense of responsibility? They must think that this time the destruction of the world cannot be saved and it is their fault. Since this plot has a bad ending, it must be their problem. In fact, the sneak attack of the human god was not expected by all the cultivators in the whole Jiuzhou, and even the big boss was caught off guard. Why did the little blacksmith take the main responsibility on himself? Look at Ningzheng himself, who is clear-headed in the world, knowing what a little cultivator of the 3 yuan realm can do to help. He ran away decisively. But now, he inexplicably failed to run. But Ningzheng changed his mind and thought that it was good for the little blacksmiths to do this, to encourage them who were desperate and painful, so that they would work harder to move bricks in the future, so as not to laugh every day. Now, I have a task for you. Ningzheng said in a deep voice. This concerns the future of the entire Jiuzhou. The desperate crowd's eyes lit up. I'm not afraid of the difficulty of the mission, I'm afraid that the mission will not come. Old manager, you say? For Jiuzhou, we are willing to die. Give everything, no matter what. Ningzheng looked around and his eyes fell on the group of ember weapons. Nowadays, humans entering any survival zone must be isolated for a period of time, but weapons are not used, and weapons will not be infected. And weapons can prove your identity as Shirong Godsmiths. I want you weapons to go to each human survival zone and hold a worship ceremony, so that the remaining human cities will worship Shirong Godsmiths and voluntarily donate a drop of blood. Ningzheng described the general process. Why can the followers of the Wuxing religion absorb the luck -2? Because they are fanatics of the Wuxing religion, they voluntarily trade with the Wuxing Old Mother. All they have to do is pretend to be the Wuxing Old Mother, and let them agree to the transaction. If I pretend to be the Mother of No Life and let these believers die, it might be successful, not to mention a mere luck transaction, and now. Ningzheng wants to set up a temporary Shirong divine religion. If this plan didn't work before, but now Shirong's reputation is too strong, Jiuzhou's hope, and some of them are even fanatical fans. They are very likely to become temporary fanatics, and if they sincerely agree to the luck transaction, they can reap it. As for offering blood, it is fake, and the transaction in the name of offering a drop of blood is real to make the other party agree to offer luck. And blood, it can pretend that it is just your own god craftsmen, collecting their blood, studying the method of cracking the ape, and covering up the truth that he is collecting luck. After all, there must be a reason for holding such a cult ceremony without any reason. Ningzheng thought in his heart, but there are two problems. First, although Jiuzhou is facing a disaster now, those 8 people will definitely grasp the last straw and agree to the ceremony of Shiron God Craftsman, but verbal agreement is not enough. It must be a sincere and voluntary transaction to reduce the luck value by 2. The believers of Wushan can do it because they are believers, but ordinary people have basically no faith. For those who are completely sincere and have no distractions, a conversion rate of 10% is good. Second, my range of absorbing luck value is limited. I have to teleport again and again to various human gathering places, wait for the moment when they hold the ceremony, and hide beside to absorb. Ningzheng sighed. His body has to go around crazily. But the ape virus outside is so terrible that even if he puts on a protective shield and isolates himself from the outside world in a vacuum environment, there is a certain risk of infection when he goes out in person. But I can only go once. Ningzheng's luck value is not enough. Now it is a rare opportunity. It is estimated that she may not have such a devout belief in the future. We must take advantage of the harvest now. Even if we only harvest 1/10,000th of the limited population in the entire Jiuzhou, it is a very astonishing number. He looked at the various divine weapons, and passed through the teleportation array. Let's go, I will send you to various regions first. The Imperial Mausoleum in the capital. In the Dragon Palace, a surprise attack made all the existences in this tomb unable to react. If you don't go to fight against humans and gods, why come to us? These ancient dragon saints have not replied yet, but the local natives, who don't know what's happening outside, have attacked with various powerful guards. Who is so bold? Attacking the Dragon Palace? The angry voices of countless strong men came. They are still living in history, and they don't even think they are dead. In their worldview, the dragon race is the strongest and most perfect race in the entire Kyushu. A strange and ugly bald creature is attacking them. This hairless creature is pale and bloodless. In their eyes, it is a descendant with deformed blood. If they gave birth to a dragon without scales, their first reaction would be disgust, ugly, and they would want to strangle it to death. This guy is from the ape tribe. Why is his hair gone? A deformed child, probably kicked out by the tribe. The ape tribe is just an inferior species. How dare they attack our supreme dragon tribe? In the city of the Dragon Palace tomb, countless mixed-blood dragon blood people were pointing at the sky and talking, and even sneering. Silence. The tomb generals who led the group looked uglier and uglier as they listened, and they immediately shouted, "You are looking for death. Shut up now." The neutral tomb group behind the nursery was beaten up for talking too much just now. No need, let them talk again, I like to listen. Ningzheng's eyes flashed with a smile, but her mind kept turning, sorting things out with absolute logic and judgment, and then assisting with the detection of luck value, so that there is a chance to survive. Their information seems to be quite sufficient. As expected, outside the Imperial Mausoleum, they are all losers in ancient times. The ancient aristocratic families with real background, information, and intelligence are all buried in the Imperial Mausoleum, and some of them are even royal family members. What a pity. If there is a chance, it is not that I am unwilling to sit down and listen to a moving hymn of the years. But time is too tight now. Burn it, Ningzheng said. Okay. Xineyun's Dharma image split again, ignited the fire, and named and burned the half-blood dragon species that had just talked the most. Of course, Ningzheng did not go to the human dynasty after the apes. Because the truth may be erased by future generations, and history is written by the victors. He chose to go to the previous dynasty that was overthrown by the apes. The one who knows the existence of this ape god the most can only be his enemy. You? The faces of those saints changed several times. They greeted him kindly, but this man was so fierce. Was he a madman? He wanted to kill people right away, but they were not stupid. The leading dragon saint smiled and said, "Please burn it. We have a deadly feud with the ancient ape and are willing to help you. If you believe us, we can even explain it to you in person. Why kill people to get it? If you don't believe it, we will get the news ourselves." Ningzheng's voice made the dragon saint stiffen. A trace of anger flashed across his face, but he still endured it. Who are they? The ancient dragon clan. Even in the tomb, there are other powerful people from the 4 sacred beast clans. Back then, they were defeated by the ancient ape clan, not because they really lost the battle, but because they weighed the pros and cons and chose to give in. Because the ancient ape reproduced too fast and was born precocious. The number of their sacred beast races could not be consumed, and they chose to give in because of the general trend. Just like the human race today, it is the strongest race in JoJo. But does it mean that the divine beasts in each region are weak? They are not weak. They just live in seclusion. When they gather together, they can compete with the human race, and even exceed the number of strong people in the human race. It's just that their fertility rate is low, and they don't want to waste time with the endless flow of humans. Besides, the territory of JoJo is too large, and the resources are sufficient, so they will live in peace. The masters of their Molten Dragon era were not defeated, but they just gave in to the ape god and retained their powerful strength. Even the ancient ape didn't dare to fight them to death, so how dare this skinned young hairless monkey in front of them provoke them? Hua la la. Xinyun decisively continued to burn a large area of mixed blood dragon species. Obviously not enough. Ning Jing's eyes fell on the palace, ready to burn to death a dragon emperor who was at the peak of a certain period in ancient times during this dragon dynasty. A saint level 1 must also be burned to death. When these words came out, the whole audience was in an uproar. You are bullying too much. Burning their confidants to death was already a slap in the face, and when the butcher knife fell on their heads, they could no longer bear it. This is pushing their faces to the ground. Each of them was once a dragon king in a certain dynasty, who could overturn the world and flood the 9 states with sea water, which frightened countless enemies. But now, they are going to burn them. Sir, we will not hide the information. We will explain it in person. A saint stood up. Why do we have to kill people? It is impossible for us to. Ning Jing's eyes flashed coldly. Then burn a bunch of them to death. Chapter 459. You? The ancient dragon kings couldn't hold back any longer, and were about to explode. But before they could make a move, Ning Jing couldn't wait for them to get angry. Time was running out, so she stretched out her hand and pressed hard. Boom! A huge pure black crocodile, swinging its slender tail, suddenly bloomed from the dragon palace and swallowed them fiercely. Then, let's assume that you have chosen to go against us. You? The ancient dragon's face changed drastically. How could there be such a domineering and unreasonable creature in this world, not even allowed to refute angrily, just assume that they want to fight to the death? Form a formation. Suddenly, countless ancient dragons suddenly showed their true bodies. Countless huge holy dragons with scales of various colors hovered in the sky like mountains. Heavy rain suddenly fell above the entire Dragon Palace city, and countless rain poured back with a loud bang. In the process of taking action, he suddenly spoke again. Please calm down. The voice of a huge ancient dragon was majestic and old, and a clear female voice came. Dear guest, we know that you are in great danger, and time is running out. We are very anxious, but anxiety will not help. Being too impatient will lead to the destruction of the human race. Our combat power and foundation are not inferior to the ancient apes. You think he is difficult, and we are also difficult. If you fight with us, you will completely waste the last bit of time for detours, and you will both suffer losses. We are all mortal enemies of the ancient apes. Now we are fighting each other. We should be allies. Isn't this ridiculous for that human god? This is a white and beautiful sacred dragon. In her time, she was the most beautiful dragon in the world. She covered the sky and the sun, and all races worshipped her. She was a holy goddess in the true sense. She was fair and convinced countless people, and her reputation spread for several eras. It was because of her that the overbearing dragon clan became the leader of the divine beasts of that era. Her expression became gentle, and she said in a gentle voice to soothe her irritable emotions, "Why don't we sit down and talk, communicate in a friendly manner, and reveal some information about the ancient ape clan without reservation, and we will work together to seek a victory." Her voice was orderly and extremely calm. But her words were full of deterrence, and she used various methods to make people weigh the pros and cons. The dragon clan was powerful and overbearing for many years, but it did not mean that they were not smart enough. She was very confident that after such analysis, this reckless man would know the pros and cons of the matter, and sit down to talk with them. And they would also reveal some information. But there must be something to trade in the negotiations between the two sides, right? Let these desperate human races reveal some of the top knowledge and skills books of this era to them for information exchange. They also had to drink and deliberately delay the time during the negotiation. The less time there was, the more anxious the other party was, and the more they knew they had no time to fight with them, so they could only offer more foundation in exchange. Their own clan could exploit the other party once. No matter whether he won or lost in the end, What did it have to do with their ancient dragon clan? They only needed to get the top foundation inheritance from the outside world, and then use the backhand left before death to grow up thoroughly, and their combat power would definitely not be weaker than the power created by the human god today. The human god now only has the first mover advantage. It had only been a few days since the tomb was opened. He relied on his special nature, and wanted to occupy Jojo, and win the victory when others had not yet passed the weak period. Friends from the future, let's sit down and have a chat. Her voice became gentler, believing that these words would be enough to convince this arrogant hairless monkey. Whether it is a human or an ape, they are all extremely intelligent animals. Only wild beasts are dominated by anger. Instead of fighting and wasting the last time, why don't we just talk in detail? Besides, we are so powerful that you can't beat us in a short time. We can't even beat the gods, so we are not weaker than. Ning Zheng was too lazy to chat with him, and his magical powers continued to burst out in his hands. His eyes were as cold as crushing an ant. It was because he felt the power at the moment that he knew how weak these dragons were in front of him. Shadow clone. In an instant, a terrible thing happened. Their shadows shook strangely, and they turned into shadow crocodiles, chasing and biting them from behind. This was Ning Zheng's real trump card. One of the magical powers he spent his luck to comprehend. The shadow crocodile would merge into the opponent's shadow, chase and bite the opponent, and track perfectly. How could a creature escape the pursuit of its own shadow? This is a killer move, extremely difficult to deal with. At this time, the ancient dragons also found out completely. They lowered their heads and looked at their shadows with heavy faces. They turned into a monster with a dragon body and a crocodile head, and began to chase and bite them, starting from the tail. They suddenly let out a violent roar, because their tails were bitten and constantly eaten, splitting soul bubbles, and the holy dragons kept tumbling in the air, and countless bubbles fell, which was actually a kind of beautiful and gorgeous feeling. You dragons fought against the ancient apes in the past. Can you do it now? The popularity of the earth veins has given him the opportunity to gather the fur of the entire Kyushu. The gods and humans have caught up with the times. How strong are you who are lagging behind? You are taking advantage of me. Ning Ying's voice was cold. Some people will lose themselves after getting this power, but Ning Zheng has always been a very sober person. He had never been confused by the blacksmiths before, and would not be inflated by the blacksmith's achievements. He was still very steady. He was also steady at the moment, confused by the words of this beautiful and sacred dragon king. Even the blacksmith twisted his waist and flattered him by calling him godfather. He was already very resistant to these words. Ning Zheng knew better than anyone who gave him this power. What was his goal? He had to be responsible for steering this power. After all, his combat power was not as good as that of a real strong man. His only outstanding feature was his ability to peek into the luck value, and the scarcity brought by the shadow crocodile's magical power. Now we must fight quickly. Boom! Ning Zheng did not hold back, and completely exposed all her trump cards. Countless shadows transformed into huge shadow crocodiles, chasing the dragon in the sky from behind. With just a few moves, they were defeated step by step. In ancient times, the spiritual realm was not profound. Whether it was spiritual attack or spiritual defense, these ancient dragons had no resistance at all. You? They were completely furious. It was not that they were incompetent, but that the times had not kept up. It was a pity that they had only been exposed to the outside world for a few days. When they died of old age and entered the tomb, they had all kinds of backup plans. If they grew up, they would definitely be very strong if they kept up with the times. What a pity! Ning Zheng suddenly sighed. Limited by the times, no matter how strong they were just primitive tribal creatures of the past. Puff! The dragons had no scars on their bodies, but their souls were almost torn apart. They fell from the sky with a bang and collapsed to the ground, causing the mountains to collapse and raising countless kilograms of smoke and dust. The eyes of these ancient holy dragons were wide open, unbelievable. They couldn't believe it until they died. This madman would kill them so decisively and so easily. Even the soul bubbles in their bodies that provided power, Xianyun, the king of the other shore, and even the people around them were dumbfounded. This is because they can't beat the human gods, so they punched the dragon nursing home, bullying them because they are old and ignorant, and picking them when they are the weakest. They died too unjustly. Because there are 13 saint-level beasts here. If they grow up, even if their combat power is only restored to the level of ordinary holy dragons in the present, it will be extremely terrifying. Now, the human masters in the body now understand. If you meet someone weaker than you, no matter how conspiracies and logic you use, I will break them with one punch. If you meet someone stronger than you, just take a detour and bully the weaker ones. How can you be so powerful, hairless ape? A young dragon prince collapsed on the ground, looking at the dragon gods and heroes in the midst of the past, the kings who dominated an era, and the scene of being vulnerable. It was simply unimaginable. You are just too weak. In this ancient era tens of millions of years ago, you would die if you chopped off your head, and you had no tolerance at all. Ning Zheng turned and left, and a raging fire suddenly ignited behind him. The flames burned the entire dragon palace, burning the ancient dragons, and the soul books with exquisite covers fell in it. Ning Zheng did not stop, and stepped out of the history of years. The saints in the emperor's tomb next door huddled up immediately. Don't mess with him. This kind of vicious person is totally unreasonable. This is the last madness of the human race before death. Whoever messes with him will be in trouble. Behind him, the dragon prince stared at the dragon corpses in a daze, with a look of longing in his eyes. Is the outside world so powerful? How can there be a creature that can survive after losing its head? How can it have such abundant physical strength? Chapter 460. After passing through the painting wall and walking out of the palace, I instantly saw the huge ape face, still weaving the Dharma image on the clouds. The human god was neither arrogant nor impatient, with a gentle smile on his face. He just glanced at Ning Zheng and continued to weave with his head down. It's almost there. Why don't you attack me if it's almost there? Ning Zheng didn't intend to see anything from the human god's expression. Whether her choice not to fight him was right or wrong, he wouldn't show it. This is a racial war, not a street fight, where the strong fight hard. It's not just a pure battle of strength. At this time, both sides had a tacit understanding, passing by each other. He didn't attack me, and I didn't attack him. What's the situation? Ning Zheng asked. I'm sorting out the core information as quickly as possible, but there's still some gap, and it takes at least one stick of incense. After Xi and Yun completed the Xinhua Gongfa, it was indeed an indispensable link. At this time, someone suggested, how about taking this opportunity to delay the time of the gods, and wait for the result? Ning Zheng glanced at the huge weaving ape in the center of the capital, and retracted his gaze. Let's go to the other side. Everyone was shocked. Bypassing again? 2 consecutive brushes without fighting? They had too many doubts in their hearts, and even thought it was crazy, but no one of them spoke. They were all smart people, knowing that speaking out at this time would only interfere with the other party's state, so it was better to believe in the bottom card of Shirong's forces. Ning Zheng stepped away from the capital. Your intelligence should know where the tomb owners who stole the fragments of the Book of Years are? Of course I know. The king of the other shore immediately said, our continent is good at the art of soul, and is also good at snooping information, but we only know one of them. That's enough. Ning Zheng got the information quickly, chewing in his heart. Guiyuan, Lord of Yuanyu? The rules of that secret realm don't matter. Use rainwater? He took a step and fell into Jiuzhou. The Dharma image has no entity, so its combat power will be weaker than the body. But the advantage is obvious, a breadth of thousands of miles. Ning Zheng instantly fell into a huge black dry well at the mouth of the sea. Countless ancient and vicissitudes of life came from the wellhead, accompanied by the melodious sound of the wind, with a damp smell. Rock wall tour? Wellhead ladder city? Ning Zheng looked at this huge wellhead, with circular staircase buildings on both sides, and stretched out his hand to pinch the deepest part of the wellhead. A terrified voice came from inside. Sir, what do you want to do here? Please speak directly. The people inside were completely scared. This man is already the biggest madman in Jiuzhou. Before he died, he was like a mad dog biting whoever he saw. He beat Miao Pu from behind, and killed a bunch of ancient dragons in the Imperial Mausoleum. The reason was that they just said a few words, but he thought they wanted to resist, and killed them all. How could he dare to say more now? He could only tremble, and comfort himself in his heart. Endure. Just wait until he dies. Why should he compete with a dying person? Where are the fragments? Ning Zheng got straight to the point. Here. Without saying anything, he threw out the core fragment of the Book of Time. They attacked Xi and Shichen at that time, making him crazy, because they wanted to take control of the Book of Time. Unfortunately, it exploded on the spot. Now he has studied the fragment. It is useless, so it is better to throw it out. Ning Zheng took it over and looked at it. Tell me about the positions of the other people. The man was silent for only a second, and immediately said, okay. No problem. After a while, Ning Zheng wandered around and broke into some secret realms in the land of Jiuzhou. He had been hiding in the sword-forging villa before, and he preferred quietness to movement, and had almost no plans to travel. Going out means danger. Now the giants gathered by the power of the human race in Jiuzhou are roughly familiar with the terrain of Jojo. It must be said that the movement of the Dharma realm really gives people a hearty feeling, free and easy in Jojo, and the world is at my disposal. The vast and boundless Jojo seemed to have become a thumbnail. After fighting all the way, it took less than half an instant stick of time to get 3 fragments. The tomb owners did not dare to say a word, and handed over the fragments as soon as they came up, fearing that this disaster star would beat them to death if they disagreed. At this time, Cunning probably got most of the information about the ancient dragon. "What's the situation?" Ningjun asked. Cunning said, "When the ancient dragon clan was overthrown and hid in the imperial mausoleum, it was relatively early, and they didn't know the core secrets of the ancient ape clan later. But most of the secrets are known." He kept talking about the uses of hair and various means. In that era, the ancient ape was the pinnacle of fur research, extending countless systems. An assassin monk with inner armor under the skin. A brute monk with fur on the outer armor. A totem witch doctor who weaves mysterious array patterns with hair, and attaches them to the surface of the skin. I think this lineage belongs to the ancestor of human magic. The ancient ape leaders of various major sects would pierce their hair into the ground when they were practicing in seclusion in the sect, forming array patterns under the sect. The hair protected the entire vast mountain like a vein, which was the prototype of the array master. There is one thing worth noting. The ancient ape clan's heritage is all accumulated in their fur. Before this human god died, he took the fur into the tomb. Logically, humans who lost their most powerful weapon should be weak, or even exterminated. Cunning expressed his confusion, but later records show that humans lost their fur, but did not become weak. They still ruled the era as kings, and even became more prosperous. Everyone felt a little uncomfortable. But this piece of history told by Cunning completely magnified everyone's discomfort. The human god said that he took away the fur of the ancient ape and took away the ancient ape's defense. The hairless ancient ape without fur should have lost its ability to resist cold and attack, and became the weakest beast, hiding in the cave. However, they became hairless apes. Humans. Why did humans become stronger in the later eras? Ancient apes did not lose their sharpest claws and become extinct. Sunny's tone revealed a trace of doubt. It is indeed inconsistent. In that distant ancient period, the gods took away the fur, but what about the divine beasts? The divine beasts did not have their fur taken away, their scales and armor, and they still have defense. In addition to the immortality now, how could they not be our opponents? This history is too inconsistent. Humans lost part of their foundation, but they did not fall into decline, but became stronger. This gives people an extremely weird feeling, as if it is precisely because of the loss of fur that they have become more prosperous. Everyone feels it. This period of history has a huge sense of inconsistency. Humans and gods seem to be hiding the historical truth of fur. That lost history must contain a great secret. However, fur is the foundation of human beings, and it is impossible to become stronger because of the lack of foundation. Then, is there a possibility? At this time, Guangxiu also interrupted the big guys, thinking, the human god did not take away the human fur, but turned the human fur into another thing and left it on us. At this time, the array master Lan Zhou suddenly said, just now, they developed the fur to the peak and made 3 systems, as subcutaneous inner armor, as hair totem, and as hair array pattern. These 3 systems, everyone has basically seen the human god perform. Lan Zhou suddenly made an extremely creepy guess. The human god is the king of the race, and will not exterminate his own race, so he did not take away the fur. He developed the first system to the peak and transformed it into the inner armor, totem, array pattern that humans are born with. This statement puzzled everyone at first. But if you think about it carefully, humans seem to be born with a set of inner armor. The dense network of meridians, like natural array patterns, totems, inner armor, runs in all directions in the body. Some people couldn't help but shout, it's the meridians. The ancient gods took the hair of the apes and put it into their bodies, turning it into human meridians. The ancient apes developed their fur to the peak, and eventually the hair became dense array patterns and meridians in the body, and the apes evolved into humans. Chapter 461. Every living creature has meridians in its body, but they are very simple. Only humans are extremely complex, with a set of extremely precise meridian systems. The 3 flowers take root on the top of the head, and the 3 flowers connect the human vase. The complex and precise flower roots in the vase are this set of human meridian network. It is precisely because of this system that humans are still dominant and powerful. Is it really possible for the hair to soften, turn from the outside to the inside, and become the precise tendons in the body? Someone couldn't help but say, it's possible. At this time, The three-color cloud rainbow had a very complicated look, and finally said, "This is actually a very simple thing. You think it's complicated. If it were me, I would only use one technique to see it come true." What method? Everyone was still puzzled. This might involve the field of medical profession. This is not medical science. It's so simple that even normal people can think of it. Three-color rainbow said, "Let the skin turn over and let the hair grow backwards." Human hair grows outwards naturally. So what if I turn the skin over and let the hair grow inwards naturally? Everyone's brain exploded. The natural growth of hair inwards is the natural meridian. Human God, he did not take away the hair of the ancient ape, and even let the ancient ape evolve. The hair softened, restrained, and turned into inner armor, the natural array pattern in the body. This is a great progress of the ancient ape species. He really deserves the title of human God. His achievements are unprecedented. He turned the ancient ape into a human. The mystery was completely revealed. Then why did he lie to us and say he took away the hair? At this time, Tukuhong couldn't help but say, Xian showed a trace of heaviness. He didn't lie to us, and he didn't even bother to lie to us. He just said half of the words. He took away the hair, but also left the meridians. He is indeed the God of mankind. He has not let down his people. As for why he hid the truth about the hair, I have already guessed the reason. Because he wants to hide the truth about how he controls humans. The more people talk, the more mysterious it becomes. Some people can't react at all. But Lan Zhou and other formation masters understand in their hearts, and an incredible look rises, yes. The meridians of the human body are densely packed, like a huge natural puppet formation. When we are born, trillions of silk threads are embedded in our bodies, pulling us. Each of us is a natural precision silk puppet. This is the truth. The human body forms a natural puppet at birth. How to resist? Trillions of silk threads are pulling in the body. Xian Shichen, just unable to move, is already powerful enough to not be controlled. This secret door is extremely domineering. Almost at this moment, everyone looked up. Looking at the huge ape face on the vast clouds of the capital, the silk threads on his fingertips controlled all living beings, and he felt a strong fear that had no reason. He cut off the era and gave birth to humans. Every human being in the future is a natural puppet, provided for him, the puppeteer to control. This is the strongest puppeteer in the history of life. Who in history can turn all living things into puppet embryos for him to drive in the future? What a terrifying layout. This truth is simply subverting human history. Cindy took a deep breath, and he locked the right to use human hair, so that humans cannot use this part of the power in their bodies, and can only use it passively. If we fully master it, we can control the meridians in this body at any time, extend them, turn them into hair, and turn them into outer armor for protection. Now, the answer is obvious. They want to win and solve the ape virus, that is, to crack the sophisticated puppet formation in the human body and eliminate this secret door. In this way, the apes in the 9 states are not controlled, and the huge divine ape in the capital will naturally collapse. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but ignite a glimmer of hope. But we don't have much time. Yes, it will take a long time to decipher this formation. When the deciphering is completed, Jojo will have. Everyone fell into silence. Their time is too short. Ningzheng hurried on the road while listening to their discussion silently. As expected of the top beings in Jojo, after getting the information, they analyzed the true background of this human god at a very fast speed. No wonder the human god wants to launch a blitzkrieg. Because there are too many evildoers in this world, it is only a matter of time to see through his details. The 5th one. Ningzheng took a deep breath and looked at the fragments. It vaguely took the shape of a square tripod, exuding an extremely heavy aura. And the aura surprised Ningzheng, and was very familiar. This artifact seemed to condense a certain luck value, gathering the luck of the world, so that it could suppress the Imperial Mausoleum. Ningzheng continued to run, and collected all the broken fragments of the last book of years. No matter whether he wins or loses. These fragments are very important. Because no matter who the winner is, he must recast the Kyushu core, and close the book of years. The world is so terrible just because a fast version of the human god has appeared. If some slow-developing ancient beings rise up, what will happen to this world? All gathered. Ningzheng looked at the fragments and stepped into the capital again, then, let's start the counterattack. Ningzheng silently felt the luck points collected by the survivor cities across Jojo. Add 2. Add 2. Add 2. Add 200 million. Ningzheng looked at the unprecedented number, and her heart was turbulent. There are indeed very few believers. To give up vigilance and instinctively agree to the transaction, only 1% of ordinary people can provide luck points. Too little, But think about it. Even if Shirong Master Craftsman is famous all over the world, he is out of reach for the people. Most people have only heard of the name. How can they instinctively trust unconditionally in their hearts? Even if it is your husband, wife, or family, you may not be able to trust unconditionally. This is a normal person. This is why Ningzheng chose the cult believers, who were severely brainwashed and willing to die. Only they can selflessly dedicate themselves and easily harvest luck points. 1% conversion rate. In a short period of time, at least 10 billion people in various Ark cities worship Shirong God Craftsman and provided strength for Ningzheng. And the time was very short. If there was more time, a few more days, he would have made a fortune directly, but unfortunately he couldn't wait now. Ningzheng was full of confidence. Everyone, don't panic. Sunny said, thanks to you, we found the truth and the way to deal with the secret door, but now time is a little short. This complex meridian is still being analyzed. Ningzheng smiled, don't worry, we have already prepared for this. To be honest, we also have a powerful formation master inside, who has already deciphered this internal puppet technique. Everyone was confused, thinking they had heard wrong. This was a miracle that could never happen. In such a short time, this was not something that could be achieved with effort. Ningzheng ignored them. Don't underestimate the bond of human beings, everyone. Ningzheng took a deep breath. Luck value plus. Minus 120 million. A huge red number suddenly jumped out. Obviously, this number was so large that Ningzheng could hardly imagine it before. Ningzheng's body had just collected the luck value of the sacrificial ceremony in a certain city, sitting cross-legged, and his brain seemed to have an epiphany. He was very lucky to have selected a point among the billions of complex meridians, and moved to another point, and repeated this several times. Billions of accidental small probabilities, a miracle of less than 1 in a billion, were born. Crash! The texture in the body was completely perfect. Ningzheng opened his eyes, and felt that the shackles in his body were opened, and he suddenly felt very relaxed. His body suddenly shook, and the meridians in his body overflowed densely, turning into hair, covering his body and forming a defense. This system is getting weirder and weirder. Ningzheng sighed. His head was broken, but he was not dead. He was scared when he met a ghost, so he opened his head, and poked his brain forcibly, and entered a calm period. Now, the meridian network of human beings can be shot out, covering the skin, and even used for attack. Sure enough, some painting styles have been passed down since the birth of human beings. Ningzheng sighed, and immediately spread the news to everyone in his body. The kings of various continents were full of disbelief and joy. Sini Baishan was even more shocked and said in disbelief. In addition to fighting, soul medical skills, very beast fusion technology. It turns out that their strongest point is actually the formation? Damn, except for ironwork, he really can do everything. Everyone quickly used the communication token to spread the news to the ancestors of the city walls throughout Jiuzhou. Every one of those ancestors was a top monk who could easily control their bodies. After receiving the news, they tried it immediately. All of a sudden, the secret doors of the entire Jiuzhou were cracked, and the furs were recovered. This was just a simple cracking of the secret door mechanism, but it was enough. The black rain in the sky suddenly stopped. After the rain, the sky cleared up and the world was clear. In a short time. Can this really be accomplished? This human god suddenly stopped weaving in his hands. He was extremely calm, and at this moment, he finally showed an expression of disbelief. In his eyes, this was simply a dead end. Only by killing some of the beings in the emperor's tomb could he find the truth about him. And after finding the truth, how to decipher this secret door would be even more difficult. Because time is running out, so in his eyes, whether the opponent fights or not, he will definitely lose. Humanity will eventually return to his embrace, and he will regain the top of Kyushu, but the human god in front of him could not imagine that as the strongest puppeteer in Kyushu history, he was actually breached by the puppet secret door. He could not help but exclaimed, "How did you do it?" The bond of human beings. Ningzheng would of course not tell the truth. The human god could speak half true and half false, and of course he could lie. This is called giving back in the same way. Ningzheng said lightly, "The friendship and courage of human beings are the infinite love that you, a conspirator who only knows how to calculate, cannot imagine. It is enough for our human race to create incredible miracles." Chapter 462. Damn. Love and bond? On the vast clouds in the sky, the human god froze. His huge face was a little stiff. He let countless thin threads slide down two interlaced sticks, overlooking the Shirong Ember Giant. "I told you about the technical barriers of puppeteers, and you told me that as long as there is love, miracles can be created? So, He spent countless years planning this shocking chess game with humans as puppets, and it was broken just like that? Damn. Human bond? The human god lived in ancient times, and had never seen the passionate young protagonists in some restaurant stories today, and did not understand the scenes of those who inexplicably defeated the enemy with love, justice, bond, and friendship. But I still think this is childish. This is the real world. Even though he has a good temper, he laughed out of anger at this time. From the time you discovered the truth about the puppet to the time you cracked it now, it only took a stick of incense. This incredible speed, no matter how strong the puppeteer is, can't do it. Perhaps, humans can only rely on love to create miracles. He praised on the surface, but was actually sarcastic. He smiled and whispered, "Let me guess, it's blood." Obviously, his secret team went everywhere to infect the ancestral wall, and was still collecting intelligence in Jojo. They already knew that Shiron God Craftsman was holding inexplicable rituals everywhere. The human god whispered, "In the most critical moment, you have always acted decisively, and would not do anything meaningless. That is to say, this ritual is necessary. Is it some special magical power?" He pondered and analyzed it with reason and evidence. Is it to rely on blood to implement it? To analyze the human body? It is likely to be so. Of course, it is not necessarily based on blood. Blood may just be a cover. Perhaps this ritual is for something deeper, which forms the conditions for activation. He guessed that it was similar to the magical power of the Xinqiao Saint, with some special effects. Only in this way can it be explained. After listening to his analysis, Ningzheng sighed in his heart. These people really can't be underestimated for a moment. Fortunately, he also kept a watchful eye. Even if he was in a hurry, he used blood as a cover. At least it wouldn't seem so abrupt. Believe it or not, I expected that you, a loveless person, wouldn't believe it. Ningzheng's face was as calm as water. The great love of the world will eventually bring all evil to justice. He didn't say anything more, but the shadow burst out all over his body, and attacked the giant ape directly. The human god dodged this attack, and couldn't help sighing, "If I had known this, I should have controlled the divine ape's Dharma image to stop you from running around. But how could I have thought that I could break this situation by relying on the bondage?" He also didn't say anything more. Boom! Two huge figures burst out in the capital. The buildings in the capital were completely shattered, and the collision between the two sides was like a heavy meteorite strike. Waves of terrifying shocks cracked the earth. The ground of the entire nursery was pierced again. Crash! A large amount of rubble and tomb fragments fell into Kyushu, ignited in the atmosphere, and turned into showers of meteorites. The owners of the tombs behind the nursery suffered again, and they ran out in fear, repaired the broken holes in the nursery, and washed the floor frantically. "It's really killing me, my home, my home." Someone looked at the big hole in the ceiling of the tomb palace, and was so scared that he hurried to repair the ceiling. Crash! But the nursery was still pierced with many holes, and rubble fell. "The meteor shower in Jojo is too big, stop fighting." Someone screamed, "Why do we have to repair our home every time you make a big fuss?" Without the endless power, the huge divine ape has stopped growing at this time. It is good for Ningzheng to hurry up. Now only the wall ancestor of the Rose continent is completely exploited. And the ancestors of the other 8 continents have only been infected with ape transformation for a short time, and only 30% of their power has been drained. Otherwise, after a while, the giant ape will be more than 10 times stronger. At that time, this peerless divine ape was born, and the wall ancestors of Jojo were all absorbed. I am afraid that it is not as simple as fighting Ningzheng and his group of remnants for the human god. He killed the Shirong Ember Giant with his hand, and the Imperial Tomb behind him, and even the secret realms of Jojo, were all his targets. A divine ape completely cleared everything. Unfortunately, the growth of the divine ape has stopped now. The human god's eyes were deep, and he was completely angry. Even at this point, he was still reluctant to believe that his delicate and interlocking deadlock was easily broken by a bond. However, what made him even more angry was not just this. These descendants not only used their hands, but also used their mouths to attack the heart. This vast giant was composed of countless soul bubbles, and it was always uttering all kinds of mumbling and whispering. At this time, every inch of the skin was emitting overlapping sounds, and the voice of the little blacksmith was also waving the flag and shouting, continuing to be the licking dog of the owner of the manor, and using limited power to interfere in the war as much as possible. Love is infinite, bastard. Don't underestimate the bond of human beings. Damn Minotaur, don't underestimate our pure love. Bastard. We, the Shirong Godsmith, have come this far because of the bond. Ape God, you don't understand love. Jojo's fur will fall off. The Jojo boss in the body was also happy and dazed, and echoed. How can you monkeys understand the love of humans? The human race has long been a prosperous age of scholars built on bonds and beliefs. They began to be led astray by the blacksmith. After all, verbal attacks in battle are a compulsory course for every academy. They are certainly not stupid, and they can also cover up the details of Shiron Godsmith. Although they don't understand what Shiron Godsmith's trump card is, covering it up, so that it won't be discovered by the enemy, is the best choice. If the details of the human god in front of them are discovered, they will fall into crisis. Even if the human god knows that they are deliberately angering him and affecting his combat status, there are some things that can't be guessed and not angry, otherwise there will be no one in this world who is angry. This move broke the deadlock he was so proud of, which really broke his defense completely. These people added fuel to the fire, and kept saying it's all about love. Looking for death. Boom! The battle between the two sides is still breaking out. In fact, the outcome of this battle is already very clear. The human god, behind the times, is semi-awakened, and has a fixed logic as a trick. He does not have a strong learning ability, and can only rely on the white value attribute combat power of the divine ape. Ning Zheng, who does not practice fighting, has only a few small magical powers, and also relies on white value attribute combat power. Two giants, who have no trump cards, and rely purely on numbers, collide with each other. Anyone with some rich combat experience can draw a conclusion. It's going to win. Based on numbers alone, a divine ape gathered in the Rose continent cannot fight against the Shirong giants gathered by the strong men of the 9 continents. So, the answer is obvious. The mastermind behind the scenes, cautious and careful, designed a shocking death trap. When a group of people followed and said incomprehensible words such as love and friendship, the giant ape was quickly defeated. All over Kyushu. Some infected beings, with 4 or 5 flowers on their heads, looked up at the sky as the vanguard of the ancient ape clan. The rain has stopped. How did you do this? This is impossible. One after another, exclamations rang out. The divine ape is their strongest fighting force, and now falling means their failure. This is unacceptable to everyone. They calculated the entire human history, and the wasted efforts were easily defeated. Why? Such a thought came to the minds of the ancient apes. However, our mission must be completed. Yes, we still have hope. Their schedule is very tight. The first thing to do, when they come out, is to infect the Rose continent and make it fall. The second thing was to further infect the walls of the other 8 states, forming a rainstorm and gathering the divine apes, but unfortunately it failed. The third thing was to infect the ordinary people outside the walls of Gyozhou, so that the people of Gyozhou would become apes, revert to their ancestors, and return to the ancient divine ape era. The core of the 3 things is actually only one. Crazy infection. And the third thing, infecting ordinary people, they have basically done it. Each continent has 3,000 cities. How many can the number of arcs save? Except for those few arc cities that are still lingering, the other thousands of cities that are scattered have basically fallen. We have completed the last trump card. After infecting Gyozhou, His Majesty will awaken. No, this is not a trump card. Awakening is to wear the crown of the winner, not a move to turn the tide. Beijing. Boom. Go to hell. Don't underestimate the bond of human beings. Bastard. Don't believe in miracles? People who don't believe in themselves are not even worth working hard. The will to live is the strongest power. The hot-blooded roar in the ear continued, accompanied by the collapse of the plush giant ape woven in the hand. Listening to the shouts and roars, the mind of the human god suddenly remembered the years long ago, and this moment seemed to be yesterday. I'm going to the other side of the mountain to find life. King, it's very dangerous. There are many big dragons. Those dragon tribes, Qilin tribes, and many giant beasts built city-states. They are weird and eat 10 of us a day. It's terrible, don't go. In the jungle, bad dragons flew over the head, and giant snakes were winding on the big trees. The skeleton of the dry dragon was buried in the forest, revealing the texture of history. A thin monkey embarked on a dream journey. The sailboat crossed the sea, the desert and the jungle, and finally opened the gate of the fairy mountain. It was east of the sun and west of the moon. The thin monkey with wounds all over his body finally saw the original god, and the bumpy road became a smooth road. He knelt on the ground and asked for the art of survival. The man bent down and stroked his monkey's head. The reason why civilization is because civilization is passed down with words and continued with language. Child, you will be the epic of the beginning of the race, the destined myth, and your name is Human God. The man picked up the crown, and the monkey bowed his head piously, and slowly put on the crown. From that moment on, I was the destined hero, the king recorded in the annals of history. The ancient apes surrounded me. I would be the most arrogant king in the magnificent palace. All living beings bowed their heads, and the sacred beasts crawled on their knees to cheer for my arrival. I could do anything. Once upon a time, we were full of ambition to conquer the world. Friends shed tears together, fearless of injury and death, and built a happy home together. The palace was full of sacred animal bones, but time smoothed our edges little by little, and even the greatest emperor would be ruthlessly torn apart by time. He finally understood that some things could not be changed by fetters, and could not be achieved by passion and hard work. The fear of death made the once greatest emperor completely tyrannical in his later years, taking human lives lightly. In order to find the art of immortality, he stripped the hair of his own people and created a new chapter for them. The human era. Then he died of old age and entered the grave. He knew that the human era he created would eventually return to his hands in the distant future. I am distracted again. He ignored the collapse of the entire textile giant ape, and felt that 90% of the people in Kyushu had turned into monkeys. This is my kingdom, and it is back. My imperial power. Endless vitality surged again. A black three-flower bloomed on his head, and vitality surged into his body like an endless stream, like the waves of the river and the sea, rolling in. After tens of millions of years, I am alive again. In a trance, he seemed to have returned to his youthful peak. The young and strong thin monkey seemed to have returned to the spring grassland again, the beginning of a dream journey. The priests were singing loudly, and the soldiers were holding spears on both sides of the team. The cheering crowds were full of reverence in their eyes, and all beings cheered and applauded again. And he climbed the steps step by step. He stretched out his hands devoutly, and the gorgeous crown woven with hair was put on his head again. He wanted to be the most arrogant king. Emitting a faint black light, he slowly stood up. From today on, the people will once again gather around me and shout my name. Human God. Countless rays of light instantly fell on him, as if welcoming the return of the first and strongest hero in human history. He opened his arms, and his broad arms seemed to hold up the entire sky. Live a second life, and I will be the eternal king here. Chapter 463. Awakened. Ningzheng felt extremely heavy in her heart. Ningzheng had long guessed that the secret team of the human god would go on strike and rest on the spot after infecting the ancestors of the Jiuzhou city wall. If it was him, no, it was anyone with normal thinking, he would let this team continue to infect the people of Jiuzhou everywhere and drag them into his ape age. But guessing that he would do that is one thing, but being unable to stop it is another. At this time, the human god has a third plan, awakening. You should know that any existence at the peak of Jiuzhou, their obsession is difficult to achieve. Because they are at the peak, they have a strong obsession with certain things. They who rule the world cannot get them during their lifetime, which shows how precious they are. The obsession of the human god is very clear, but it is also the most difficult type of saint. Return to the ancient ape myth era, his first good years. Obviously, now that a certain proportion of humans have been infected, Jiuzhou has returned to the ape myth era. Awakened after all. Ningzheng sighed. If it weren't for the variables on my side, you would have defeated all the enemies in Jiuzhou with this unprecedented giant beast, the divine ape. Awakening is not your trick to defend the title, but your crown to the top. Yes, even if you have awakened, you have already lost more than half of it. The proud face of the human god rarely revealed a trace of vicissitudes. I have been walking on thin ice all my life, calculating the world, but I can't reach the other side of the future. I was broken by the ridiculous human shackles. The awakening of a ghost king means the possibility of unlimited growth. But it's just a possibility. This is a mythical starting point with infinite potential. Xian Shichen once said that there are two ways to cultivate immortal roots. The first is to cultivate the dual spiritual roots cycle from the beginning. The second is that people who have already cultivated can only live a second life to complete their foundation, and die once to reshape their foundation in order to make the dual spiritual roots cycle. Now, this human god ghost king, living a second life, means that he can reshape his foundation and cultivate immortal roots, but his potential is infinite, and he needs a certain buffer period to keep up with the times. But this time is enough for too many accidents. The loss of the huge strategic weapon of the divine ape Dharma makes it impossible for him to completely wipe out the enemies who have not grown up. Originally, he wanted to rely on the divine ape to kill them all, kill all the ghosts in the world, and make the imperial tombs empty. It is difficult to remove the earthbound spirits. But killing them first and then resurrecting them has lost the opportunity, and he can only deal with them one by one. But now, I can't kill him. The human god laughed in a low voice. If we lose the eternal plan, and it will be destroyed in an instant, but we still have to fight one last time. If we can win, we can recover a lot of losses. I saw this ancient ape take a step forward, with a momentum like a rainbow and a divine power like a prison. With a crash, the scattered hair on the ground instantly formed a black tornado, which quickly rotated around him, and finally turned into a small giant ape. The size of the hair Dharma image depends on the strength of the core. The core of the previous Rose King is the strongest and indestructible body in Gyojou today, enough to attach the hair of the ancestors of the 9 states to form a super divine ape. This is why the human god planned this Rose King. And the human god himself is just a puppeteer with weak combat power, and the upper limit of the hair that can be attached is very small. Therefore, the size of his giant ape is only 1/10 of the original, but at this time, after the human god has completely awakened, his mind is as clever as a living person, and his logic is no longer rigid, just like a closed-loop program that suddenly connects to the outside. He can perfectly accept all kinds of new things. 5 bodies, 4 organs, 3 elements, 2 phases. High-level formation knowledge, sealing techniques, summoning gods, a lot of contemporary knowledge, a series of information rushed into his mind. That's the feeling, this feeling of the young me. At this moment, he is no longer the old ape emperor who sat on the throne of animal bones thousands of years ago. This new and powerful thinking logic, strong body, and super learning ability reminded him of how powerful he was as an ancient ape back then. He took off his oxygen mask like an old man with dementia, breathing the fresh air of the year when he was 18, and all his senses were cheering. In just a few moments, his body became stronger. He has begun to modify the circulation in his body, the circulation of the 5 bodies, the circulation of the 4 organs. He is reconstructing his body, completing the logic, and updating the system rapidly. In just the 10th second of awakening, the structure of his body is almost the same as that of contemporary monks. The operation of energy, the flow of the system, everything is so simple. The human god smiled. How powerful the young self was. No, it is more powerful than the young self back then, because the young self was too immature and shallow in knowledge at that time. Now he is old and experienced, and has returned to the strong body of 18 years old. Everyone was observing and sorting out information. This kind of existence is simply a monster. He is updating his knowledge, and the hair attached is increasing. The size of the Dharma image is increasing. Although it is bound to be inferior to the attachment limit of the Rose King, it is already very strong. Yes, the Rose King's physique can be called the best flesh in Gyojou, because of his special spiritual roots. It is impossible for humans and gods to keep up with this kind of vigorous blood. But he has become weaker, but he is growing, and we are not much stronger. After several consecutive battles, this huge Dharma image also consumed a lot. After all, the female ghost engine of the villa can only pull it at full strength for a long time, and now these top existences in Gyojou can hardly cut out bubbles, although the strength is still superior. But the growth of the Ghost King is too strong, and the final result is still worrying. It seems that I underestimated myself. The human god suddenly laughed and said, "It is obviously unrealistic to grow up completely in an instant. I can only reconstruct the basic cycles of each realm. It is not possible to open up more advanced knowledge in a short time. However, if I only use the first cycle that I have the deepest understanding of, and integrate it into the mature cycle system of the contemporary era, I can still do it. And in this way, I have one more cycle than the world." The voice fell. His fur quickly exploded, and it actually showed a black and gold state. The hair all over his body was like a blazing black and gold fire. As he took a step forward, he had transformed into a powerful mythical ancient ape with oppression. He stretched out his hand and grasped it. A simple and quaint black hair spiral stick appeared. The strongest race in the history of the mythical beast, the ancient ape, finally showed his powerful power at this moment. The ancient ape was dull before, relying on strength to throw bricks, because this was a dead man, so he had to be dull. But now it seemed that he had changed from a reckless man who only knew how to use strength to a delicate and thin warrior with top skills. This was a transformation from a strength type to a skill type. Kill! Returning to his youth, the human god seemed no longer stable, roaring with the unique fighting spirit of young people, laughing wildly, and bursting out with endless fighting spirit in a roar. Die! The black stick in his hand was raised high, and the moment it fell, it turned into a black long knife and chopped. Ningzheng dodged it. The black knife spun around and turned into a stick again, and when it was raised again, it had turned into a long spear. Swords, spears, halberds, hammers, broad axes, and black sticks turned into countless weapons very smoothly. This is a real fighting ape. The ancient apes are so powerful because we are good at fighting with weapons. Weapons and magic tools are all inventions of our ancient ape era. He laughed grimly, and his black flame-like hair began to shake rapidly. Fighting the ancient apes, dragons, and unicorns, due to the limitation of their body size, are not as agile as us in attack. Boom! The surrounding air was constantly distorted, and the light and shadow changed rapidly. They are naturally defeated by us, and in order to fight back, the various divine beasts have joined forces to study the method of transformation, transforming into apes, and learning our moves. Vile, if you can't beat us, join us. In the beginning, they transformed into apes, and now, they transform into human forms. This is the ancient origin of the demon beasts. When they reach a certain level, they like to transform into human forms. Do you understand? He roared, and his energy exploded, and his moves were like a rain of flowers. They were forced to transform and learn from our clan. It's because they were scared by me, clan by clan. Ning Zheng was constantly beaten back, and her heart couldn't stop sinking. This monster, it has obviously become much weaker. Now it gives people a more terrifying feeling, agile, growing, unlimited potential, and strong fighting spirit. You can clearly feel his vitality and spirit as a living person, and that's why the pressure feels much greater. Ning Zheng was constantly beaten away, and his anger gradually grew. No matter who was beaten like this, it would be impossible not to be angry. Fur? After saying that, look at the luck value, let you see the bond of the entire Jojo human beings. It points to the luck value. Minus 100,000, hair mastery. Minus 100,000, hair puppetry. That's it, the loss of an ordinary magical power is not much at all. Crazy addition. Minus 100,000, spear magic. Minus 100,000, sword magic. Minus 100,000. In the same realm, his combat power foundation was frantically supplemented, with various moves, magical powers, skills, and experience. Of course, the loss was also huge. In the blink of an eye, he threw away millions of luck points, and the benefits brought were already like the level of a combat cultivator, with a lifespan of tens of thousands of years. Minus 1 million, hair shadow crocodile technique. Finally, the matching fusion technique appeared. Ning Zheng was no longer worried, and continued to add. Minus 1 million. Minus 1 million. Minus 1 million. Minus 1 million. Ning Zheng's vision and technique completely broke through to the next level, and reached an extremely high level. Ning Zheng did not continue to add next. Magical power is just a trick, used to protect the way. It is basically only suitable for fighting against the existence of the same realm, and the casual cultivators of the higher realm, but without any foundation and low-level spiritual roots. As for the strong men of some big sects, the grades of their spiritual roots are not much different, so you can't fight against them at a higher level. Adding more will not make the cost-effectiveness higher. People of higher realms can't be defeated. It's good enough. Ning Zheng thought in his heart, the only pity is that the realm needs to be buffered, otherwise it would be better to upgrade to the second phase realm. Although the one he is fighting now is the giant ember god, which has nothing to do with his body. But if the body's cultivation is improved a little bit, the control power will also increase accordingly. Boom! Ning Zheng suddenly rolled up the black fur scattered on the ground, forming a tornado. Those furs, which the human god could not completely absorb, are now rolled up by Ning Zheng. With a crash, an evil furry shadow crocodile appeared, and the giant crocodile incarnated as a corpse came with unprecedented murderous aura, and swept the earth with overwhelming momentum. Weapons, I'm not weak either. Ning Zheng sneered. Dozens of hair weapons were summoned alternately, and collided with the opponent in a clanging moment. Both sides collided with amazing fighting skills. Both sides evolved from brute force at the beginning to the peak of skills. Is this also a human bond? The look of the human god was completely frozen. Love and obsession can stimulate the potential for survival. The endless hair on Ning Zheng's body swept like a soft wave, turning into various weapons, covering Ning Zheng's body, stabbing, twisting, stirring, rolling, entangled, picking. Dozens of different forces came like a frenzy. This learning ability is a bit like a fire. The human god took a deep look at Ning Zheng. At this moment, he knew that his skills were now equal, and there was almost no possibility of winning. He was a decisive and ruthless man. He knew that it was impossible to do anything. He stopped hesitating and turned away in an instant. Ning Zheng frowned and thought it was not good. Fighting in the same realm, both of them were immortal systems. It was too difficult to kill the other party. If the tiger was released back to the mountain, a human god and a strange king would come back secretly, which would be a huge disaster. Although he no longer had the secret door to control humans, he could not guarantee what other things he would develop. Perhaps we can win, which is already the best result. Ning Zheng had no expression on his face. At this moment, it seemed that a long-planned big hand in the tomb suddenly stretched out of the imperial tomb and pinched the human god, who turned away. The hand was white as jade, slender, but it carried a terrifying pressure that covered the sky and the sun. The palm prints were like vast mountains, covering half of the capital, and any gap could crush this ancient ape to death. Jiao Sui, you, a junior, actually attacked me, the human god growled. He had just awakened, and was still at the starting point of life. There was an infinitely brilliant future waiting for him. If he grew up completely, how could a dead man in the tomb, who had been eliminated by the times, control him? Boom! The human god suddenly exploded. Don't even think about it. The monkey suddenly pushed up with both hands, holding up a huge jade-like divine palm, and instantly exploded with all his strength. The human god, who was so shrewd and calculating, actually hid most of his combat power, and just now only used 40% to fight Ning Zheng. But at this time, the full-strength explosion could not stop the giant hand. This big hand was well prepared, and it saw the right time to strike a fatal blow, without giving him the opportunity to break free. It pressed hard and grabbed, and quickly retracted into the depths of the tomb, and disappeared. Chapter 464. Ning Zheng tilted his head. That sneak attack, Ning Zheng couldn't block it, it was too abrupt. The timing of the sneak attack was just right. A second earlier or later, he couldn't be hit. As long as the palm can't touch, then the human god can't catch it at all. Jiao Sui in front of him did a great thing. After the monster like the human god slipped away, the world really didn't know how to develop. Fortunately, we can't let the tiger go back to the mountain. Ning Zheng breathed a sigh of relief. Reality is not a storybook novel. Cutting the grass and eradicating the roots, killing the whole family, and even killing pets are the most common. The experience of the human god is more like the protagonist than the protagonist in the storybook. If he leaves this time and comes back next time, then he, Ning Zheng, and the little blacksmiths will really become the villains who are beaten in the storybook. Even if the little blacksmith begs for mercy and calls for his father crazily, it won't work. Just now these people shamelessly drew hatred and mocked each other crazily. At present, Jiao Sui's ambush and fatal attack can be regarded as a perfect cooperation of tacit understanding. Ning Zheng's face became heavy because of this. Is the matter really resolved? He looked at the ruins of the capital and the empty nursery in the distance, and fell into hesitation. At this time, the Dharma image was fighting in the nursery, and his body, a small cultivator in the 3-yuan realm, was still in a square arc city, hiding next to the ceremony, silently collecting luck points. Add 2 plus 2 plus 2 plus 2. He made a lot of money. This wave was simply a sudden wealth, and the poor boy instantly became the richest man. He immediately looked at the luck points of the people in each area. It still hasn't changed, they are still falling, and it is still the end of the world in more than 10 days. It was indeed a problem with the Imperial Mausoleum. A human god who took the initiative could roll up such a shocking wave. Who knows how many cards those beings who silently recover their strength have? Perhaps they are not as wicked as human gods, turning all future humans into puppets, leaving such a big secret door with countless threads in their bodies. But who knows what core they took away, and what cards they left behind? After a dozen days, it is estimated that the first batch of beings will only be born with a preliminary foundation, which will be a real big trouble. The Imperial Mausoleum, this time wormhole leading to the ancient tomb, will not be closed for a day, and the ancient beings will continue to crawl out, and there will be no peace in the world. Reorganize the core. This is the only way to solve the problem. Ning Zheng stood alone in the same place, shed the fur on his body, turned into a human form, and slowly took out the fragments. The outline of a square tripod can be vaguely seen. Now, through adding points, various magical powers and magic skills are completed, and he is no longer a small Sanyuan realm cultivator. He has the foundation and vision of a top power. Most of the common artifacts in Jiuzhou are made of monster materials and artifact spirits. The square tripod in front of him is no exception. The aura is ancient and rich. It is made of an unknown beast material, and the artifact spirit has long dissipated. Although he doesn't know what ancient beast it is, Ning Zheng feels a strong gathering of luck. This beast is probably a powerful ancient auspicious beast that suppresses luck, and now, if you can't find a new auspicious beast that suppresses luck, you can't repair this artifact. But this kind of creature is unheard of, and can't be found in the short term. How can it be repaired? Ning Zheng's mind was full of thoughts, and he had an idea in an instant. He controls the luck value. How can he not be an auspicious beast that suppresses Jojo? Perhaps I can use myself to recast the artifact and repair this square tripod. Therefore, Ningzheng must die once. His brain was spinning rapidly, thinking about the pros and cons of this method, and muttered, "The ironwork in Jujian Mountain Villa has become a tradition. All blacksmiths jump into the forge and forge eternal ember weapons based on corpses. And why can't I, the owner of the villa, set an example? He, Ningzheng, should also jump into the fiery forge and forge the eternal ember artifact that suppresses the Book of Years, die for Jojo, and suppress the destiny of the human race. It's just dying once." He sighed lightly, and thought flashed in his eyes. Xian Shichen, who has already developed the immortal method, once said that there are only two types of people who have immortal spiritual roots. One is to plant dual spiritual roots at the beginning of cultivation, and the other is to die once and resurrect before planting dual spiritual roots. I have already embarked on the path of cultivation, and can only choose the second one to complete the foundation. Death is inevitable. It is better to die now, and die meaningfully. Not only can I follow the path of the Ghost King, but the forged history book of time, and this imperial seal, will also become my eternal ashes artifact. Thinking of this, Ningzheng breathed quickly. The benefits were too great. The eternal ashes sun and moon left a secret door, and a pirated copy. The core of the eternal history book of time is transformed from his own ashes. The two great artifacts of the 9 provinces are in my hands. After this calculation, of the 3 artifacts that suppress the 9 provinces, only 1 earth vein remains. After I die, I will rebuild my spiritual roots. I originally wanted to obtain the Yang spiritual root of the Wuxing sect. But now, there may be a better choice. Ningzheng thought in her heart, the human god. He also has Yang spiritual roots, controls the body, and is worthy of my control of the soul, and is very cooperative. After all, he is the ancestor of mankind, and his spiritual roots are undoubtedly strong. In the words of the blacksmiths, in front of her was a war between 2 minotaurs. And if the magical powers of the 2 minotaurs were combined into one, what kind of terrifying fusion spiritual roots would Ningzheng herself give birth to? Fortunately, the human god just resurrected and became a real living person. I fought with him and lost a lot of blood. I can just use his fresh blood to cultivate spiritual roots. This is how the Cini family cultivates spiritual roots. The innate spiritual roots are transformed into plants that can be planted, the acquired spiritual roots. That is, using the family blood to water the plants, so that the plants have the divinity in their blood, and in planting this acquired spiritual root, they have the magical power of fire. This is also the way for most of the Jojo noble families to transform from innate to acquired. It's just a pity that the Cini family lost their inheritance back then. After so many years of cultivation, they have not completely perfected the acquired Cini grass spiritual root, and only have a defective Xinhua's supernatural power. It was also before that Xian Shichen personally went there to help Xian Yun and others complete their foundation. I will also use the precious blood of the human god to cultivate the Yang spiritual root like the Cini family, and then advance to the immortal spiritual root. The way out has been found for myself, so what if I sacrifice myself? Others fear death, but I don't. It really fulfilled the couplet written by the blacksmiths at the entrance of the villa. The candle extinguishes the embers, the soul is burned and the will is still there. Life casts the furnace, and the swords, spears, and halberds continue to open up. Ningzheng stood in the ruins, looked at the surrounding environment, and exhaled a long breath. Before dying, I have to suppress some messy things and try my best to clear some obstacles. Chapter 465. Ningzheng frowned as he looked at the charred capital. The giant he had now still had some strength left, and could move for about half an hour. But wait until they recover their strength and kill the second one? The earliest time would be tomorrow, or even the day after tomorrow. We can't wait for the second battle. It seems that we still have more than 10 days left, but luck value is just a general deadline after all. For example, Ningzheng estimated that the world would be destroyed in 2 months. But it broke out ahead of time. It was reasonable that the world would be destroyed in 2 months, and various wars of varying sizes would continue within 2 months. Now that so many messed up things have happened, how can he still believe in the luck value? What if something unexpected happens in these 10 days? If you are stuck in the limit and look down on the things in the Emperor's tomb, you are courting death. If it weren't for the fact that the human god had mastered their secret door, they, the human puppets of all generations, were afraid to take action, fearing that they would be controlled as soon as they went out, and they would have run out alive. And kicking. How could they be so quiet? But the human god is dead, and it is estimated that he will be completely restless. Go and attack some tricky ancient tombs, and clear some obstacles. Ningzheng did not go to the imperial tomb, but set foot in some ancient forbidden areas in the nursery and Jiuzhou. Going to attack the imperial tomb, even if some tombs were cleared, it would be meaningless. Anyway, I have to seal the imperial tomb, so why go and clean them? It is easy to alert the enemy. Ningzheng is ready to catch them off guard. From their perspective, they don't know that Ningzheng has this method to reorganize the core and seal the imperial tomb. Walala. Ningzheng flashed to an ancient restricted area of a nursery and said lightly, "Everyone, this is a rare opportunity. I will take this opportunity to kill a group of ancient tombs. During the window period of their resurrection, we will have enough breathing space." At this time, in the emperor's tomb, saints watched secretly. The human god was defeated, Jiuzhou took action, and all the beings who were secretly observing showed shock, surprise, and a feeling beyond imagination in their eyes. The bond of human beings. They also raised their eyebrows. The human god almost killed all of us, thanks to Shirong. Someone sighed. They were all puppet silk threads in their bodies, and they were scared just thinking about it. The opponent's actions were too fast. No matter how strong they were and how terrible their background was, it would take several days to crack this secret door. But everything was over by then. However, Shirong found a way to crack it, and he owed the other party a favor. Many people are even more interested in Shirong. When they rule Jiuzhou, if they can get this good minister to assist them, what worries them about not accomplishing great things? This Jiuzhou will see an unprecedented prosperity under their hands. Shirong must have some special magical power. There may be more than one, but several, and it may not be a magical power, but some powerful immortal weapon. An ancient being's eyes flickered. Now, Shirong's divine craftsman has forged the sun and moon immortal weapon, the creation furnace immortal weapon, and the origin spirit liquid gourd, all of which have very powerful functions. If there are still some immortal weapons hidden, it is possible. Heavenly spiritual roots plus heavenly spiritual roots too scary. Immortal level domain? Haha, immortal weapons are indeed terrifying. Shirong's divine craftsman has the first mover advantage, but the latecomers will soon follow up. Let's not talk about their immortal soldiers. The immortal pills and immortal medicines that will appear in the future are secondary. The core is still our cultivators with immortal spiritual roots. If we get this kind of immortal foundation, we can conquer the world. So what should we do now? Shirong knows that there are many imperial tombs, so he dare not attack our imperial palace and imperial tombs. Let him attack the soft persimmons outside and the scattered ancient tombs. Yes, the tombs outside also like to make trouble. It is also good for us to flatten them. As long as they don't provoke us, we can delay for a few more days, and it will be almost recovered to the moment when we can take action. Thinking about the dragon tombs that were blown up, they don't want to become clowns. It doesn't take a few days to recover their strength. It's better to be patient and come out again. As Ningzheng guessed, they weighed the pros and cons and chose to continue to develop and grow secretly. As long as Ningzheng didn't provoke them and didn't alert them, their faces must be very interesting when they suddenly blocked the tombs. Boom! In the nursery, a strong pressure suddenly erupted. A wave of powerful, pure and unusual power hit an ancient existence, wrapped it up and imprisoned it, quickly split the bubbles, and slowly wiped it out. A scorpion-shaped giant beast suddenly exploded, and the black blood mud turned into a pile of ruins. Next one. Ningzheng pushed the tomb horizontally, killed the earthbound spirit in it, and turned around and left decisively. No, I am willing to surrender. Bang. The second one, the Silver Sand Sea, was destroyed. Forget it, forget it. A person like you who doesn't care about his life appeared. A powerful ancient soul smiled bitterly, and slowly disappeared. Bang. The third one, the Taiga Medical College, was destroyed. Impossible. What on earth do you want to do? Bang. The fourth one, the Chonglei Holy Land, was destroyed. Some of these secret realms are tombs, and some are ruins of ancient forces. There are too many ancient forces in history. Due to various reasons, the family was destroyed and turned into a vast strange domain. The nursery gradually became the most terrifying strange continent. The 10th continent of mankind is a continent that has completely fallen. But now, Ningzheng is cleaning up step by step, trying to fight back, even if this cleaning is only temporary. However, the figure of the Shirong giant god is getting dimmer and thinner. Even the battles are getting harder and harder. And the tomb owners in various places are trembling, and even start to beg for mercy. Some of them can't beg for mercy, so they set various traps, and wait for Ningzheng to come. Should we stop? Xianyun couldn't help but speak. Ningzheng was already a little shaky, and said in an extremely calm tone, Everyone, hold on a little longer. Those tombs that are secretly making trouble like to make small moves. Killing the troublemakers will make the human race much easier. Although everyone was puzzled, the most important thing in marching and fighting was to obey the commander's opinion, so they continued to squeeze every bit of their energy. Bang! The fifth mountain, the mountain of blades and swords. In front of this secret realm, huge swords stood in a forest, as if the ancient giant gods were fighting here. The huge blades were scattered on the ancient battlefield, forming a mountain of sharp swords. When Ningzheng arrived, he found that some young Dharma images were already waiting there. Please kill our Dharma images and replenish energy. A young scholar was eager to fight and stepped forward. We are too weak to participate in the previous war, but it would be good to replenish some. Some people cried loudly and were grateful. The Taiga Medical College used some soul poison that infected the Dharma image to kill my father from a distance. Now, the senior is avenging our Yun family. Cleaning the nursery is to restore peace to our world. Some people even said, Shirong has passed on the Dharma to the world. We have all controlled the meridians and transformed ourselves again. This kind of salvation will be remembered by the whole world of Jojo. We are willing to die for the world. We are willing to die for the world. They shouted in unison. The voices were like waves, and the public opinion was surging. The historical era of human beings conquering the secret realm was too long, and too many grievances had accumulated. At this time, they, who were in the midst of new and old grievances, finally saw the hope of mankind, and they could not help but roar in unison. The fighting spirit was surging and rolling. Killing the Dharma image was only a temporary injury for them, and they would recover sooner or later. But in order to pacify the forbidden area for the human race, they were also willing to contribute a little bit of their strength. Okay. Ningzheng nodded slowly, looking at the young and passionate scholars. I was completely exhausted after leveling this ancient tomb, so I chose to stop. Now I have your help. He stretched out his hand and grabbed, and all the Dharma images exploded instantly, and countless bubble souls were immersed in his body. You can continue to fight. Bang. Soon, the sixth tomb also exploded instantly. Hualala, Ningzheng came to the seventh secret realm. Here was also surrounded by a group of Dharma images, and countless scholars were polite. The sea of flowers was everywhere, but they didn't say a word. Hualala, the sea of flowers was rippling, and the solemn atmosphere filled everyone's heart. 3 flowers cannot speak, and the energy is scarce, but a little bit makes a lot. We brought some of the 3 flowers. The leading scholar in the crowd was the son of a holy land. I am willing to die for the human race. I am willing to die for the human race. The passionate oath conveyed firmness and persistence, which was shocking. The brave warriors had a heart as hard as iron, and a majestic spirit as powerful as a mountain. Okay. Ningzheng was silent, stretched out his hand and grabbed countless flowers, and the Dharma image exploded, the road covered with flowers. Send me to the battle, I will never lose. In the seventh tomb. An ancient taboo existence, looking at the flower road outside, flowers blooming, and hundreds of flowers competing for beauty, was silent. He paced back and forth, and he was afraid of death when disaster was imminent. A group of small Dharma images in the second phase realm, flower ants in the 3-element realm. How dare they do this? How can they do this? They are just a group of flowers, just a group of flowers. Crazy, all crazy. How can the human race be so united? They don't want to die. At first, Shirong took the lead, and a group of children committed suicide to explore the ape virus. There were many loyal martyrs in a family of 4, and every household was brave enough to die. The images spread across the 9 states, initially arousing the blood of mankind. Then, it pushed people again and again. The fighting spirit of mankind is unstoppable. It's also because the human gods are too arrogant. They have completely blocked their chances of survival. You should know that in the art of war, a group of mad wolves fighting to the death are the most terrifying. Otherwise, they would not have surrounded the enemy on 3 sides and left one side open, leaving a gap for the enemy to escape and prevent them from being defeated. Now, a group of desperate fighting armies have defeated the human gods and created miracles. The momentum of the entire human race is like a rainbow, and I'm afraid it has been pushed to the top. How can we fight the existence of our nursery? How to fight? It's bitter. Unprovoked disaster. The 8th tomb. Ningzheng stepped into it. There were fewer monks in the second phase realm, but more flowers. At the same time, they were very mixed. Some were normal 3 flowers, and some were incomplete 3 flowers. Obviously, these were the dead in each tomb. These dead 3-element realm monks also maintained the beliefs of the human race before their death and contributed to the race. Even Ning Zheng saw a familiar breath in it. The godfather Chizu, the Meadfield sister, and even some 3 flower families in Pingchong City were also mixed in the countless flowers. We are willing to pave the flower road and send you to the battle. We are willing to pave the flower road and send you to the battle. The endless sea of flowers seemed to raise wheat waves, rolling in circles, echoing through the hills, and it was extremely heroic. Ning Zheng was silent, stretched out his hand and grabbed it. All the flowers turned into bubbles, filling his body, and stepped out. In the tomb. It is an ancient sacred temple. An ancient dragon knight, wearing ancient general armor, saluted Ning Zheng solemnly. The flowers of the whole world sing for you and turn into your flower crown, as if I saw the fighting king of my time. Come on! He waved his spear, with a raging fighting spirit. Puff! Ning Zheng stretched out his hand and grabbed it, and turned away. The general knight behind him also fell down, and turned into ashes. Originally Ning Zheng, who could not push down a few ancient forbidden areas, had a battle result that was beyond imagination. Perhaps, at this moment, the bond of the human race really appeared. With the support of unknown heroes, the flower road was paved, and a living miracle appeared. Chapter 466. In the Emperor's tomb. All the ancient saints fell into silence. The Dharma, the 3 flowers, and even the 3 flowers of the dead are all waiting to contribute their strength. Death, pressure, hope and other elements, the human race is unprecedentedly united, igniting the blood of the scholars and twisting them into a rope. On this hot land, countless young scholars are fighting for the revival of the human race and working hard to clear the restricted area. This is the golden age of scholars after all. An ancient saint spoke. It was Josue who laid a good foundation, spent a lot of resources to build basic education, red buildings, brothels, everyone reads, everyone has lofty ambitions, and their hearts are like fire, only than we have today. That's right, now the education of the human race has raised a group of good men, which is the foundation of prosperity. Most people only see the surface, but these beings see the deeper essence. The birth of all miracle flowers is paved in soil. If the human race is full of intrigue, killing each other, and evil spirits are rampant, and there is no will and blood in their hearts, how can blood be aroused? The prosperous reading world opened up by Josue is the foundation. Even the demon sects and demon cultivators all follow rules, reason, and keep their promises. It is under this kind of soil that such a passionate and prosperous world is aroused. Perhaps before, the bond between the human race was a joke, but now it is becoming a reality. Another old man exclaimed. But there are also people in the Emperor's tomb who disdain. But what about it? Those weak beings can only barely sustain themselves and cannot affect us too much. Yes, we will be born soon. Deep in the shadows, the eyes of the existence flashed with a cold and vicious light. Ning Zheng stopped working after sweeping away most of the tombs in Jiuzhou. He felt so tired that he wanted to fall down and rest. At this time, the power provided by the human race was basically exhausted, and there were almost no Dermas and Sanhua who volunteered to die. Almost, it's over. Ning Zheng sighed. He has always been a lazy person. He seems to fight for the world, but in fact, he has a lot of selfish motives. But now, he is also somewhat infected by those passionate young people. But it's just a little touched. Even the blacksmith can't seduce him to expand. He is still hard-hearted and humble. However, I did earn a lot of luck points by sweeping the restricted areas everywhere. More people went to the local ceremonies, and the little spirits were still frantically touring in cities, deceiving them to trade luck points. He looked at the luck points. Add 2. Add 2. Add 2. Add 2 current luck value. 300 million. How long has it been? Another 200 million. Even because of this operation of sweeping the restricted area, the people are more willing to instinctively believe she wrong, and the conversion rate is higher. That is to say, time is urgent. Otherwise, Jiuzhou is so big, Ning Zheng delayed for a while, and tricked Jiuzhou into devoting her own strength, and this number would have skyrocketed several times. Although it is a bit unethical, deceiving the Dharma, deceiving the 3 flowers, and deceiving the people, this surge in numbers is really good. Unfortunately, time waits for no one now. Now I dare not delay time, and take advantage of others' danger to cheat their luck value. It would be funny if I dragged the things in the tomb out and collapsed. At this time, he chose to cast the core of Book of History directly. With a clatter, he took out the fragments of the square tripod. He began to learn how to recast the memory of the square tripod. Unexpectedly, the casting process of this square tripod is quite expensive. Minus 10 million luck points. Boom, a dark soul-ean fire began to burn. The fragments were quickly melted by him, and all kinds of natural treasures just looted from various ancient tombs were thrown into it. Clang 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 clang. Ning Jing's Dharma fist turned into an iron hammer, hitting it one punch at a time. After all, it was just a repair, not a recast step by step, which did not take too much time. The little blacksmiths were also shocked. What is the owner of the manor doing? I don't know. They were puzzled. Ning Zheng cast the luck points into it while forging. 300 million luck points, ready to knock all of them in. Take from the people, and use them for the people. At the same time, this is a lucky artifact. If the luck value is not enough, it can't suppress the Imperial Tomb at all. The more luck, the greater the power of suppression. Besides, these 300 million luck values seem to be thrown away, but in fact they are also spent on themselves. This magic weapon is their eternal embers, but it's just a transfer from left hand to right hand. Even Ning Zheng feels that this amount of luck is not enough. After all, it is the prototype of the eternal artifact. It will grow slowly. In the early stage, it can barely suppress the existence in the tomb. Ding ding ding, Ning Zheng kept knocking. Sini Baishan and others were also surprised. Are you going to recast the core? But why don't you discuss it with us? Let us take a look and study it. We can also provide some suggestions. Ning Zheng still ignored it. What he wanted was to be abrupt, to come out of nowhere, to catch everyone in the tomb off guard. As he knocked, he looked at the luck value, and a luck gambling table appeared in the dark. To keep the soul body in turbid air, and half awaken after death, the luck value required. A message appeared. Half awakening requires a buffer of 1 month and costs 10 million. Ning Zheng frowned. The original price of a half awakening without a price reduction is 300,000. He actually has more than 30 eyes? However, he also requires to keep the soul consciousness turbid air and the soul body in order to seek personal integrity, which does require a lot of luck. At the same time, the price of the eye can be slowly reduced. Now, with the stimulation of awakening again and again, the threshold of the half awakening of the eye is dropped to more than 100,000. But he didn't have time to wait for the price to drop, so he could only buy it at the original price. It's a bit of a loss. Now, his prison produces 25,000 luck points a day. 9 million luck points a year. That means he has to wait about a year to half awaken. Ning Zheng took a deep breath, keeping the soul body in turbid air, fully awakening after death, the luck points required. A message appeared. Fully awakening, buffering for 10 years, costing 1 billion. Ning Zheng's eyes twitched. Is he so valuable? It will take at least 10 years, but for a full billion, he will have to wait about 100 years to save enough. That means he has to wait 100 years. Originally, Ning Zheng wanted to see if he could steal 300 million luck points to fill his awakening, but now that the number of 1 billion has popped up, he is too lazy to fill it, so it's better to just throw the 300 million into the square tripod. But waiting for 100 years is too long. If Ning Zheng continues to develop and has other ways to make money, this process will be completely accelerated. But during this awakening process, Ning Zheng wants to sleep and spend it safely. Because he doesn't want to continue to control the sword forging villa as a ghost with logical flaws. Everyone in the world wants to find the location of Shirong God Craftsman. As a ghost, no matter how smart he has logical flaws. He may be found out and caught in the position of the real person. It would be ridiculous to be played like Xi and Shichin. The safest way is to sleep, close Shirong Villa and retreat. Others will not become stronger if they sleep in the tomb. But Ning Zheng is different. He only needs to sleep in the tomb and keep deducting the luck value he has obtained. 25,000 a day, he will slowly awaken. There is actually no difference between waiting for 10 years or 100 years. It will pass in the blink of an eye. But the only point that Ning Zheng was worried about was also answered. Both worlds are locked with time anchors. Once they are temporarily separated, 100 years here will only take 1 day on Earth. The last question is also solved. After disconnecting the connection, I woke up after 100 years of sleep, and only 1 day has passed on the blacksmith's side. In this way, we can be more decisive. Ning Zheng flashed a decisive look. With a clatter, the giant held a teleportation array in his hand, and Ning Zheng's body also quietly threw himself in, and before anyone could react, he quickly fell into the square tripod. Boom! The fire burned. With the auspicious beast as a sacrifice, the core of the Emperor's tomb was recast. In just a moment of investment, it seemed as if some eternal artifact was completely born. As the flames burned, a voice suddenly came saying, "Come and fight for it. If you get this square tripod, you can get the world." Even the huge aggregated Shirong embers took a step forward and resolutely merged into the burning square tripod. After absorbing Ningjing's body, the huge Ember's body and Embers merged into one, as if something terrible was completely born. It was as if an eternal divine weapon that suppressed the destiny of Jiuzhou reappeared in the world. And the existence in the Imperial Mausoleum also let out a sharp and incredible roar, saying, "He is crazy. Recast the heart of Book of Years with his life. How is it possible? How can anyone do this to repair the tripod with his body? Eternal. Divine weapon. Ha ha ha." As expected of the first divine craftsman in Jiuzhou, the strongest casting force, the mysterious Shirong Manor owner, actually sacrificed his life for justice. This time, this core is no longer afraid of being broken. Countless beings showed greed on their faces, and instantly stretched out their palms, wanting to fight for the newly born core. Hurry up! With this treasure, we can close the entire tomb, suppress the immortals in the tomb, and block them inside. Only I can be the emperor outside. In an instant, the beings in the ancient tombs all took action, and the sky shook. All the situations have changed. They don't need to fight or calculate anymore. As long as they can control the core, they can control the entire Book of Years, and lock the ancient saints in other tombs. The decisive battle of the ancient saints is today. One after another, the terrifying figures burst out with high-temperature flames, turning into meteors and shooting out. They quickly collided with each other, becoming a ball of light with millions of degrees that lit up in the sky, and various lights raged above the capital. Countless saints took action, and it looked like 100,000 red suns lit up in the sky. The owner of Shirong Manor has died. He used his body to repair the imperial tomb. He turned into the new state-inherited square tripod. In the future mythological era, whoever obtains this artifact will be able to control all 9 provinces in the world. Behind the nursery, an old man painting with a complicated expression was frantically painting a mythological mural. The black sky was split by a huge lightning bolt. The scene of Shirong repairing the square tripod with his body, and countless ancient saints jumping up to fight for it was solidified into a mural in human history, and it is still an eternal legend tens of millions of years later. Chapter 467. White fog enveloped the capital. No one knew the outcome of this battle. All they could hear were explosions, and all the ancient beings were scrambling for the new core. The decisive battle is so quick. Dukuhong couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Shirong is so bold. With this move, he forced all the saints out in advance with his own death to fight the decisive battle. Zhenyan flashed a trace of worry. This mysterious Shirong Manor owner didn't want to live from the beginning, and he thought of a perfect solution to completely solve the problem. Recast the core. Dukuhong was silent. Yes, recast the core. Xianyun's expression was extremely complicated. The essence of the outbreak of the chaotic world is that countless ancient saints from different eras fought each other, and the people were constantly born and suffered. As long as the core is recast, no matter who grabs the core, he can control the core, resuppress the Book of Years, suppress other saints back to the tomb, and let the world return to peace. Yes, no matter who grabs the core and becomes the new king, he can solve the problem and solve the chaotic world. We only need to respect the leader who grabs the core as the saint of the new dynasty, that's enough. And at a time when they have not yet recovered their combat power, it is conceivable which saint has a higher probability of grabbing it. Xiany Baishan couldn't help but speak. Our last Xincha saint owes a huge favor to Shirong God Craftsman. Xianyun said. Sure enough, after a while, Xian Shichen, who had been missing for a long time, sent a good news with a communication token. He has already seized everything, suppressed all existences, and ascended the throne again, becoming the king of the new era. The capital is safe. Everyone was completely relieved when the good news came. This calculation, which pitted all the saints of the emperor's tomb, was amazing. It completely ended the chaotic world. But the price paid was also tragic. The god of Shirong used the last time of his life to push across a large number of restricted areas in the nursery, clearing obstacles for humans, and finally brought peace back to humans at the cost of his death. The imperial palace of the capital. The earth-binding spirit Dao Yu, who was rooted in the capital, was released. She looked at the Saint Xinqiao, who was sitting on the ruined throne and guarding the imperial tomb behind her, and fell into complete silence. After a while, she said, "You are really useless. This is the 3rd time. I supported you to the top for the 3rd time. This time, thanks to the Shirong lineage, my master who forged me, saved the world." Xian Shichen's face was a little hot. Finally, he sighed, and did not dare to refute. He is really strong. The 2nd strongest in the history of Jiuzhou. But why did it become like this? Why? He didn't know what to say for a moment. Jiuzhou, Shimen City. Countless people were running back and forth, and even crying with joy. Now they were going to drive the Ark back. After the ape virus was solved, the protective shield of the entire city was lowered and returned at an accelerated speed. Soon, the Ark crossed the mountains and returned to Zinnia's city. We are back. Cine Baishan couldn't help but look at the empty Zinnia's city with a complicated expression. And behind him, there were occasional suppressed cries, and many people wailed because of the loss of their loved ones. Even if the ape virus was just an infection and not murderous in essence, the unrest caused would still result in a large number of casualties. The war, perhaps with the calculation of Shirong master craftsman, was detonated in advance, the tomb was sealed, and it was completely over. All the lives in the world breathed a sigh of relief. Every minute and every second of the explosion of the imperial tomb made everyone tremble with fear, and countless people sighed for surviving the disaster. The whole world was bleak, but people were cheering for being alive and hugging each other. Even the part of their Meridian Foundation that was sealed and hidden was completely liberated. Humanity will have a new cycle. But whether to recast, improve, or add other cycles depends on the research of scholars in Jiuzhou. Countless people are very excited about the new foundation. This means that the human race has become stronger, and many scholars even claim that this will make a big step forward for mankind in history. Countless people looked at the ruins, full of longing and expectation for a new era and a new system. Destruction also means rebirth. Boom, in the sky. The meteorite that exploded in the sky fell and turned into brilliant fireworks, as if celebrating. We have turned back into humans. Countless monks, who had lost their 3 flowers and Dharma images, all raised their heads at this moment. The corners of their eyes were filled with tears of joy. They were filled with the joy of surviving the catastrophe, and only felt deeply the disgusting pain of turning into a hairy ancient ape. At this time, after shedding their fur, they completely felt how exciting it was to be a human. Some things are only precious after they are lost. Shirong, the eternal sun and moon, the eternal history book, the 2 great artifacts of the 9 provinces, were all cast by them, and have become an important part of the operation of the 9 provinces. They also felt that they were not human, and should not be so happy. Obviously, this peace was obtained at a heavy price paid by a certain force. How can the years be peaceful? Because there are heroes on the front line carrying the burden for them. It is no exaggeration to say that without Shirong, humans can no longer imagine the scene of that chaotic world. Now it is Shirong who has opened a prelude to the immortal path, allowing humans to embark on the immortal path, and promoting the development of immortal beasts, immortal pills, and immortal tools time and time again, so that they can have the power to equal the chaotic world. He is a hero among heroes, a disappearing epic, and the most dazzling first star in the history of human immortal path. Countless people are silent, and in the city of Shimen, they spontaneously erected the statue of the giant god Shirong. This is his real tomb, burying an old ancestor whose body has been lost. The face of the statue is handsome and resolute, holding a giant hammer in hand, paying tribute to this first master craftsman in Jiuzhou. The people worshipped, their eyes filled with the joy of becoming human again. After experiencing many pains of disasters, they still chose to embrace a brand new future. It is conceivable that this tomb wall will be an important holy place for the future of mankind, the frontier of various god-level professions in Jiuzhou, and the beacon of human civilization. Cine Baishan passed by the statue and looked at the statue forged with a hammer. He couldn't help but sighed. He really can't forge iron. Finally survived, thanks to that great hero who saved the world. Sure, Yoshing took hundreds of family members down from the Ark and wanted to take the communication token to send a message to convey the good news. But there was a busy tone on the other side. Sure, Yoshing had a bad premonition in his heart. Could it be that something happened to them? His heart suddenly became lonely, melancholy and fragile. Even the only friend left in our family has left us. When she turned around, her face was normal. Let's go back to Shimen. The construction team of the city wall tomb should need professionals like us. On the other side, the strong men standing on the Ark sent the people home one after another. Xinayun and others looked at the sword fairy. The sword fairy shook her head slowly. I got the message before. The first generation owner has died. The news is that we have closed the mountain. We will not contact the outside world until the second generation owner is elected. You should also know that our reputation is too big now. We have provoked many enemies and must be careful. Xinayun nodded. Apart from other things, the neutral tombs behind the nursery were severely beaten. They must be targeting the Shirong god craftsman lineage. The shadow behind the nursery was a huge ancient force. Without the presence of a saint, it was directly wiped out. At the same time, all the god-level professionals in Shimen City fell into silence. Before, They could still think that those low-level disciples who sacrificed their families were the death squads cultivated with ulterior motives. But now their mysterious owner has set an example, risking his life to pacify the forbidden areas of the world, and resolutely died, just for the stability of Jojo. Their mood is extremely complicated. This is a true hero, and the faith of this force is beyond doubt. He personally forged the inherited artifact of the saint, and his achievements are destined to be passed down for thousands of years, and become a bold and colorful stroke in history. Crash, on the other side. The sword-forging villa also sank completely into the sea, quickly sinking to the bottom of the sea, and the shield sealed the breath and covered the villa. All the blacksmiths have been disconnected, leaving only the countless female ghosts and ghost blacksmiths in the villa, still maintaining the previous operation. The embers of each blacksmith's clone are maintaining the previous daily tasks, constantly circulating, as if everything is still running normally. In the past 100 years, they will repeat this cycle, and this place will also become a traditional tomb copy secret realm. Ningzheng had already made an announcement in advance. Due to a major plot update, the server will be maintained for 1 day. Please stay tuned. The blacksmiths have countless thoughts in their minds, but they can only log off with great reluctance. They look forward to the major update version that will be online the next day. Chapter 468. Swordcasting Villa. At the bottom of the deep sea, the black mud has already wrapped a thick layer of protective cover. The coastline of Ijo is stretched to a great length, and the hidden location of the villa is extremely difficult to find. Moreover, 99% of the land is uninhabited, not to mention the sea. Except for the occasional large number of fish passing by, almost no one passes by here. Number 1 Jiuzai Rong is still the shopkeeper of a shop, but number 2 Jiuzai Rong Yujin has already appeared in the villa, and has been busy with official business for some time. This is today's task. Yujin Jiuzai Rong posted a task bar, asking everyone to continue moving bricks and forging iron. Almost all the blacksmiths in the villa have Yujin clones, and they are still repeating their previous work. And in the black sky covered with mud, a sun is shining, constantly cyclically, rising and setting. Clatter. After finishing a day's work, Yujin Su Yunyang returned to the house at the foot of the mountain and saw Ning Jiao Jiao fishing at the wellhead. This time, we are fishing for real sea fish. Has he not awakened yet? Su Yunyang asked. My brother said he wanted to sleep, and then he laid down. Ning Jiao Jiao did not respond, still very lively. Ningzheng is now sleeping in the villa. A qualified eternal weapon of embers must be made of body and embers. Ningzheng's body was put into the square tripod as material, but the embers Ningzheng put in were just the ember clone of the giant. The embers and turbid air of his original body are still in the villa. In short, he just lost his physical body, and his complete soul is sleeping here, waiting to wake up. The moment he wakes up, he will transform into a ghost king, grow a physical body, complete the foundation of the immortal way, and step into the door of the double spiritual root cycle. Forget it, let's go fishing. As a ghost with fixed logic, Su Yunyang was quite heartless. She quickly called Ning Jiao Jiao to start fishing. A ghost with fixed logic would repeat his life day after day, without getting tired or knowing the age. In the capital, the Imperial Palace was being rebuilt in full swing. Although the Imperial Palace always suffered many disasters, it was still very simple to rebuild it. Even after more than half a month, some of the weaker confidants that Xian Shichen killed when the capital went crazy had been resurrected as earth-binding spirits to help manage the capital. Although the capital was in a big commotion, there were still some people who were lingering on and hiding on the edge, such as Princess Xian who survived again. For her, this battle was very dreamy. Becoming a monkey, and now becoming a human again, made her realize her own weakness more deeply. In the depths of the Imperial Mausoleum in the capital, Xian Shichen, who regained control of the square tripod, entered the Imperial Mausoleum. He has mastered the core. Not only can he suppress their ancient imperial tombs, but he can also enter and exit at will. Fei Jianjian Xian Shichen quietly looked at this unprecedented super-large tomb, with prosperous streets and a large population. Cities seem to form a small Kyushu. Because the Jiuzui era is special. The ground veins are established here, and the ashes of Kyushu sucked away by the red sun for 150 years will come here. It's even a small Kyushu. Xian Shichen said secretly. He came to an inconspicuous street, and saw a painter painting on the street. The painter looked up at Xian Shichen, continued to lower his head and paint with a pen, and said lightly, Here you are. Yes, I'm here. Xian Shichen has always wanted to find time to see Jiuzui in the ancient tomb, but unfortunately he has never had the time. Jiuzui was once the shadow of an era. Countless people are afraid of him, and fear of him has become their lifelong obsession. Some losers, who fell in the Josue era, their obsession conditions for awakening are to survive to death or defeat the Josue saint. But after hearing the news of the death of the Josue saint, why didn't the ancient beings in these tombs awaken? Because any rumors may be rumors, you have to see him dead with your own eyes, or even defeat him, before you can awaken. These are all very difficult to do. But now, Xian Shichen is here. Others are afraid to see Josue, because they will die as soon as they see him. But Xian Shichen is not afraid, because his throne was given to him by Josue, and he knows that the other party will not kill him. Swish! The moment he saw Josue, Xian Shichen suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed it. Josue wiped the canvas, and Xian Shichen's terrifying attack instantly dissipated into nothingness. But at the moment of attack, Xian Shichen felt a trace of his breath leaking out. Death. You are really dead, Xian Shichen said. But the words "you are dead" were blocked garbled text in Josue's eyes, and automatically ignored. Very good, you are finally here. I have been waiting for you for a long time. The face of the Saint Josue was filled with a pure smile, and his eyes were full of calmness. It seems that you have not been happy these days. Xian Shichen hesitated to speak, and finally said, sorry. My final victory was actually relying on the first master craftsman in Jojo to pave the way for me. There are no eternal enemies in the world, only eternal interests. When the Saint Josue overthrew himself, it was because of the different camps, and the two sides were mortal enemies. But after the death of Saint Josue, the throne was returned to him, which was undoubtedly a gift. But he frequently encountered various people's hidden hands and calculations, and he was unworthy of the era delivered by the other party. I chose you because your spiritual roots are the most suitable. After all considerations, it must be you. Josue glanced at him. After all, you are a dead man, and your awakened obsession can be manipulated. I will make you a ghost king. You are the dead man, I am still alive. Xian Shichen sneered, and his heart was also very touched. I didn't expect that the existence that was once so powerful that it made people despair was now destroyed by time. Time is like a knife that cuts off the pride. No one can escape the passage of time. You are the dead man. Josue smiled and shook his head. You are dead. The last saint sneered. These two dead men, the two strongest saints in Jojo, are actually like children who are stubborn. They kept saying you die, I die, arguing endlessly. If it gets out, it will definitely make the whole world stunned. The two people couldn't help laughing while arguing. But you still have to be careful. Josue suddenly said gently, the ancient remnants of the Imperial Mausoleum have been suppressed. But they have gone out after all, and have come into contact with a lot of new knowledge. After they have digested it by various means, the combat power of each statue will increase by more than 10 times. Even if you hold the core, it will become difficult for you to sit in the Imperial Mausoleum and block the entrance. Xian Shichen certainly knew this. After all, they escaped once, and they are not as primitive and easy to bully as before. But he was not afraid, and smiled. Why should I be afraid of a group of dead people? I have already studied the immortal way. Relying on the method, I will soon complete the foundation of the immortal way and step into the immortal spirit route. Become the first emperor in human history, and even surpass you. Josue didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and whispered, how can a dead person like you break free from the shackles and achieve immortal roots? Dead people don't have such great growth potential. The last saint of Xian dynasty sighed, you are a dead person, of course you can't see that I am still alive, and I won't argue with you. When I grow immortal roots and achieve the supreme feat, I will come to see you again, and you will know who is dead. However, even if you achieve immortal roots, with conclusive evidence in front of you, your logical cognition will instinctively ignore the evidence that proves you are dead. Xian Shichen felt extremely sad. The first person in Jojo has fallen to this end. Unclear logic, unclear cognition. A sense of superiority emerged in his heart, making Xian Shichen sigh at the horror of time and kill everyone. Forget it. Josue suddenly paused. Come on, let's have a fight. Okay. Xian Shichen suddenly flew into the sky. Let me show you my true strength. Josue also flew into the sky. With a crash, two auras suddenly burst out. After a long time, the two people in the sky finally decided the winner. Josue fell, and Xian Shichen won. Why do you give in to me? Xian Shichen stared at this scene blankly. Josue was giving in to him, obviously deliberately seeking death. But the next second, a huge aura suddenly burst out. Xian Shichen completely entered the awakening, and 3 black flowers grew on his head. The blooming black jade glass flower was bright and full, elegant and luxurious, with an extremely noble aura. I see. Because if I kill you, I will awaken. You are my obsession. He reacted completely. I have already died. And you are also dead. We are two dead people arguing here. When the missing logic was completely completed, he finally understood the reason why Josue did what he did. Josue knew better than anyone that he was the obsession of countless people awakening. As long as he was killed once, the other party would awaken. And he chose to die in the hands of Xian Shichin. Just like what he said just now, the reason why I chose you is because you are the most suitable, and can even help you awaken. Saint Josue didn't know whether he was dead or alive now. But does it matter? If I am alive, I am not far from death. What if I give my life to him and help him fulfill his obsession? If I am dead, then I am a bound earth spirit. I will not lose anything if I die and resurrect after a period of time. This is the plan he had before he died. In any case, he will pave the way for Xian Shichin with his own life. This is the only thing he can do. You obviously have many backups, but... Xian Shichin was silent. You are the best in the world, as proud as you are, as strong as you are, but now in your old age you choose. The core square tripod was born, and the nine-spiked saint could also fight for it, but he didn't. Because he had already prepared for death, and he didn't plan to return to the world, what to fight for. Everything is to pave the way for him, the last saint. With his various backups, Xian Shichin will become an awakened strange saint in Gyoujo, completely suppressing the era, and there is a high probability that a new prosperous and peaceful era will be ushered in. So, this is all your layout. Xian Shichin stretched out his hand, and the black flames rose, burning the nine-spiked saint. A lot of information and books instantly flooded into his mind. This is the gift of the nine-spiked saint. He turned and left, with a heavy and burdened face. He suddenly felt a little lonely. After awakening, he should have been full of vigor and vitality, but this feeling of loneliness and desolation became stronger and stronger. Some died, some left, all the heroes in the world paved the way for him, a loser, and pushed him to the throne step by step. Not for the world, not because he was strong, but simply because he was suitable. Now, I have completely awakened and become the Ghost King. Rebuilding the foundation also means that I can plant a second spiritual root and realize the yin and yang cycle. I will be the first existence in human history to have the foundation of immortal spiritual roots. The first person of the era in the true sense. He opened his eyes again, and had returned to the palace of Xinjiang. Surrounded by historical murals of joy or anger, he stared at the vicissitudes of time. He slowly bent down, put on the Xinqiao crown again, and sat quietly on the throne in the golden imperial robe surrounded by fire. Suddenly, a young man quietly sneaked into the palace. Ghost Book. He took off his black cloak and smiled at the emperor, who was high above him. You are here. After reaching the top, the world is peaceful now. It's time to settle some things. Do you know that you can't escape? Xian Shichin looked at him. Xian Shenhua, who are you? I don't remember the remnants of the royal bloodline. The black hand behind the scenes, Gyoujo is rumored to be the last prince of the saint. This unknown existence finally spoke. I am you. Chapter 469. I am the real you. The light on the summoning tablet on his waist shone, and Guipu was summoned instantly. A turbid air of remnant came down and possessed him. Guipu gradually changed his face, and turned into a handsome young man with white hair. There was a beautiful and charming fire on his forehead, and his eyes were elegant and easygoing, giving people the feeling of a scholar. Except for the white hair, his face was exactly the same as Xian Shichin. Your logical flaw, ignoring death, has made you forget some things related to your death. Xian Shenhua smiled faintly. I am the real Xian Shichin. You are just an empty shell I left in the tomb. Back then, I had already researched the prototype of immortality, and I found that only by becoming a ghost and awakening again can I repair the foundation and cultivate the roots of immortality. So, I thought about how to die without being stiff. Xian Shenhua looked at Xian Shichin, whose face changed several times, and smiled brightly. The soul body is made of soul cavitation and soul turbidity. I want to use the method of childbirth to inject my soul turbidity into a baby and dissociate myself into two parts. Without the turbidity, the remaining soul cavitation will become a ghost. And I, Xian Shichin, will be an unprecedented living ember. This is the truth of the mystery of the royal prince back then. He did not give birth to an heir, but gave birth to himself and separated himself. At that time, his turbid energy could hide in the dark, in the summoning tablet, to help his strange awakening, and completely possess the immortal spirit root. He himself certainly understood what his strange awakening obsession was. Kill Josue. So, he, the turbid heir, began to lay out in the dark to help his emperor awaken. Now, he finally succeeded. Did you break the Imperial Mausoleum? Xian Shichen said angrily. Of course I did it. Your obsession to awaken is to kill Jiusui, create chaos, and make him have to kill you. Xian Shichen was stunned when he heard this. His outlook on life was overturned. He can lose, he can be defeated, but his pride will never let him do such a thing. He would rather die. Are you angry? Xian Shenhua said lightly. Do you know that you are angry with yourself? I am you. No, you are not me. Xian Shichen said in disbelief. I will not be so despicable. I have always been upright. In the past, even if he killed other saints of the Xian dynasty royal family, he was openly inviting him to fight. Even if Sini teased that he wanted to kill him and burn his books, he said that he would challenge him when he became stronger. His pride disdained to do such despicable things. Breaking the Imperial Mausoleum and smashing the core, the harm caused by this is unimaginable. This is to plunge all the people of Jiuzhou into dire straits. You are just a young me, you are just a logical loop I left behind. How can you be sure that I am not you? Xian Xinghua's eyes were full of old age, revealing a sense of vicissitudes, and sneered. Don't you understand yet? The embers are a solidified and non-growing logical loop. You died in your most youthful and passionate state. And I am just turbid air, with complete cognition. I am the real Xian Shichen. I am the soul. You are just an empty shell of the soul. I am still growing up. I have been smoothed out in the long river of time since the dynasty collapsed. I have become mean, greedy, mean, and unscrupulous. The high-spirited hero has become ugly and disgusting. Xian Shenhua suddenly grinned and turned around. Do I look like a dog? Xian Shichen was dazed, looking at his own madness and ugliness, vulgarity and vulgarity. Everything I have is planned for you. I broke the imperial tomb. Only in troubled times can you rise. No matter how you fight, in the end, you will definitely burn the entire imperial tomb of Jiuzhou. This is your opportunity. Jiusui will also pave the way for you. Xian Xinghua's voice became louder and louder, revealing an increasingly huge dark and evil aura, revealing all his plans. Young me, people will grow up. Xian Shenhua couldn't help laughing wildly. Ha ha ha. Do you know how many bad things I have done for today? I have become so ugly, so ugly. I tell you. Even the ancient taboos in the tombs have not done as many bad things as I have. Because they still have principles, bottom lines, and logic when they die. But I am different. I am still growing, like an overripe flower, rotting, getting more and more smelly, and finally smelling unimaginable. He smiled twistedly and complacently. So, it's me. Xian Shichen closed his eyes silently. He thought he had been calculated by others, always failed, and always failed. But he didn't expect that he was the mastermind behind calculating everyone. In order to create this big lie, he even lied to himself directly, letting himself live in failure, so as to hide in the eyes of all beings inconspicuously. This is the dark under the lamp. It is really a good calculation, Xian Shichen said. So, you are here to take back everything that belongs to you. Your layout was completely successful. I have awakened under your guidance. No. Xian Shenhua shook his head greedily. Fear, regret, have almost drowned me for more than 100,000 years. I have done too many mistakes, even I think I am ugly. At first, I faked my death and prepared to return to replace you after success. But now, I know that the real Xian Shichen should have died long ago. I am not worthy of being me. You, the empty soul left behind, are worthy of being me. He looked greedily at the high-spirited, simple, and upright scholar on the throne. It was as if he saw himself when he was 18 years old. He has been running around for more than 100,000 years, paving the way for himself by any means, and his wish is just to let himself reach the top again. Burn me, my young self. Xian Shenhua was full of morbid enthusiasm. He stepped forward step by step, knelt down, and kissed the boots of the young emperor. You are the great hero in my heart, who steps on the colorful clouds. He seemed like a devout fanatic, who saw his ultimate belief. This young emperor was all his ideals and hopes in life. For hundreds of thousands of years, I left you all kinds of intelligence organizations, all kinds of backups, and all kinds of knowledge in my mind, just to wait for you to burn me, so that you can make up for the blank hundreds of thousands of years now. He greedily held the shoes of this young emperor and breathed hard, the smell of my young self. Don't be afraid. I will bear all the mistakes in darkness. You won't remember what you did wrong. You have walked too many wrong paths, and killed too many innocent people. Xian Shenhua laughed crazily, his face full of resentment and craziness, but tears were already streaming down his face. Ha ha ha, let me die. Die, die, die. Ha ha ha. He gradually covered his face and cried bitterly, as if he had lost his mind, and began to cry again, burn me, all the roads have been paved for you. Jiosui, Shirong, the world, and even myself are paving the way for you. He was laughing very proudly. Xian Shichen on the throne suddenly became completely calm. You said, did Jiosui guess who you are? Does he know your plan? Maybe he knows, maybe he doesn't know. Xian Shenhua was stunned for a moment. Even if he knows, he, an old man who is about to die, is willing to be deceived, because the one who is about to reach the top is a perfect, powerful emperor of the immortal way. The ghost book broke away and fainted on the ground. The angry Xian Shichen released a flame, which quickly burned the turbid air in front of him. Xian Shenhua. Come on, my king. This turbid air burned by the flame smiled brightly. This is the last flower path I pave for you. Your path is destined to be full of flowers and praises. Remember, young me? Don't become this old me, don't become me. He murmured, and the flames gradually burned him to ashes. Xian Shichen sat quietly on the throne, staring blankly at the real Xian Shichen disappearing from this world. Chapter 470. The three flowers and Dharma images of the entire Jiuzhou died, and the human race in Jiuzhou was seriously injured. However, this weak period took only half a year to fully recover, and the three flowers grew again. The monks of the Dharma image ushered in a feast. Most of the tombs in the nursery were pierced. Countless treasures and wealth were left, exposed to the world. Humanity quickly ushered in an unprecedented gold rush, and countless strong men rushed into the nursery and frantically swept through the blasted secret realms. There were many monks who became rich overnight, and got great opportunities every day, and countless people were smiling. In some ancient neutral tombs that had not been affected, the women of yesterday's forest also held their daughters, and used Dharma images to steal and plunder various furniture and resources to repair their own secret realms. The bronze statues in Gutong town also quickly took action. Many similar secret realms also quickly became rich and divided the resources together. Even the old antiques, who claimed to be neutral behind the nursery, began to divide the inheritance to make up for the loss of their homes destroyed in this battle. In short, the whole Jiuzhou was extremely excited. The ancient tomb taboos that suffered losses have not yet been resurrected. When they are resurrected, they will probably look at the empty nest with a blank face. And the top academic masters of Shimen are still staying where they are, studying the secrets of the circulation of hair and fur. No matter what, all existences have eaten a lot. Humanity quickly ushered in its heyday. Humanity found a new circulation foundation. Humanity also called this battle at the node of destiny the battle between man and God. Countless restaurants, scholars, and poets lost their three flowers and Dharma images in that battle. They were very involved and began to sing praises for this period of history. The greatness of Shirong god craftsmen, and various biographies and stories were countless. The Shirong giant god who fought for humanity was also constantly beautified and artistically processed, showing all kinds of wisdom and calculations, as well as the fetters of humanity, and became a textbook for young people. And the place where the fate node was changed, the Shimen city with mythological characteristics, also officially became the most lively scholar city in Jiuzhou in just half a year after the war. Shirong College, which originally had no background, received support from a large number of powerful people, and countless scholars continued to study synthetic fairy beasts, fairy weapons, and iron-making techniques of dual spiritual roots here. They followed the path opened up by Shirong god craftsmen, constantly researched and exploded, and the changes produced were changing with each passing day. Even the real fairy beast clan was born in this city. The nursery recovery war in full swing lasted for more than half a year. With the new capital as the center, countless monks went to the nursery to explore and prepare to reclaim this continent. In the blink of an eye, it is New Year again. Shirong College. In the principal's office. The sword fairy is writing a Chinese diary with a brush. In the past 6 months, Shirong City has developed very quickly. Everyone is living well, and the academy has developed very well. Everything in the academy has been reformed according to my idea. There is no hierarchy, no family, everyone in the city is setting up stalls and doing business, and students in the academy square are reading, walking, studying magic, and even exuding the sour smell of love. And everyone has adapted to it. The coder of the corpse-slaying sword is studying his messy intelligent magic weapon. Fong Zhou Xiao Chai Kun asks Miss Yu every day in the capital if she knows about the small fish. Miss Yu thinks we are brave and great because of our sacrifice, and has a deep affection for us. Hula. The breeze blew past the window, and the academy was noisy. The young new students were full of curiosity. The leader was the instructor Zhang Huaping, who had been in the five-body realm for many years, and finally broke through to the four-organ realm. The sword fairy continued to write, "Don't mention it, the serious fried fish lady is really interesting. The corpse-slashing sword-catch shrimp householder seems to be in love with his sword master. Jiuzai Rong has turned his shop into a big business building, doing promotions, and cutting leeks all day long, and he is happy to do it, and his customers are increasing. I just don't know the owner and the manager, and when they will come back." As an eternal earthbound spirit, he originally had no concept of time. Now all the magic tools sold outside the villa have officially started the adventure with their masters, exploring the secrets in the nursery, and various stories are happening. But now that they have left the villa, they are a little nostalgic. Just then, suddenly, a dazzling voice came from outside the door. "Get out quickly, it's New Year, waiting for you to light the fireworks." The fairy of the Ember Sword walked out of the door. All the weapon spirits have come from all directions of Jiuzhou to celebrate the New Year together. Yujin Jukrong held a drawing board. "Do you remember what we did last year when the villa celebrated the New Year? Everyone, write down your wishes." Clatter, fireworks bloomed over the sky of Shirong City. The colors were so rich, and each light was as colorful as a rainbow. Everyone came forward to make a wish. In a trance, everyone remembered that they made a wish together at the door last year in the villa, and hung up the couplets under the auspices of the old steward. The candle is extinguished, the soul is burning, and the will is still there. Life is cast in the furnace, and the swords and spears will continue to open up last year's New Year. Everyone's voices and faces, a group of cute little blacksmiths at that time, the scene of making wishes seemed to appear in front of us again. At that time, Dao Jiuzhou wrote, "The world's wind and cloud will come from our generation." At that time, the god of food wrote, "In the future, we will definitely be the world's #1 villa, the leader of the 9 states. The blacksmiths in the world will take us as the leader. It is an honor to study in our villa." The fairy of medicine wrote, "I wish you all a bright future and create a new era." As the couplet at the entrance of the villa says, "Use your body to open the world's prosperity, use your life to exchange for the prosperity of humanity, and open up unique skills for future generations." Dai Xiaohu wrote, "I Dai Xiaohu. In the future, I will seek benefits for the people of the world. Eliminate all the ghosts, and work together with the entire villa to forge the luck artifact that suppresses the 9 states of the world. Jiuzhou Ding. To pacify the troubled times for the people. Ha ha, according to what you said, we have to find a cultivator who may have luck and spiritual roots, and capture him to build the Jiuzhou Ding. You say, are we now like the 10-year agreement in the first fairy sword?" The protagonists began to talk about dreams, and set flags under the fireworks, and then we will not have a good end in the future, and we will all die miserably. Yes. Maybe in the future, we will all be famous swords and spears, scattered all over the world, hundreds and thousands of years, vicissitudes of life, and dynasties, and it will be difficult to meet again. The 10-year agreement that the New Year joked about has really come true. Becoming the world's #1 blacksmith, Jiuzhou Ding, and setting a death flag, they have turned into weapons, vicissitudes of life, and started their own stories. If I had known that I would make a wish that year, I shouldn't have set a death flag." The Ember Sword Fairy smiled, and suddenly fell silent. "It's the New Year, let's make another wish." Ember Jiuzhai Rong happily raised the sign. Let me write first." The Sword Fairy Eugene suddenly screamed, very happy. Eugene Yanhua looked at this scene in a trance. Everything about the fun and stories in the villa became clearer and clearer. It's the New Year again. He grabbed Aria's hand, and the two of them snuggled together, looking at the brilliant fireworks in the distance intimately. I always thought that the time traveler would become a hero who stood tall and proud. Now I know how great the price of becoming a hero is, and how lonely they are. Unconsciously, a breath of air completely burst out from him. On the New Year's Day, Yanhua completely stepped into semi-awakening. Chapter 471. Time flies, 100 years in the blink of an eye. During the 100 years that Ningzheng was asleep, the whole world changed rapidly. The times often erupt in the form of a blowout node. Sometimes, in just a few decades, the iteration and update of thousands of years in the past are completed. The Ximen city left by Ningzheng is a very perfect academic platform. The various prototypes left at that time, fairy beasts, fairy tools, fairy pills, fairy formations, continue to explode with the times. As a pioneer in various fields, Shirong Xinjiang has gradually increased his gold content as time ferments. Gradually, he has become the first page of the character introduction in the new version of the textbook in various fields. Coupled with the first cycle, and the battle for the recycling of nursery resources. A golden age of 100 years has been created. The first year of Xinqiao. The Xinqiao was restored, the Xinqiao saint ascended the throne again, and the Jiuzhou Ding was recast. The Xinqiao saint ruled Jiuzhou, and was ambitious to expand towards Jiuzhou and attack various areas of the nursery in the 10th continent. When he ascended the throne, Xian Shichen spread the law to the world. My law is the law accumulated by the royal family of Xian dynasty for generations, and the law of immortal spiritual roots. Now, I will spread the law to the people of the world and build immortal spiritual roots. On this day, he spread the top secret law to the world. He has great courage and broad mind, just for the prosperity of the people. Even those mythical beasts in Jiuzhou, who are familiar with Xian Shichen, are a little surprised. He is crazy, his family heirloom, the immortal law that the ancient saints coveted before, was spread by him like this. His spreading of the law this time has truly benefited the world. We can also let the younger generation practice immortal spiritual roots before entering the immortal gate. In the future, there will be a stronger realm above the heavenly spiritual root. No one knows what Xian Shichen is crazy about, only Xian Shichen himself knows. Perhaps it was countless people who pushed him to the throne, coupled with the real Xian Shichen's dying wail and madness, which made his heart completely complicated. He also didn't want to disappoint the common people, and truly become a great emperor who truly benefited the common people and ignited the flame of civilization. He wanted to create unprecedented great achievements, a mere human god, a mere Jiuzhou. Where he is, he will not be inferior to them, and it is also another node of human civilization. What's more, his flame is not afraid of being caught up by others. Others brainstormed and opened up the immortal spirit root, and countless people perfected it together. When they died of old age and fell, they would be burned and turned into new royal books. The royal family of Xian dynasty accumulated, and became stronger from generation to generation in this way. Xinhua is a pioneer who holds the torch high. No saint in history understands civilization better than him. No matter what, a new era of great power begins. Even, under the leadership of some people who follow the wind, some people have commented that the achievements of the saints of Xinqiao in opening up the immortal spiritual roots are not inferior to the achievements of Jiuzhou in opening up the acquired spiritual roots. 9 years of Xinqiao. The cultivators who have entered the immortal spiritual roots have opened the eyes of the world. The standard of genius in the past was more than 10 years old in the 5-body realm, more than 20 years old in the 4-organ realm, and 100 years old in the 3-yuan realm. Now it has been completely broken. The breathing and cultivation speed of the immortal spiritual roots is 5 or 6 times faster. Even, there are more than 20 years old in the 3-yuan realm in this world. Incredible! The fusion of the two great spiritual roots, this perfect foundation of the immortal way. Too exaggerated. It's already inhuman. In the current Jiuzhou era, wouldn't the second phase realm be 100 years old? Sure enough, just as Jiuzhou and Xian Shichen expected, with his ascension to the throne, the advanced technology of the entire world was burned, and the era would usher in a big explosion. All the monks of the old era will be eliminated. Even some corrupt ones want to keep their status and ask Xian Shichen to burn books and bury scholars to cut off the inheritance of immortal methods. Because the speed is too fast, the old generation may be overthrown and replaced in less than 500 years. How can they bear it? But such suggestions to destroy the method were directly rejected. Xian Shichen withstood the pressure of Jiuzhou, cleared all enemies who guarded class interests, recruited talents, and re-established the Imperial Research Academy in the capital. He even personally led the development of geniuses in various fields, and studied together to integrate skin and fur circulation into the existing system of mankind. One state of mind, the meridian circulation is too precise and delicate. It is reasonable that the lower realm cannot control the meridians at all, and it is also reasonable to integrate into the one state of mind. As the state of mind strengthens, it is called heart network, which can control the meridians, and even weave them one by one to arrange the meridian patterns in the body. For this internal array pattern, the Xinqiao saint introduced 3 basic meridian patterns. This kind of meridian pattern in the body is all-powerful, and is called Xiantian Taoism, the 19th year of Xinqiao. The Xinqiao saint replanned the world and divided the states. The Sini family officially returned to the royal family, and Sini Yun was established as the prince. The 30th year of Xinqiao. The first batch of mature fairy beasts began to breed. The 32nd year of Xinqiao. The fairy beast grazing areas in various places were broken by various divine beast families, and the major divine beast families welcomed these blood-related fairy beasts back to the family for cultivation. Xian Shichen didn't care. This Jiuzhou will enter a new era sooner or later. As we improve, resources will naturally catch up. Wild fairy beasts and fairy medicines are indispensable, and fairy beasts should be grazed in the wild. Xian Dynasty 38 years. Even if they were deliberately suppressed by the formation, the bound earth spirits in the ancient forbidden areas were revived one after another. They began to collect various resources, and rebuild their own forbidden area tombs. The major holy places of mankind once again took action to try to sweep the ancient tomb forbidden areas. In the shadow of the back of the nursery, a ghost king who didn't care about the world and lived a carefree life finally walked out, abandoned neutrality, and formed an offensive and defensive alliance with other forbidden area tomb owners. Only then did people know. The reason why the tomb group behind the nursery has been so quiet for so long in successive dynasties, what kind of ruler is hidden. In the long history of mankind, there must have been a ghost king. Xian Dynasty 45 years. Su Huan and Jiaoyu, two ghost kings, completely broke through the state of one mind from the state of two phases, became the leaders of a faction, and became the leaders of the younger generation. Some people even said they also have immortal spiritual roots, and have the advantages of ghost kings, and the future era belongs to them. The 49th year of Xian Dynasty. The forging of immortal artifacts is completely mature, and various low-level and medium-level spiritual root immortal artifacts begin to emerge in an endless stream. Humans only have high-level and heaven-level spiritual roots, and the difficulty is still extremely great. Because of the popularity of immortal artifacts, various cultivators are eager to practice immortal methods and forge immortal artifacts, entering a long-lost period of peace. This is a crazy era. Every month, there are magical immortal artifacts, and every day there are various small breakthroughs in the research of immortal artifacts. Even some low-level immortal artifacts are no less important than infrastructure artifacts such as the Ark. The 96th year of Xian Dynasty. All major races also joined the craze of immortal artifacts crazily. They, who originally ignored the human dynasty, began to appear frequently and contact people. The sea tribes among them traded frequently with humans, and various trade routes were opened up. Because the coastline was frequently passed by, some ancient tombs in this area were gradually discovered. It's a secret realm. It's a secret realm. Hurry back and inform the tribe. It may be an ancient sea tribe tomb. A small mermaid adventure team, exploring the coast, found a tomb of an unknown era sealed in mud. At the same time, in the house under the villa, countless soul bubbles expanded and contracted like soft sponges, and the bubble cycle continued to flow into Ning Zheng's mind. He also slowly opened his eyes, and a black three-flower on his head slowly grew, like countless flowing clouds surging in it. Chapter 472. The flowers condensed quickly, and Ning Zheng's will also quickly returned, gradually waking up. His body was rapidly reorganizing, and his flesh and blood were growing. It was as if countless black flames drilled into his body along the three flowers on the top of his head, reconstructing his head, and his neck was revived from top to bottom. The villagers of the strange village under the whole villa, and the female monks of the four visceral realms in the prison on the mountainside, all looked around blankly, feeling an incredible breath erupting. The breath of their king. But this breath came and went quickly, as if it disappeared in an instant, as if all the existence in the villa was an illusion. Ning Zheng slowly opened his eyes, and it was pitch black around him. After a few seconds of trance, he reacted and tried to reach out and push in the darkness. Click, the bed board was slowly pushed open, and a ray of light shone in. Why am I under the bed? He stood up. Looking at the familiar room, the furnishings in the room had not changed at all. The only special thing was how Ning Jiaju hid him under the bed. Did she use the bed as a simple coffin? My power. Ning Zheng's eyes moved slightly, and he felt the huge and incredible breath surging in his body. This was a special magic attribute that was different from ordinary magic power, and transcended life and death. It was as if after a reincarnation cycle, he was already another kind of life in his second life. No wonder Jiaoyu was called Zulong before, he was indeed the ancestor of a race. Even with a simple reaction, Ning Zheng could tear the carpet in the room, and the shadows swallowed up teacups, toys, chairs, and wardrobes. Even if the consciousness escaped unconsciously, and the thoughts were scattered, an ember could drop countless dense rainbow bubbles, evaporating quickly like a foam figure. He pressed his temple, and came back to his senses again. Something is wrong, it's too wrong. Am I, the Ghost King, too solid, too strong? Ning Zheng clearly felt something was wrong. He suddenly realized, a Ghost King is a simple soul shell awakening, they are only 50%. And in order to ensure the integrity of my own soul, I forcibly retain my complete self, and use soul shell and soul turbidity to awaken, so I am 100%? He suddenly realized that the reason why his awakening cost was 10 times more than Yin Hua's. It is true that the difficulty of awakening varies from person to person. The weaker the potential of the ghost, the lower the difficulty of awakening. The awakening of Yin Hua by a commoner is definitely not as good as the awakening of an ancient saint with a great obsession and great ambition. But with this difficulty, I may only need to spend 5 or 6 times the luck value of Yin Hua, and the 10 times in front of me is obviously this special state of the Ghost King. Ning Zheng felt that he was an enhanced version of the Ghost King. As expected, you get what you pay for. Luck never lies. Even in the matter of awakening, I was luckier than others. I became a super Ghost King after awakening. Sometimes, the combat power of the same level is pulled apart bit by bit in all aspects. The 6th body of the 5-body realm is 1 inch short, and the 3 flowers of the 3-element realm are not pure enough. As long as I can achieve a perfect foundation in all aspects, I will definitely be the strongest in history. This 100 years is worth it. Ning Zheng took a deep breath and looked at the attributes. Name, Ning Zheng. Race, Ghost King. Spiritual root, Shadow. Realm, 3-element realm great perfection. Reserved luck, 0. This is the first time that the luck value has been used so cleanly. It was obvious that he had just used up the last 1 point and reached the critical value before he woke up. When she walked out of the room, she saw Ning Jiaoju fishing at the wellhead. She was stunned for a moment and smiled. Brother, are you awake? Yeah. Ning Zheng nodded lightly and took a look at the surrounding furnishings. They were full of dried sea fish, and the floor was paved with snow-white shells. The decoration style of the house suddenly changed to a marine style. Then I go fishing to celebrate for you. Ning Jiaoju was happy and continued to fish hard. For Gui, they have no concept of time. The repetitive logic of daily life will not change for several years or hundreds of years. In her eyes, it is equivalent to sleeping for a few days. It's almost 100 years. Ning Zheng looked at the top of her head. The protective shield covered with black silt had even formed a thick shell after 100 years. Countless river clams and corals were piled up outside. Ning Zheng was not in a hurry to contact the outside, because 100 years was really nothing. Theoretically, the lifespan of the 5-body realm cultivators is 800 years. Even the lowest-ranking cultivator Zhang Huaping, who I know, is still a perfect cultivator of the 5-body realm even if he has not made a breakthrough. After 100 years, Zhang Huaping will at most become a middle-aged man. I wonder what's going on outside. The eternal divine weapons we sold to the villa have now grown up, and some of the top ones may have become the overlords of some forces? He thought about it, and asked the server to reconnect. Crash, throw out the anchor point, connect the 2 worlds, and only after the time convection of both sides is balanced, the long-lost forum is opened. 100 years have passed, which is just a day for the forum. He scanned everywhere and found that on this day of server maintenance, the young blacksmiths were unable to enter the villa and were madly watering their experience in the forum. And there were unprecedentedly many analysis posts. The hottest topic now is 3 words bad ending. Almost every post is madly flooding with discussions and self-examination. Ning Zheng had learned before that what they called a bad ending was the so-called bad ending line. The tragic ending caused by insufficient preconditions, or the character's training level was not up to standard, the wrong route was chosen, etc., is better than the death ending of the bad ending line. Obviously, the death of the villa owner is a serious collapse of the main line for them. The scene where the villa owner pushed through the restricted area, which made people full of blood, burning like a raging fire, and finally jumped into the furnace, made everyone extremely uncomfortable. They cried, they rolled, they twisted wildly, chewed the keyboard and posted with green hats. The owner of the manor just died like that. That was the owner of the manor. His face was hideous, and his veins were bulging. Their overwhelmed mental state finally became very beautiful on this day. Without the owner of the manor as a background, Jujian Mountain Manor is like Shaobiao Mine without a cuckold crown on its head, and it has lost its soul. Woo woo woo, you guys killed our background owner, who has not appeared yet. The owner of the manor is obviously a character who officially debuted in the middle of the game, but he just appeared and died as soon as he debuted. I'm sick of you, I let you work hard, and you got a bad ending again. Owner, don't leave me, owner, why are you dead? Some people even wrote some romantic essays, sad stories, various praises to the first generation of the owner of the manor, and various prayers. Moreover, during the server shutdown on this day, the thoughtful blacksmith Su Yunyang posted a message, preparing to build a monument building for the sacrificed manor owner, and the statue of the manor owner was erected in the square. In the modeling screen, the first-generation manor owner stood, and the inscription was already written. The god crafter Shi Rong, the founder and first-generation manor owner of the sword-forging villa. The founder of the Great Ember's eternal weapon, the builder of Shiman City, the leader of the Eternal Sun and Moon team, the pioneer of fairy beasts, the last real god of the human defense army, and the strongest savior who cast the Jojo Ding a series of amazing life stories and titles, standing in the square of the villa, are enough to give foreign guests an extreme sense of shock. Of course, if Su Yunyang didn't say the following sentence, "Now, our status has been established. When guests come to our villa in the future, they will be shocked when they see the statue in the square, the first-generation sword-making villa owner who died to save the world. The villa owner sacrifices for our status." He really cried to death. From this point of view, it's not a bad ending. The villa owner sacrifice gave us a heroic sense of heroic sacrifice, and completely made us a legendary, mysterious, mythical holy land. Ning Zheng's eyes twitched slightly. I was quite moved before, but there are always one or two people who spoil the mood. Of course, there are also people who are seriously discussing. For example, Yi Guangxiu, he posted a post. Preview of the server closure. Prediction of the new main plot. Hello everyone, I am Yi Guangxiu. I don't want to say much about the bad ending, everyone is arrogant, and I will talk about our villa owner in detail here. Personally, I think the original owner of the manor had a big plot. If we had a good ending, it would have been obvious that the owner of the manor conquered all regions, forged the 9 provinces cauldron, and finally did not die with our assistance. But we did not keep up with the background, and could not help the owner of the manor, so the final plot died suddenly. I personally think that the owner of the manor must have become a ghost after his death, and he would not die completely. The planner would not completely kill a character. After all, it is quite troublesome to establish a character. I guess the next thing is to help the owner of the manor awaken. And the good ending and the bad ending are obviously one and the same. The mainline branches. The good ending corresponds to a living manor owner, and we are a living force. The bad ending corresponds to a dead manor owner, and we are a dead force. We have all become subordinates of the Ghost King. Our next path will definitely become one of the forbidden areas of the tomb, and like other tombs, a copy that is explored by people. In short, we may have to make friends with the big guys like yesterday's forest, and receive guests together. Others will also come to our manor to find the killing rules, and we will become a rule talk. Yi Guangxiu's analysis is as tricky as ever. But everyone thinks it is very likely. As soon as they go online, they face the dead ghost manor owner, and try to awaken him. Everyone is discussing. The dazzling awakening has already achieved results, and now they have a little experience in awakening the manor owner. Arrange the script and get started. Ouch. What is the owner's obsession? Xiao Chai Kuan, the hen. Lin Daiyu, is our villa going to follow the path of the Ghost King? Su Yunyang, the owner's obsession must be a beautiful and lovely girl. There is no other way. I can only sacrifice myself. God of cookery, I think so too, but according to the green habits of the villa, the owner must like beautiful girls with husbands, like to taste the feeling of green people, and if there is too much green, he will awaken. Coder, it's outrageous. Xiao Chai Kuan, woo woo woo, then my 4 wives in prison, aren't they very dangerous? God of cookery, hee hee, for the awakening of the owner, sacrifice your wife. They laughed directly at Ning Zheng. He flipped through the time period of posting, and found that they were shutting down for 1 day. The posts in the first half of the day were all mourning, pain, despair, constant reflection, saying that they had run out of napkins, and the most tear-jerking plot of the year, rolling and wailing, kneeling and crying. The posts in the second half of the day suddenly changed their style, and gradually the topic went off track, all of which were messy, getting happier and happier, and full of expectations and longings. Even. I have already started to brush open the server soon, I will die if I can't play Green Hat Villa for 1 day. My roommate begged me to play Green Hat for him before he died. So, the first half of the day is painful, and the second half is happy. You are all fish, and your memory is only 7 seconds, even Ning Zheng couldn't help but complain. Sure enough, the hometown of the other world was really invaded by ghosts, which made them have very serious amnesia. Ning Zheng exhaled, forget it, I didn't expect them to do anything. On the contrary, Ning Zheng's depressed and repressed mood became inexplicably cheerful. Sure enough, every time I feel depressed, I always feel better after reading the forum full of laughter. No matter how sad or heroic the things are, there are always people who destroy the atmosphere. Ning Zheng closed the forum and looked at the condition of his whole body. Now he is the Ghost King, and he can become stronger by eating ghosts, but he will not operate on the female ghosts in the villa. Even rabbits don't eat grass near their nests. Moreover, the Gui King can eat Gui to become stronger, but as the nature of Gui itself, It can eat living people to become stronger. Of course, Ning Zheng is not so perverted and twisted. Ning Zheng frowned and looked at another piece of information. Second phase realm, 1 million luck points are required to break through. It's the same as what I guessed. For organ realm, a small realm is 10,000. 3 yuan realm, a small realm is 100,000. Second phase realm, of course, is 1 million. After sorting out the general information, Ning Zheng breathed a sigh of relief and walked to the house to say to Ning Jiaojiu, who was fishing, "I check your body." "Huh?" Ning Jiaojiu looked up, with a confused look on her face. Ning Zheng put his hand on her head and felt the realm. The early stage of the 3 yuan realm. It can only be said to be average, even a little slow. I plucked out the 3 flowers for her, so she can practice, and the resources left in the villa are enough. It seems that she has been slacking off for these years. Ning Zheng sighed. He didn't blame anything. According to the logic of his life, it was normal for the little girl to be playful. It was estimated that eternal sun and moon Su Yunyang was the same. Ning Zheng waited for Su Yunyang to come back at night, and the 3 of them had their first dinner together in 100 years, and checked Su Yunyang's cultivation. 3 yuan realm great perfection. Ning Zheng thought about it. This Su Yunyang is a hard-working liver. Fishing, managing the prison, and practicing hard, a very regular day. No more words, it's a rare reunion. Eat and chat together, talk about some family matters, and then accompany them after dinner to start the after-dinner activities. Fishing for sea fish. 2 mermaids flirted in the sea and swam continuously. The next morning, Ning Zheng got up, opened the window, stretched himself, ate the breakfast prepared by Ning Jiao and Su Yunyang, and checked the time. 8 o'clock. He directly opened the villa again, and welcomed the first online appearance of the little blacksmith in the era of 100 years later. Chapter 473. Sword Forging Villa. Ning Zheng cleaned up the mud and shells above his head. Above his head was a piece of blue sea water, with fish swimming by from time to time, beautiful and magnificent, just like a magnificent scene in the sea. In the villa, Eugene Jiozirong looked up. The background map has changed. Before he could be surprised, he saw a group of little blacksmiths appear at the door, laughing and shouting. "I'm back again, the sky background has changed again. A day without seeing you feels like 100 years. In the sea. Cool, the map has changed. I wonder what neighbors there are. Looking forward to a bad neighbor like the Crow King, who will fight our boss. Hee hee hee, ocean, 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 hee hee seawater, big shells, crabs. Can we finally go to the sea like the sea hunting bloggers? It's getting more and more interesting. The mountain and sea secret realm for sea hunting is launched. Wait a day without going online. Why do I feel that the villa has become unrecognizable? How do we change the floor, streetlights, and gates that we worked so hard to build? Although it looks better." Soon, after they went online and communicated with this group of ember blacksmiths, they were all shocked. What, 100 years have passed? Fuck. Is the timeline of this game so amazing? What's going on outside? Cool. A group of people were bragging, dancing, and having epilepsy with joy. Some people even rehearsed a play. To play the battle of yesterday, one person played Xian Shichen, and the other played the ape god. Xian Shichen was dressed as a scholar in white clothes, with his hands behind his back. He kept twisting his mouth and showing a forbearing look. 9 Spike Saint. Forbearance, wait for me to come back. Human god? Forbearance, wait for me to come back. The people around him were completely silent. These people went crazy as soon as they came up, and their mental state became more and more beautiful. Have you not lost your acting energy yet? You are really cowardly. Why do you look down on my godfather so much? He is the second strongest person in human history. What does second person mean? Explain it quickly. But godfather is not good enough. I haven't contacted the outside world yet. I don't know how godfather is now or 100 years later. I think he is not good enough. I don't know who will ascend the throne and be our new father 100 years later. To say that Xian Shichen is strong, he is indeed strong. He has a solid record of victory. He defeated his own saint alone. But to say that he is not strong, it seems that his current record is quite lame. He is being targeted crazily. In the past, he lost to the Saint Josue. A while ago, you were tricked by an unknown behind-the-scenes mastermind, who released all the things in the Imperial Mausoleum, and lost again. But they took advantage of your weakness as a trickster, which is not a crime of war. Now this ape god has come, and they are using the secret door of human beings as a backup, which is also a crime of war. The reasons for the 3 losses can be explained. It's not a problem of combat power. But your record is indeed rubbish. The evaluation given by the young blacksmith is, he is not good at anything, and he is the best in internal fighting. If you ask me, it is normal for the Saint of Shincha to fail to defeat Gongchen. What Gongchen? According to the gossip, the real name of the human god is Gongchen. Ah? Did I miss some information? I heard that it was deduced by the reasoning master Yi Guangxiu. Fuck. What is the principle? Can you explain it? Yi Guangxiu. Because the human god is a cuckold king, what he did is infuriating to all the people and gods in the whole of Jiuzhou. Good reasoning. Your reasoning is getting less and less reliable, and you have misunderstood the deep meaning of the plan several times. Ning Zheng strode over and looked at the chattering group of people in the square. Jiu Cairong hurriedly said, Old steward, you are here, Wu-Wu, our manor owner, Wu-Wu. All the blacksmiths also sobbed wildly, crying bitterly and unable to control themselves. Don't cry, 100 years have passed, and the villa has become a vast ocean because of your crying. Ning Zheng began to arrange tasks. Today, the long-closed villa begins to return to normal, adapt to the environment again, and explore the ocean. Don't rush to contact the Sword Fairy, Shimen City. It has been closed for 100 years, and the outside world doesn't know what's going on. What if they are attacked and it is a trap for us? Be careful in everything. Yes, Jiu Cairong said immediately. The owner of the manor has died, and the next one cannot be the old steward. After all, if he dies again, there will be no NPCs at all, and the manor will collapse. They must learn a lesson this time, and be rigorous, and rigorous. Those old shady guys in Jiuzhou are too bad, so bad that they are festering and madly calculating people. They don't want to be tricked. Ning Zheng also inspected the manor, to see how the Ember blacksmiths have worked hard in the past 100 years. The tide was surging, and the sun was shining on the blue sea, raising layers of white waves that beat the seashore. On the coast, several sea clans gathered together to discuss how to conquer this newly discovered secret realm. This is our target, an ancient sea clan tomb that has never been excavated. According to the information they sent back, it is a small tomb that has been closed for a long time, and the area is not too high, about the size of a mountain. At this time, a native of a nearby sea tribe city said, My lord, this place may be a little dangerous. In the past 10 years, many migrating sea tribes have disappeared in this area, including many great monks in the Three Yuan realm. Occasionally, people along the way heard singing, chirping, and it was very scary. In other words, could this be a tomb of the second phase realm, or even higher? The culture of the sea tribe is very long, and there are no fewer tombs of all sizes than humans. Most of the lower-level sea tribes today are half-human, half-demon. They have extremely high intelligence, half-human form, and even reproduce more than humans, producing hundreds of fish eggs at a time. However, their number is more than that of humans, but their potential is lower than that of humans, and their growth is too low. Generally, they are in the five-body realm for their entire lives. A small number of leaders have the opportunity to break through to the four-organ realm, but that's all. In the eyes of high-level sea tribes, this kind of sea tribe is looked down upon. Sir, the two-phase realm monk who lived nearby said, Why don't we go to the nursery to explore? I heard that a tomb in an ancient forbidden area was recently discovered. We can explore it. No, it's just a Dharma image. You can give it a try. The leading sea creature said, Tell me the information. According to speculation, this is a fishing secret place. It seems that there are ghosts who maintain their logic before death and fish every day. The entrance we found was fished up by a female ghost. That female ghost is a mermaid-dragon hybrid. It's possible that she is the concubine of an ancient dragon king, the princess's bedroom. The two-phase realm monk's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. It is indeed a small dragon palace. The dragon race likes to collect natural treasures. Let's go, we sneak in. Ning Zheng was directing the blacksmith to work on the mountain, and suddenly a message came from the defense shield. Someone invaded. Ning Zheng was stunned and walked down the mountain directly. He was quite anxious until he entered the house, and saw two chattering girls on the wellhead, constantly slapping a crocodile-like Dharma image in the face. Pa pa pa. He was beaten black and blue. Sun and Moon Su Yunyang's combat power is invincible in the same level. The 7-color spiritual roots added together by 7 heavenly spiritual roots. How can it be simple? She is in the great perfection of the Three Yuan realm, and can cross the level to fight some ordinary lower, middle, and upper spiritual roots of the second phase realm cultivators. Heavenly spiritual roots may not be opponents. After all, it is difficult to cross the boundary to fight some geniuses, who are already invincible in the same level, but there are too few such heavenly spiritual roots. It is not easy for ordinary people to meet. In addition, the Dharma phase is much weaker than the main body, and the Dharma phase monk was beaten and cried. Ning Zheng was speechless. The adventurous monks of the second phase realm are the main force in Jiuzhou's exploration of the major secret realms, and that's it. Unexpectedly, this place has also become a tomb copy, and even the second phase realm has to be coiled. Ha ha ha. I caught the bait. Eugene Suyunyang laughed proudly. Come fishing, come fishing. Ning Jiao was very happy, and clapped his hands and cheered. Brother, we will definitely have a big fish to eat tonight. Ning Zheng looked at the Dharma phase monk, and his face was full of forbearance. From his perspective, this secret realm is quite special. Once you enter the rules, you must abide by the fishing rules, and be hung up by the evil in the tomb and thrown like a fish. He wants to study the rules and steal their things. My luck has come. I originally wanted to contact the outside world and get information, but I didn't expect to deliver it to the door. Ning Zheng also laughed. He watched them fishing without stopping them, and went back to his room to eat, ready to let the two torture each other first. Unexpectedly, 100 years later, he was dead and turned into the fierce Ghost King, the dungeon boss in the blacksmith player's mouth. When he woke up, he encountered a bunch of messy adventurers breaking in and stealing things. Chapter 474. No, slap him like this. Slap him like this, and wait until his mouth swells up, so it will be easier to hang the fish hook. Yes, slap him until he bleeds, so he will bite the hook easily. Pa, pa. The two people were studying how to slap each other in the yard, with great force and heavy force. From time to time, they would pick up the big iron hook of the butcher in the next village, hook it into the other person's mouth, and try the feel. After a while, they found that the feel was not right, so they took off the iron hook and continued to slap him. Woo! The mouth of the Dharma phase monk was swollen like a sausage, and he was beaten continuously. Forbearance. He was alert in his heart. In his eyes, these two weirdos were so weird, obviously crazy. He didn't want to see the Dharma phase die. The death of the Dharma phase was a major injury, and it would take some time to recover, and it would also require elixirs to repair the injury. Ning Zheng sat in the yard to eat, watching them doing fishing experiments, and couldn't help shaking her head. In the past 100 years, they have changed all their fishing tools. They also made a big fish hook based on the big iron hook of the butcher next door, which was very strong. Apparently, these two fishermen have learned a lot from fishing. This big fish looks quite smart, Ning Zheng said casually, while watching their movements at the wellhead. Ning Jiao heard it, and immediately said, all monsters are like this, and they can even transform, monster. Why don't you show your true form quickly? Transform into a fish so that you can hang the fish hook. Crocodile-headed monk, He could only quickly transform into his true form. Suyunyang was also very satisfied, almost done. Throw him into the water, and use him as bait. Catch a big fish. Plop! The big fish hook hooked his mouth, and the long fishing line was released, and thrown into the well. The crocodile-headed monk was stunned, looking at the blue water around him, and the fish swimming slowly around him. Wait, I was beaten up, hooked, and thrown out of the secret realm? He was a little confused. Can he run away? After all, the other party is not a human. Generally speaking, to enter the secret realm normally, you have to find a way to blend into the enemy camp, hide as a trick, and blend in. But the other party blocked the door, and beat him up, and the fish hook was repeatedly inserted. Just now, I thought the Dharma image was going to be gone, but now, after escaping from the disaster, he is unwilling to give up. If he just left like this, wouldn't it be a waste of his efforts? Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth and said, it's just fishing. I be the bait, so I can help them catch some fish, and then go back and see the rules of this secret realm. He decisively attacked some low-level monsters and fish, caught a group of big fish, and then pulled the fishing rod. It's hooked, so fast. Ning Jiao was sitting on the wellhead, and was overjoyed, and hurriedly pulled the hook. After pulling up the crocodile-headed monk, he put the fish into the fish basket, and without saying a word, he continued to throw him into the wellhead. Am I thrown out of the secret realm again? I don't believe it. The sunk cost of being humiliated and beaten made him want to go back to the secret realm again. Fishing again and again, harvesting again and again. Ning Jiao, who was standing next to him, also ran over with a big fish in her arms, and acted coquettishly to Ning Zheng, who was eating. Brother, look, this bait is really useful. It's much bigger than the one we caught before. Ning Zheng nodded. The wellhead needs to be expanded, and these fish will be hundreds or thousands of meters long in the future. No, this is a token of love from my parents. Ning Jiao shook her head. Ning Zheng thought for a moment, Then let's turn the wellhead into a magic weapon. Su Yunyang beside her also nodded, thinking that expanding the wellhead was not that interesting, and turning it into a magic weapon that could freely extend and retract the wellhead was a good choice. Eternal Fairy Well. Before, she, Su Yunyang, also lived at the bottom of the well. Now she has dug a pit at the bottom of the well for her, sun and moon, to live in. From now on, the wellhead will be her home. In the fairy well in this yard, the sun rises and the moon sets. How cool is that? It's so cool, isn't it? While they were chatting, the poor monk went back and forth, throwing out, pulling back, throwing out, pulling back. He never came up empty-handed, and he always had a big harvest, which made Ning Jiujiu very happy. When Ning Zheng finished her meal, the monk could no longer bear the humiliation. His eyes were dim and a little lifeless. Ning Zheng asked the two fishermen to stop, came to the wellhead, squatted down and patted his lifeless face, handed him a cup of tea, and said, "What year is it in this outside world?" The crocodile-headed monk was in tears, and finally he had overcome the hardships, got through the crazy period of Gui, and regained his peace. "It is now the 97th year of Xinqiao." The crocodile-headed monk said, "I am from Qing, and I accidentally encountered a precious place of seclusion. I wonder where this is." Exploring tombs is almost a compulsory course for all races. First, when you meet, you can't treat the other party as a dead person, but as a living person. Second, when you meet, it is best to ask, "Daoist friend, where is this place, your name?" and other information. The owner of the tomb does not think he is dead, and basically thinks he is in seclusion, so most of them will answer. In this way, the age, strength, and history of the tomb can be quickly determined. Exploring secret realms is a subtle science. This evil Qing in front of him thought that he had just entered this mysterious secret realm that had not been explored, and he could deceive the tomb owner through wisdom and take away their treasures. "We don't remember our years." Ning Zheng sighed. "I only remember that my sister and I have been living in seclusion here." "Sister? It is indeed the dragon palace of the Sea clan. This brother has no dragon breath, and does not show his original form. Could it be that he has a strong ability to conceal his breath, and is also a pure-blooded dragon in ancient times? Look at Su Yunyang again. This is obviously a three-element realm, but he can beat his second-phase realm Dharma. Although he thinks that the other party can only beat his Dharma, and his original body is definitely not his opponent, but I am afraid it is also a divine beast. Only the divine beasts with the same spiritual roots as humans can be so powerful. In one courtyard, 3 people, all of them are sea beasts. I Ching knew that he had hit upon a great opportunity, and could not help but try to build a good relationship and introduce the current history. "You haven't been to the outside world for a long time, and you don't know the current era. Now is the 97th year of Xian Dynasty, and the saints of Xian Dynasty are in charge of the world. They have already opened the immortal roots, and the immortal beasts are no longer the old days." Ning Zheng heard the general information from the other party. In recent years, Shimen City has been the second largest academic city of mankind. The city is fantastic and magnificent, and it is the beacon of the dawn civilization of mankind. Once you go there, you will never forget it. And the first academic center is the Royal Academy in Beijing. Obviously, Xian Shichen, that scumbag, has been poaching people like crazy since Ning Zheng closed the village. Sini Baishan and Dukuhong have all gone to Beijing to hang out. This made Ning Zheng feel a little sad. These were the people who were tricked by the little blacksmith back then. They fought in various arenas and cheated cricket fights, but they all became someone's wedding dress. But there was nothing that could be done about it. Ning Zheng's side closed the mountain and no longer produced various technologies. Sini Baishan and others couldn't stay here forever after a long time, right? And their villa had a certain business conflict with Xian Shichen. The Xian Dynasty royal family was the first academic family in Jiuzhou, and they were originally conducting research with a group of bigwigs in various fields. The only difference was their ability as an academic leader was real. My ability as an academic leader was fake and shoddy. The fake was actually pried into the corner by the real one. Ning Zheng thought in his heart, "Forget it, after leaving the mountain, I will reoperate the academy. However, after we leave, we can still become the second academy in Jiuzhou steadily, which is already a great honor." Ning Zheng knew the weight of the Sword Fairy and others. In this empty city, there are still people willing to enter the academy to be teachers, purely for love, and they are the die-hard fans left by the Shirong Master. Of course, there is another reason why Shirong Academy can be ranked as the second academy. It is open to all. The capital is the capital of the human race, and it is not reasonable to accept people from other races to study. But Shirong Academy is different. In the past, Xinyazu accepted foreign saints such as Jiaoyu to discuss Taoism with human geniuses. Now in Shirong Academy, all kinds of divine beasts and demon beasts that are close to humans come to study. There are even immortal beasts studying and communicating with humans, and there are also young generation of geniuses with immortal roots. Of course, now an ancient holy land can't even gather a few geniuses with immortal roots. After all, the immortal roots are rare to begin with, and now they have to be reasonably matched. Ningzheng pressed his temple and looked back at the present. So, you are the external sea race instructor of Shirong Academy? Exactly. I Ching said with a proud look on his face. Dao Yu. Jiuzhou is booming now, and I am an instructor of the water school of Shirong Academy, teaching water magic and ocean hunting. He boasted. You may not know the value of it. This Shirong god craftsman was a great sage 100 years ago. He opened the prelude to the immortal way, and was a great hero who died for the world. If you have ideas, I can even recommend you to Shirong Academy to be an instructor and communicate with the world's talents. Ningzheng sighed. You want to trick us into being a wall, right? And Su Yunyang next to him trembled with joy, feeling a sense of pleasure of pretending to be cool in secret. Little crocodile, how do you know that what you are facing now is the lair of Shirong god craftsman? How do you know that I am the pirated sun and moon Dao Yunyang, the great eternal sun and moon that overlooks the entire Kyushu? Little crocodile, how ridiculous. Su Yunyang looked down on him. Chapter 475. You actually despise our Shirong master craftsman, but do you know what great man our immortal path relies on for prosperity? I Ching is obviously a die-hard fan of Shirong Academy. Every day when I see the statue of the great man standing in the square with a hammer in his hand, I feel sad about the heavy years and hardships of the people 100 years ago. Su Yunyang pretended to be puzzled. So powerful, then tell me again, how powerful is this Shirong? I Ching is not afraid of death. Anyway, Dharma is not afraid of death, and began to brag about the changes in Jiuzhou. He must let the other party, the ancient Dragon Palace tomb, know that the times of your ancients have changed. How dare you look down on our idols? He kept telling. That's it, they were dormant, and secretly did great things. One person created the sun and the moon, forged the ferry boat, built a defense tower, broke the conspiracy of humans and gods, suppressed the ancient forbidden area, suppressed the saints of the imperial tomb, and swept the world without any rivals. You know, they were not good at fighting back then. Humph, tell me more. Su Yunyang showed disdain on her face, but as the other party kept talking, she was crazy and happy in her heart. It was too happy. She didn't have the idea of being happy alone. She had secretly opened the communication token and let the little blacksmiths on the mountain listen to the great achievements of the past 100 years. We have become martyrs in textbooks. The little blacksmiths were also fascinated by what they heard and danced with joy. The people worship them, and have achieved great achievements in history. This is the greatest recognition of their iron making. And Ningzheng listened, and gradually understood the current situation in her heart. Back then, Xi and Shichen really took advantage of the opportunity one left behind, and used the square tripod I made to suppress the Imperial Mausoleum. It is the best thing for Xi and Shichen to regain control of the world. If others reach the top, his Shimen city may not be able to stay, and it may not even be possible to develop such a large foundation. And next, the first task after his birth is obviously to contact Shimen and announce to the outside world that he will be reborn and become the top family in Jiuzhou. A top family in Jiuzhou must have accumulated more than 100,000 years of foundation and interpersonal relationships. But he is confident that he can succeed. In the previous battle, all forces in Jiuzhou owed favors, leaving behind various human ties and political heritage. In addition, with great reputation, he can basically reach the top of Jiuzhou's top holy land as soon as he is born. He has no intention of hiding. Meaningless forbearance and developing alone are the stupidest. He has a treasure mountain and so many favors. How can he not use them? But how to make a comeback is yet to be studied. He did not dare to contact the sword fairy directly. You must be on guard against others. There are two things he needs to do. 1. Go out in person and go to Shimen's city. Being safe in the eyes of others does not mean it is safe in secret. Maybe the sword fairy and others have been sidelined and controlled for a long time. What he needs to do is to sneak into the city, look at the sword fairy, Yin Hua and others from a distance, and confirm that there is no problem with the luck value. 2. Check the security of the communication token and reconnect with the sword fairy. The communication token was safe back then, but it does not mean it is safe now. Now that the era is booming, many immortal artifacts can be cast. Who knows what kind of messy earth vein tracking artifacts will emerge? Ningzheng has always been guessing people's hearts with the worst malice. If I were that group of forgers, the first thing that the major families would do after they researched out the immortal weapon would be to make an immortal weapon that could monitor the earth veins. Intelligence is the most important. How do you know that there are so many families in Jiuzhou, but none of them has made this thing? Ningzheng made a decision. After all, we have to be careful. There are quite a few insidious old guys like human gods. Now, our reputation is too big, the world praises us, and the people support us, but our reputation is too big, which makes me more worried. Ningzheng doesn't believe that no one has come to find the weak Shirong forces over the years, when the owner of the manor died suddenly. Everyone knows that the Jiuzhou Ding was cast by them. They even want to find him, the caster, to ask if there is a secret door of the Jiuzhou Ding, and whether they can let them be the emperor. When they cast the Jiuzhou Ding to save the world, they actually push themselves to the forefront. Even Xian Shichen today may be suspicious of them, thinking that the Jiuzhou Ding has left a secret hand and has various problems. After all, an emperor may have various traps in his jade seal, and his imperial power may be threatened at any time. How can he be magnanimous? Even if Xian Shichen, a gentle scholar, got along well with them before, never underestimate an emperor. The emperor's power tactics are unpredictable. Ningzheng didn't know whether the real or fake Xian Shichen had changed his mind, but it was always right to be on guard. Not to mention the emperor Xian Shichen, if the various forces in Jiuzhou had the opportunity to catch him, they would definitely take action immediately. Strangle us, inherit the inheritance, and then replace our political legacy, as Shirong, reappear in the eyes of the world and win the hearts of the people. To put it bluntly, the two words Shirong alone represent the supreme status of a saint. Even the prestige can threaten the saints of the dynasty. Ningzheng sighed. Be careful. It's still the same sentence. The greater the opportunity, the greater the crisis. He is still sober in the world, will not be arrogant, only see the opportunity and not the risk. A slight carelessness will lead to the destruction of the family. And this is still based on the situation that Ningzheng only exposed one Jiuzhou Ding. If it is exposed again, the eternal sun and moon will also have problems, and a pirated copy will be left secretly, which is a big joke. The two eternal artifacts of Jiuzhou have been messed up by him. Only the ground vein is left. I am really wicked. I was led astray by the little blacksmith. Ningzheng sighed. Then Ningzheng inquired about the world situation again. There are two news worth noting in the whole Jiuzhou now. First, originally, the various divine beasts rarely interacted with the human race, but now they have completely emerged and are competing for the era of the prosperity of the immortal way. Second, there is a ghost king in the shadow behind the nursery. The second news surprised Ningzheng a little. Those guys didn't show up during the attack. Ningzheng frowned, but they didn't dare to appear in that situation at that time. The Ghost King has two specialties. 1. It has double lethality to ghosts. The Ghost King can eat ghosts and practice quickly. 2. It is stronger at the same level. The Ghost King, who was only a little stronger at that time, was not an opponent of Ningzheng, who gathered 7 saints and hundreds of masters. It is right to hide. If you think about it carefully, it is normal. With such a long history, there will always be awakened Ghost Kings. This is nothing. The Ghost King is essentially a resurrected life. Some of them were not very qualified when they were alive, and they are not very qualified after awakening. Although eating ghosts can speed up the cultivation speed, if your upper limit is like that, it will not speed up. At best, it is the state of one mind, and even the state of transformation is rare. However, with the changes of the times, the Ghost King has also been strengthened. As long as it is a Ghost King, the average immortal route is a bit abnormal. The qualifications are greatly enhanced. It can exceed the state of transformation and have a chance to become an immortal. Xian Shichen will not be beaten by the new version of the Ghost King hidden in the tomb. Ningzheng thought about it, but didn't care. If you have time, grow 3 flowers and go to the capital to see what Princess Xian, the new mother of no birth, has done 100 years later. If I am not afraid of death, grow 3 flowers again and go to the Jiuzhou Ding deep in the palace to see. Jiuzhou Ding is also his ember clone. Of course, it can grow 3 flowers to control it like Princess Xian. But he dare not do so no matter how wild he is. Chapter 476. Next, I Ching was sent away directly. Ningzheng had no intention of hiding the villa. There were dungeon secret realms everywhere in Jiuzhou. The tombs of the ancestors that he had asked the Shi family to explore before were not secret realms of this kind. Jiuzhou lacked everything except ancient tombs. He was just one of the many ancient tombs, and his level was not high. At most, he would attract some tomb robbers from the Shi family, or even higher-level forces. Moreover, Now that he had mixed into the secret realm of the Dragon Palace of the Sea Clan, it was even safer. Who would have thought that this was the saint of the human race, Shirong? Even more, it would attract some groups of dragons to recognize their ancestors. This was also a common thing. After all, if an ancient tomb was discovered and it was related to him, it was very normal for descendants to suddenly recognize an ancestor, take him home to worship him, and become a foster father. Ning Zheng was not the only one who would do that to recognize his ancestors. Many forces in Jiuzhou are like this. Otherwise, do you think their wall ancestors are all cultivated by themselves? A horse cannot grow fat without night grass. A man cannot become rich without a wild father. Time has changed. We who once recognized fathers everywhere will also have the moment to become fathers. Ning Zheng complained. The next 2 days, Ning Zheng was very calm, cultivating his body and mind, and was not in a hurry to announce his birth. Even Xinyaza was not in a hurry to go. And the little blacksmiths quickly familiarized themselves with the environment of Xian, communicated with the embers that had lived for 100 years, moved bricks again, and cleaned up. And they were preparing to organize a new activity, sea catching and fishing. And Ning Zheng's ancient tomb secret realm was also somewhat famous in the nearby area, attracting some local small sects. They all heard that there was a perverted secret realm here, putting you on the hook and throwing you out of the secret realm, waiting for you to bring back fish outside, is really outrageous. The nursery is known as the 10th continent of Kyushu, so you can imagine how big it is. It should be noted that the living walled area of a continent only accounts for 1%, and the rest is wilderness. The nursery is as big as the front. At the bottom of the capital is an ancient shadow-neutral building tomb. They usually block the ascension passage leading to the capital, and intercept each 3 flowers. What the world does not know is that in the huge back tomb group of the nursery, there is also a powerful leader organization hidden, commanding this group of neutral hidden tombs, Wuliang Palace. Every member is an awakened ghost king. At this time, in a huge ice pit, an old man with white hair was fishing with a fishing rod. The silk thread passed through the vast clouds, as tough as steel wire, through the thunder layer, the dark cloud layer, and went straight into the land of Kyushu. Splash! The fishing rod was hooked. A 3-flower fish was caught. There's food to eat today. The old man sighed, and threw the 3-flower fish to a small furry animal next to him. Even this small animal is an awakened ghost king. The history is too long. Almost every few thousand years, there will be 1 or 2 embers, like Liu Zhu and Su Huan, who come back to life. But the embers were originally eternal earthbound spirits. After resurrection, they became life and had a new lifespan. The ghost king is like ordinary life, with birth, aging, illness and death. So over the long years, there have not been too many living ghost kings. Master. At this time, a middle-aged man came out. The man looked leisurely, with sharp edges on his face, giving people a sense of lightness and elegance. If other neutral tombs, or even the bronze statue, saw him, they would definitely recognize him as the leader of this generation of neutral tombs, the master of this generation of Wuliang Palace. He is of noble status, and is responsible for mediating various disputes between neighbors of neutral tomb owners. After all, when a group of people live together, there will always be people with different personalities. In fact, he is not only responsible for mediating disputes, but also for guiding some powerful people who are not in conflict with the world in their era. In their twilight years, they are buried in their tombs and join their cemetery family. Of course, these are all voluntary. In the final analysis, Wuliang Palace itself is just a paradise for a group of people who do not want to be affected by power and desires, and they keep each other warm. Just like some mortals who want to find a good cemetery for themselves after death, and do not want to be harassed and dug by tomb robbers all day long, they have a very good temper. Even when Ning Zheng attacked the nursery before, they did not show up. They could even understand that at the critical moment of life and death of the human race, they naturally didn't care about any mercy. Most of their ruling class were born in the human race of the era, so they naturally acquiesced to Ning Zheng's attack. But now, the pure land that has always been at peace with the world is about to suffer the impact of the times. The Lord of Wuliang Palace walked up to the old man, who was stroking the little beast, and said respectfully, "Teacher, the era of the living is exploding and entering the immortal era, but our tombs are fixed in logic and are getting weaker and weaker. These neutral ancient tombs of ours will be razed sooner or later. Even some forces in the era no longer respect our nursery, and have the courage to attack us and treat us as secret realms to explore." The old man slowly opened his eyes. "Master Shirong, you broke our undefeated golden body, which is a good start. If it were in the old days, we were neutral, who would dare to mess with us? Seeing this, the Lord of Wuliang Palace lowered his head. My disciple, I can understand Shirong. Such people are worthy of admiration. Although we claim to be peaceful and quiet, where is the pure land in the world? It is all created by heroes like these. We are peaceful behind the scenes, but we have only taken some advantages. Although we can understand what Shirong did, we were hit after all. The world only knows that the tomb behind the nursery does not accept ambitious tombs. In fact, one of the reasons for not accepting belligerents is that they cannot be awakened easily. Belligerents and combatives, their obsession is basically to conquer the world and reach the top of Kyushu. How can this be easily achieved? How can they awaken? The non-belligerent people they accepted were obsessed with nothing more than love and close friends, just like Liu Zhu. It's not that they can't awaken with their help. The Ghost Kings have already brought the old with the new. The entire neutral tomb group, they all want the remaining members in it to awaken their wisdom and join them. The Ghost King clan is too lonely. They don't essentially want to increase their members and dominate the world, but just pity the lonely ones and keep each other warm. Because their obsessions are relatively mild, these Ghost Kings have never been born and guard their own 1/3 acre of land. After they awaken, they only want to practice Taoism and isolate themselves from the world. Therefore, the back of the nursery has a long history, and no emperors of all dynasties dare to provoke it. After all, everyone with a discerning eye knows where all the Ghost Kings in this world gather. It must be the largest tomb group behind the nursery. But now, we can't just hide away from the world if we want to. The old man said hoarsely, hiding from the world is our main purpose, but we don't want to get involved in disputes. We need a strong force to protect this paradise. Now, they have to come out. After all, the immortal way is at its peak. After flattening the tomb-restricted areas that have fallen behind in combat power, they will be flattened next. The old man said, I don't know when the second-generation Shirong Manor Master will be born. 100 years. Wuliang Palace Master whispered, it's been about 100 years since we pushed for a new successor to appear. Yeah. The old man's face did not change. Other forces are ready to move, and they have even monitored the earth veins and developed various new tracking instruments to catch the Shirong forces that may appear at any time. You should pay attention to the information in this regard. The old man's face was solemn. If you can save them, save them. The road to immortality is so difficult. They, the Gui King, are not competitive with the world. In fact, they are also studying immortal methods and longevity techniques, and they have vaguely touched the threshold of immortality. However, an unknown Shirong force has opened the prelude to this prosperous era and entered the era of immortality. It can be said that they are geniuses and rare in history. Even if they are idle and wild, they will protect each other. After all, they have to do something meaningful after they are born to protect the roots of mankind. Their owner died for the world, but there are always some villains who don't understand the situation and kill the saints of mankind. Sometimes, they can destroy the future of mankind for a little bit of resources. Yes, we will mobilize all forces to monitor the world. Those divine beasts, especially the dragons, are not satisfied with Shirong's lineage. They may be the main force of the attack. The wisdom of the dragons is generally higher than that of humans. The lifespan is more than 10 times longer than that of humans of the same level. Their 5-body dragons can live for 8,000 years. Of course, the 5-body dragons are all young dragons, and it is impossible for them to stay in this realm. With outstanding wisdom and long lifespan, the technology of various professional circles is not inferior to that of humans. Even in some professional fields, they are superior to humans. Nowadays, the divine craftsmen and divine alchemists in their dragons have also entered the realm of immortals early. It is estimated that they have also developed various immortal tools for exploration and tracking, and they want to secretly capture and kill Shirong once, and take the opportunity to reduce the power of the human race. Sword-casting villa. Ning Zheng glanced at the little blacksmith, Qilin, and Turtle in the villa. I am afraid we really have to mix into the sea beasts. Let's disguise ourselves as dragon forces, and see who can find us. Ning Zheng thought, and went directly to the spiritual farming area and met the spiritual farming leader, Omujiang. This is the precious blood of the human god. Ning Zheng took out a small jar directly, use it to water the spiritual roots, and condense the acquired spiritual roots. Yes! The spiritual farmers were extremely happy. This is going to be rich. The Minotaur bloodline of the human god is about to fall into our hands. The Minotaur bloodline of the villa, a strong combination, an epic enhancement. Ning Zheng took out another large meat jar. This is the flesh and blood of the awakened Ghost King human god. Although it is not a complete body, the lifespan of the meat jar is not very long, but it is enough. Jiao Tsirong was shocked and his face was full of disbelief. Is our manor owner plucking feathers from a passing goose? Wow, the manor owner's death is worthwhile, so cost-effective. During the war with the human god, he secretly did this and dismantled one of his flesh and blood cycles. How wicked. The flesh tank of the human god. Unlock login character human god. Aren't all the little blacksmiths who log in the future the monkeys and descendants of the human god? Besides, this human god flesh tank, unicorn flesh tank, and divine turtle flesh tank, this is a new race synthesis. Throw it into the yin-yang creation furnace. Human god plus unicorn equals, human god plus turtle equals, human god suffered from the minotaur. Sure enough, the awesome man will always be awesome to others. All the blacksmiths cheered. This is too exciting. The rewards of this wave of dungeons are too rich, and they like this kind of task reward Easter eggs the most. This villa will not explode. All the blacksmiths feel that they have something to do. Cultivate the acquired spiritual roots of human god's supernatural powers. Cultivate the hybrid race of human god. But what made them happy was not only that. Ningzheng took out a small storage ring. The owner of the manor swept through all the restricted areas. The situation was urgent at that time, and there was no time to move the entire tomb. I only took some that looked more valuable. He opened the storage ring, and it was full of various natural treasures with glass colors, the top treasures of the entire Kyushu. Wow! The colorful lights illuminated the sky of the entire villa. Even the various holy places would be stunned when they saw it. Chapter 477. To be honest, Ningzheng picked these treasures randomly. But they should not be the most precious ones. Ningzheng sighed. Their tombs are very large, and the treasures are probably hidden in hidden secret rooms. How could I have time to play the treasure hunting game with them? I could only take the personal belongings they hid around me. Now their tombs have been dug up 3 feet deep, and all kinds of secret doors and secret rooms have been pried open and taken away long ago. It would be better if they were left to me at that time. The one who took the most was almost one of the major sects that joined the giant god. Just give it to them. Everyone worked together, and it was right to take things. It's not that I didn't take anything. Take a little from each tomb restricted area. The total of these natural treasures is enough to support the foundation of a holy place. Sort it out? Ningzheng poured out all the things in the storage ring. The whole villa was bright and colorful. Okay. Jiosai Rong stretched out his hand, and a group of little unicorn boys rushed forward quickly. Is this a heavenly spiritual root? Wow! It's really a heavenly spiritual root. This is the Dark Flow Divine Gold. Such a big piece, enough to make a divine weapon. No, a fairy weapon. A group of people stared with their eyes wide open. The owner of the manor is awesome. Give the owner more electronic wooden fish, burn some paper money and a mansion, and find hundreds of beautiful maids to serve him. Originally, they thought that after experiencing such a big event, there would be more or less a buffer period for this online launch. Let everyone take a break. Who knew that activities would come one after another? Now the whole villa has to be busy. Jiosai Rong led the team to sort these treasures. Fortunately, the things Ningzheng took were all delicate and small, and the sorting was finished in more than 10 minutes. After all, they are no longer wuxia amon, and have superb knowledge of treasure division. On the other side, the yin-yang creation furnace also started for the first time in 100 years. Ape God start. Crash. The blood fusion, the ancient ape blood of the human god plus the qilin, an egg quickly fused out. After hatching, the little blacksmith couldn't wait to land. I saw that the qilin boy was a bit muscular and taller. Use this grip dynamometer, The strength is 30% stronger. Push-ups, endurance is 70% stronger. Strong. As expected of the ancient human ancestors. They acted vigorously. They made several basic fusion models in a short time, and also landed a primitive ape tribe, which was covered with hair, scratching its ears and cheeks, and full of messy words such as Old Jade Emperor, take my stick. The whole villa was jumping around, and a group of monkeys turned this place into a flower fruit mountain in the sea. Ningzheng looked at it for a while, and knew that this villa would be full of descendants of the gods in the future. If the various forces outside saw it, they would be stunned and think that the gods had left some tricks. Of course, Ningzheng could almost foresee that every time he defeated an opponent, he would be like collecting an illustration book, and could log in to build a boss character. The little blacksmiths would inherit the will and body of the other party, and carry it forward. This is probably the spirit of the Green Hat Villa. Ningzheng sighed. In the future, their villa will not only be the ancestors of various immortal beasts, but also the bosses behind the scenes of various generations. When outsiders come to the villa, they will feel like they have seen a historical illustration book, and their expressions must be very exciting. The historical tombs recorded in the history books are not as good as here. In the final analysis, it is because the yin-yang creation furnace is too powerful, and the racial integration has given us many role choices. Ning Zheng did not think much about it, and arranged some work for the head of the spiritual farming area, Inijiang, to give priority to cultivating the heavenly spiritual roots of the human god. After all, he is still waiting to advance. Only by stepping into the immortal spiritual roots can he keep up with the times. Inijiang was also very sensible, hiding the blood in a special storage device to prevent energy loss, and introduced, "Sir, the innate spiritual roots in the human body cannot be completely transformed into the acquired spiritual roots in the plant. We can only use a low-level spiritual grass with a yang spiritual root, irrigated with the blood of the human god, mutate it in a directed manner, and change it from generation to generation, so as to get close to the original human god bloodline and supernatural powers, and finally become human god grass." Ning Zheng understood. Even the Cini family itself, in order to steal the fire spiritual root in their own blood and cultivate directional plants, has not cultivated them very completely for countless years, which shows the difficulty. What spiritual grass do you plan to use as the basis to water the blood of the human god? Ning Zheng frowned. Using the middle grade yang spiritual root of the blood flower is not bad. Oh, Nijiang said respectfully, "We are most familiar with this spiritual root, and it is very good to mutate it. In addition, there is no high-grade spiritual root for the blood flower to provide reference. It is a blank. It is better to advance in the direction of the human god. Continuously watering the precious blood, the blood flower will transform into a high-grade, a heavenly grade, and finally merge into a fairy spiritual root. It is theoretically feasible." Ning Zheng thought about it, and did not choose to intervene in this matter. He was not a professional. What resources are missing? Oh, Nijiang scratched his head. Basically, there is no lack of resources. We have also secretly learned a lot of techniques from Dukuhong. We have basic directional cultivation skills. Maybe we just lack a little bit of luck. Luck? Ning Zheng fell into deep thought. You know, spiritual farming is the most luck-dependent profession. Some plants have mutated hundreds of times, and each time it is a negative mutation. It depends too much on one's luck. Why is the Duca family the first Shinong family? Because they don't rely on luck. Their family magic can roughly lock the direction of possible mutation and fusion plants, and conduct qualitative selection. They have eliminated the element of luck, so they are the first Shinong. Luck? Ning Zheng nodded. She could also eliminate the element of luck. No, it's better to say that she strengthened the element of luck. In a sense, she and the Duca family are even two extremes. But recently, she has indeed been a little unlucky. He slept for 100 years, and used the 1 billion luck points that the female prisoners had saved for 100 years to awaken. He was penniless. Oh, Mujiang said, "If we are unlucky, can we contact the Duku family and ask them for help?" Ning Zheng shook her head. "We will study it ourselves, and I believe our luck will be good." Oh, Mujiang's eyes lit up. The planner loves us after all. Are they going to change the probability again? They are simply inhuman. Sure enough, nothing in this world can escape the wicked dog planners who change the parameters behind the scenes. Poor NPCs like Dukuhong are so miserable. Ning Zheng ignored him. Anyway, these blacksmiths can guess what they have done. The Duku family doesn't want to rely on them. Before, they used various predictions of fusion and mutation to save themselves a lot of time and resources, and come up with various weapon series. But those weapons are sold outside. The blood of the human god in front of him involves his core. He dare not let others study it. It was because he had done too many immoral things that he kept a hand in other people's business orders all day long, such as the eternal sun and moon, the eternal 9 provinces cauldron. If he could do it himself, why couldn't others do it? It was normal for the Duku family to keep a hand in the spiritual root order. While Ning Zheng was thinking, the sneaky blacksmiths who were hiding under the manhole cover, peeking out from the corner of the house, and whispering on the roof were hiding under the manhole cover. Fuck, why don't you let the Duku family help? Oh my god, planners should also consider the gameplay, okay? You are looking for OEM every day. You are here to play games. We have to forge iron and farm ourselves. You don't understand. You play farming, and I play NPC. It's also fun to be a capitalist and cheat them into working. You don't understand. We don't let the Duku family help this time, because it involves our foundation. You know, our villa is Chaoze Villa. What are the characteristics of Chaoze? Cuckolding someone's wife, suspicious. Dukuhong, I'm afraid he will leave a hidden hand. Fuck suspicious. I'd rather let the world cheat on everyone than let the world cheat on me. This is the core idea of the main line of the game. A group of little blacksmiths were talking nonsense and squatting in the corner, shocked. Sure enough, Jujian Villa has a deep meaning. Under the name of suspicion, let their little blacksmiths continue to carry out research. After all, only by mastering the core technology can one not be controlled by others. It seems that I still have to save up the luck value. Ning Zheng was also used to their whispering. Most people really couldn't stand hiding in the dark and peeking at him. Now, the speed of 25,000 luck values a day, which was still 100 years ago, was a bit insufficient. 1 million luck values broke through a second phase realm. It takes him 40 days to break through now. It takes a full 40 days to break through a realm, which is more than a month. This is already a turtle speed. I have to find a way to cut the luck value. Ning Zheng thought to himself. After all, he had been rich once, and had cut the skyrocketing feeling of Jiuzhou's luck plus 200 million, and the transactions of several hundred million at any time, which made his vision a little higher. However, only in the crisis of Jiuzhou level, he could take advantage of the situation to deceive the people to pay money, but now there is no such opportunity. The villa in front of him started running again, and he threw a lot of spoils and arranged various tasks for them to start rolling wildly. These days, the young blacksmiths have been busy. Ning Zheng thought that she should go out and take a trip to Shirong City to see if Sword Fairy and others were in trouble. Chapter 478. After walking around the villa casually, it was already noon when all departments started to operate. Ning Zheng went home and had lunch, and then began to prepare to go to Xinia's city. However, in order to isolate the villa, he even dismantled the teleportation array before he fell asleep. But it was not a big deal. He took out a new teleportation array from the storage ring and installed it, reopening the road to the city. But he was not in a hurry to go, but left the villa and jumped out of the well. He planned to explore the terrain and resource points around the villa. Splash! On the blue seabed, fish swam gracefully, and at a glance, all kinds of giant clams and crabs comparable to human size were seen. Marine populations are generally larger than humans. As long as they are spirits and have the blood of the demon race, their body size is at least similar to that of humans. Ning Zheng began his first underwater diving in a different world, which was quite a different experience. Even the kelp is that big. These marine creatures can be completely integrated with the blood of the human god. Ning Zheng thought, and prepared to help get some synthesis materials when she returned. Yin-yang creation furnace is a good thing. The species in this ocean must be enriched. Ning Zheng is a person who remembers friendships. He can't let the human god die without descendants. There must be various races among the descendants, right? Crabs, shells, and the like, showing the diverse elements of the descendants of the human god. Ning Zheng's exploration speed is not slow, and he soon found himself near the coastline of a beach. There are no major races or resource points nearby. 99% of the wild areas are uninhabited. Whether it is humans or other races, they all live in concentrated areas in the form of wall protection areas. After all, the wild is full of weirdness and chaos. A cultivator in the Four-Zong realm may die suddenly when he goes out, and he doesn't even dare to fly in the wild. It's so dangerous. There is a crab ocean valley area in the west, with crabs everywhere. There is an octopus area in the east, with countless gaps and rock walls. It seems that the seabed is also quite flat, mainly a field-type ocean maze. Ning Zheng silently memorized the information. It seems that there are often powerful people washing the seabed. With a horizontal and vertical palm, the original landform of the seabed has long disappeared. However, this horizontal and vertical maze is the most complex terrain. It can hide many populations. In the gap of any seabed mountain, there may be some small tribes and seabed villas. And it is difficult for you to catch them. The nearest force should be a small force in the 3 Yuan realm in the distance, the Shark Demon clan. Ning Zheng felt it, and found that it was comparable to the previous Zuelahua family and the Shur family. They had the ability to open a small villa in the wild and transform into a small living area. It was clearly comparable to his previous Zuelahua villa, but now, standing high up, he could kill it with a casual slap, just like the Jianqing giant descending on the sword-forging villa. Ning Zheng felt that things had changed. We have become stronger after all. Ning Zheng sighed. It was expected that there were no major forces around. After all, there were no good resource points nearby. He returned to the villa, and then began to use the teleportation array to step into the Xinia's city 100 years later. Xinia's? 100 years ago, because the Xinqiao saint ascended the throne again, Xiniazu also leaped over the Dragon Gate, from the last place in the 9 states to the well-deserved first place. Suppressing the cardamom of the spiritual agriculture continent, and punching the pansy of the divine doctor continent, These old economic continents are no longer opponents. After all, the city family is now a royal relative. Who can provoke them? In addition, the reputation left by the Shirong master craftsman has boosted the economy of the entire continent. Ningzheng crossed the teleportation array and looked at the bustling Shimen city. The whole painting style suddenly changed 100 years later, giving people a sense of elegance and nobility, and there are all kinds of fragrant plants planted along the way. Humans and demons coexist peacefully, and the streets are full of cute ponies and little tigers jumping around. They are obviously a hybrid race after synthesis. Although their aura is not as good as that of fairy beasts, it is comparable to that of divine beasts. You can even occasionally see a few mechanical armored knights walking back and forth on the street. Instrument cultivation? Ningzheng's eyes condensed, and this technology has indeed begun to mature. The concept of instrument cultivation was first proposed by them, artificial magic instrument organs, replacing the body of the cultivator. Even in theory, tens of thousands of eternal artifacts can be cast into a super fairy artifact, such as the sword fairy. Nowadays, these mechanical knights are all academic professionals. They have no combat power. Most of them are in the 4 organs realm and the 3 yuan realm. With aging organs, they can also protect themselves by filling them with these eternal organs. The most important thing is, these are all eternal embers. These ember organs can truly achieve one device passing on to 3 generations, and the device will still exist after the person dies. What will this create in the future? What? The 4 organs are not completed. Missing one? An eternal kidney, an eternal liver, passed from father to son, and from son to grandson. In the future, a set of family heirlooms. Artificial 4 organs, and the descendants can make up for which one has not been repaired. This greatly reduces the consumption of use. It is a super enhancement of the professional academic circle, with a longer lifespan and easier entry. It is foreseeable that the number of new generations of non-combat professional monks in Jiuzhou is skyrocketing, at least. Now Ningzheng sees 70% to 80% of the new generation on the street. Ningzheng walked into a restaurant and sat down. He listened to other people drinking and chatting, complaining. My son insists on learning to be a blacksmith. My son wants to be an animal farmer among spiritual farmers. He wants to be a great figure like Dukuhong, the creator of fairy beasts. Is that something he can think of? The number of monks going out hunting is decreasing year by year. The new generation of monks in Jiuzhou seem to be not very good at fighting. Is it true? The number of combat monks is gradually decreasing. Now everyone is learning from Shirong, hoping to become a great scholar, a scholar who saves the world and serves the country. If the human race continues to value literature over martial arts, there may be a disaster. What do you know? Now each profession is strengthened, and it is easier to make money. It seems that combat monks have also been strengthened, and even fairy roots have appeared, but is that something we can think of? Professional circles are strengthened to make more money, and combat monks are strengthened to spend more money. Now combat monks require too many resources, and you can't raise a strong man without money. Ningzheng listened quietly to the changes over the past century. Combat monks are becoming more and more bottomless pits. Immortal weapons, immortal roots, immortal pills. The cost of arming them is countless times higher than before. After all, combat monks basically only take in and don't give out, and a family needs to spend money to support them. Moreover, because of the immortal roots, the gap in combat power is getting bigger and bigger. Tie up a dog that can bloom 3 flowers, plant immortal roots, and his cultivation speed is faster than that of humans. In a nutshell, if you don't have money, you can only use low-grade spiritual roots, and you can't cultivate immortals. Just like some games, there were only 4 grades originally, and suddenly the dog planter developed a new Krypton gold system, opening the 5th grade. The civilian party can't afford it, and they complained, Ningzheng thought in his heart. Although the threshold for high-level cultivators is higher, this is actually a good thing. Knowing that you don't have money to go to combat cultivators, the number of professional academic researchers at the bottom will increase, and the base number will increase rapidly, so that academics can be promoted faster. As for the decrease in combat cultivators, will the combat power of the human race be weaker? It's a joke. When did the strong rely on numbers? No matter how many low-level fish there are, they are still fish. The new generation of geniuses with immortal roots are the real fierce people, and the future pillars of various forces. Then, Ningzheng listened for half an hour. I roughly know the distribution of various forces in Jiuzhou. Because I beat the Dragon Tomb, they don't like the human race now. And the 2 ghosts King Su Huan and Jiao Wuyu also split off from the nursery. Ningzheng didn't know whether Li Yuzu had awakened. This information was not easy to find out. After roughly understanding some things, Ningzheng looked at the guests in the restaurant and the luck values of pedestrians on the streets along the way. There was no change. It seems that this prosperous age is safe and there is no crisis. While he was thinking, he came to the huge square in front of Shirong Academy and saw a statue of Shirong standing like a mountain, holding an iron hammer and eyes like an eagle. The man held the iron hammer and made a dynamic posture of hitting hard, giving people a heroic and brave feeling. Is this me? Ningzheng was stunned. Chapter 479. This look. Ningzheng didn't show his face at that time. His face was surrounded by black mist, and this look was probably the image of a hero in the painter's mind. He looked at the worshippers around him, and a thought vaguely arose in his mind. These devout academic monks can probably cut some luck points. He just took a deep look at Shirong Academy, and without entering the gate, he merged into the crowd and disappeared without a trace. He wanted to reconnect with his own forces, but he couldn't use the previous communication token. Going directly to the Sword Fairy, face to face, is the best choice. Because the Sword Fairy knows a lot of things that Ningzheng didn't know over the years. But he couldn't go directly to the academy to find someone, so he had to use another method. Crash! Ningzheng found an inn to stay in, and the 3 flowers rose. Suddenly, it hit hard, flew into the sky, fell into the nursery, and grew in Princess Xine's mansion. Princess Xine is the best medium for him to find the Sword Fairy. Fortunately, there was a hidden way to contact her at that time, otherwise it would be really troublesome, and I couldn't go home. At this time, Princess Xine's head gradually grew petals and 6 flowers. This time, he is the real Wuxing Sek Gui Wang. Who dares to say he is fake? As a princess of the capital, Ningzheng stretched lazily, called the maid next door, and said lightly, "Go out for a walk." Yes. Ningzheng walked out of the door with 2 maids, looking at the prosperous downtown of the capital, feeling a little emotional. There are still flowers everywhere, and humanity is prosperous. In this center called the capital, I don't know how many stories have happened. But, is this Xine Shichen awakening? Ningzheng didn't know about the mastermind behind the scenes. Seeing that Jingcheng was not afraid of someone going crazy, he obviously guessed the truth. He immediately understood in his heart. Did he go to see the 9-sided saint? What was his obsession for awakening? It was easy to guess. So, publishing the immortal method that his family had worked so hard to pass down was a deal between the 9-sided saint and him. He is completely alive. Living people are the most difficult to guess. I don't know what attitude this high and mighty saint will have towards us 100 years later. Ningzheng pondered. Sometimes, living people are more terrifying than ghosts, especially the Emperor's mind. You can't understand the thoughts of living people, but ghosts can. Ghosts are much easier to get along with than people. You just need to guard against ghosts going crazy with you, and you don't have to worry about him changing his mind and suddenly stabbing you in the back. Ningzheng was walking on the street at this time. Occasionally, people on the street looked at Ningzheng and called princess and princess. Obviously, Princess Xine is still as popular as ever. Ningzheng did not intend to study the development of Princess Xine in recent years, but said in a deep voice, "Please help me contact the person in charge of Shirong Godcrafter Force, Sword Fairy." "Yes," the maid said immediately. Obviously, as a princess of the royal family of the capital, she has always maintained contact with the Shirong forces, like other royal families, and even other forces. Soon, the maid took out a newly made communication token, and Ningzheng took a look at the design. After a while, the maid nodded and said, "That person will come to the princess's mansion as a guest in half an hour." Ningzheng nodded and walked around the capital again. Today's capital is also rebuilt very luxuriously, especially the Royal Academy, which gathers the strongest cultivators in Jiuzhou. He sat down in a restaurant in the capital city skillfully, and continued to listen to the small talk. "Have you heard that the nursery Dragon Palace has expanded again? The human race has a safe zone in the nursery, and the capital city, the dragon race, and other divine beasts also have safe zones in the nursery, the Dragon Palace, to guide the dragon race's 3 yuan realm 3 flowers to practice. Originally, their dragon clan's base camp was very small, and it was not comparable to the capital city at all. But now, with the continuous recovery of the nursery, their area in the nursery has gradually expanded. What are they proud of? They just took advantage of our human race." "Yes, what is the dragon clan proud of? Isn't it just blowing up their ancestral tombs and burning their family tree? Can't they be more magnanimous and think about it from their perspective?" "That's right." Ningzheng listened silently. Now it is the version of the Gui King, which has been enhanced to an epic level. The original Gui King was at best the leader of the Gui clan, with innate advantages. But now, The Ghost Kings are the first batch of strong people with immortal roots, and they are destined to be the leaders of the times. After all, there are only two types of cultivators with immortal roots now. 1. Ghost King. 2. Young cultivators. Ghost Kings are basically at a high level in all realms, and they can practice quickly by eating ghosts. And young cultivators, who only started practicing 100 years ago, although they are countless times faster, the 100-year-old 3-yuan realm in the past was already a genius, and could be on the Jiuzhou Tianjia list, such as the original ghost list. And now, they are already a 100-year-old cultivator, and the strongest is already in the second phase realm. A full realm ahead. But with such a fast practice speed, it is estimated that it will take thousands of years to step into the headmaster level, and catch up with the top forces. The growth cycle of these young seedlings is too slow, and now it is up to the Gui King to conquer the world. While Ningzheng was thinking, she saw the cloaked man who walked into the door, and sat down slowly in front of Ningzheng. Uncovering the cloak, the sword fairy said, "This is not a place to stay for a long time. Let's go to a safe place." Ningzheng stood up and left with the sword fairy. Soon they came to a mansion of Shirong's forces. As soon as she entered the door, the sword fairy was extremely happy. "Master, you are finally back. Back then, you pacified the restricted areas of most nurseries and suppressed the imperial tombs. It was so shocking and heroic that I was shocked and heroic. I really admire you. I love you so much. How do you know that our villa was unsealed?" Ningzheng said, "How do you know it was me?" The sword fairy was very proud. "Princess Xine didn't communicate with me in such an official way." Princess Xine was a good friend of him on the surface, but they were all followers of the new Wuxing religion behind the scenes. Only the legendary owner of the manor would come in this way. After all, it had happened once before. It's a pity that the owner of the manor is dead. Now he is just a flawed and crazy ghost. Poor thing, the sword fairy was in great pain. It's all the fault of those little blacksmiths. I'm so old that I'm no longer the owner of the manor. Such a handsome character died suddenly when he debuted. I'm a living person. I must tolerate the ghost of the manor owner. After all, ghosts may go crazy. She felt very superior. "Master, are we officially back?" The sword fairy was a little excited when she communicated with the legendary manor owner for the first time. 100 years have passed, and the sword fairy has not changed. Like Ning Jiao, as a logically repetitive earthbound spirit, they will not change their personality, and their lives will always stay at the moment of death. "We are preparing to come back," Ningzheng said. "Then we have to prepare." The sword fairy said seriously, "It would be best to hold a sail, or even make a fairy weapon that will shock the world, and officially announce our re-entry. After all, many people are now secretly spreading news, messing with our reputation, and spreading among the people, questioning that we have broken our inheritance and are no longer as strong as before. This requires long-term planning." Ningzheng spoke directly. "Yes." The sword fairy said, "Jiuzhou is watching me. Over the years, there have been many spies and undercurrents. We have been at the forefront of the storm all these years, and we must be careful." Chapter 480. In the compartment, the sword fairy took out a document from the storage ring. "This is the information we have collected about various forces over the years. When we are reborn, we have to face them." Ningzheng took the information and thought that they had been waiting for the villa to come back and preparing for this day. The sword fairy could not think of these things by herself. She just had a fixed logic and did not feel so clever. In other words, "Dazzled awakened?" Ningzheng asked. "Well, half awakened. He has become my right-hand man over the years. He is a bit smart, but his logic is still flawed, and he is not as good as me, a living person." The sword fairy nodded and introduced the information. From the founding of Jiuzhou to the present, there are more than 300 forces with human beings' natural spiritual roots. And there are only 97 forces that are still in their heyday. The more than 200 that have declined are either hiding in the mountains and forests, or have become optional inheritances in the libraries of other forces. Ningzheng understood. The struggle and fighting among the top forces are brutal. The spiritual roots that he had obtained from the national treasury before were all the natural spiritual roots, inheritances obtained by exterminating other families and major sects. There are only 97 top forces now. There are an average of 9 top holy places in a continent. And these 97 top forces may not have living people in the Hua realm at present. They are basically a large number of elders and masters in the Eastern realm. The number of people who have reached the level of self-transformation in the contemporary human race, including the dead and the living, is only a dozen or so. Do you think this is too few? There are not many people in this era who have reached the level of self-transformation. The Joseon period was only a few 100,000 years long, so a dozen or so is already good. The number of people in the Hwawa realm in the contemporary world will never be greater than the number in the tombs. Otherwise, humans would have cleared the tombs long ago. From this, we can see that Ningjang's record at the time was very historic, gathering 7 Hwawa realms, hundreds of one-mind realms, and turning into a giant Shiron god. Plus all the flowers in Jojo, the Dharma images committed suicide, and gathered the power of most of the human race. They barely swept most of the ancient forbidden tombs. If it happens again, Ningjang dare not guarantee that he can do that. This is a miracle created by the unprecedented unification that ignited the blood of mankind. Now, because of that battle, humans have seen the possibility of clearing the tombs in this generation of human race. How could Ningjang's reputation not be high? Although, in the past 100 years, there have been a number of restricted area tomb owners who have revived and resisted humans again. But the human race used the window period of their resurrection to create the unprecedentedly brilliant golden age of civilization. Ningjang thought about it, they were resurrected one by one. We, the current saints, should be able to wipe them out one by one. Why did they still recover? The sword fairy shook her head. The ghost king behind the nursery also practiced the immortal way and helped them. The original arrow was essentially a 3-legged tripod. Force 1, living people. Force 2, the nursery restricted area, isolated tombs, ambitious, secretly making trouble. Force 3, behind the nursery, remained neutral and never intervened in foreign affairs. But now, their existence behind the nursery has taken action to prevent Xian Shichen from destroying those tomb-restricted areas. However, this is also the beginning of the immortal way period. In recent years, humans have expanded and want to ride on their heads and steal their tombs. Do you think that Shirong master craftsmen can do it, but they can't? So the conflict broke out. Ningjang put down the information and said speechlessly, "These people are really useless. They use my name to steal things from the back of the nursery." The sword fairy smiled. Because a lot of secret realms have been flattened now, they have no place to explore. Where do the resources come from? They can only explore the secret realms behind the nursery and open new dungeons. The tomb groups on the back are even more angry. No one dared to sneak attack them in the past. Now a group of people come to steal the house. All kinds of buildings, tiles, and treasures have been taken away by them. How can they not be angry? They are also afraid of being flattened, so they help the owner of the restricted area tomb to resurrect and maintain the balance of power. If you ask me, their meaning is obviously, I will protect their resurrection, and you will steal from the reset restricted area owners in the future. Don't steal from us. Ningjang smiled. What a good plan. As long as the owner of the restricted area is resurrected, even if the tombs of these ancient dead ghosts are empty, they will send Dharma images to collect treasures everywhere and rebuild the tombs. In this way, the disaster will be diverted to the east, and they will not come to discuss their neutral tombs. However, eradicating tombs is the dream of saints in all dynasties. This neutral tomb looks harmless, and if Xian Shichen has the opportunity to eradicate it, he will still eradicate it. The sword fairy said, "Your Majesty said that they can't hold on for much longer, even if there are a few ghost kings with fairy roots? Both sides just don't want to fight, and your Majesty thinks he can crush them. Now the sun and the moon have reached the state of one mind, and are about to break through to the state of transformation. Your Majesty holds the sun and the moon, and no one can stop him, and the victory is completely stable." Ningjang nodded in agreement. That's right, the other ghost kings are at most yin and yang spiritual roots. Dao Yuejia has 7-color spiritual roots, which is enough to sweep across the country. Wait for a wave of breakthroughs from the sun and the moon, and the era of Xian Shichen will come. He leveled the forbidden area, and then leveled the back of the nursery. Because of the paving of countless people, he completely completed the ultimate dream of all dynasties. He really wants to go down in history. Thinking of this, Ningjang was too lazy to think about it. Anyway, he has already gone down in history and achieved success, so why would he care about the achievements of a saint? He is currently a neutral unit, so it's good to know about the current situation. Ningjang glanced at the information, his expression slightly condensed, and smiled. This information is good, and will help us return and gain a firm foothold in Jojo. Maybe. This 100 years of disappearing in the blink of an eye is not a bad thing. This 100 years of precipitation has given them the foundation to officially compete for one of the top forces in Jojo. After all, 100 years ago, there was no foundation, no intelligence network, no power. They were just in name only. In essence, they were an empty shell force attached to the big families such as Dukahong and Sinibaishan. Now that they have returned, Shirong Academy has also cultivated a group of newcomers, which can be regarded as having manpower. Becoming one of the top professional forces in Jiuzhou is basically Ning Zhang's goal. As for dominating the world and competing for Jiuzhou, why rebel and become a saint? I am still a non-combat professional force. Becoming the 98th after these 97 top human forces is Ning Zhang's goal. Of course, when he becomes the 98th top force, he will instantly become the first among the top forces. His reputation is no joke. The first holy place in name only is still the first. The Sword Fairy took a sip of tea. Over the years, newcomers in the professional circle have admired us very much. We are completely deified. Dead people are easy to become the white moonlight and cinnabar mole in people's hearts. The Sword Fairy said, especially after we left, the research and development speed of their major forces slowed down a lot. Now they know our importance. For example, the research and development progress of fairy beasts has slowed down significantly, because the Yin-Yang creation furnace disappeared. The current fairy beasts are all improved versions of the first batch of fairy beasts that were fused at that time. But they still hope that new varieties will appear. Unfortunately, they can't do it without the Yin-Yang creation furnace. This makes many people respect and fear us. They admire us because we have opened up the immortal path, but they are afraid that our Shirong craftsmen will return and seize their business. Because everyone with a discerning eye can see that the foundation of our Shirong city is grown. When we return, we can try to be independent and no longer need to rely on them completely. Even the Dooku family is a little anxious, fearing that we will not cooperate with them. The Sword Fairy's face showed a complex expression. Business is business. They don't want Shirong to abandon them and eat alone. Ning Zheng nodded. Dookuhong has a good relationship with us, but it does not mean that the Dooku family has a good relationship with us. Even if the relationship is good, they have to guarantee their interests. The Sword Fairy continued, it was okay in the past few decades. Recently, as the immortal tools have fully matured and various immortal tools have been developed, they have come up with many ways to monitor Jiuzhou. I also destroyed the previous communication token, for fear that the villa would contact me and be secretly monitored by those bastards. The Sword Fairy sighed a little when she said this. In order to continue to cooperate with us, they are simply not human. Are you really going to attack us? Ning Zheng said. Ning Zheng knew that they were suspicious. Before, they cooperated and everyone got what they needed, but now, Shirong has become a big deal. Shirong Academy has countless subordinates, and they don't need them to help them. They are afraid that Shirong will be completely independent after returning, so they want to completely capture Shirong and tie them together. It is normal for them to capture Shirong because it concerns the rise and fall of their family. It's not that they will kill us. Scholars also have bottom lines, but they probably capture us to marry into the family, to form an alliance, or to merge. The Sword Fairy said, anyway, after being captured, the owner of the manor will have many wives. The senior executives of our manor, such as the old steward, also has 7 or 8 concubines. Even the 3 ancestors have to have wives. The husband and the 2 bloodlines merge, which is called a strong alliance. Of course, it may not be one family that captures us. If they join forces to capture us, the division of accounts will be even worse. Then both sides will send their wives over, and several bloodlines will bully us together. Ning Zheng shook her head when she heard it. Those scholars' families can really do it. It seems we have to be careful. If the villa is caught, the little blacksmith will have a bunch of wives. After all, those old forces may have the means to grow again. How can that be? Ning Zheng is also hanging out in the forum now, and knows what this means. The sword-making simulator is really going to become a butter simulator, surrounded by a group of beauties, the little blacksmith who is squeezed dry, the corpses are everywhere, and the CG pictures of the war damage are miserable. This is the miserable state of being caught, in order to let the little blacksmiths concentrate on forging and not indulge in beauty. Ning Zheng must not let outsiders find the location of the villa. Swear to protect the chastity of the little blacksmiths. These forces are simply inhuman. Ning Zheng felt a heavy sense of mission in her heart. She took out a new communication token. We will use this in the future, the Yin-Yang communication token, which will not be eavesdropped. Who gave it to you? Ning Zheng flipped through it. The current emperor, he has been very good to us over the years. The Sword Fairy said, Your Majesty intends to reform Jiuzhou, but there is great resistance. This is the token made by Your Majesty, which can resist surveillance and prevent interference and tracking. Ning Zheng thought about it, put the token on the table without taking it. For future communication, I will contact through other methods. Xi and Shichun was also supported by them, and they also have the merit of following the dragon. But you must be on guard against others. This token cannot be monitored by others, but Xian Shichen cannot monitor it? What if Xian Shichen also wants to match him with 10 or 8 princesses? Ning Zheng and the Sword Fairy chatted for a while, and she handed Ning Zheng a storage ring. There are all kinds of cards for summoning gods inside, which are the advanced experience books she has collected in the past 100 years, which can help people gain some knowledge of high-level professionals. The Sword Fairy finally hesitated to speak, and finally chose to speak. In fact, it's not just me who is preparing for the comeback of our villa. The Dooku family is also preparing for our comeback. Oh! Ning Zheng was stunned. The Sword Fairy took out a document. They have been studying the fairy root for many years, and have made a huge breakthrough. And they have come up with a super magical power of the fairy root, which is due to lack of technology and cannot be cast. This document, which contains the magical power of the fairy root, is a cooperative gift for our debut, indicating that we can cooperate in casting. After all, when we are born, it is best to use a fairy weapon to restore our prestige. Ning Zheng looked at the information and showed a look of surprise. This fairy weapon is so powerful that if it is cast together with the Dooku family, the whole Jiuzhou will change. It's really a big gift. The Dooku family still knows how to invest as always. Keep the summoning tablet for now. I have written down all the information. The information about the immortal weapon needs to be discussed. I will think about it when I get back. Ning Zheng left Princess Xian and quickly returned to the inn.